When the mental patient Xiaomu entered the strange game, he felt that he had truly returned home. Here, knowledge brings pollution, cognition causes erosion, and belief creates alienation. The more you see, the more unfortunate you become. With endless murmurs in his ears and bright red text in his field of vision, Xiaomu discovered that he seemed to be able to see hundreds of millions more dots than others. Don't blink. This is just an ordinary trash can. It will never suddenly move behind your back and swallow your head in one bite when you blink. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Food made from the flesh and blood of unknown creatures can barely be used to make ends meet when one's life is in danger. But one must be careful not to eat more than 10 in a short period of time. It's hungry now, you have to be prepared. I mean, you're pretty confident about your taste, aren't you? But Xiaomu knew very well that he was not sick. The world is sick. I don't think you're sick, Xiaomu stated, his hands resting flat on his knees, his tone even. Believe me, Cui Hua, I am a professional doctor. I dare to make a diagnosis. If I say you're not sick, then you're not sick. I'm really not sick? Cui Hua, sitting opposite Xiaomu, asked incredulously. So, those shadows are real? And my child isn't dead? In the swaddled bundle Cui Hua held was a baby doll with one eye missing. The doll's mouth was stretched into a grotesque smile, sneering at the world. Of course, your child is right here in your arms, isn't he? As for those shadows, they're quite normal. Times have changed, everyone hears voices and sees things now. In Xiaomu's vision, blood-red text unfurled like a typewriter's keys. This is just an ordinary trash can. Don't expect any food inside. That broken doll is the only thing you'll find. These words overlapped with Cui Hua, intertwining and outlining a distorted scene. That's wonderful, Gowa, you're still alive. Ha, that's wonderful. Cui Hua looked at the doll in her arms, her expression growing more pathological, with an unusual flush. Doctor, then do you think I'm sick? Beside them, Fu Wang leaned over. Fu Wang was missing a leg and hopped on one foot. His face was covered in pockmarks, like a leper. His expression was fanatical, his eyes bright and piercing. You? Of course, you're not sick either. Although being disabled is inconvenient, your mind is perfectly healthy. Xiaomu declared confidently. In his vision, the crimson text splashed out again. A three-legged dog. Don't expect to play fetch with it. For it, the best outcome is to be run over by a large truck. Good, good, good. Thank you, doctor. Ever since I lost a leg, I've been very upset. There are so many things I can't do anymore. Fu Wang said, then suddenly sat on the ground and began to lick the wound on his stump. Doctor, what about me? Ame, young, beautiful, and gaudily dressed, hurried over. She tilted her head, looking cute and adorable. What could be wrong with you? You're so healthy, sunny, positive, and proactive. Everyone likes you. Xiaomu said as a matter of course. At the same time, those crimson words twisted and coiled, hovering above Ame's head. Oh my god, I've never seen such a large spider. Its 8 legs must smell delicious when roasted. Remove the head, tastes like chicken, crunchy. Wow, then do you like me, doctor? Ame leaned closer, almost touching Xiaomu's face. Her breath like orchids wafting onto him. Like you? Of course, I like you. Xiaomu rubbed Ame's face. Just then, a call from not far away made him turn his head. Xiaomu. Xiaomu turned and saw a doctor in a white coat. It's time for your medicine. The doctor called out. All right. Xiaomu stood up and responded. The doctor watched him pat the trash can beside him. A palm-sized spider on the trash can scurried away at the movement, and the lame dog sitting opposite Xiaomu startled, spinning in a circle. Xiaomu walked over to the doctor, taking the mineral water bottle and the pills the doctor handed him. Gulp. After taking the medicine, Xiaomu felt much better. How are you feeling today? The doctor held a clipboard in his left hand and a ballpoint pen in his right, asking simply. Not bad. I was just chatting with Ame and the others. I think everyone's mental state is quite good. This is thanks to your effective treatment, doctor. Xiaomu smiled brightly, like the sunshine in a corner of the madhouse. That's good. The doctor was silent for a moment, then wrote a string of words on the paper on the clipboard, not letting Xiaomu see the content. He clicked the ballpoint pen back into place and said in a deep voice. If you feel like you're seeing strange things or hearing strange sounds, come find me. I'll do my best to help you. No problem. Xiaomu readily agreed. At the same time, in Xiaomu's vision, crimson text slowly dripped down. A monster, interesting. It not eating you might just be a coincidence. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Goodbye, doctor. Xiaomu waved, bidding the doctor farewell. He sat back down. It had been 3 days since he transmigrated to this world, but Xiaomu could only wander around this madhouse. He was originally just an ordinary patient with depression. One night, he forgot to take his medicine before bed and woke up to find himself transmigrated to this seemingly familiar yet different parallel world. Becoming an ordinary mental patient. These blood-red words began to appear in Xiaomu's vision. They described various things Xiaomu saw, mostly as he had just witnessed, quite bizarre, terrifying, and chilling. His fellow patients around him were so amiable, the doctors and nurses in the hospital were so dedicated. And the environment of the courtyard was so bright and sunny. How could this be? Xiaomu didn't care about these textual descriptions. He believed it was a symptom of his own inherent mental illness. In fact, Xiaomu felt that he wasn't sick, it was this body that was sick. He was already able to rationally distinguish between hallucination and reality. If a mental patient can clearly know that he is having an episode, then he is not having an episode. Thus, Xiaomu was very healthy. Therefore, he didn't tell the doctor about this, so as not to add trouble to the responsible doctor. And, besides these vivid red words, in the corner of Xiaomu's vision, there was another string of words. As long as his attention was drawn to them, these cold, indifferent words would cascade down like a waterfall. Welcome to the God's Chosen game. Please complete the Xin Shou Renwu to activate player identity newbie quest in progress flying over the madhouse here. You can find all the geniuses and great people of the world. Some are kings of the universe in a nutshell, some have seen through beasts in human skin. And some have insight into the mysteries of this virtual world. Life here is simple and unadorned. Enjoy it, praise it, become it, listen, feel, think. You are also one of them. Quest objective, spend 10 days in the madhouse. Quest objective, survive. Time remaining, 72:16:52. If Xiaomu's mind wasn't broken, this should be something called a system, which, in most cases, was a benefit for transmigrators like Xiaomu. Logically speaking, after completing this quest, Xiaomu should receive some kind of reward. However, he was a bit curious. Everyone in the madhouse was talented, and they spoke so nicely. Staying here felt like home, so why was the quest objective survive? What dangers were here? What was the purpose of this system? Once the 10 days were up, would he be able to leave the hospital? Unable to figure out the problem after much thought, Xiaomu decided to continue chatting with his fellow patients. Opposite the madhouse, in a black luxury sedan, a young man with a streak of red dyed into his black hair held a cup of coffee. He yawned, staring boredly at the madhouse gate. Suddenly, his phone rang. The young man almost choked mid-yawn, and the coffee in his hand spilled all over his pants due to his body's jolt. Scalding him so much he nearly jumped up. Ignoring these consecutive misfortunes, the man quickly fumbled for his phone and answered the call. You've arrived? A soft yet serious female voice came from the phone. Boss, you're not serious, are you? Are you really willing to let me go in? The man with the dyed hair asked, his tone tinged with resistance. You know, the existence time of this abnormality has exceeded previous records. We have reason to believe that either this abnormality has mutated, or other abnormalities are restricting its departure. Both situations are extremely dangerous, and you are the most suitable person to go in and understand the situation," the serious voice said in an unrefusable tone. She paused, then continued. "Don't worry, if you die, I'll definitely erect a marble tombstone for you. The QR code on it will lead to your glorious achievements, and every Qingming festival. We'll organize elementary school students from next door to sweep your grave. Go on, if there's no contact after one day, we'll avenge you. Boss, you're so good to me." The man with the dyed hair gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. He looked at the madhouse. It was dim, quiet, and eerie. It was the most dangerous place. Asterisk newcomer asking for favorites and votes. Waking up from his bed, Xiaomu meticulously tidied his bedding. In his vision, crimson text continuously popped up. A fundal mat filled with wriggling flesh can be used for warmth in emergencies. Please do not bend it. After folding his quilt into a tofu-like block, he went to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Filthy fresh blood. Don't expect it to turn into a delicious hot pot. After washing his face with water, Xiaomu felt much more refreshed. He walked through the corridor and arrived at the canteen. Several fellow patients were already enjoying their breakfast there. The poor painter, he witnessed an unspeakable thing and was alienated into colorful black mud. A middle-aged man with a slightly balding head smiled and greeted Xiaomu. This pig would never dream that it could grow a human head. It's truly ridiculous. The canteen auntie, who served the food, was generous and gave Xiaomu a hearty portion for breakfast. Food made from the flesh and blood of unknown creatures. It can barely sustain you when you're on the verge of death, but be careful not to eat more than 10. Picking up a warm meat bun. Xiaomu ignored the text and ate it in large bites. It's so fragrant. Life in the madhouse was simple and unadorned. Patients engaged in exercise or reading under the doctor's advice. They avoided electronic products and the internet, seeking only inner peace. Xiaomu planned to visit the reading room today. There were several bookshelves in the room, with novels, magazines, and a few academic journals. An excellent piece of non-fiction. The author vividly and meticulously describes forbidden, profound things. It's both educational and entertaining. It is recommended to memorize and recite the entire text. Xiaomu saw a horror novel. He flipped through a few pages and found the text to be uninspired and messy. He gave it a rating of 3.6 out of 10. A false fairy tale, a clumsy lie that can't even fool a child. Reading it is a complete waste of time. He then pulled out a popular science book about society and humanities. He read it and found its content thought-provoking and easy to understand. Xiaomu read it with great interest. 3 hours later, Xiaomu closed the book, satisfied. In the corner of his vision, the cold and indifferent text gradually expanded. Remaining time, 52 hours 36 minutes and 12 seconds. Almost another day had passed since the end. Xiaomu felt a little anticipation. It was almost lunchtime. As the saying goes, if you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your brain. A healthy, cheerful, and positive Xiaomu immediately left the reading room and headed towards the canteen. Downstairs, he saw some other patients. This bird must regret flying in. Of course, first, its brain needs to function normally. A man with a rare hooked nose glanced at Xiaomu and walked forward blankly. A conglomerate of sewer rats. Luckily, their tails are already knotted, otherwise, they might crawl all over you. An old man followed closely. Walking in the shadows of the building, avoiding the sunlight. Hey, there's actually a living person here. How unlucky. I bet in another hour, he'll be a corpse. A young man with a streak of red dye in his black hair was walking forward cautiously. Xiaomu carefully observed the man and suddenly had an inspiration. He tiptoed closer to the other person, then gently patted his shoulder, speaking a sentence he had been brewing for a long time. Hey, new here? Very dangerous. Su Hong tried his best not to notice the wriggling flesh of unknown creatures on the ground. Those decaying things seemed to breathe, exhaling turbid, dark yellow gas that quickly withered anything it touched. Whoosh! A bizarre mass resembling a clump of human hair swiftly brushed past Su Hong. He glimpsed several eyes within the hair mass, looking around. Su Hong immediately averted his gaze, fearing to make eye contact with those eyes. Clang! As he passed through a dilapidated and blood-stained corridor, the lid of a trash can suddenly sprang open on its own. A tattered rag doll inside let out a chilling laugh, sending shivers down his spine. Too dangerous. Since entering the profession, Su Hong had witnessed many distorted and inverted scenes. And the sight of this madhouse was among the most prominent. Related information flashed quickly through his mind. Anomaly ID, 9527, codename, madhouse, anomaly level, alienation, minimum visible depth, 111, maximum depth, 233, estimated. This abnormal entity typically manifests as irregular mental hospital. When a living organism or other objective entity enters the range of this abnormal entity, it will be subjected to varying degrees of pollution and erosion, and eventually be assimilated, becoming a member of this abnormal entity. This abnormal entity possesses a certain mimetic influence, specifically, it affects the memory and cognition of living organisms or other objective entities within its visible depth, causing them to perceive the existence of this abnormal entity, thereby mistakenly entering it. According to previous observation records, this abnormal entity appears randomly in any city, lasting from 72 hours to 168 hours. There are currently no observation records of it lasting beyond 168 hours. According to speculation, the disappearance condition of this abnormal entity is when all living organisms or objective entities that enter it are subjected to pollution and assimilation. After disappearing, it will reappear in any city after an interval ranging from 7 to 60 days. Attempts to use known weapons and destructive abilities for assault have so far failed to destroy it. Containment measures, none. Survivors, 0. Note, according to recommendation, if this abnormal entity undergoes an out-of-rule mutation or pollution, it should be handled according to article of the Emergency Response Manual, with treatment, abnormalities. These were strange things that had existed in the world since ancient times. They threatened civilization, caused pollution, slaughtered lives, and were difficult to eliminate or erase. The abnormalities of this madhouse were not appearing for the first time. Before this, let alone other places, even Jiangcheng had already experienced it a second time. It was precisely because of this that Northern Heavy Industries was able to obtain relatively complete data. Normally, this abnormality would assimilate the victims inside within a week, then disappear and reappear in any city. But now, this madhouse had been in Jiangcheng for a full 10 days. No matter what kind of unexpected situation, it must be treated with extreme vigilance. And Su Hong was a person who, by virtue of special powers, walked in the abyss and fought against these abnormalities. He moved through this polluted madhouse, carefully avoiding assimilation by the corrupted monsters. Soon, he noticed that several grotesque and terrifying monsters were heading towards one location. Su Hong decided to go and check the situation. The next moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Discovered? All the hairs on Su Hong's body stood on end. He remained calm, not daring to respond. No matter how strange and bizarre abnormalities were, they always had some commonalities. The most important one being, when you gaze into the abyss will find you. Therefore, seeing nothing and hearing nothing was the path to survival. But very quickly, Su Hong, who was prepared to ignore these things, caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A human stood beside him, grinning, revealing his sunny and cheerful boy next door smile. Wait. Su Hong felt his perception had been overturned. There was actually a living person here? Asterisk new author seeking recommendation votes and collections. Xiaomu found the guy in front of him very strange. His hair was messy and streaked with red highlights, clearly not someone good. However, it was Xiaomu's first time seeing him, and as an elder, he felt it necessary to guide the newcomer. You're new, aren't you? Perfect, it's lunchtime now, follow me. Xiaomu patted the other's shoulder. And Su Hong, upon being touched by Xiaomu, finally confirmed it. This was indeed a living person. But how was that possible? In this madhouse, where only a depth of 100 could reveal it, how could there still be a living person after so many days? Su-hong felt his common sense was being challenged. He even thought it was some kind of trick. He had read reports of some extremely bizarre abnormalities that would even disguise themselves as ordinary people to lure those who had been affected by pollution. They would call your name and touch your body. Once you reacted, hey, they knew you saw them. But this guy in front of him was clearly just an ordinary human? As Su-hong pondered, the scarlet text in Xiaomu's vision didn't stop, continuously emerging from Su-hong's body. This guy's depth isn't shallow, yet he hasn't lost his mind. He's either incredibly lucky, or incredibly unlucky. He seems to have some purpose, but at least he's a living person, better than the others. Tisk tsk, you startled this kid. He looks like he's hesitating whether to talk to you. Listen to me, it's better for boys to be proactive. Xiaomu ignored the text and continued speaking. My name is Xiaomu. Although I'm a patient here, I'm not ill. Come on, let's eat and talk. Upon hearing Xiaomu's name, Su-hong quickly recalled the list of missing persons from recent times, and soon he got the answer. This young man named Xiaomu had gone missing on the very first day the madhouse appeared. In other words, there was a very high possibility that he had stayed in this hellhole for 10 days and still hadn't been eroded into a monster? Impossible. Su-hong now felt that even if Xiaomu looked like a normal human, he was definitely not an ordinary person. What are you standing around for? Not being active about eating means there's something wrong with your brain. You're new, so your brain is already problematic. Never mind then. Xiaomu muttered to himself. He saw others rushing to the canteen, and he was about to miss out on a hot meal. He quickly pulled Su-hong along. Wait, Xiaomu's strength was surprisingly great. Su-hong was unprepared and unfortunately slipped, being dragged forward by Xiaomu. However, it was this action that confirmed to Su-hong that Xiaomu was indeed human. As the first law of abnormality states, when you gaze into the abyss will discover you. In other words, if an abnormality doesn't realize you've seen or perceived it, then the abnormality cannot affect you. Therefore, Xiaomu, who could directly pull Su-hong just now, was not a disguised abnormality, but a genuine living person. But why? Su-hong still couldn't understand. The pollution in this madhouse was very severe, and it mostly attracted patients with psychological illnesses, who were easily susceptible to erosion. Under normal circumstances, staying here for 10 days, Su-hong estimated that even your belly button could chat with you about Play-Doh for a day. Xiaomu might have been lured in on the first day. How did he manage to stay awake and rational? I can walk by myself. Su-hong shook off Xiaomu's hand. He replied and followed behind him. That's good, brother. Let me tell you, the environment here is actually very nice. Don't be scared just because it's a mental hospital. Oh, right, what kind of illness brought you in? Never mind, I'm not trying to pry, I'm just practicing socializing. I've always felt like I have social anxiety and am not good at talking to people, so I want to interact more. Xiaomu chattered away. Leveraging his advantage as a social terrorist, talking the whole way. How long have you been here? Su-hong didn't answer, only asked calmly. At the same time, he pulled a coin from his pants pocket, guessed tails in his mind, and lightly tossed it. Heads. Such bad luck. Me? I'm not sure. I might have been unclear-headed for a while, but I think I can be discharged in 2 days at most. Xiaomu glanced at the countdown text in his vision. 2 days. As Su-hong mulled over Xiaomu's words, the two had already arrived at the canteen. Most patients had already taken their food and were sitting at tables, eating heartily. Xiaomu led Su-hong and picked up a tray. Su-hong looked at the tray in his hand. The old stainless steel plate seemed to be stained with some hard-to-wash bloodstains and grime. Hooray, today we have braised pork ribs with scallions. I quite like it. Xiaomu leaned over to peek into the serving window. Su Hong followed his gaze. He saw a plump, 8-legged monster waving a rusted spoon. Its head had an old woman's face, simply growing on its body, as if sewn in by some twisted experiment. As for the braised pork ribs with scallions, there were no ribs at all. What was in those basins were chunks of unknown biological meat covered in wriggling maggots, a dark yellow soup like pus with floating eyeballs. And hard, pitch-black, charcoal-like stones. Su Hong watched as the monster scooped the meat chunks and pus onto Xiaomu's tray, and the young man even seemed grateful. "Yay, they gave me 2 pieces. What a score!" Xiaomu excitedly said to Su Hong. Su Hong suppressed the urge to vomit and placed his tray in front of the serving window. The bloated monster threw 2 irregularly shaped meat chunks onto Su Hong's plate. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but the maggots on those meat chunks seemed particularly numerous. "Damn it, what rotten luck! Be polite. Quickly tell the serving auntie thank you." Seeing Su Hong wanting to leave quickly, Xiaomu reminded him earnestly. "Thank you. Thank your grandma," Su Hong said to the monster, which was as stout as a fat pig. It made sounds incomprehensible to humans, tormenting his eardrums. Finding a dilapidated spot to sit, Su Hong looked around. They were all monsters. All sorts of unimaginable monsters, only appearing in humanity's deepest nightmares, filled this canteen. In this filthy, bizarre, and terrifying world, only Xiaomu in front of him spoke and laughed like a normal person, forming a distorted and inverted scene. "Eat it while it's hot," Xiaomu urged, picking up a large chunk of meat covered in maggots with his chopsticks, about to put it into his mouth. "Wait." Out of humanitarian spirit, and even more for the sake of his own eyes, Su Hong stopped Xiaomu. "Do you really think this is a piece of pork rib, and not a chunk of meat covered in maggots?" Su Hong asked, as if confirming. Xiaomu looked at Su Hong strangely. In his vision, fiery, blood-red text overflowed from the gravy of the braised pork ribs with scallions. A chunk of meat covered in maggots, 3 times the protein of chicken. "Eating it won't kill you." Xiaomu looked at Su Hong, then at the ominous text. He felt as if he understood everything. "I get it. You really do have a mental illness, and a serious one at that," Xiaomu commented. To see eye to eye with the text he imagined in his head, he must be quite ill. Seeing this, Su Hong decided to retract his previous statement. In this madhouse, the most abnormal existence was Xiaomu himself. Watching Xiaomu happily eat the braised pork ribs with scallions, Su Hong spoke in a low voice. "Listen, you are currently in an abnormal space. All the patients around you are actually monsters, and these foods are all rotten flesh. I am an official agency personnel here to investigate, and my name is Su Hong." Xiaomu stopped eating. He tilted his head, looked at the food on his plate, and then motioned for Su Hong to continue. "This is a special madhouse. Only a few people can notice it and walk in. Once captured by it, the people inside will be continuously subjected to pollution, eventually turning into the monsters around us." Seeing that Xiaomu was willing to listen to him, Su Hong explained the situation in the simplest possible language. "Pollution?" Xiaomu asked curiously. "Yes, in official terms, we usually use the concept of depth to describe the degree of pollution suffered by objective entities, that is, real-world humans, animals, objects, and such," Su Hong explained in a voice that no one around could hear. "The deeper the depth, the more severe the pollution, and humans will lose their sanity, becoming less and less human, eventually turning into monsters." "Depth." Xiaomu repeated the word, seemingly in thought. "Ordinary humans are like bubbles floating on the surface of the sea, with zero depth, unable to see, touch, or feel these abnormal things." Seeing that Xiaomu seemed to be gradually accepting what he was saying, Su Hong continued. "But with the waves of the sea, many people will sink into it. Once the depth increases, they will be discovered, affected, and dragged into deeper abysses by the monsters beneath the surface." Dragged. Xiaomu caught another keyword. Yes, all these abnormalities, these monsters, are within a specific depth. For example, this madhouse, its own depth is probably around 200. It can only interfere with objective entities between a depth of 100 and 200. If your depth is only 50, then you cannot see it or feel its existence. Su Hong took a breath of the decaying, withered air, and then continued. But if you sink to a depth it can interfere with, then, once it finds it can interfere with you, it will relentlessly pollute you, erode you, and alienate you into a monster like itself, thereby alleviating its own pollution. Therefore, do not let them discover that you can notice them, otherwise you will turn into these monsters. He earnestly warned. Seeing Su Hong's narration come to an end, Xiaomu tapped the table with his finger, remained silent for a moment, and then spoke. Severe delusion, paranoid delusion, schizophrenia. A complete and self-consistent worldview system has formed, and delusional behavior has projected into reality. With slight self-harm and masochistic tendencies. Long-term observation is recommended. Question marks appeared above Su Hong's head. Brother, your condition seems very serious. I know it's difficult, but one must learn to accept reality. Xiao Mu repeated seriously. Su Hong suddenly had an urge to throw Xiao Mu to feed those monsters on the spot. He was truly down on his luck, encountering this cursed brat on his first mission in 8 lifetimes. He hadn't eaten a single bite of the food on his plate, planning to pour it into the swill bucket later. These foods, even a single bite, were pollution. You're not eating? No appetite? Xiaomu stared at the braised pork ribs with scallions on Su Hong's plate, swallowing his saliva. I'm not eating this. You'd best not eat it either. This stuff is poisonous. Su Hong tried to dissuade Xiaomu. But the other party had already eaten his braised pork ribs with scallions clean and was eyeing Su Hong's plate greedily. Then give yours to me. Waste is shameful. Xiaomu didn't let Su Hong stop him and simply helped himself to the braised pork ribs with scallions from Su Hong's plate. Taking a large bite. Forget it. Su Hong's eyes darted around, carefully observing Xiaomu. He saw this mental patient eat his braised pork ribs with scallions, completely clean, even licking the sauce off the plate. How do you feel? Su Hong observed Xiaomu and asked. Burp. Xiaomu answered with a satisfied burp. Where are you going next? After clearing his plate, Su Hong continued to watch Xiaomu and asked. Xiaomu felt a little guilty, thinking that Su Hong's gaze seemed a bit off, but he had also given him his ribs, so he didn't seem like a bad person. He was somewhat afraid that this lunatic might have some extreme behavior and harm him, but then he thought, if Su Hong harmed others, that would be even worse. Xiaomu himself was healthy and in good physical condition, so he was suitable to be a hostage. To the reading room to read. Thus, Xiaomu suggested, hoping to awaken Su Hong's slumbering mind with books. Let's go. Su Hong followed Xiaomu into the hospital building. It was gloomy, bloody, and distorted here. An ordinary person would lose their sanity and fall into madness just by looking at it. But Xiaomu moved through the stairwell as if he were at home, quickly arriving at the reading room. Su Hong glanced at the books on the shelf. They were all tattered and mottled old books. If Su Hong's prediction was correct, then these books must also carry pollution. Casually flipping through them would only lead one deeper into the abyss. He withdrew his gaze and found that Xiaomu had already picked up a book and was reading it with great relish. With just one glance, Su Hong felt the words on the book's cover come alive, flying in midair like flies, trying to burrow into his skin. He immediately looked elsewhere. As the goosebumps subsided, Su Hong quickly noticed a key point. That was, Xiaomu was unaffected. Whether it was the book full of foul language he was currently reading, or the meat chunks crawling with maggots, or even the dry, foul-smelling air. All things that could cause pollution to humans seemed to have lost their effect on Xiaomu. A somewhat absurd idea formed in Su Hong's mind. Is there a possibility that Xiaomu's current depth is 0? In his eyes, the world was still beautiful as ever, the weather was fair, patients were patients, doctors were doctors. And the hospital was a hospital? Thinking this, Su Hong immediately understood everything. He glanced around. The reading room was empty, with only the two of them. Su Hong came to Xiao Mu's side and spoke mysteriously. Do you have text in your vision, like a quest system in a game? Hearing Su Hong's words, Xiao Mu stopped turning the pages of the book. Seeing this, Su Hong felt he had guessed correctly, and he hurriedly continued. These texts usually give you a quest, with all sorts of objectives. Am I right? Xiao Mu completely put down the book. He looked at Su Hong suspiciously. So you're not sick? Su Hong didn't know how Xiao Mu's imagination had jumped to this conclusion. But he knew that Xiao Mu was most likely the same kind of person as himself. Indeed, you are also a god chosen. God chosen? Xiao Mu frowned slightly. The power behind those texts, we call it the God's chosen game. This is our only hope as we struggle in the abyss. When one becomes a god chosen, they might gain a special transcendent power. You should also have some extraordinary power. Su Hong explained briefly. Perhaps it is this power that allows you to remain sane here, unpolluted. He didn't elaborate much. More formally, only pollution can counter pollution. Su Hong believed that the reason Xiao Mu could remain sane in this madhouse was perhaps because the power he gained when he became a god chosen might even exceed the depth of pollution here. This was also why the madhouse had not disappeared, because it likely involved Xiao Mu's quest. And according to current official observation records, the priority of God's chosen game quests is quite high. Even capable of suppressing abnormalities to a certain extent. A god chosen like Xiao Mu, who can maintain sanity, is extremely rare and a target that must be won over. Su Hong suddenly felt that he wasn't so unlucky after all. You know, I'm not sick, these are not delusions. He quickly added, afraid that Xiao Mu would give him another diagnostic report. Xiao Mu was silent for a moment before finally speaking. I believe you. You're willing to believe me? Su Hong was a little confused. Just now, he had spoken so much with earnest words, and Xiao Mu thought he was crazy. But now, Xiao Mu believed him without hesitation. What on earth was this person thinking? Yes, I can see the texts you mentioned, which means you've also seen similar texts. Since I don't have a mental illness, by extension, you don't have a mental illness either. Xiao Mu said seriously. Thank you for your understanding. Su Hong began to doubt whether Xiao Mu was truly still sane. You're welcome. Xiao Mu showed a brilliant smile. *2 chapters updated daily at 12 p.m. Newcomer asking for votes and collections. So, Xiao Hong, your mission is to get me out of here? Xiao Mu immediately asked again. Xiao Hong? Su Hong was stunned, no one had ever called him that before. However, solving the current problem was more pressing, so he didn't dwell on it and spoke directly. My mission is to solve the problem here. Of course, I'll also take you out. What's your mission? Perhaps that's the key to us leaving this place. Su Hong was almost certain that Xiao Mu's mission was preventing the madhouse from disappearing normally, and that helping him complete his mission was the only way to truly solve the problem. My mission? Stay here long enough, about 2 days, I guess. Oh, and it also told me to stay alive, which feels a bit redundant. Xiao Mu didn't hide anything. But upon hearing his words, Su Hong's mind quickly calculated, arriving at a terrifying answer. No, impossible. How could there be such a mission? What? It's really simple, right? It is a beginner's mission after all. Xiao Mu asked curiously. No, this mission is utterly impossible to complete. Su Hong hesitated for a moment before continuing to explain. This abnormality is called the madhouse. Before this, its longest recorded existence was 7 days. That is to say, any objective entity that stays here for more than 7 days will be completely corrupted by pollution and erosion, becoming a part of this place. In other words, Xiao Mu, staying here for 10 days without any alienation, or even just staying alive, is impossible. This is a death mission. After hearing Su Hong's words, Xiao Mu's expression turned serious. He thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand, touched Su Hong's forehead, and then his own. No fever. Su Hong was speechless. If being choked by Xiao Mu would cause his depth to sink, then he estimated that he should have sunk by a depth of 100 or 80 since he came in. He cleared his throat and continued. But you are special. Your depth should be constant above sea level. You cannot see the existences in the abyss, therefore, nothing here can harm you. You can safely spend 10 days here until the mission ends. Yay! Xiao Mu clapped his hands and said. Since that's the case, let's just stay here at ease. We have food, drink, and a place to sleep. It'll be over in 2 days. Indeed. Su Hong was silent for a moment, not denying Xiao Mu's words. Although according to the current official records of the madhouse, no objective entity could emerge from it in its original state. Now that it was affected by Xiao Mu's God-chosen mission, they might truly be able to leave safely after Xiao Mu's mission was completed. Wait, there's a problem. Xiao Mu suddenly spoke, making Su Hong alert. What? Su Hong hastily looked around, worried that something strange might appear. According to what you said, Xiao Hong, these bookshelves, hospitals, and patients are all monsters in your eyes. So, is it possible that you might accidentally give yourself away and be captured by them? Xiao Mu looked at Su Hong with some concern. That is true. Su Hong nodded thoughtfully. Then I have a plan. Xiao Mu mysteriously leaned in and whispered to Su Hong. I'll punch you unconscious for 2 days, so you don't expose yourself. When the time comes, I'll wake you up, and we'll leave together. Isn't that perfect? Su Hong's mouth twitched. He suppressed the urge to punch Xiao Mu unconscious for 2 days and patiently explained. First, people are more susceptible to the influence of these abnormal monsters when they are unconscious. During these 2 days in this hospital, I must not only stay awake but also maintain absolute lucidity. He pointed to his head. Secondly, I have experienced many such abnormal events and have some self-preservation abilities. Although you currently seem unaffected by these things, they might try to drag you away later. We must be cautious. Hearing Su Hong's explanation, Xiao Mu nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully. Seeing that the guy seemed a bit more settled, Su Hong stroked his chin. For your safety and mine, the best thing we can do now is find a deserted corner and hide. The rules of survival in an abnormal space were simple: see nothing, hear nothing, smell nothing. Sometimes, being deaf and blind was true happiness. Not really. Xiao Mu shook his head and pointed out the window. In the courtyard downstairs, several patients were sunbathing. In Su Hong's eyes, these were mutated trash cans, giant spiders, limping dogs, and various monsters that challenged the limits of human sanity. Suddenly, a doctor walked to the edge of the courtyard, and several patients gathered around him, taking the medicine from his hand and putting it into their mouths. This is... What Su Hong saw, however, was a bloated, corpulent monster with countless tentacles and eyeballs distributing small, wriggling clumps of black flesh. After these monsters ate the flesh, many twisted limbs grew on their bodies. Clearly, they were being eroded by the pollution and accelerating their alienation. Some even found it very difficult to maintain a human form. You have to take your medicine on time. Xiao Mu reminded seriously. Medicine? You call that stuff medicine? Su Hong instinctively wanted to retort but then remembered Xiao Mu's special nature and swallowed the words in his throat. The hospital has many rules. You have to eat on time, take your medicine on time, and they even do rounds at night. There's no hiding. Xiao Mu explained. He looked at the blood-stained clock on the wall and said faintly. It's time to take your medicine. The next moment, a knock sounded. Thump! Su Hong felt a chill down his spine and hastily looked towards the door. The door to the reading room was unlocked, and the old doorknob slowly turned. The bloated, corpulent monster with countless eyeballs and dancing tentacles that had been in the yard earlier was slowly moving in. Xiao Mu, Su Hong, it's time to take your medicine. One of the doctor's tentacles held 2 fingernail-sized, wriggling clumps of black flesh, while another tentacle held a cup of murky water. Su Hong couldn't discern the language it spoke, only hearing a blur. Alrighty. Xiao Mu smiled. He pulled Su Hong to stand before the doctor and neatly took one of the black flesh clumps. One could see tiny villi contained within the flesh, twisting on Xiao Mu's fingertips. He swallowed it in one gulp, then took the cup and drank half of the water inside. Witnessing this scene, Su Hong's heart trembled. While feeling both dread and fear, he finally understood how this place polluted humans. Either be noticed by these monsters for discovering the abnormalities and be dragged away and torn to shreds, or eat these polluted things and be slowly eroded. It was a no-win situation. Was this what an alienation-level abnormality was like? Su Hong had no time to think. The doctor had already extended the hand holding the pill towards him and spoke at the same time. Though incomprehensible, Su Hong knew that the only message conveyed by its chaotic voice was, "Time to take your medicine." What to do? Su Hong's mind raced. If he were to be detected by an abnormality here, he might not be lucky enough to escape, and taking these pills could very likely lead to pollution. He didn't have much time to think. The bloated monster's flesh trembled, and it asked Su Hong with a muddled voice, showing concern. No time left. Su Hong felt he could only take a gamble. Xiao Mu was safe for now. As long as he could escape, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stay here for another 2 days. Just as Su Hong was thinking this and preparing to escape immediately, Xiao Mu suddenly spoke. "Xiao Hong, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Mu patted Su Hong's back hard, nearly making him gasp for breath and cough a few times. "The doctor is kindly giving you medicine. Why are you afraid of the bitterness? You're so sick, how can you not take your medicine?" Su Hong saw that this mental patient snatched the pitch-black pills and murky water from the bloated, wriggling monster's tentacles. "And that one in the back, you're a hay, right? Don't think about hiding from your medicine either." Xiao Mu spoke, but his gaze was directed at the space behind Su Hong. "There's someone else here." Su Hong was startled. He cautiously turned his head with an almost imperceptible movement, his peripheral vision glancing at where Xiao Mu was looking. But the spot was empty, not a single person there. An agonizing silence lingered in the reading room for a moment. "Huh, doctor, did you forget to bring 1 dose of medicine?" Xiao Mu broke the silence. He looked at the pills in his palm and curiously turned to look at the doctor. The doctor's gaze did not leave Xiao Mu to look at a hay. Instead, he twitched the corner of his mouth. "No, then what about a hay's medicine? He's very sick." Xiao Mu urged with a rather reproachful tone. "Go get it quickly. I'll trick Su Hong into taking his medicine first." He conspired loudly in front of Su Hong. "All right." The doctor pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. He left the reading room, constantly staring at Xiao Mu and not looking anywhere else. Once the footsteps faded, Xiao Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Hong, but the young man remained motionless. "Why are you still standing there stunned?" Xiao Mu was curious. "What you just said." Su Hong felt cold sweat dripping down his back. Although he saw nothing, Xiao Mu's words made Su Hong extremely nervous. "Are there other monsters here? Monsters that even he couldn't detect immediately?" "Oh, I was just tricking him." Xiao Mu grinned, revealing an innocent and bright smile like a child's. "Didn't you say not to let the monster know you can see it?" "I thought about it. These doctors must also be afraid of stronger monsters, right? So if I talked nonsense, wouldn't he be scared? I tried it on a whim just now, and it was quite effective." "As expected of me." Su Hong didn't know whether to call Xiao Mu clever or truly insane. He even dared to trick an abnormality. And the other party actually fell for it? Just as he felt there seemed to be some subtle connection, he saw Xiao Mu eat the wriggling flesh and gulp down the water. The doctor will check, so you have to take all the medicine. Don't worry, he probably won't come back." Xiao Mu put down the cup. Seeing this, Su Hong felt a bit conflicted and asked in a deep voice. "Will eating these things have any adverse effects on you?" "It's all right." Xiao Mu stroked his stomach. "It's just that the baby sometimes kicks me." "Do you really feel something in your stomach?" Su Hong's face turned a bit ashen. He thought of some oddities that disguised themselves as babies and hid in pregnant women's bellies. Of course, I'm joking. Are you silly? I'm a man, how could I be pregnant? Xiaomu suddenly burst out laughing. That's good then. Su Hong felt he shouldn't talk to this guy too much, or his own thoughts would get tangled. He turned back to confirm the bookshelves in the reading room once more. There was no trace of any other presence. I avoided the first dose of medicine, but there's still a next time. I need to figure something out. Let's go to the ward to take a look. He needed to consider how to get through at least the next 3 medication times. Alright, baby daddy. Xiaomu gently stroked his stomach again. Su Hong gave up struggling and walked out of the reading room. Xiaomu gently pulled the door shut behind him. Just as it was about to close, he suddenly paused. You stay here, be good. Then he closed the door. Who were you talking to just now? Su Hong frowned and asked in confusion. Hey. Xiaomu replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Suddenly, Su Hong felt the hairs on his back stand on end. You have to commit to the act. Xiaomu said seriously, then smiled again. Come on, I'll take you to the ward. Never mind. Su Hong gave up on trying to cure him. As long as Xiaomu was happy, it was fine. They walked through the blood-stained corridor and arrived at the inpatient department. At the nurse's station, a faceless nurse wearing tattered nurse's attire had ulcerated skin on its hands, revealing gruesome flesh. Upon seeing Xiaomu and Su Hong, its shriveled head turned. Hello, Nurse Qian. Xiaomu greeted her. Su Hong followed behind Xiaomu without saying much. He glanced at the sign at the nurse's station and learned that the next medication time was after dinner, at 7 o'clock. The two arrived on the 3rd floor, at Xiaomu's ward. The ordinary wards in this mental hospital were all double rooms. Xiaomu was the last one to arrive, so he had a double room to himself. You can sleep next door. Xiaomu generously pointed to the bed. Su Hong looked over. He saw that the bed was covered in fungi swaying in the wind, red, green, purple, and blue colonies spread across the sheets and quilt, giving off an ominous feeling. Xiaomu went to the restroom and turned on the faucet. Su Hong saw thick, blood-like liquid flowing from the broken faucet. Xiaomu cupped some in his hands and smeared it on his face. What, do I have something dirty on my face? Xiaomu, his face covered in blood, revealed a slightly unsettling smile. Nothing, you're very handsome. Su Hong gave up on trying to persuade Xiaomu. Anyway, these abnormalities probably wouldn't affect him. Sometimes I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. Xiaomu wiped his face dry with a moldy towel. He carefully closed the door and leaned close to Su Hong. Oh, right, I suddenly thought of a way that might help you avoid taking medicine in the future, and maybe even help other people in the hospital. What way? Su Hong now couldn't tell if Xiaomu was truly mentally ill or just someone with extreme social confidence. We can unite with the other patients, overthrow the control of these doctors and nurses, and occupy the entire hospital. That way, they won't make you take medicine anymore. Xiaomu said with great confidence. Question marks appeared above Su Hong's head. Asterisk newcomer asking for votes and collections. Say that again? Su Hong felt that Xiaomu was somewhat affected by the pollution. This madhouse was essentially made up of these doctors, nurses, and patients. What Xiaomu was suggesting was like asking the abnormalities to fight themselves. How could that be possible? I said, we can unite with the other patients to overthrow the control of these doctors and nurses. Wait, I didn't mean for you to repeat it. I meant, how do you plan to do that? Su Hong interrupted Xiaomu's repetition. That's simple. Xiaomu said as if it were obvious. You see, the reason these patients listen to the doctors is because they think they're sick and want to be treated. But if I tell them that they're not actually sick, and it's these doctors and nurses who are sick, then they won't listen anymore. Su Hong didn't immediately grasp Xiaomu's line of thinking. Is it that hard to understand? Xiao Mu frowned. Look, for example, I'm not sick, so I don't have to listen to the doctors. If everyone was like me, wouldn't we gain the power to resist the doctors? You make a lot of sense. Su Hong understood Xiao Mu's logic. And he was greatly shocked. At the same time, he decided to give up on treatment. Anyway, no matter how much Xiao Mu courted death, the doctors in this madhouse couldn't do anything to him. So, let him mess around. Who knows, he might actually be able to raise a rebellion in this madhouse. Then do you have any suitable candidates? Su Hong felt that since things were already like this, they might as well try to save a dead horse as if it were alive, and see what waves such a special existence as Xiao Mu could stir up in this abnormal space. Yes, Cui Hua. Xiao Mu answered without hesitation. Who is Cui Hua? Su Hong felt the name was a bit perfunctory, not like a human name. In the yard. Xiao Mu said, then walked out of the ward and quickly climbed down the stairs. Su Hong followed behind him and arrived in the sun-drenched yard. There were some oddly, ferocious monsters sprawled on old chairs in the yard. To be honest, with Su Hong's understanding, he really didn't know who Cui Hua was. He watched Xiao Mu pass by those monsters and go to a corner. There were no monsters here. In a blood-stained corner, which might have witnessed a tragic incident, stood quietly a trash can? Su Hong glanced at Xiao Mu, not making any rash moves. The surface of the old trash can seemed to have a lot of yellow and green grime, looking dirty and definitely not something one would want to approach. Cui Hua. Xiao Mu greeted her and even peered into the trash can. At the same time, blood-red text filled Xiao Mu's vision, solidifying into indifferent, cold words. A trash can. You have never seen such a dirty trash can. There is also a broken doll inside. Be careful, it might swallow you whole when you turn your back. Cui Hua smiled when she saw Xiao Mu and showed him the child in her arms. It was a doll with one eye missing, its mouth stretched into a smile, cold and menacing. Dr. Xiao, you've come to see us again, mother and child. Dogwa looks quite healthy, good, all good things. Xiao Mu patted Cui Hua's shoulder and then teased Dogwa in Cui Hua's arms. Is there something, Dr. Xiao? Cui Hua looked up and asked. Yes, I did come to see you about something today, Cui Hua, you're cured. Xiao Mu said as if it were obvious. Really? Can Dogwa and I be discharged? The expression on Cui Hua's face became joyful. Yes, you can be discharged. Xiao Mu clapped his hands, as if he had discovered a new continent, his expression bright and kind. Like a doctor who genuinely rejoiced for his patient's recovery. But, Cui Hua's expression suddenly turned gloomy again, her two eyes almost completely taken over by her pupils, a deep black. They won't let me leave. Following Cui Hua's gaze, Xiao Mu looked back and saw Su Hong. Move aside. Xiao Mu told the bewildered Su Hong to stand aside. He saw the doctor standing in the distance, checking on patients with nurses, and further away, the caregivers guarding the hospital entrance. Those caregivers were all big and burly, capable of beating 10 Su Hongs to death with one punch. I know. They won't let you leave here. They think you're sick. Xiao Mu half squatted, meeting Cui Hua's gaze. But actually, there's one thing I haven't told you. What is it? Cui Hua looked at Xiao Mu with a hint of confusion. It's like this, our madhouse employs a special therapy, which is to place patients in a particular environment to help them find the cause of their illness themselves. Xiao Mu paused, glancing at the doctors and caregivers. For example, those doctors and caregivers, they are actually patients too. They are also patients? Cui Hua was somewhat confused by Xiao Mu's words, full of bewilderment. Yes, you see, although I'm wearing a patient's gown, I'm a doctor, right? This therapy works like this, they are sick, very sick, and they will harm others. So, we make them believe they are doctors. This way, when they interact with other patients, they will gradually and subtly cure themselves. Xiao Mu explained patiently. But a small problem occurred during this treatment, they took control of the hospital. They think they're not sick. Not just Dr. Zhao, Nurse Qian, caregiver Sun, chef Li, all the medical staff in this hospital are sick. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, like a ghostly whisper, Cui Hua's expression changed, fluctuating between joy and sorrow, laughter and tears, anger and calm. Soon, calmness dominated Cui Hua's face. I understand, Dr. Xiao. So, they're the reason Dogwa and I have to stay here? They bullied you? Exactly. Xiaomu nodded vigorously, then lowered his voice. Cui Hua, I have a plan. Tonight, when we take our medicine, listen to my instructions. Then, together, we'll subdue these patients. We can't let them continue like this. The next moment, the blood-red text reappeared in Xiaomu's vision. This trash can seems to have undergone some changes. It is no longer quiet. If you are not careful, it will teleport behind you and twist your neck. Dr. Xiao, you are a good person. I believe you. Cui Hua's eyes seemed to regain their sparkle. Oh, by the way, where is Fu Wang? I need to find him too. Xiaomu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other party had agreed, and then asked. He's over there, sunbathing. Cui Hua pointed to the center of the distant flower bed. Alright, then I'll go find him first. Xiaomu bid farewell to Cui Hua and returned to Su Hong's side. Su Hong looked at the dirty trash can again, certain that there was no one else inside. Earlier, Xiaomu had been greeting the trash can warmly, and patiently guiding it, truly like a respected doctor. But that was just a trash can. Su Hong looked at Xiaomu and suddenly had a bad premonition. If everything in Xiaomu's eyes was in its original, unpolluted state, then was it possible that in his perception, this trash can was truly a woman named Cui Hua? This woman was eroded by pollution, dragged into the abyss by abnormalities, and what ultimately appeared in Su Hong's vision was just a trash can. Or to describe it this way, at the depth Su Hong could perceive, it existed in the form of a trash can. And the actual active depth of this thing had long surpassed Su Hong's cognitive limits? Su Hong watched Xiaomu excitedly run to the center of the flower bed and squat down in front of a dog with a lame leg. He fell silent. Newcomers seeking votes, seeking collections. It took an hour. Xiaomu handled everything. He chatted with the madhouse, talked big with the lame dog, and conversed cheerfully with the palm-sized spider. Su Hong followed behind him, seeing nothing. He once thought Xiaomu might be having another episode, spouting nonsense. But when Xiaomu really went through this round, Su Hong wasn't so sure anymore. He decided to observe. If it really didn't work, he would force himself to run, getting away as much as he could. Anyway, his luck with bad things always made him feel confident. According to the schedule Su Hong saw at the nurse's station, medication had to be taken after dinner. He and Xiaomu arrived at the canteen on time, where many patients had already gathered. Its tentacles will bring you a brand new experience. Don't doubt it, be bold and try. An old man was queuing in front of Xiaomu, his hands trembling as if he could barely hold the tray. A poor wretch, it doesn't even know it has become a monster, now trapped in fear and helplessness. Woo, a chubby teenage boy stared around with bloodshot eyes, terrified and motionless. It's very hungry, eyeing you like a tiger. Don't let it find you. You wouldn't want to know what it feels like to have your intestines spill out of your body, would you? A nurse had just picked up a tray and was walking towards a table with anticipation. Su Hong felt a bit of difficulty breathing. The air here was filled with a rotten and moldy smell, causing a burning sensation in his lungs. He looked at the canteen window. Tonight's dishes are pretty good too. Xiaomu looked at the tray, 2 braised lion's heads, a portion of minced meat and winter melon, a portion of stir-fried beans and dried tofu, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, served with rice. Delicious. Su Hong silently took the tray, filled to the brim by the bloated, ugly monster. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he saw Xiaomu staring at him. Thank you. He was forced to thank the monster serving the food, only to receive its tormenting howl in return. The two found a less crowded spot and sat down. Su Hong naturally couldn't eat anything. He looked at the opposite side. In Xiaomu's tray, two bloody, pulpy meatballs seemed to have white worms wriggling within them. Unidentifiable seeds were scattered on withered leaves, and cabbage worm-like insects were entangled in a few pieces of gray biscuits. As for the soup, a red object floating inside looked like an eyeball, staring fixedly at Xiaomu. "I advise you not to eat it," Su Hong repeated himself. But Xiaomu indifferently picked up his chopsticks, pushed the rice around, and put various dishes into his mouth. He ate with great relish, enough to make one hungry if one ignored the nauseating food itself. Su Hong shifted his gaze to the television hanging in the center of the canteen. The television was very large, but it had no screen. Where the screen should have been, two human-like entities were babbling something, but Su Hong couldn't understand them at all. He knew that if these two guys in the television discovered he wasn't seeing a news broadcast but the monster's true form, they would immediately crawl out of the television and kill him. This was the survival rule of the anomalous world. See no evil, hear no evil, smell no evil. You really aren't eating? Xiaomu had already quickly finished most of the food on his tray. He then looked at the contents of Su Hong's plate. The wriggling worm just crawled out of the meat, utterly disgusting. "I'm not eating." Su Hong casually pulled a coin from his pocket, tossed it, and guessed heads or tails. Wrong again. Yet, he felt somewhat satisfied. "Then I'll eat it." Xiaomu swiftly snatched the food from Su Hong's plate. Afterwards, he rubbed his belly. "So full. I feel like the child in my belly is also very satisfied." Su Hong looked at Xiaomu's belly. Could there really be some evil god's offspring inside? I've heard a saying, if you can't even fool yourself, how can you fool others? See, isn't my acting superb? Xiaomu spoke to himself. When I was in school, performing in a textbook play, my teacher told me, "Your acting is excellent, you'll definitely become a big star." Later, I didn't apply to film school so that other actors wouldn't lose their jobs. Aren't I gentle? Indeed. Su Hong perfunctorily responded to Xiaomu. He looked around and quickly noticed that a dirty madhouse had appeared in the corner of the canteen at some point. A lame dog was weaving through the crowd, and on the ceiling, a palm-sized spider was skillfully and flexibly spinning its web. Could what Xiaomu said be true? If everything was true, and these madhouse, stray dogs, and spiders were truly anomalies beyond the limits of Su Hong's depth of understanding, then this madhouse was not just a simple depth of over 200. This abnormality would far exceed previous recorded levels. More importantly, could these anomalies really resist the madhouse? It is well known that an anomaly's depth is the degree of its pollution. Therefore, an anomaly cannot contain an anomaly located at a deeper scale than itself. This Cui Hua, Fu Wang, and Ame should, in theory, all be monsters formed by the alienation of objective entities devoured by this madhouse. They theoretically cannot be more polluted than the doctors, nurses, and caretakers who symbolize the rules of the madhouse. But now it seems their depth is much deeper than those doctors and nurses, even far exceeding Su Hong's cognitive limits. Why is this? Su Hong always felt that some clue had been overlooked by him. But reality didn't give him much time to think, because the wall clock had already struck 7. The doctors began to distribute medicine, and the patients in the canteen eagerly took their medicine and water cups, gulping them down. Su Hong noticed that after the patients took the medicine, their bodies writhed, and they seemed to grow a few more eyes and 2 tentacles. The severity of the alienation deepened. So, Xiaomu. Su Hong glanced at the ordinary person sitting opposite him. Xiaomu looked innocent, waiting for the doctor to come over. It's time to take your medicine. Suddenly, a voice sounded from beside Su Hong's hand. He instinctively looked over, only to find no trace of a doctor there. Instead, there was a being made of white bones, like a bird or beast. Its beak opened and closed, emitting a strange sound. Only then did Su Hong suddenly come to his senses. He had just realized something. Ever since he entered this madhouse, the voices he heard from the people inside, except for Xiao Mu, were all indistinct babbling. That last sentence, however, was normal human language. The moment he turned his head, Su Hong understood. He heard it. Can you hear it? The bird-mouthed monster cackled, as if mocking Su Hong's misstep. You can hear it. The old man next to him suddenly twisted his head 90 degrees, tilted it, looked over, and repeated with an excited tone. His mouth opening and closing. You can hear it. The doctor who was queuing to distribute medicine rotated his body, countless eyes on him widening, tentacles wriggling, overjoyed. You can hear it. The humanoid mass in the television emitted a sharp sound, as if to tell everyone. You can hear it. Suddenly, all the monsters in the canteen simultaneously let out high-pitched roars. They swarmed towards Su Hong like a beehive, scrambling over each other, surrounding him completely. Without any time to breathe, Su Hong plunged into the abyss. Asterisk newbie asking for votes, asking for collections. Thanks to Reader 100101110, boss for the 10,000 coin reward. Thanks to Bookfriend 20220306144039949 for the 1700 coin reward. Thanks to a certain unscientific Shinibyo for the 500 coin reward. Thanks to Shangli Yi for the 232 coin reward. Xiao Mu felt something was off. Everyone around him suddenly froze, all staring at Su Hong beside him. The sound from the television quieted down, and then, a melodious piece of music drifted over. If Xiao Mu had studied classical music, he would have recognized it as air on the G string. Su Hong looked at Xiao Mu. His eyes trembled for a moment, and his mouth slightly opened, as if he wanted to say something. The next moment, regardless of doctors, nurses, patients, or chefs, everyone present rushed towards Su Hong, scrambling to embrace him. While Su Hong's expression became numb and indifferent, as if his soul had been extracted by something. At the same time, in Xiao Mu's vision, countless words surged forth like a tide. He's exposed, the unlucky fellow, he stepped into a trap, now he's going to be dragged into the abyss, no one can save him. This monster ate his right hand, I really want to know what it tastes like. Wait, don't keep gnawing on the feet. Is this monster a foot fetishist? Organs are the best, but if you keep fighting over them, they'll all fall to the ground. Are you sure you want to swallow the head whole? I don't think that's a wise choice. Bones are tough to gnaw on, but if you insist on eating them, then I can only wish you don't choke. These words depicted cruel and bloody scenes. Just looking at the trembling, wriggling text invoked an instinctive nausea. As if those monsters were tearing apart and devouring Su Hong. Yet, in reality, these medical staff and patients were surrounding Su Hong, applauding vigorously. Congratulations! Dr. Zhao clapped forcefully, the smile on his face almost grotesque. Congratulations! Nurse Qian clapped forcefully, her eyes wide and bloodshot. Congratulations! Attendant Sun clapped forcefully, his lips stretched into a grin, his shoulders trembling. Congratulations! Chef Li clapped forcefully, his plump belly jiggling. Surrounded by these people, Su Hong's indifferent and cold expression gradually melted, reshaping into a smile identical to those around him. He looked at the void in front of him, raised his hand, and began to applaud as well. Xiao Mu frowned, he thought for a moment, then called out. Su Hong. Su Hong ignored Xiao Mu, only clapping mechanically, his hands turning red, skin breaking, and bleeding. Su Hong. Xiao Mu called out again, but the other party showed no reaction. Don't struggle, he has already fallen into the abyss, it will only take a moment for him to be subjected to erosion and alienation into a non-human monster. Hurry and take a photo with him, this is his last good fortune. In his eyes, blood-red words spread out. He sighed. Then, he stood up, walked over to Su Hong, felt his pocket, found a phone, pulled out Su Hong's phone, and unlocked it with his fingerprint. Then he opened the camera and took a selfie with Su Hong. Around them, doctors, nurses, and patients were still applauding, and against the backdrop of air on the G-string. The entire scene appeared bizarre and terrifying. After putting the phone back into Su Hong's pocket, Xiaomu suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. This was a signal. It just came a little late. The next moment, the trash can in the canteen corner suddenly made a loud noise, the doll inside it laughing ferociously and emitting piercing screams. Several patients turned their heads, and in an instant, the trash can suddenly appeared behind them, twisting their necks at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Their gruesome heads were collected one by one into the trash can, and blood irrigated the doll, making its laughter even more maniacal. The limping dog let out a low growl. It opened its mouth, and countless dark, twisted, rough tentacles extended from within. The ends of these tentacles opened, and oral cavities with countless tiny teeth swept over the doctors and nurses. Some doctors and nurses were affected by the oral cavities. Instantly, strong, powerful tentacles wrapped around those doctors and nurses, and the grotesque oral cavities crushed their skulls in mere moments. Spiders from the ceiling dropped down and crawled onto an attendant, who couldn't help but tremble. The spider's two sharp fangs immediately pierced the attendant's body, sucking out all his bodily fluids, leaving only a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. 3 transcendent oddities wreaked havoc, slaughtering, and destroying in the canteen. Even in Xiaomu's eyes, this was a scene of chaos sufficient to drive one mad. So Xiaomu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the world had changed. The originally clean, tidy, and spacious canteen had become an old, dilapidated, blood-stained slaughterhouse. The doctors in white coats had turned into ugly, gnarled, jagged monsters, the patients had become twisted, miserable. Rotten chunks of flesh, the food on the plates, the trees outside the window, the clear sky, everything transformed towards the bizarre, terrifying, and unspeakable. This scene was even more chaotic than what Su Hong had seen. In the reading room, a dark shadow stirred. In the inpatient building, putrid yellow sludge spread and seeped. In the courtyard, at the base of trembling, dark green branches, were countless faces of revelry, wailing, and lamentation. Xiaomu had said he wasn't sick. When he first transmigrated, these bizarre and strange scenes were what he saw. Xiaomu even wondered if he was truly hallucinating. But soon, Xiaomu discovered that those terrifying monsters seemed not to dare harm him, and even treated him with some kindness and respect. Although the rotten food looked terrifying, eating it didn't cause any major problems. Coupled with the task at hand, Xiaomu had no reason to leave. After all, it was transmigration, it wasn't uncommon for all sorts of strange situations to occur. It was possible that all the normal people in this world had tentacles, and Xiaomu was just a useless person with only one tentacle. Besides, who knew, perhaps the mental hospital was already the safest place in this world, it might be even more terrifying outside. But always seeing these things was disgusting, to the point of losing one's appetite. So, Xiaomu fabricated what he saw. He pretended that everything he saw was normal: Dr. Zhao, Nurse Qian, Attendant Sun, Chef Li, Chui Hua, Fu Wang, Emma, including a He hiding in the reading room. They were not monsters, but normal humans. Oh, maybe some people weren't quite so normal. It didn't matter, they were all the same kind anyway. Once he accepted this setting, life became beautiful. Although his mind constantly reminded him with blood-red words, Xiaomu still successfully transformed himself into an ordinary mental patient in the mental hospital. Congratulations! However, Su Hong's appearance made Xiaomu realize that this world might not be like that. At least, there were still normal humans and a normal world existing. Then Xiaomu had no need to continue acting. Of course, after hearing what Su Hong said, to protect Su Hong, Xiaomu didn't directly tell him the truth. After all, Xiaomu saw far more than Su Hong did, and telling him these things would only harm him. But unexpectedly, just as everything was about to be completed, Su Hong fell into an oddities trap and was dragged into a deeper depth. Fortunately, there was still a chance now. Xiaomu's lips curved into a smile. He reached out towards the mass of flesh where Su Hong was, and his palm directly sank into it. Thanks to Tian Dian, 43 Rulin Hermes, for 2,000 coins, Book Friend 202301082356122271, June_Buboy, for 500 coins, Shangli Yue, for 305 coins. I am Robin's dog, for 233 coins, I don't wear XXL, for 100 coins. Su Hong was currently in an extremely dangerous state. He could feel himself sinking into an abyss. The watch on his right wrist ticked. If one looked closely, they would find that the hour and minute hands on the old-fashioned analog watch were not pointing to the correct time. The hour hand pointed to 1, and the minute hand rested on the 54 mark. Depth 154, this was the depth of the abyss Su Hong was in, a depth that for a normal person would be enough to cause them to sink and fall into madness. And at this moment, as he was torn, dragged, and gnawed by those monsters, Su Hong clearly saw the minute hand slowly move, finally stopping at the 57 mark. Just one sentence had pulled Su Hong down by 3 degrees. Not much time was left for Su Hong. He could feel his body losing control. It was a strange sensation, as if his limbs were inflated and swollen, then pricked by something sharp. And everything in his body was rapidly draining away. It wouldn't be long before Su Hong would turn into a puddle of mud, the kind that couldn't be propped up against a wall. The watch's dial was still slowly moving, and Su Hong collected his thoughts. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Closing his eyes, Su Hong felt that around his body, some kind of fate was being rewritten. Before his eyes, countless scenes flashed like a revolving lantern. Coffee spilled all over his pants because he was startled by a phone ring. The coin he tossed always landed on the wrong side, unintentionally falling into an abnormalities trap. They were all kinds of absurd and unlucky things. But precisely because of this, when a person reached the extreme of bad luck, good luck would arrive. Su Hong suddenly felt that his hand, which was about to rot, disintegrate, and split, was suddenly grabbed by something. No, it wasn't just something. It was another hand. Su Hong opened his eyes and saw a hand wearing a patient's gown gripping his wrist, pulling him upward. Out of instinct, Su Hong also grabbed that hand, pulling it downward. In this abyss, the depth of the two people changed. Su Hong saw that the pointer on the watch, which was about to move to the 58 mark, actually struggled and indeed moved back 1 notch. Click, another notch, now the pointer was back at the 56 mark. He quickly looked at the other person. He saw Xiao Mu's face right in front of him, his lips curled into a bright smile like that of a cheerful, big boy. "Xiao Hong, hold on tight," Xiao Mu said. Su Hong only felt a colorful, deep night, not belonging to this world, flash before his eyes. He returned to the canteen filled with the smell of decay. His hands and feet felt light, and Su Hong looked at his watch with lingering fear. Depth 55. Only a 1-degree descent. If he or Xiao Mu had been a second later, Su Hong would have lost at least 1 or 2 arms or legs. The goddess of luck favored Su Hong. Suddenly, Su Hong felt something was wrong. It was too quiet. This canteen should have been full of monsters, and he had just triggered the rules, so it should have been a commotion. But now, there was no sound at all. Su Hong looked up and around. There was nothing. No monsters as expected, no wreckage, and no humans. Only a one-legged dog rummaging through a trash can, and a spider clinging to the trash can lid. Were they all dealt with? Su Hong knew there was only one possibility: the monsters in the madhouse had all been dragged into a deeper abyss by the guys Xiao Mu brought. At least to the limit of Su Hong's perception, he could no longer detect those oddities. This was not the first time Su Hong had seen such a situation. If an abnormality was extremely difficult to deal with and posed a great danger, then Northern Heavy Industries might take extraordinary measures, using certain special methods to push that oddity into a deeper abyss, causing it to be completely erased from the cognitive level of most people. This was a temporary solution, because in deeper places, the pollution was stronger. And if everyone's pollution deepened in the future and they re-entered the other party's interference depth, it would be much more dangerous than before. See, I told you I could handle it, easy peasy. Xiao Mu puffed out his chest, looking like he had finished his summer homework early and was asking for praise. Clap! At this moment, in the silent canteen, Xiao Mu's head was suddenly hit by something, making him almost fall back onto his butt. Clutching his head, he looked forward and found it was a fist-sized stone. For some reason, this stone looked a bit familiar. Clap, another stone fell, and this time Xiaomu knew what it was. It was the familiar ceiling. He looked up and saw the ceiling rapidly cracking, accompanied by an intensifying roar. The ground shook, and outside the window, the inpatient building and the main building were constantly collapsing. Not good, because the abnormalities supporting this place's existence have gone to a deeper place. This place is about to collapse. Su Hong roughly explained. He knew that if they didn't run away now, they would probably be buried by the collapsing building and dragged into an even deeper abyss with it. Let's go, let's go. Xiaomu reacted quickly, immediately taking Su Hong and running out of the canteen, sprinting towards the madhouse's main gate. Behind them, buildings collapsed, and in the cracks of the wreckage, some profound entity seemed to be pulling the broken bricks and tiles into the void. Even the earth could not support itself, and a crack spread towards the two, like a gaping maw, devouring everything. If someone could observe the abyss from a third-person perspective at this moment, they would see this madhouse silently sliding deeper, submerging into the netherworld. Xiaomu and Su Hong ran wildly. Ahead, the main gate collapsed, and dust rose everywhere. The two scrambled and crawled, squeezing out from among the falling debris and rubble. Thump! Xiaomu touched the solid, cold ground. He rolled twice but felt the surroundings unusually quiet. Looking up, Xiaomu surveyed his surroundings. Beside him, Su Hong sat on the ground, panting heavily, still feeling the lingering fear. Further away was a deserted street in the dead of night. He looked at the original location of the madhouse. There were only a few dilapidated small buildings waiting to be demolished, no madhouse at all. At the same time, on the ground, the irregular patterns of the asphalt road were mottled and crisscrossed. And the system's description was outlined in indifferent, cold text. Congratulations on completing the mission. Now starting settlement. Mission exploration progress, 99% mission completion status, perfect curtain call, break through the shackles of fences and witness a broader starry sky. Are they madmen who have lost their minds, or geniuses who have insight into the truth? No one knows, but as the craziest one in the madhouse, you have proven your worth. At least before everything is completely destroyed, offer a comedy to that supreme existence and please him. From now on, you are also one of them. These words twisted and flickered, quickly changing into other sentences. Welcome to God's chosen game. This game aims to improve the living conditions of the God-chosen, enhance their spiritual entertainment, and enrich their perfect lives. The basic functions of this game are free to open. For specific charges of advanced functions, please check the. Please be vigilant against any form of top-up scam information. Arrange your time reasonably and enjoy a healthy life. Wish you a happy life. Asterisk. Thank you for your votes, tips, and support. Please collect, please vote for monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. Thanks to the boss of Three-Handed Practitioner, for the Alliance Leader reward. The extra chapters will be released after listing, and like before, there will be 2 extra chapters. Before Xiaomu could fully grasp what those words represented, he saw the patterns twist again, transforming into clearer, more profound characters. Congratulations on completing the novice mission. Please choose the deity you believe in to receive your novice reward. After these 2 sentences, the words quickly exploded on the ground like fireworks, turning into 5 fragments of various shapes. The topmost piece looked like brilliant sunshine, yet also like an irregular gear. On that fragment, inorganic characters inscribed a single word. Brilliance. The fragment on the upper left was square, with a wood-like texture, slightly mottled. Within it, powerful strokes were written. Abundance. His gaze shifted to the right, where the fragment was spiral-shaped, seemingly drawing all surrounding light into itself. Around it, twisted words swirled. Eternity. In the bottom left corner, a crimson fragment, like a shattered gem, formed a wall. On the wall, marks like those chiseled by a carving knife remained. Tranquility. The last fragment was like a mirror, reflecting the night sky, the street, Xiaomu's face, though all were indistinct and blurry. Shrouded in mist. Words seemed to be written on it with a finger. The end. What is this? Xiaomu looked at these things, feeling very strange. These fragments had a strong sense of otherness. If the monsters in the madhouse earlier were creatures beyond human imagination, then these fragments gave the feeling of existences not belonging to this world. What did you see? Su Hong saw Xiao Mu staring at the ground. He asked while stretching his joints and standing up. It wants me to choose a deity to believe in. Xiao Mu looked at the fragments. He noticed that Su Hong didn't seem to see what he saw, so he repeated the words and then stroked his chin. But I am a staunch materialist. Can I believe in truth? No. Hearing Xiao Mu's words, Su Hong was stunned, as if choked by an egg yolk. He swallowed his saliva before continuing. These are called deities, but in reality, they are similar to, well, the professions you choose in a game. Different deities grant you different abilities and gifts. You've played games, right? Profession. Xiao Mu chewed on the word. For example, brilliance. According to the information we currently have, this deity tends to grant the god-chosen the ability to acquire more knowledge. It has an additional effect on inorganic matter, machinery, books, and similar things. We used to have a colleague who chose brilliance, and the ability he gained was to read memories from objects, which was quite convenient. Su Hong explained. This was common knowledge for Northern Heavy Industries investigators, but for Xiao Mu, who knew nothing, it was valuable information. What if he saw something he shouldn't have? Xiao Mu felt as if he had discovered a crucial point. Since in this world, knowledge is pollution, and the more you know, the more unfortunate you become. Wouldn't such a random viewing ability be extremely dangerous? He might look at a manhole cover on the road and discover that some abnormalities had passed by. Good question. I'll ask him next time I sweep his grave. Su Hong did not hide anything. Take me with you. Xiao Mu patted Su Hong's shoulder and then pointed to another word. What about abundance? The deity of abundance controls the mysteries of life and death. His god-chosen mostly possess strong physiques, recovery abilities, and some abilities related to living organisms. We used to have a colleague. Before Su Hong could finish, Xiao Mu interrupted him. This colleague you're talking about, are we sweeping his grave together on Qingming Festival? Not yet. Su Hong answered solemnly and then continued. The ability he gained was extremely strong recovery, able to recover from even fatal injuries within a few hours. Unfortunately, however, he encountered extreme mimetic pollution during a mission and now believes he is a refrigerator. Constantly sticking his fingers into electrical outlets, causing electric shocks. Doesn't sound very happy either. Xiao Mu commented. The rest, let me think. The god-chosen of eternity are more like what people generally understand as mages. They can control fire, frost, and storms, and some can even interfere with the mind. Su Hong then continued. Why aren't you talking about colleagues anymore? Xiao Mu was still waiting for gossip. We currently don't have any god-chosen of eternity as colleagues because these types of god-chosen are relatively strong in combat. Mostly fight alone, are unwilling to join organizations, and are also more prone to danger and death. Su Hong seemed to recall something, sighed, and then continued to introduce. As for tranquility, his god-chosen are quite numerous, and their abilities do not have a relatively unified overview. We once discovered a god-chosen of tranquility who could grow grass from his body. And another god-chosen of tranquility whose gender would change every time he sneezed. It's difficult to define accurately. Changing gender sounds like fun. Xiao Mu suddenly yearned for it. Thinking that choosing tranquility wouldn't be bad. He had always wanted to experience what it felt like to be a woman. But for safety reasons, he still asked about the colleague's situation. We have colleagues who are god-chosen of tranquility, but definitely not the kind you're thinking of. Su Hong scoffed at Xiao Mu's idea and continued speaking. Finally, the god-chosen of the end are quite special and few in number. If there are other god-chosen present to guide, they usually wouldn't recommend newcomers to choose this deity. He paused there. Why are they few in number? Xiao Mu became interested. He was the kind of person who would decisively press a button if it said absolutely do not press. Because the end does not grant his God-chosen a specific supernatural ability. He grants a method, the ability to anchor existences from the abyss, such as abnormalities, to oneself. Through this method, the God-chosen can, to a certain extent, borrow the power of those anchored abnormalities. Su Hong was silent for a moment. Then looked at the equally silent Xiao Mu. Why aren't you asking what anchor means? So, what does anchor mean? Although Xiao Mu felt he already understood, he decided to humor Su Hong. Did I tell you that abnormalities in the abyss will drag other objective entities that fall into it? Once it seizes something, its depth will decrease, and the other party's depth will increase. Eventually, the depths of both will gradually approach and reach a balance. Su Hong spread his hands and looked at his palms. And the God-chosen of the end can proactively establish contact with one or more abnormalities, using their own sinking as a price. To fix those abnormalities at a certain depth. This is anchor. I understand. The God-chosen of the end use abnormalities to defeat abnormalities. They are stand users. Xiao Mu clapped his hands. As a member of the Qiao family, he had no resistance to such stand-like abilities. He had already decided to choose this one no matter what. But precisely because of this, the God-chosen of the end still have almost no combat power after completing their first mission. And they must actively contact abnormalities, anchoring them at the cost of their own deepening pollution. As time passes, the depth of the God-chosen of the end will continuously increase, eventually leading to complete submersion. Su Hong's voice became low. Then do you have any colleagues who believe in the end? Is he still alive? Xiao Mu found the topic of colleagues really amusing. Yes. Su Hong heard this, thought for a moment, clenched his fist and then relaxed it. He pulled out the coin from his pocket and skillfully tossed it. He guessed wrong again. He then spoke. I am that colleague. Wow, Xiao Hong, you must be really powerful to be able to anchor abnormalities by yourself. Xiao Mu immediately clapped. It was just out of necessity. Su Hong did not accept Xiao Mu's praise, after all, no matter the belief or fate. It was all just a frantic rush towards destruction. He glanced at Xiao Mu, then at the empty ground in front of him. If I were to recommend, you're more suited for brilliance, because that knowledge would have less impact on you. You constantly maintain a depth of 0, so you don't have to worry about being polluted. Su Hong recommended. Looking at it now, Xiao Mu himself possessed a certain uniqueness, and brilliance was the most suitable for him. But while he was speaking, Xiao Mu had already made his choice. Bang! He slapped the hazy mirror reflecting his face. The mirror shattered abruptly, and countless Xiao Mus appeared, instantly turning into dust. The next moment, the dust, like living mist, suddenly drilled into Xiao Mu's nostrils, eyes, mouth, and ears, causing him to lean back and fall directly to the ground. The mist condensed, forming frantic and chaotic text. You have chosen the path of the end. On this path, some fall into madness, some understand purity. Some defile truth. This is the tomb of unfinished heroes, the end for martyrs. The cage for those who chase fire towards the sun, in a fate destined for destruction. The dead salute those who go to their doom. Now, listen carefully, I'm going to tell you a long story. Reward obtained, anchor, reward obtained, 1000 God-chosen points. Please await the call of fate and complete the mission. Next mission time. 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The end will be with you in the future. As these words disintegrated, everything in Xiao Mu's vision changed. Houses grew flesh, streets began to squirm, streetlights hung corpses, the moon reveals fangs, and all the stars in the sky, ferocious and menacing, stared at him. From an infinitely high distance, a hazy gray-white shadow seemed to be observing this place. Along with that gaze, countless whispers exploded in Xiao Mu's ears. He looked up, staring into the depths of that shadow. Countless pieces of knowledge flooded into his mind, spreading through the convolutions of his cerebral cortex, permanently altering their shape. In just a moment, Xiao Mu mastered the method of anchoring abnormalities. This knowledge was like the method of breathing, innate and becoming instinct. Blood simultaneously flowed from Xiao Mu's nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. Hey! Su Hong immediately shook Xiao Mu, but Xiao Mu seemed to have lost consciousness, only his face full of blood, terrifying and horrifying. Suddenly, Xiao Mu's fingers twitched. The overflowing blood was sucked back into him as if he were sniffing. Xiao Mu's eyes snapped open, and he sat up straight. Xiao Mu? Su Hong called out, somewhat worried. Xiao Hong. Xiao Mu uttered 2 words. What's wrong? Su Hong immediately leaned over to check Xiao Mu's condition, only to see Xiao Mu staring straight ahead, then suddenly speaking. Cream bread is so delicious. Su Hong had no idea what Xiao Mu was saying. He could only infer from Xiao Mu's previous appearance that Xiao Mu had probably made his choice. You've made your choice. What did you choose? The end. Xiao Mu spoke truthfully. Su Hong originally wanted to complain, but on second thought, this was indeed Xiao Mu's style. He then reconsidered and realized that if Xiao Mu truly remained at the surface, then the end also seemed like a good choice. At least for now, he wouldn't have to worry about pollution, he just needed to find suitable abnormalities to anchor. After joining Northern Heavy Industries, this would not be difficult. Forget it, this is good too. Su Hong patted his pants, stood up, and pulled out his phone from his pocket. He unlocked the screen and found that his phone seemed to be on the camera interface. Checking past photos, Su Hong saw a picture. In the photo, Xiao Mu was embracing the unconscious Su Hong's shoulder, displaying a bright, sunny smile. Other than that, there was nothing else in the photo, making it impossible to tell where it was taken. Su Hong's mouth twitched, and his finger trembled, but he ultimately did not delete the photo. He opened his contacts and called the most recent person he had spoken to. After a few beeps, the other party answered the phone. It's me, Su Hong, I'm out. There are 3 pens in the pen holder on my desk, arranged in the order of red, blue, black. Su Hong said into the phone. The latter description was an arrangement he made before leaving, to prevent the other party from being detected if an abnormality killed Su Hong and impersonated him to make a call. There was once an abnormality that spread through phone ringtones. Once one heard the illusory and eerie phone ringtone created by the abnormality, they would be detected by the other party. And even if thousands of miles away, they would be immediately dragged into the abyss. Although this abnormality had been contained, caution was still required. You survived? After a moment, the other party finally replied, still with that alluring yet serious voice. However, in the background, there seemed to be the sound of bowls and chopsticks clattering. Yes, I've resolved the issue here, and I have an unexpected gain. Su Hong hesitated for a moment before answering. This is too good. The woman's voice sounded slightly unwilling. Then, Su Hong heard the other party seemingly covering the microphone with her hand, shouting something like "Don't eat anymore. Tomorrow's holiday is cancelled, and put away your portraits to the people behind her." Boss, you guys aren't eating my feast, are you? Su Hong asked tentatively. How could that be? We're all waiting for you to come back for dinner. The woman's voice softened slightly. It was obvious she was trying to hide something. Then I'll come over now. Oh, and I'm bringing someone else, whom I picked up from the madhouse. He's already a god chosen. Su Hong said concisely. As expected of our Su Hong, I trust you to handle things. The other party praised him without any emotion. Hanging up the phone, Su Hong looked at Xiao Mu. While Su Hong was on the phone, Xiao Mu was looking around, greeting fire hydrants, whispering to the sewer, and at that moment, Xiao Mu was staring at the void beneath the streetlight's glow. What are you looking at? Su Hong asked. I was just thinking, streetlights really can hang people. Xiao Mu pointed to the void, completely baffled. Su Hong was speechless. This is reality now, no need to act anymore. Oh, did I act very well just now? Was I scary? Xiao Mu revealed a bright smile. Come this way. Su Hong pointed to his car. He had Xiao Mu sit in the passenger seat, buckle up, and started the engine. As the car moved, Xiaomu looked back and waved at the streetlight. "Don't be so dramatic later," Su Hong complained. "All right." Xiaomu turned back, and in his vision, the blood-red text gradually faded. "Haha, this guy has been hanging here for 3 days and 3 nights. That money-grubbing look is really ugly, serves him right." After the car left that street, the surroundings quickly became lively. It was evening, the busiest time. As a metropolis with 1 million inhabitants, Zhengcheng was naturally not content with silence. Xiaomu watched the cars come and go outside the window, suddenly feeling as if his experience in the madhouse was a dream. Of course, reality quickly reminded him. "That thing is just standing there, is it okay?" Xiaomu said, pointing ahead. Su Hong followed Xiaomu's finger and saw Zhengcheng's landmark building, Zhengcheng Central Building, also known as the Twin Stars of Zhengcheng, along with the adjacent Global Trade Center. "You mean the Central Building? That thing does somewhat spoil the view, but it's still acceptable," he replied. "Oh." Xiaomu nodded slightly, retracting his gaze from the squirming mass clinging to the tall building. Before him, the crimson text gradually deepened. "A tower condensed from who knows how much flesh and blood. You absolutely wouldn't want to know what kind of scenery you'd see standing at the top. Asterisk, thank you all for your rewards and votes. Newcomers seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Thanks to Tiandian for 1,200 coins, Elysium for 233 coins, I Am Robin's Dog for 114 coins, and Sunvolition for 100 coins. The car quickly arrived at a restaurant in Zhengcheng City. It was an ancient building that looked like it had traveled from 100 years ago. Wooden eaves and corridors were intertwined, and the light of lanterns shone through. There even seemed to be opera singing, a clamor that didn't belong to this era. In addition, wisps of thick black mist seemed to entwine the building, forming a face of pain. That face was wailing, but it could never break free or dissipate, only to be forever imprisoned here, enduring eternal torment. Xiaomu got out of the car and looked up at the restaurant's name. Jusha Restaurant. He was very curious if they sold great magical panda tofu here. "What do you see?" Su Hong pointed at the restaurant and asked Xiaomu. "A restaurant," Xiaomu answered truthfully. In his vision, crimson words appeared like blood. "Never cause trouble in this restaurant, or you'll be the next dish." "What? You ask what the current dish is? Don't worry, eat up, no problem." "That's good then." Su Hong habitually tossed a coin, and unfortunately, guessed wrong again. He put away the coin and spoke again. "This is Jusha Restaurant. As you can see, it's a restaurant that's currently open for business. At the same time, this is also an abnormality, but unlike the madhouse, it's an abnormality with relatively low harm and has been initially controlled. It's also an important stronghold for northern heavy industries in Zhengcheng City." Abnormalities can be controlled? Xiaomu was curious. He was currently a god chosen of the end, and theoretically needed to anchor an abnormality as his source of power. Therefore, understanding more about abnormalities was very important. Xiaomu wasn't truly insane, he was very clear about what to do when. Of course, although abnormalities can hardly be eliminated, there are various means to restrict them. For example, there was once an abnormality, its codename was Midnight Bell. When an objective entity was interfered with by the abnormality, the nearest phone around it would ring. And then this objective entity would be dragged into a deeper depth. It caused great harm in the territories of Hua Island Culture and Waste Capital Group until it was restricted by an investigator from Hua Island Culture a month after it was discovered. At that time, it had already caused over 300 deaths. Su Hong casually mentioned an example he had read in the archives. Oh. Xiaomu nodded and started counting how many lanterns Jusha Restaurant had. Why don't you ask how it was restricted? Su Hong raised an eyebrow. So how was it restricted? Xiaomu repeated Su Hong's words. Su Hong's mouth twitched. He continued. Forget it. In short, Hua Island Culture used another abnormality called silent voice, which absorbs all sounds in its domain. Then they found the target that Midnight Bell had fixated on and threw that unlucky guy into the domain of silent voice. Although that guy went crazy in less than a day, at the same time, Midnight Bell was also restricted within silent voice. This way, until that guy completely died, Midnight Bell wouldn't come out to harm anyone else. Yay! Xiaomu raised his fisted hand, revealing a brilliant smile. Ahem, so, Jusha restaurant is pretty much the same. It's relatively safe for now. As long as you follow the rules of the restaurant, don't cause trouble, don't argue with the waiters and chefs, and don't run up a tab. Then it's just an ordinary restaurant. Su Hong walked towards the main entrance of Jusha restaurant. Xiaomu followed behind him. 97 lanterns. He counted very carefully. Xiaomu saw a greeter standing at the restaurant entrance. The greeter wore a simple long gown, his face pale, but his blush was particularly striking. His eyes were strange, like they were painted on his uneven face, with only simple lines, lacking any three-dimensionality. Xiaomu stared at the greeter. The greeter's painted-like eyes stared back at Xiaomu. Don't stare at him for more than 10 seconds. It's very impolite, and rudeness will lead to death. While he's not angry yet, quickly get away. Bloody words appeared, and Xiaomu retracted his gaze. Are all the greeters here this strange? He mumbled. Greeter? Su Hong stopped, looking back suspiciously. He only saw Xiaomu standing at the main entrance, there was no one else. Su Hong didn't think too deeply. He decided that whether Xiaomu had truly seen something or not, he would pretend to be deaf and blind. The old-fashioned lobby was somewhat quiet, with only 5 of the 9 tables occupied. Xiaomu immediately saw 3 people sitting around the round table in the center of the lobby, eating and drinking, very happily. More importantly, there was a photo placed on the empty seat at the dining table. The Su Hong in the photo had a serious black and white expression. Clearly, this was a memorial photo. You guys are having a good time. Seeing this, Su Hong slowly walked over and patted the shoulder of the only male among them. Ah, Su Hong, you're back. Perfect, the food just arrived, eat it while it's hot. You're the main character today, you eat this bowl of longevity noodles first. The man smiled and naturally handed Su Hong a bowl. He was about 45 or 46 years old, dressed in a sharp suit, with only slightly disheveled hair, and wore a pair of rimless square glasses. He looked like a common real estate agent or insurance salesperson, the kind of person whose appearance would never stick in your memory even if you met him once. Su Hong took the bowl. Inside were hot noodles, just a single strand, winding around, indeed longevity noodles. He was indeed hungry. Picking up his chopsticks, Su Hong took a bite and drank some soup, feeling warm all over. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Su Hong looked strangely at the salesperson beside him. Are you messing with me? No, eat your noodles, eat your noodles. The man urged him. And Su Hong's eyes became a little more unfocused as he continued slurping his noodles. Xiaomu looked at this salesperson brother, and in his vision, crimson words were scattered chaotically. He's just an ordinary passerby. You'll never find his existence strange. To you, everything he does is perfectly reasonable. Wait, is this reasonable? Please sit. Suddenly, one of the women spoke, patting the chair next to her and inviting Xiaomu to sit down. This woman was beautiful, with a waist-length 3-strand braid and hair as thick as ink. She wore a white shirt, a short skirt, black stockings, and leather shoes, her curves outlined, making one exclaim how white her shirt was. Upon hearing her words, for some unknown reason, Xiaomu suddenly felt an urge to sit down. He sat down naturally, his gaze sweeping over the woman. Like spilled paint, thick words clung to Xiaomu's vision. You cannot refuse her invitation. Pay attention to every word she says. Be careful of her polite words. Do not fall deeply into them. From among those words, the other party's voice squeezed through. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Minka, the head of the Jiangcheng branch. A smile played on her lips, and her eyes seemed to have no pupils. only a dull gray reflecting Xiao Mu's appearance. This real estate agent-like character is Du Ruo, Su Hong. You already know him. This child is Bai Lian. You can chat more with her when you have a chance. Zhou Minka finally pointed to the girl sitting quietly to her left, eating her meal. The girl was wearing a shirt and knee-length skirt, like a high school uniform, and there was a bag next to her seat. Her expression was indifferent, and she showed no reaction to Su Hong's return or Xiaomu's visit. Can I really eat? Xiaomu's attention wasn't on these people, but on the table full of dishes. Braised pork, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed shrimp with garlic vermicelli, eggplant with minced meat, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and loofah clam soup. Every dish was a proper, authentic meal, not eyeballs, chunks of meat, or maggots. Xiaomu was so moved he almost cried. Of course. Zhou Minka found Xiaomu's question very interesting. She responded and even picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Xiaomu's bowl. Xiaomu picked up his chopsticks and put the braised pork into his mouth. It was fatty but not greasy, rich and tender, a rare delicacy in the world. The braised pork is so delicious, Xiaomu said to Zhou Minka, crying all the while. Tears and snot were flowing everywhere. Zhou Minka patiently took a tissue and wiped the tears from Xiaomu's eyes and the snot from his mouth. There, I know you've had a tough time, but it's all over now. She even hugged Xiaomu. The warm embrace made Xiaomu feel like he was home. Zhou Minka released Xiaomu, who sniffled, looked at Zhou Minka, and suddenly spoke. Mom! Zhou Minka was stunned. Beside them, Du Ruo, who was still picking out cilantro from his bowl, looked over. Su Hong, who was contentedly eating his noodles, suddenly came to his senses. He stared blankly at Xiaomu and Zhou Minka, unsure what expression to show. Bai Lian, the high school-like girl, looked at the two, deep in thought. A moment later, Bai Lian murmured, so this is the boss's son, Bai Lian, is the food delicious? Zhou Minka showed a kind smile. Delicious. Bai Lian immediately picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into her mouth, saying nothing more. Zhou Minka then looked at Xiaomu again. You want to, Xiaomu spoke earnestly. My mom gives me delicious food, and you also give me delicious food. My mom comforts me, and you also comfort me. My mom is beautiful, and you are also beautiful. So, you are someone who can be my mother. Zhou Minka's mouth twitched. Boss, he might be affected by some abnormalities, his mind isn't very clear. Don't take it to heart. Su Hong immediately pulled Xiaomu back. It's fine, I don't take it to heart. Zhou Minka thought for a moment, and the smile on her face deepened. Xiaomu took the opportunity to eat. He couldn't understand what the people chatting at the dinner table were thinking. They could be eating more, yet they used their mouths to talk. While eating, Xiaomu looked at the next table. To his left, a little further away, sat a bloated, obese man. He was continuously eating the contents of his plate, and the food looked quite appetizing. Braised fins, steamed spotted grouper, half a fried chicken, a bowl of white rice. The man stuffed the food into his mouth at a speed that allowed for almost no tasting, finishing everything on the table in just a few minutes. But he showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he raised his hand. Waiter. The man called a waiter and asked for the menu. Braised fins, a steamed spotted grouper, half a fried chicken, a bowl of white rice. He returned the menu to the waiter and took a sip of tea. Through the rising steam of the tea, he noticed Xiaomu's gaze. Xiaomu smiled at him. The man didn't pay attention. Instead, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Why does he keep ordering the same dishes? Xiaomu asked Zhou Minka. Didn't Su Hong tell you beforehand? Zhou Minka picked up a piece of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish meat, covered in sauce, for Xiaomu. This restaurant, Jusha Restaurant, is an abnormality we control. We use it to restrict other abnormalities, like the one you just saw. Hearing this, Xiaomu looked at the man again. The dishes on his table were already served, and he immediately began to gobble them down. Are the other tables also? He looked around and saw two people in long robes sitting at one table. Their clothes were black and white. Their faces were ashen, as if they had been dead for a long time. In front of them were only two bowls, containing raw rice, with chopsticks stuck upright in them, like incense offerings. At another table sat a little girl, dressed entirely in red, with a very pale face and only two empty sockets for eyes. Some desserts were placed in front of her, but she remained motionless. And at another table sat a harmonious family, brothers, a sister, parents, and a grandfather. They seemed to be happily eating a New Year's Eve dinner, only to stop all movement abruptly when they noticed Xiaomu's gaze staring directly back at him. Further away, a man in a black suit sat at a table. His features were sharp, and he was cutting a raw steak in front of him with a knife and fork. Blood and juices splattering as he ate with increasing force. More or less. Don't worry, they are all restricted and won't cause any problems in this restaurant. Joe Minka comforted Xiaomu. When people say things like that, there's 100% chance something will go wrong. Su Hong couldn't help but grumble. Eat your longevity noodles, don't talk so much. Joe Minka glared at Su Hong, causing him to immediately cover his face with his bowl. It's getting late. You'll stay at Su Hong's house tonight and get some good rest. Tomorrow, come to sign the contract and complete your onboarding. The woman then spoke softly to Xiaomu. Onboarding? Xiaomu wasn't an idiot. How could he sell himself just because a woman of unknown origin treated him to a meal? Does your workplace provide the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? All paid at the highest standard. Yay! Xiaomu was overjoyed. After dinner, Joe Minka paid the bill, and they got up to leave Jusha restaurant. Xiaomu looked back. The customers were still eating, as if it would never end, and upstairs in Jusha restaurant, the lights were bright. As if more diners were gathered there at that very moment. Du Ruo said he needed to pick up his daughter from school and left in a hurry. Su Hong still needed to drive Bai Lian home. The high schooler and Xiaomu got into the car, one in the passenger seat, the other in the back seat. Tonight's food was delicious. Will our meal plan from now on be like this every day? Xiaomu couldn't help but inquire about his future benefits. No, the boss usually only takes us when there's an abnormality to deal with. Today was just a coincidence. Su Hong replied while driving. What a pity. Xiaomu couldn't help but look at Bai Lian sitting in the passenger seat. Hello, I'm Xiaomu. From today on, we're comrades. He stretched out his hand from the back towards the front. Bai Lian ignored Xiaomu, giving off the aura of an aloof top student. You might want to make a note of him. Based on my estimation, he'll survive at least 2 missions or more. Su Hong reminded her. Bai Lian turned her head, looked at Xiaomu, and then lifted her skirt. While Xiaomu was still hesitating whether or not to look, he noticed clear writing on Bai Lian's thigh. Words, written with a pen on her fair thigh, extending upwards. Bai Lian pulled out a marker from her bag, found a spot on her thigh, thought for a moment. And then wrote a few words on the inner side of her left thigh. Xiaomu, new colleague, calls the boss mom. Xiaomu looked at the words, lost in thought. Asterisk thank you all for your tips and votes. Please give recommendation tickets and monthly passes. Thanks to Reader 100101110 for 1,500 coins, Tiandian for 1,000 coins, and EGE for 100 coins. Bai Lian was once affected by abnormalities, trapped in the same day for over 3 months. After dropping off the high school girl who wrote on her thigh in a residential area, Su Hong, who was driving, said casually. That should have been her God-chosen novice mission. We don't know how she escaped the influence of that abnormality, but in any case, she survived, was found by the boss, and joined us. The brilliance of the streetlights flickered, constantly receding with the movement of the vehicle, changing the light and shadow on both their faces. Xiaomu's gaze swept over, and he saw several people hanging from the streetlights. Those people were dressed in exquisite suits and wore expensive watches, yet they were strung up by their own ties on the streetlights. Their expressions ferocious and terrifying. Ah, they finally got their just deserts, serves them right, TSK, it's just a pity, it's not satisfied yet. It's still looking for more. Within his vision, crimson text flashed and disappeared with those people hanging from the streetlights. She thus gained the supernatural ability of brilliance. From that day on, Bai Lian can only remember things for one day. Once she falls asleep, loses consciousness, or it passes midnight, the memories from the previous day immediately dissipate. So, she writes simple notes on herself with a marker and also keeps a diary so she can quickly check it and understand her state when she wakes up the next day. Su Hong sighed with a touch of melancholy. Who keeps a diary if they're a normal person? Xiaomu nodded in agreement, then poked his head out from between the two seats. Do you keep a diary? I don't. What a coincidence, neither do I. Sit properly and buckle your seatbelt. Su Hong frowned, not knowing what Xiaomu's questions were for. Why do you say this is a supernatural ability? Xiaomu was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking again. What did you say? Su Hong didn't understand how Xiaomu's thoughts jumped around so much. Bai Lian, doesn't she lose her memory? How is that a supernatural ability? Xiaomu watched as the car entered the river crossing tunnel. This city seemed to be divided into eastern and western parts by a large river, with many high-rise buildings along the river. Like a city that never sleeps. I told you, didn't I? Knowledge is pollution. Many things, once known, will lead to pollution, but Bai Lian can perfectly avoid these. Su Hong focused on driving. He glanced at Xiaomu, who was sitting obediently in the rearview mirror, and continued. No matter how severe the pollution she suffers, how bizarre the knowledge she gains, or even if her body is eroded and alienated into a monster. As long as midnight passes, she will return to her original state. This is the power granted to her by the god of brilliance. Sounds very powerful. Xiaomu couldn't help but clap his hands. Knowledge is power, but also pollution. Supernatural ability is a gift, but also a price. Su Hong sighed. The car quickly arrived at a dilapidated residential area. This place is old and run down, but it's spacious enough. Just make do with it. Parking is very inconvenient, but luckily my skills are good. With his superb parking skills, Su Hong squeezed the car into an empty spot in the old residential area. Before he could boast, he heard a car alarm. Damn it! Today is truly unlucky. He got out of the car, walked to the back to take a look, and quickly found a scratch. The car next to him also didn't escape unscathed. Good skills. Xiaomu repeated. Get out of the car. Su Hong chased Xiaomu out of the car, then looked at the license plate of the car he had scratched. He got a piece of paper, wrote down his contact information and the reason, and tucked it under the car's window. Xiaomu honestly followed Su Hong upstairs. Entering the house, it was indeed an old and dilapidated apartment. The living room and kitchen were connected, very small, and the bathroom was barely large enough to turn around in. Only the bedroom was relatively spacious. With the balcony curtains open, Xiaomu noticed that the sky outside was hazy, like dusk. It's the lights from the high-end residential areas next door and the nearby shopping mall. The night here never truly gets dark. Su Hong said, then drew the curtains. Oh, right. You should be a formal god chosen now. When you have time, you can look at the things in this game system more. He added, pouring Xiaomu a glass of water. Xiaomu took the cup and took a sip of water. He saw that some frantic and messy text seemed to appear on the cup. Name, Xiaomu Faith, the end anchor, none depth, God chosen points, 1000 points, this seemed to be his attributes. But it was very concise, without simple and easy to understand numbers like appearance 90 or luck 5. Besides that, Xiaomu also saw a particularly large option. God's chosen mall guided by knowledge that seemed to come from nowhere in his mind. Xiaomu gently placed his finger on it. The text quickly twisted and changed, forming a list. Xiaomu had originally planned to just glance over it, but when he saw the items within, he felt a bit subtle. Tai Sui mortal ugly in shape, bizarre in appearance, unpleasant in smell, but edible. In Pang Lai, Tai Sui is a common plant. You can find it under tree roots in the wild. It can be used to satisfy hunger in critical moments. In earlier years, excessive digging of Tai Sui even led to landslides. Which is why there's the saying, don't disturb the Tai Sui's head. Please do not consume excessively to avoid unnecessary side effects. Eat with confidence, no problem. If anything goes wrong, find me, I guarantee after-sales service. Price, 777 God chosen points. A pair of wings. Mortal, just a pair of ordinary wings, everyone has them, you should get a pair. 2. Flying in Wind Valley is often accompanied by danger, turbulence, larks, and the damned rainbow whale that might appear at any time. Everything is so bad. If a wind hunter's wings are damaged, they would rather die heroically in the sky than live the rest of their lives ordinarily on the ground. The wings that fall during each great tide proclaim a fact: humans can never control the storm. She said, the wind is rising. Price, 1024 God chosen points. Otherworlder tibia. Mortal, a tibia, mostly inedible. This tibia is said to be taken from a powerful otherworlder in Goose City. His power was so abundant that even after death, he still cursed this world. At certain times, this tibia will grow and lengthen. No one knows what its nourishment is. Holding this item will unconsciously make one identify with that otherworlder, reading his memories, witnessing his past, and embracing his end. If I plant it in the ground, will I harvest an otherworlder next autumn? Price, 1973 God chosen points. Head. Mortal, a head, made of metal, indestructible. The school city's autonomous puppets are excellent servants. They can handle all tasks, including cooking, cleaning, education, exercise, guarding homes, and even sneak attacks and assassinations. A beautiful and exquisite autonomous puppet was once the most coveted gift for male residents of the school city during their coming-of-age ceremony. It's just a pity that only a head is left. Here. Perhaps finding a new body for her is a good way to restart. Would you like to eat first, shower first, or? Price, 998 God chosen points. Xiaohong, are the things sold in this mall legitimate? Xiaomu raised his head. Nonsense, of course they're not legitimate. Su Hong opened his computer and clicked on a video website, preparing to surf. Hearing Xiaomu's question, he looked over. Without exception, everything sold in the God chosen store contains pollution. Many items can even cause pollution just by looking at them. Moreover, everyone's store is quite different. Some things are only available in your store. Then why did you tell me to look? Xiaomu frowned. You've just finished the novice task, so your store's permissions are very low. Everything is at the mortal level. Even if you accidentally exchange for something troublesome, we'll have a way to solve it. Su Hong turned his attention back to the computer screen. He clicked on a mukbang video to play as background noise. My suggestion is that you can exchange for a useful tool as a trump card. We God chosen of the end mainly rely on anchored abnormalities to deal with problems. These tools are just icing on the cake, but you are currently unarmed and might not survive the first anchored abnormality. You need to be alive to deal damage, so it's better to exchange for something to save your life. Something to save my life. Xiaomu nodded silently. He felt that Su Hong was right. How could a weak man like him, without the strength to truss a chicken, fight against those abnormalities and monsters? Xiaomu went back to browse the mall, trying to find if there were any crowbars or swanas, or other convenient and useful tools. Unfortunately, there were none. After searching for half an hour, Su Hong had already cooked a bowl of instant noodles and was slurping them down. Before Xiaomu finally found something suitable. Friendship Handbook. Mortal, a book that teaches you how to make friends with others. Just click it, anyone can do it. Conflicts often occur among the gangs in Goose City. Alcohol, women, drugs, anything can be a reason for conflict. In these conflicts, you must distinguish who your true friends are. Trusting the wrong person can cost more than just your life. As long as you learn the contents of this book, you can become friends with anyone. But it is important to note that as the friendship deepens, your friends may also do incredible things. From now on, we are comrades. Price, 666 God-chosen points. The price was affordable, and it wasn't a tool that needed to be taken out and used. Most importantly, the price was affordable. Xiaomu felt it was quite suitable for someone with social anxiety like him. He immediately exchanged for it. A silver revolver appeared in his palm. Did friendship handbook mean this? Should good friends be held at gunpoint? Before the question marks above Xiaomu's head had even finished appearing, the revolver immediately turned into a wisp of smoke and drilled into his mind through his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth. Some kind of knowledge was etched into his mind as if it were innate. Xiaomu gradually understood everything. Have you exchanged for it? Su Hong saw Xiaomu twitching just now and guessed that he might have exchanged for something, but he wisely didn't ask. After all, sometimes if a teammate is controlled by an abnormality, revealing trump cards to each other becomes a very foolish thing. Xiaomu didn't respond, but instead looked at Su Hong. We're friends now, right? Su Hong frowned. What silly things are you saying? Are you hungry? I'll cook some noodles for you. He sat up, preparing to cook noodles for Xiaomu. No need, I'll just eat yours. Xiaomu directly slurped the noodles from Su Hong's bowl without any politeness, finishing them in 3 bites. After eating, he didn't even leave any soup for Su Hong. You washed the bowl. Xiaomu returned the enamel bowl to Su Hong. Su Hong obediently went to wash the bowl clean, dried his hands, and returned to the bedroom. Xiaomu wondered if it was his imagination, but he felt Su Hong's gaze on him was a little strange. The next moment, Su Hong took off his shirt, revealing his not very exercised belly underneath. It's late, time to sleep. Su Hong stood in front of Xiaomu, the light passing over his shoulders, casting a large and thick shadow on Xiaomu's face. Why don't you wear clothes to sleep? Xiaomu was a very shy person and always wore pajamas to sleep. Su Hong didn't answer, but instead sat on the bed, next to Xiaomu. He raised his hand and slapped Xiaomu's thigh. Don't worry, my bed is quite big. You can just sleep directly if you're tired from playing. Su Hong's eyes became increasingly strange, making Xiaomu feel a hint of danger. He immediately lifted the influence of the friendship handbook. Su Hong's expression became confused. He looked at Xiaomu, then at himself, and then at his hand placed on Xiaomu's thigh. You used me for an experiment? Su Hong immediately realized what happened, suddenly jumped up, and hurriedly picked up his clothes from the bed, putting them on in a rush. Seems a bit dangerous. Xiaomu murmured to himself. I should be the one feeling dangerous, right? Su Hong retorted. He opened a housing rental website, preparing to have Xiaomu rent a place for himself tomorrow. If Xiaomu continued to stay at his house, Su Hong's depth would surely increase by 2 degrees every day. After looking at a few decent neighborhoods, Su Hong pushed them to his phone. It was already late. He turned his head and found that Xiaomu was already asleep in his bed, covered by his blanket, spread out in the middle of the bed. Su Hong sighed helplessly and could only gingerly get into bed from the side, somewhat aggrieved, curling up in the corner to spend the night. In his dream, Xiaomu felt like he was back in that mental hospital, but there were no doctors, nurses, or ordinary patients, only Ame, Chuihua, Fu Wang, Ahei, and other people close to him. They sat together, singing, dancing, and sharing their thoughts. On the streetlights in the yard, some people dressed in suits hung, watching Xiaomu and the others in silence. Xiaomu felt very relaxed. Suddenly, he heard a knocking sound. Looking up, Xiaomu saw a crack appear in the sky. The knocking sound rang out again, and the crack in the sky spread and widened. Clang! A buzzing sound pierced through the dream, and Xiaomu opened his eyes. Damn it, why is the upstairs neighbor renovating again? Beside him, Su Hong also happened to open his eyes. He grumbled as he got out of bed. Do they often renovate around here? Xiaomu asked curiously. Yeah, the other houses around here are ridiculously expensive, so only the old, small, dilapidated ones are cheaper. It seems several units in the complex have been sold recently, and it's hammer and drill sounds every day. Su Hong yawned, looking very tired. And the most frustrating thing is, he only drills at 8 or 9 in the morning. Other than that, he's as quiet as if he's dead. He must be doing it on purpose. Didn't you sleep well last night? Xiao Mu got out of bed. He was still wearing the patient gown, and even had the plastic wristband with his name, bed number, and symptoms on it, an outfit that would get him reported to the police if he went outside. Nonsense, you took up the whole bed and ground your teeth. Su Hong rolled his eyes at Xiao Mu. Do I snore? Xiao Mu countered. Not really. Su Hong recalled. Besides kicking off the blanket, liking to turn over, and forcefully occupying the very center of the bed, Xiao Mu slept quite soundly. That's good then. Xiao Mu felt relieved. Su Hong didn't know what Xiao Mu was thinking. He looked at the time. It's about time. Let's go to headquarters. When going downstairs, Xiao Mu specifically glanced at the scuffed car next door. The car's owner seemed not to have noticed, as it remained quietly parked there. Don't hit their car again when you back out. So, Xiao Mu kindly reminded him. Don't be a busybody. Su Hong poked his head out from the driver's seat and retorted. He carefully backed the car out, seemingly on the verge of success. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing screech echoed through the residential area in the early morning. Damn it, what rotten luck! Su Hong couldn't help but curse again. Xiao Mu immediately ran to the scuffed area to check the situation. It was still the same car. Before, it was the front, and this time, it was the back. Quite symmetrical. Xiao Mu remarked with emotion. Stop talking nonsense, get in the car. Anyway, when they find out, they'll call me. I'll just tell the boss, and he'll reimburse some of it. Su Hong honked the horn. Oh. Xiao Mu sat in the passenger seat and obediently buckled his seatbelt. He had already changed into a set of Su Hong's clothes, which were slightly loose. On the main street outside the residential area, there seemed to have been a minor car accident. 2 electric scooters had collided, and one of them was a delivery driver. The two were initially waiting for the traffic police to arrive, but then suddenly started arguing, pushing, and shoving each other. Thankfully, passers-by pulled them apart. If you can use your hands, don't use your mouth. Xiao Mu commented. He looked up and saw a white-haired man in a suit hanging from a lamppost next to the arguing pair. His eyes behind his glasses were dull, staring at the two people arguing. People are so short-tempered these days. Su Hong carefully drove around the accident scene, finally managing not to cause secondary harm to the arguing pair. The car headed west and stopped in the CBD by the river. It had to be said, Su Hong's somewhat rustic car looked out of place with the surrounding scenery. Is the headquarters so magnificent? Xiao Mu couldn't help but look up at the tall buildings. He quickly saw the 2 tall buildings mentioned last night. Even in broad daylight, under the sun, the wriggling flesh was still hideous and terrifying. Every now and then, 1 or 2 eyes would open, scanning the surroundings. Their cold gaze swept over Xiao Mu, making him feel an instinctive chill. Not there, here. Su Hong grabbed Xiao Mu, who was walking towards the Grand CBD, and pulled him into the dilapidated courtyard next door. This seemed to have once been a large compound for a government agency. For unknown reasons, perhaps it missed out on demolition or something else, it looked very shabby among the surrounding high-rise buildings. Xiao Mu glanced at the signs hanging at the entrance, trying to find some more impressive names. Golden Sunflower Vocal Training Class. Blue Sky Driving School. Science Exploration Editorial Department. Master Zhang's Fortune Telling. Chirp Chirp Murder Mystery Game. Using a murder mystery game as a cover, huh? Although a bit strange, it's still acceptable. Xiao Mu looked at the signs and nodded. Not that one. Su Hong led Xiao Mu upstairs to the somewhat dilapidated second floor. The building's architectural style here was from 50 or 60 years ago. The stairs were narrow, and the corridor railings had Lukong patterns. Only the network cables and various other cables hanging from the ceiling told people that modern people lived here. Science Exploration Editorial Department. Xiaomu glanced inside. The room was small, with old, drafty windows, warm in summer and cold in winter. There was even a pot on the windowsill, full of green grass, perhaps the handiwork of some retired cadre. Minka sat inside, facing a computer, typing something. Suhong pushed the door open, and Minka merely looked up. "You're here." The speed of her typing did not decrease, it felt like she was engaged in some intense and exciting work. Xiaomu went to Minka's side and took a look. Good heavens! She was currently arguing with someone on a forum. Present facts reason things out. Yet you ignore the facts and refuse to reason. This puts me in a difficult position. Who was the one who started name-calling just now? Coming in with a 3-in-1 of insults, isn't that just shutting people up? Should honest people be held at gunpoint? My assessment is, don't rush. I know you're very rushed, but don't rush yet. She chattered away, rapidly engaging in online arguments with people, and not just with one account. From astronomy and geography to emotional disputes, from daily trivialities to national conflicts. She was truly a keyboard warrior among keyboard warriors. Sometimes, she even used 2 small accounts to argue with each other, causing forum threads to instantly become very popular. Finally, Minka stopped typing and picked up the coffee next to her to take a sip. This is work. My typing speed isn't fast. Xiaomu immediately said. You don't need to. Minka patted an envelope next to her, and while speaking, she started typing again. This is your identity information and phone. We checked, and you're from an orphanage with no living relatives, so we just created a new identity. Xiaomu opened the envelope, which contained an ID card, social security records, and a mobile phone. He looked at the ID card, not knowing when the photo on it was taken. His birthday was yesterday. Calculating, Xiaomu had just turned 20, very young. The phone's unlock password is 4 6s. Minka said in between typing. Xiaomu unlocked the phone. It was completely clean, the chat software and contacts only had Minka, Suhong, Durua, and Bai Lian's contact information. Suhong, take him to sign the contract. Minka said again. Soon, Xiaomu received a somewhat rudimentary contract. It was still warm. In the spirit of being responsible, Xiaomu read the contract very carefully. The beginning was quite normal, but it became less normal towards the end. When force majeure natural disasters occur, including but not limited to fires, earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, meteor impacts, etc., as well as man-made accidental incidents including car accidents, shipwrecks, plane crashes, rocket falls leading to employee absenteeism, the company will pay remuneration according to the proportion stipulated by law. Quite reasonable. In other words, if Xiaomu were to be hit by a meteorite and hospitalized tomorrow morning, he would still receive a portion of his wages. Yay! He continued to read. In the event of disability caused by being gnawed by wild beasts and similar creatures, or psychological illness and mental derangement caused by mental pollution, treatment will be prioritized. Followed by workers' compensation based on the severity of the injury. It seemed that even if a leg was gnawed off, he could receive proper treatment and even get workers' compensation. Xiaomu felt it was a great deal. Special note: disappearance in an anomalous zone for more than 1 year can be recognized as death in the line of duty. And the Ling Chu of survivor benefits will follow general rules. Disappearing for 1 year could be recognized as death in the line of duty. And there were even survivor benefits. This was simply too generous. Xiaomu signed on the spot. After all, with a monthly salary of over 50,000, Xiaomu felt he had no problem even sleeping in this room. They gave too much. So what do we do now? Go to a dilapidated town to find aliens in a refrigerator? Or explore a haunted house where a dismemberment occurred? Or investigate a hospital where a female ghost sings at night? Xiao Mu was full of drive. First, surf the internet. Joe Minka pointed to the unused computer next door and said. Xiao Mu didn't quite understand. Abnormalities don't just appear suddenly. Someone will always accidentally discover a problem and then talk about it online. One thing we have to do every day is pay attention to online trends. Joe Minka explained. Simultaneously switching desktops and starting to browse video websites, occasionally letting out cheerful laughter. Xiao Mu looked at her, then at his own computer. This job was simply too good. He felt like he had come home. Psychologist Xiao Mu was happily surfing the internet. The technological development level of this world was similar to the world he was in before he transmigrated. The internet was developed. And everything was available. For example, the website he clicked on, called Shudong website, was somewhat similar to Weibo and Twitter. Full of various daily lives posted by famous and unknown people, comments on current affairs, and delicious and fun things. Psychologist Xiao Mu's current job was to browse the Shudong website to see if there were any abnormalities. He first registered an account for himself and entered, neuropathy has improved, in the ID field, then pressed enter. Sorry, the username you entered already exists. How could anyone choose a name like that? Psychologist Xiao Mu was very confused. He then entered, I am Joe Minka's dog, and pressed enter. Sorry, the username you entered already exists. Psychologist Xiao Mu glanced at Joe Minka, who was watching a video, then at Su Hong, who was reading a book, and also at the temporarily empty spots of Du Rua and Bai Lian. He felt that someone among these people definitely had a problem. Psychologist Xiao Mu could only enter his own name. Xiao Mu, enter. Sorry, the username you entered already exists. I'm really speechless. Psychologist Xiao Mu did not expect that even his own name would be taken. However, thinking about it, with so many people sharing the same name, it's hard to guarantee that no one would be so muddle-headed as to want to use their real name online, or perhaps they didn't even have that name and just thought it sounded good. He thought about it and decided to add some modifiers before his name to distinguish it. For example, many would use writer XX, actor XX, XX himself, and so on. Psychologist Xiao Mu thought of a suitable profession for himself and immediately typed. Psychologist Xiao Mu, enter. Welcome to Shudong website, where you can share everything about your life. Registration was successful. Psychologist Xiao Mu breathed a sigh of relief. This was a small step for Shudong website, but a big step for psychologist Xiao Mu's work. He wasn't picky, he clicked on all the recommended accounts pushed by Shudong website and quickly started surfing the internet. Then psychologist Xiao Mu discovered that the internet in this world was also very chaotic. Just by clicking on Shudong website's trending searches, psychologist Xiao Mu saw some inexplicable news headlines. A company's general manager claims his employees only work 16 hours a day. Why should they be paid for a full day? A young man harassed a female classmate for a month, finally beating her into serious injury. A 9-year-old girl has been missing since using a certain skincare product, which advertises that it can make people 10 years younger. Headless male corpse frequently entering and exiting hair salons has aroused high alert from the police. Psychologist Xiao Mu clicked on the first news story and found that it was said by the general manager of a food factory. And this person spoke righteously and eloquently, with many supportive comments below. As a worker, psychologist Xiao Mu quickly typed a comment. Psychologist Xiao Mu, even demons would call him a capitalist, hanging him on a lamppost would be too good for you. Immediately after replying, psychologist Xiao Mu felt that he was still too young. Why argue with people online? They weren't his patients. Work, work. He was about to check other news. Just then, the computer suddenly made a notification sound. Psychologist Xiao Mu clicked it open and found it was a reply to his comment. As expected, it was a hot topic, just saying a few words garnered attention and replies. Neuropathy has improved. Do you know how hard Boss Ma works? He gets up early and stays up late every day. If it weren't for him, who knows how many people would be unemployed? Psychologist Xiao Mu frowned. Boss, I think I've found an abnormality. He immediately reported to Joe Minka. Joe Minka came over, glanced at it, and quickly lost interest. These kinds of people are common, you don't need to bother with him. She sat back down and continued watching daily traffic accident compilations. Psychologist Xiaomu nodded, half understanding. He had underestimated abnormalities. Although this person used the nickname he had just wanted to take, and although he spoke as if he had been brainwashed, he was still a normal person. Just a bit foolish. Thinking of this, psychologist Xiaomu was genuinely happy that the other party was truly foolish and not controlled by an abnormality. After surfing for a while longer, psychologist Xiaomu's computer rang again. He saw that someone had sent him a private message. Could it be that they're still angry and want to private message me to argue? Psychologist Xiaomu stretched his fingers a bit, he was a little excited. As someone who loved peace, this was his first time arguing with someone online. However, when he opened the private message, he found it wasn't the person from before. Flower of Dark Cloud, hello, doctor, I feel like my mental state hasn't been quite right lately. Can you help me? This netizen seemed to genuinely regard psychologist Xiaomu as a psychologist. He checked the IP location, and it was in Jiangqing City. With a serious and responsible attitude, psychologist Xiaomu typed a reply. Psychologist Xiaomu, how may I help you? He had read news online before. There was a patient with severe depression who, while contemplating suicide, randomly found a netizen online and talked to them. If the other person's attitude was good, they would give up on suicide. If their attitude was bad, then there was nothing left to live for in this world. Perhaps the situation psychologist Xiaomu was encountering now was similar. Flower of Dark Cloud, it's like this. Originally, my job was quite relaxed, I only needed to work the night shift. And there was no internal competition among colleagues, and the pay was good. But recently, every time I sleep, I feel like someone is pressing on me, and when I open my eyes, I seem to see a black shadow. Doctor, do you think I'm having hallucinations? The other party didn't hold back and typed a long string of text. Boss, I think I've found another abnormality. Psychologist Xiaomu raised his right hand. Like an elementary school student whose teacher had asked a question in class that he had just done the exact same problem for in a supplementary textbook the day before. Joe Minka came over and glanced at it. She pondered for a moment. Is it really not possible? Psychologist Xiaomu sighed. No, it might be real, we can follow up on it. Joe Minka said, then went back to watching outdoor fishing videos. Psychologist Xiaomu stole a glance, the fish she was catching were really big. Yay! Psychologist Xiaomu gathered his spirits. There was less than 3 days until the next mission. As a weak man with errank strength and speed, he had to anchor an abnormality early to gain extraordinary power. And this person's problem, which clearly looked like sleep paralysis, was perfect for a newcomer like psychologist Xiaomu to practice on. Psychologist Xiaomu, this kind of symptom is common and should be related to your work state, rest state, and environment. How about this, do you have time now? I can provide an in-home service. Flower of Dark Cloud, really? That's great. Thank you, doctor. Flower of Dark Cloud, here is my address xxxxxxxxxxx. Psychologist Xiaomu looked at the address link sent by the other party. He clicked it and immediately saw the landmark on it. Room 205, Shelf 04, Holby, Binhai Funeral Home, 114, Ling River South Road, Jiangqing City. Thanks to Merlin Hermes for the 500 coin reward. On the bus, Xiaomu checked his phone and confirmed the address was correct. It was indeed the Binhai Funeral Home. This bus route went to the Binhai Funeral Home in the suburbs. Usually, by the previous stop, there would be almost no one left. Now, besides the driver, Xiaomu was the only passenger on the bus. Driver, is there a place to stay at the Binhai Funeral Home? Xiaomu sat on the transverse seat behind the driver and struck up a conversation. The driver held the steering wheel, not looking back, unsure how to answer. The scenery outside the window became desolate, changing from the original densely packed high-rise buildings to old, dilapidated small houses. and finally to bungalows and fields. This road was built more than 20 years ago. At night, small animals would occasionally dart out from both sides and die an unnatural death. Later, barbed wire was installed, which reduced such tragedies. However, on the road, one could still occasionally glimpse some dried, decayed carcasses and traces of dragged blood, which were difficult to erase even after wind and rain. The afternoon sun was hazy, as if a thin veil had been cast over the world. The driver was silent for a moment before speaking. "Are you going there to sweep graves?" Drivers on this route never directly said Binhai funeral home but used a euphemism. "I'm looking for someone. Don't look at me like this, but I'm actually a psychologist." Xiaomu was completely in character. "A patient asked me for help, saying he had a problem, so I came for a house call." "Patient?" The driver mulled over Xiaomu's words. There weren't many staff at the Binhai funeral home, and the driver remembered most of them. In his impression, none of them needed psychological treatment. "Yes, driver, you drive this route, so you must be very familiar with the people there, right? Do you know what kind of person lives in Building B, Shelf 04, Room 205? As soon as Xiaomu spoke, the driver immediately slammed on the brakes. Xiaomu barely managed to steady himself and not fall off the seat. The driver turned his head and looked at Xiaomu suspiciously. "The one living in that place might not be a person," he said coldly. "Oh, that's great." Xiaomu clapped his hands. It was good that it wasn't a person. He was eager to find some abnormalities to meet right now. The driver said nothing, only turned back to continue driving, mouthing crazy. The road began to get bumpy. Xiaomu glanced at the fields outside the window. He soon saw several people in long robes standing at the edge of the field, under the shade of trees, looking over. Their faces were pale, with only their lips an unnatural red, like they were smeared with fresh blood. Xiaomu waved at them. Seeing that they didn't respond, he turned back. Turning his head, Xiaomu saw a pale face staring back at him across the aisle. The bus instantly became packed. Those people in long robes sat quietly in the seats. Everyone stared at Xiaomu, as if he were some celebrity. Xiaomu leaned back against the seat. At some point, a person in a long robe had sat down to his right. Xiaomu examined him carefully, unable to feel his aura. A cold sensation emanated from him. "What are you looking at?" The driver suddenly spoke. He glimpsed Xiaomu leaning forward to look at the empty seat beside him through the rearview mirror and found him very strange. "You can't see it," Xiaomu replied. Clearly, these people in long robes were likely some kind of abnormality, and the driver's depth was clearly insufficient to see them. As for why these people reacted so indifferently to Xiaomu, Xiaomu thought it must be because he was well liked. After all, even Shui Hua, Fu Wang, Ime, and Ahei were on good terms with him. Perhaps Xiaomu was naturally destined to deal with abnormalities. The driver muttered something and stopped talking to Xiaomu. The bus's final stop was not the Binhai funeral home. Around 4 in the afternoon, Xiaomu arrived at the stop. He went to the back door and saw that the people in long robes inside the bus seemed to have no intention of leaving. "You should get off the bus," Xiaomu reminded them. The people in long robes did not react. The driver honked the horn and said something to Xiaomu at the back door. "Here we are." "All right." Xiaomu quickly hopped off the back door. The bus drove away as if escaping, carrying a full load of people in long robes. Xiaomu looked out and saw the people in long robes gathered at the back window, staring intently at him. "Bye-bye." Xiaomu waved and turned to look at the building in front of him. The Zhongcheng City Binhai funeral home consisted of 3 buildings. The largest building looked ordinary, just a 3-story building with a spacious courtyard and parking lot. Several locust trees, with lush branches and leaves, were planted in the courtyard. The other 2 buildings were slightly older. One seemed to be an old building, and the other had been converted into temporary dormitories. However, no one would be willing to live in the Binhai funeral home. The dormitories were empty. Xiaomu could only see a girl in a red dress looking at him from the second floor of the dormitory through the security bars. The afternoon sun shone on the Binhai Funeral Home sign, giving it a distorted and jumbled feeling. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice came from the sign. Xiaomu looked back and found a person standing by the wall. He had thinning hair and looked about 30 years old, wearing a t-shirt and a jacket, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. "Are you a staff member here?" Xiaomu asked. "The Binhai Funeral Home is closed today. I'm the only night watchman." The person thought Xiaomu was there for business and said coldly. "Oh, then who is that person on the second floor over there?" Xiaomu pointed to the dormitory building. At this moment, he noticed that the girl was already gone. "Don't make such jokes here." The night watchman's face was stern, and he asked in a deep voice again. "Why are you here?" "Oh, it's like this. I met someone from your site online. He said he had a mental illness and lives in Building B, Shelf 04, Room 205. Xiaomu explained his purpose. The night watchman frowned and scrutinized Xiaomu from head to toe. "Did you take the wrong bus? You should have taken the Route 13 to the terminal stop, right?" he retorted. The terminal stop of Route 13 bus was No. 900 Shiqing North Road, Jiangcheng City Mental Health Center, commonly known as the Mental Hospital. This was mocking Xiaomu for being mentally ill. "No, isn't the Binhai Funeral Home here? Why don't you take me in, and I'll look for him? After all, I think that person's mental state isn't quite normal either, and it wouldn't be good if he did something extreme." As someone who had just been discharged from the hospital, Xiaomu didn't understand the night watchman's local joke. "Suit yourself. Anyway, no one's here today." The night watchman didn't bother to explain to Xiaomu. He walked towards the building, his shadow stretched long by the setting sun. Within that dim shadow, blood-red text appeared in Xiaomu's vision. "A not-so-quiet place, bustling with people, lively and noisy. I suggest you follow the funeral home rules here, otherwise you might get a permanent residence permit here." Xiaomu followed him. The moment he stepped into the Binhai Funeral Home, Xiaomu felt the surroundings become silent. Originally, by the roadside, one could still hear some insects chirping and the rustling of leaves in the wind. But after walking inside, it was very quiet, with only a subtle whimpering sound, like the low hum of an exhaust fan. He took 2 steps, then suddenly felt his footsteps were too loud and immediately stopped. Thump thump. At this moment, Xiaomu noticed that his footsteps continued for a second after he stopped. The footsteps came from behind him. Xiaomu turned his head to look. Outside the main gate of the Binhai Funeral Home, wild grass grew desolate. Strange. Xiaomu ignored the footsteps and continued forward, quickly entering the main gate of the Binhai Funeral Home. He didn't find the night watchman, only a dim corridor. This old-style corridor design had obvious flaws. Even during the day, the sunlight from outside couldn't penetrate. Only a door at the far end, leading to the other side of the building, faintly emitted a soft glow. The incandescent lights overhead hadn't been replaced in a long time and were dim, making the entire corridor appear eerie and dark. On both sides of the corridor were closed doors, leading to unknown places. From the deep corridor, there was a faint humming sound like an exhaust fan, similar to a stove on high heat. To the left of the main entrance was the front desk. The wooden surface had many mottled marks, as if someone had forcefully scratched it with their fingernails. On the wall behind the front desk hung an old plastic board with some text printed neatly on it. "Funeral Home Rules." Xiaomu silently read the words aloud. The printed text looked old, like advertisements plastered in the 1990s, lacking any design and only conveying a sense of coldness. Xiaomu felt that since he had come to the Binhai Funeral Home, he definitely had to look at the rules here, and he looked at the first one. 1. There are no ghosts in this world. It is forbidden to fabricate, spread, or disseminate ghost stories about the Binhai Funeral Home. Very reasonable. Xiaomu felt that spreading ghost stories in such a place would indeed cause the staff to be restless and unable to work properly. If, due to distraction, a body wasn't cremated completely, leading to dissatisfaction from the family, that would be a grave sin indeed. 2. If you see a woman in red appearing for no reason within the Binhai funeral home, please pretend not to see her and do not mention her to anyone. If a visitor claims to have seen a woman in red, immediately escort her out of the Binhai funeral home. Woman in red? Xiaomu remembered the woman he saw in the dormitory. So that means she is indeed in the Binhai funeral home, but because of this rule, that night watchman brother told me there was no such person. I see. He quickly understood. 3. Please remember, bodies do not speak. If a body speaks when you are alone, please do not respond, and do not make any attempt to converse with the body. Does that mean I can't talk to the body? That's normal too. Xiaomu didn't find anything wrong with it. Under normal circumstances, dead people certainly don't speak, so this rule was very reasonable. 4. All employees are forbidden from approaching the old building. All employees are forbidden from wearing red clothes within the Binhai funeral home. If a visitor wearing red clothes enters the Binhai funeral home, please quickly escort them out. Presumably, the old building is dilapidated. And they're worried about accidents. Xiaomu thought for a moment, wearing festive red clothes in a place like a Binhai funeral home was indeed inappropriate. 5. Without written documentation, it is forbidden to inventory the number of bodies in the morgue. It is forbidden for a single person to enter the morgue. When someone is seen leaving the morgue alone, regardless of who they are, please immediately go to the broadcast room and make a full announcement throughout the facility. This is to prevent thieves from stealing bodies, perhaps disguised as acquaintances. Xiaomu had heard some urban legends about people stealing organs from bodies to sell, which was utterly heinous. 6. Employees staying overnight at the Binhai funeral home, please record your daily work content in a notebook before sleeping and take photos for filing. The next day, after waking up, compare them. If there is missing content in the notebook, no action is needed. If there is extra content, please leave the Binhai funeral home immediately. This is to prevent errors. Perhaps cremating an extra body or something? Xiaomu continued to look at the next item. 7. Remaining employees please patrol the Binhai funeral home before midnight and return to the security room. After 8 p.m., no matter what you see in the mirror in the restroom, pretend you didn't see it. Regular patrols, very tough. Xiaomu glanced at the corridor. The night watchman brother had gone somewhere, and the sky quickly darkened, making the entire corridor even more pitch black. A dim red light seeped through the crack of one of the doors in the corridor, as if someone was moving inside, shadows flickering. So he's in the room. Xiaomu thought it was the night watchman brother and turned his gaze back to the text on the wall. Whether it was Xiaomu's imagination or not, those originally simple and upright characters seemed to have become somewhat crooked and tinged with a hint of blood. 8. The incinerator will automatically power off after work. After work, regardless of whether you hear the incinerator operating or see it operating, it is forbidden to operate it. The sound of the incinerator? Xiaomu felt that the buzzing sound in his ears was quite similar to the sound of an incinerator. But it seemed this should be the sound of the air conditioner blowing. He looked at the last item. 9. Under no circumstances must there be less than one living employee remaining in the Binhai funeral home. All employees must strictly abide by the rules and inform or show these rules to all visitors. Safety first. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Xiaomu. He turned his head and saw it was the night watchman brother. He seemed to have just returned from outside. I'm looking at your rules here. What rules could there be here? The night watchman didn't pay attention to what Xiaomu said, but asked casually. What did you say you were looking for just now? Building B, Shelf 04, Room 205. Xiaomu repeated it. Come here. The night watchman walked past Xiaomu and into the corridor. Xiaomu responded and followed him, quickly realizing that the night watchman brother had arrived at the door of the room where Xiaomu had seen a figure earlier. A dim red light seeped through the door crack, and figures seemed to be stirring within. The night watchman twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. Xiaomu found that it was very cold inside, as if the air conditioning was set to the lowest. There were many cabinets in the room. Soon, Xiaomu realized that this was the morgue. Two people go in together. Xiaomu murmured, remembering the Binhai funeral home rules he had read earlier. Some of the morgue cabinets had white nameplates, while others were empty. Obviously, those with nameplates contained bodies. Xiaomu suppressed the urge to count the number of these nameplates and instead followed the night watchman to one of the shelves. On the shelf, a worn plaque read 04. The second layer from the bottom up, the fifth from left to right. Xiaomu saw a nameplate there. It's right here. The night watchman knocked on the morgue freezer, making a clanging sound that echoed in the quiet room where only the sound of the air conditioning was heard. Xiaomu looked at the name on it, but found it only said Ling River 3. What does Ling River 3 mean? He asked honestly. It means the third unidentified body found near the Ling River. The night watchman glanced at Xiaomu and explained. Unidentified bodies found in the wild are generally numbered according to their area and discovery order and placed here. This one was sent a few days ago, and the death was a bit gruesome, the entire face was rotten. Unidentified ones are also sent over? Xiaomu was curious. Yes, if their identity is never determined, they will be cremated and sent to the back mountain. The night watchman pointed in a direction. That was Jiangcheng Mountain Cemetery. After a body was cremated at the Binhai funeral home, it could be directly transported next door for a tombstone, which was very convenient. Can I see him? Xiaomu asked. Do you know this person? The night watchman frowned. He's my patient. I'm a psychologist. Xiaomu repeated his persona. Forget it, this person's death was a bit gruesome, don't be scared. The night watchman pulled out a key, unlocked the freezer. And then pulled hard. A face appeared before Xiaomu's eyes. That face had no features, the nose was crudely cut off, and the two eye sockets were empty, as if the eyeballs had been pecked out by crows. The lower half of the face was even more bloody and mangled, as if struck by some blunt object. And a layer of frost had formed due to the low temperature of the freezer, like fine white fuzz. This was a female. Her body was also covered in wounds, which looked like they were caused by some wild beast's scratches, hideous and tragic. It was hard to imagine what she had been through and why she had been abandoned in the wilderness. Xiaomu took out his phone. Fortunately, the signal here was good. If not, he could ask the night watchman for Wi-Fi. Opening the Shudong website, Xiaomu sent a message to the Flower of Dark Cloud. Psychologist Xiaomu, it's like this, I've arrived at the place you mentioned. I see you lying here, it's a bit inconvenient to disturb you. Can you wake up? In less than 2 seconds, the other party replied. Flower of Dark Cloud, doctor, where are you? Why don't I see you? Xiaomu looked at the bloody, mangled body, then at his phone. Psychologist Xiaomu, I'm right outside your door. This time, he waited a full 30 seconds. Just as the night watchman, unsure what Xiaomu was doing and finding the body unsettling, was about to pull the freezer door shut. Xiaomu's phone vibrated. It was a message from the other party. Flower of Dark Cloud, image. Xiaomu tapped on the slightly blurry image and found that it was a photo. In the photo, Xiaomu and the night watchman were standing in front of the freezer, with their backs to the person taking the photo. Then, the other party's second message appeared. Flower of Dark Cloud, doctor, I see you. Asterisk, thank you all for your votes and support. Please recommend tickets, please monthly tickets. The temperature in the morgue was very low, and the old air conditioner creaked, with sporadic gusts of cold air sweeping across the back of the neck, making one shiver involuntarily. The night watchman glanced at Xiaomu's phone screen, saw the photo, and saw the reply. The 30-something man's face turned ashen, and he immediately looked back. The shadow in the freezer was empty, there was nothing there. The night watchman tried to see something within it but found nothing. He felt slightly relieved. Turning his head, the night watchman saw Xiaomu pressing his ear against the chest of the blurred corpse, seemingly listening for a heartbeat. What are you doing? The night watchman's body trembled, and goosebumps rose on the back of his neck. Dead. Xiao Mu looked up, confirming it. It's already been here for several days. The night watchman swallowed, replying. Xiao Mu did not speak. In his vision, scarlet text coiled around the white frost on the corpse, like dancing ants. This miserable fellow, she would never have dreamed she would die like this. After all, that was her favorite thing. Completely dead. Even these words told Xiao Mu that the person was already dead. Xiao Mu picked up his phone. Psychologist Xiao Mu, is it possible that you are already dead? Hey! The night watchman saw the message Xiao Mu sent and couldn't help but exclaim. He dared to stand guard alone at Binhai funeral home, so he was naturally not afraid of any ghosts or monsters. But Xiao Mu's current actions made him doubt his life a little. Flower of dark cloud, doctor, what are you saying? I'm right next to you. This sentence appeared in the Shudong website private message chat window. Xiao Mu suddenly felt a chilling breath by his ear. He looked over there, but there was nothing. The night watchman looked at Xiao Mu suspiciously, not knowing what he was looking at. Is this some kind of prank game? Where's the camera? The night watchman asked. Xiao Mu shook his head, signaling the night watchman to close the freezer. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but just before the freezer completely closed, Xiao Mu felt a hint of crystalline sparkle in the deep hollow eye sockets of the faceless corpse. It was as if it had opened its eyes and was looking at him. Damn it, it's all your fault. You've made me a bit scared to stay here now. Walking out of the morgue, the night watchman cursed. The corridor grew dimmer. Xiao Mu arrived at the door and found that it was dark. The sky in the suburbs appeared even darker. The road outside the main gate was already shrouded in twilight, and something seemed to be moving through the wild grass, rustling for a moment. There are no more late-night buses. Why don't you stay here tonight? The night watchman behind him checked the time on his phone. The last bus on this route was very early, so Xiao Mu could only stay here overnight. He guessed it was also because the night watchman was scared. All right. Xiao Mu hadn't figured out the abnormalities here, so he certainly wouldn't leave. Turning his head, in the hazy twilight, he suddenly felt as if a piece of paper was stuck to the night watchman's face. No, to be precise, it was as if the night watchman's face was a piece of paper. Crude, distorted facial features were drawn on the paper, appearing comical and bizarre, yet also somewhat unsettling, making one's heart skip a beat in the ambiguous twilight. Xiao Mu blinked and saw the other person's face, ordinary and without any abnormalities. A series of crimson texts coiled around the night watchman's body. Be careful. Ghosts are indeed terrifying, but sometimes the human heart is even more formidable than the unspeakable. Xiao Mu did not speak and followed the other person into Binhai funeral home. The security room was in the room opposite the front desk. It was very simple, with a bunk bed, messy blankets on the bed, old tables and chairs, a water dispenser, and a computer displaying surveillance footage from various parts of Binhai funeral home. On the wall were some notices and a duty roster with photos, and what was strange was that there were even female employees on night duty. At the end of the roster, the night watchman's photo was crookedly pasted. Xiao Mu glanced at the surveillance monitors. The morgue, the crematorium, the mourning hall, and other places were all quiet, emitting a faint green glow in the night vision cameras. A faint scent, perhaps sandalwood, permeated the room. Xiao Mu found it very familiar. Perhaps the smell was everywhere in Binhai funeral home. I only have instant noodles here. Just make do with them. The night watchman took out 2 tubs of instant noodles. To Xiao Mu, as long as the food wasn't infested with worms, it was a delicacy. He quickly began slurping his noodles, and the aroma of braised beef noodles soon filled the security room. While eating, Xiao Mu chatted briefly with the other person and learned that the night watchman's name was Qin Shixing, and he had been working here for 3 years. Actually, the work here is very simple. It's just regular shifts and patrols. It's fine to sleep a bit when you're alone at night. There aren't even ghosts here, let alone thieves. Chen Shixing opened up. And people who are timid wouldn't dare to apply. My colleague and I rotate shifts, it's very relaxed, and the pay isn't bad either. You make me want to come here too, Xiaomu commented, then asked. Aren't you afraid being here alone on night watch? I was at first, but then I got used to it, and it's fine. It's just urns and bodies here. What am I afraid of when people are already dead? Chen Shixing said faintly. Besides, I think I see a lot of interesting things here. I once saw rich people's children fighting fiercely in front of the morning hall. It was quite lively. This night watchman seemed to enjoy it. Perhaps one needs such a mindset to work in places related to funerals. Xiaomu acknowledged this and then took out his phone again. What's the Wi-Fi password here? That Wi-Fi isn't very good, it's on and off. Use your data. There's a base station over at the cemetery, and the signal is excellent. Chen Shixing said casually. He had already opened a video website and was browsing short videos. I never thought some people wouldn't want a communication base station built near their homes when they were alive, but after they die, they have to be buried with one. Xiaomu looked at the Binhai Funeral Home 01 Wi-Fi displayed on his phone and sighed. Opening the Shudong website, Xiaomu sent another message to that friend. Psychologist Xiaomu, I haven't found you. How about this, tell me in detail about your situation, and I'll see what I can do to help you. Xiaomu simultaneously looked up at Chen Shixing. This man was holding his phone with one hand, happily watching some brainwashing BGM short videos from rural urban fringe areas. Ding dong, flower of dark cloud, doctor, I'm really uncomfortable. That thing keeps pressing on me when I sleep. Sometimes when I go to the bathroom and look in the mirror, I feel like I see a blurry figure on me. Flower of dark cloud, I also often feel very cold, doctor. Don't you feel cold? There's always a whooshing sound by my ear, in waves. Xiaomu heard a whooshing sound. He looked up, and the 10-year-old air conditioner was operating, emitting a buzzing sound in waves. Psychologist Xiaomu, your situation might be due to not resting well, and the air conditioner is set too cold. Is the mirror you mentioned the mirror in your living place? Flower of dark cloud, yes. Psychologist Xiaomu, I'll go check the situation first. Let me know if you think of anything else to add. Xiaomu secretly noted this situation, planning to go to the bathroom and look in the mirror later. I'm going to patrol. Do you want to come alone? Beside him, Chen Shixing stood up and took a flashlight. Yes, let's go. Xiaomu said excitedly. Before getting up, Xiaomu sent Zhou Minka a WeChat message, simply stating that he would be spending the night at the Binhai funeral home. But Zhou Minka only replied telling Xiaomu to be careful, with no further information for him. He also picked up a flashlight, turned it on, and found it a bit dim. He shook it, and the brightness seemed to increase slightly. What the game said was true after all. Xiaomu followed Chen Shixing into the corridor. What do you usually check when you patrol? He remembered the Binhai funeral home rules from the front desk. It seemed one shouldn't go to the morgue alone. We go into every room. There's usually nothing abnormal here. Chen Shixing said, opening the door to the room next to the security office. This was an office. The room was small, with the curtains drawn, pitch black. The flashlight beam illuminated cabinets filled with archives, desks, chairs, computers, and so on. Closing the office door, he walked to the next room. Xiaomu shined his light on the sign on the door. It was the makeup room. Some people who died tragically needed embalming and makeup, and this room was used for that. As the flashlight illuminated the room, Xiaomu saw a face looking back at him. The face was bloodless, its eyes lifeless, and it had no hair. It was a bust of a mannequin. Damn it, who's so heartless? Why would they put this thing like this? Wouldn't it scare someone to death? Chen Shixing cursed, then walked in, moved the bust to the floor, and covered it with a plastic sheet. The flashlight in Xiaomu's hand illuminated Chen Shixing in the room, revealing a table covered with a white cloth, and next to it, some cabinets with cosmetics and various repair tools. After Chen Shishing finished, the two locked the door and returned to the corridor. They then passed the empty morning hall, where memorial services were usually held. Behind the morning hall was the cremation room. The night was very quiet, but Xiaomu kept hearing a buzzing sound, like an unclosed gas stove. Chen Shishing opened the door to the cremation room. There was a burnt smell inside, mixed with a greasy odor. The stuffy air made one instinctively hold their breath, feeling even more suffocated. The incinerators inside were naturally not on. Yet, Xiaomu could hear a clearer sound of burning fire coming from within those incinerators. Don't worry, the heat control here is perfect, it definitely won't let you taste overcooked food. Blood red text appeared before Xiaomu's eyes. Are all the furnaces here turned off? Xiaomu asked. Of course, it'd be too dangerous if they were always on. Chen Shishing asked strangely. He twitched his nostrils, sniffing the air in the cremation room, and found no abnormalities. Xiaomu shined his flashlight on one of the incinerators, but he clearly saw orange-red firelight emanating from the cracks of the furnace. As if something was struggling inside, its shadow trembling, staining the entire cremation room with the color of madness. Indeed. Xiaomu exited the cremation room. Clearly, Chen Shishing, as an ordinary person, didn't have enough depth to see these bizarre sights. I'm going to the restroom. Arriving at the restroom entrance, Chen Shishing said. Then I'll come along. Xiaomu followed him. This was an old-fashioned public restroom. Facing the corridor were wash basins and a large mirror. To the left was the women's restroom, and to the right was the men's restroom. The corridor lights were very dim, making the mirror blurry, as if covered in a layer of mist. The light cast the shadows of the two people onto the mirror, just two black blobs, their features and appearance indistinguishable. There were two. Xiaomu confirmed. Chen Shishing washed his hands first, then walked into the restroom behind Xiaomu. The restroom was also very dark. The light, perhaps not repaired for too long, emitted a faint glow, as if it could go out at any moment. Xiaomu found a urinal by the side, unzipped, and heard footsteps from the next stall. Chen Shishing approached the urinal. For a moment, the restroom was silent. Those who know, some people just can't urinate when someone else is around. Xiaomu waited for a while and found that Chen Shishing next door was also silent. Should we stop tormenting each other? I can't really go with someone watching. Xiaomu couldn't help but say. Who's watching you? Chen Shishing's voice suddenly came from behind Xiaomu. Xiaomu froze. The corner of his eye did indeed catch a glimpse of someone seemingly standing in front of the urinal next to his. That person was pitch black, like a cloud of mist. Xiaomu immediately turned his head. But the urinal next to him was empty. Chen Shishing walked behind Xiaomu. Hurry up, I'll wait for you outside. The flashlight beam swept across Xiaomu's back, and his footsteps left the restroom. Xiaomu, using the dim light, confirmed again. There was nothing. He quickly finished in the restroom and turned to scan the stalls. The slightly old stall doors were almost all open, except for the one closest to the window, which was ajar. Xiaomu turned and left the restroom. However, the instant his gaze shifted, he seemed to see a pale hand abruptly retracting from the crack of that ajar door. Remember to close the door when you use the restroom. He mumbled, walking out of the restroom. Turning on the faucet at the wash basin, Xiaomu let the cold water wash over his hands. Chen Shishing waited behind him, his flashlight illuminating the corridor. With a little water on his hands, Xiaomu looked up. Only two black shadows were in the blurry mirror. Xiaomu couldn't help but wipe it with his hand. The damp and sticky mist was wiped away by Xiaomu's palm, and a face was reflected in the smooth mirror. It was pitch black, with only two pale, pupilless eyes staring at Xiaomu. Hey, be careful of this guy, it's ready to drag you in at any moment. Ignoring it is the best way to deal with it. Xiaomu glanced at Chen Shishing in the mirror, who seemed quite normal. That black shadow disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only Xiaomu's slightly undernourished face. It's the plum rain season, it's too humid. Chen Shixing complained. Do we still need to check the morgue? Xiaomu shook his hands, picked up the flashlight placed on the edge of the sink, and asked. According to the Binhai funeral home rules, one couldn't enter the morgue alone, but now they were two people. Xiaomu didn't know if the rules still needed to be followed. Yes, of course, we do. Chen Shixing said as a matter of course. He held the flashlight and walked towards the morgue they had visited before. Since they had already been there once, this time it was very familiar. Under the cool-toned energy-saving lights, the refrigeration unit stood like solemn and dignified guards, quietly in place. Xiaomu followed behind Chen Shixing, scanning the gaps between the refrigeration units one by one. Soon, they arrived at the fourth refrigeration unit. Chen Shixing's flashlight swept around, illuminating the space between the obscured refrigeration units, which was empty. He continued forward. Xiaomu took a casual glance. He saw a woman in a red dress standing there. The woman's hair covered most of her face, revealing only faintly pale skin and overly bright red lips. The red dress exposed her arms and lower legs, and Xiaomu saw that they were covered in dents, various scratches. A sight that made Xiaomu feel a bit familiar. Xiaomu met the gaze of the other party's black hair-obscured eyes for a moment. Ding-dong! Suddenly, Xiaomu's phone vibrated. He looked down to check and found several messages from that netizen. Flower of Dark Cloud, Doctor, I just remembered something. Flower of Dark Cloud, I'm wondering if my illness might be related to my job? Psychologist Xiaomu, what is your job? Xiaomu typed immediately. A moment later, the other party replied. Flower of Dark Cloud, I work at the Binhai funeral home, often as a night watchman. Xiaomu saw these words and abruptly looked up. He saw that Chen Shixing had already reached the end of the morgue corridor, about 4 or 5 steps away from him, and was turning around. The flashlight's light was so dazzling that Xiaomu could barely see the person behind him. What's wrong? Chen Shixing's voice seemed to become somewhat distant. Xiaomu slightly shielded the flashlight's light with his hand. He saw Chen Shixing approach and lower the flashlight. Just as Xiaomu was about to speak, he noticed that Chen Shixing's gaze was not on him. The night watchman's eyes were fixed on the empty refrigeration unit next to Xiaomu. And at this moment, the woman in red was standing there. Only one thought surged into Xiaomu's mind. He can see it. Please vote for recommendations and monthly passes. Thanks to Menbo Wozhou for the 100 coin reward. Did Chen Shixing kill the original night watchman of the Binhai funeral home and take his place? Xiaomu wasn't insane, he certainly wouldn't think that the Flower of Dark Cloud was playing tricks on him. The living could lie, but the dead didn't know how to. Upon closer inspection, Xiaomu noticed something was amiss. No matter what, a funeral home couldn't possibly have only one person on night duty. Out here in the wilderness, if someone truly encountered a problem alone, there would be no one to turn to for help. At least 2 were needed. A vague possibility had already formed in Xiaomu's mind. Chen Shixing came to the Binhai funeral home to kill and rob. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered Xiaomu had arrived. So, he could only pretend to be a staff member of the Binhai funeral home, waiting for an opportunity to leave, or to kill Xiaomu. Xiaomu looked at Chen Shixing. There shouldn't be any problems, let's go back. It's too damn cold here. He rubbed his arm with the acting skills that had earned him praise from his Chinese teacher in a school play. Pretending to be very cold. Let's go. Chen Shixing averted his gaze and flickered his flashlight. Xiaomu walked in front, constantly paying attention to what was behind him. After they walked out of the morgue, the lights in the corridor had gone out at some point. Perhaps there was an electrical problem, or the old light bulbs had reached the end of their lifespan, or for some other reason. In any case, now only a green emergency light was shining at the front desk of the Binhai funeral home, illuminating the entire corridor with an eerie green glow, making it exceptionally deep and somber. That light illuminated the funeral home rules hanging on the wall. Xiaomu had a sudden inspiration. What Xiaomu had just seen, whether it was the mirror, the toilet, the incinerator, or the abnormalities in the morgue, All indicated that this Binhai funeral home had more or less some pollution. It was an abnormality. Then these rules became quite intriguing. Moreover, Chen Shixing had previously told Xiaomu not to mind the content of the rules. Thinking about it in reverse, the things written on it were extremely important. Xiaomu had an excellent memory and immediately thought of the last rule. 9. Under no circumstances must there be at least one living employee remaining in the Binhai funeral home. All employees must strictly abide by this rule and inform or display it to all visitors. Safety first. This meant that there had to be at least one living person in the Binhai funeral home. If Chen Shixing had killed the other people in the Binhai funeral home, then he would be the only employee. Chen Shixing couldn't leave the Binhai funeral home. This was why he was waiting for Xiaomu here instead of fleeing immediately after killing someone. Now, Xiaomu had arrived. What Chen Shixing had to do was not to kill Xiaomu, but to make him stay here and replace himself as the employee. Thinking of this, Xiaomu suddenly turned around. You know, with us on night watch and patrol together here, do you think we're friends? He revealed a bright and cheerful smile. Chen Shixing heard Xiaomu's words and looked at him suspiciously. But soon, the expression on his face changed, becoming more relaxed. Of course. Chen Shixing showed a sincere smile. Friendship Handbook. Although Xiaomu wasn't sure what Chen Shixing would do to his friends later, at least for now. He had to get along with this person to prevent him from harming himself. Even if he didn't kill Xiaomu, Chen Shixing could knock him out, then tie Xiaomu to a chair and run away himself. The two returned to the security room. The lights here were normal, and the computer screen showed the status of each room, quiet and still. Do you want some water? Chen Shixing picked up the kettle. No, thank you. Xiaomu refused the other party's kindness. Even if the two of them were good friends now, there was no guarantee that Chen Shixing wouldn't drug Xiaomu. Chen Shixing didn't dwell on it. He took a sip of water, then sat in front of the monitoring screen, took out his phone to scroll through videos. Occasionally looking up at the monitor, just like a real security guard. Sitting at the nearby table, Xiaomu had already made up his mind that he absolutely could not sleep tonight. What if Chen Shixing ran away after he fell asleep? Putting everything else aside, Xiaomu himself was planning to run away after Chen Shixing fell asleep. This was called judging others by oneself. Xiaomu took out his phone, just about to send a message to Zhou Minka, but his hand suddenly stopped. In his vision, crimson text wrapped around his phone, preventing Xiaomu from pressing the send button. Beware. Breaking the rules here will result in severe punishment. I believe you're not a masochist, right? Xiaomu pondered for a moment and quickly understood the reason. That was the first rule. 1. There are no ghosts in this world. Fabricating, spreading, or disseminating ghost stories about the Binhai funeral home is prohibited. If Xiaomu told Zhou Minka what happened here, it would also be considered spreading ghost stories about the Binhai funeral home, which would violate the rules. He could only close WeChat and open a web page to search for clues related to the Jiangqing City Binhai funeral home. Thanks to the almighty internet, Xiaomu quickly found the Binhai funeral home's official website and related news. However, all these news articles were very normal and didn't show any signs of abnormalities here. Xiaomu had heard from Su Hong that some oddities indeed possessed mysterious powers that could blur people's perceptions, making them actively ignore those incongruous parts, or even directly alter sensory cognition. Perhaps for ordinary people without depth, this Binhai funeral home was just a very normal place. But for those who had sunk into the abyss and could see the abnormalities, this was the true burial ground. Xiaomu put down his phone and observed the desktop for a while. On the table were some common magazines, books related to funerals, and two old-fashioned 16K notebooks. Xiaomu glanced at Chen Shixing beside him. The other person was still watching short videos, with corny love songs coming from his phone. Clearly enjoying himself. Reaching out, he picked up the top notebook and flipped through it. Indeed, it was a work log. According to the Binhai funeral home's rules, the person on night duty must record everything they did throughout the day and take photos for documentation. If the next day, some things were found to be missing from the notebook's text compared to the photo records, there was no need to worry. But if something extra appeared, then attention was needed. The one in Xiao Mu's hand was the newest. Today was March 18th. He directly turned to the last page with written records. There were no first-person descriptions often found in horror novels, only dates and a list of items. March 17th, incinerator no. 3 is out of order. The technician will come to fix it the day after tomorrow. It cannot be used temporarily. Corridor lights no. 3 and no. 4 need replacement. The process has been initiated. 1 memorial service, incinerator not used, no abnormalities. Today's purchased ingredients have arrived. Inventory checked. Night patrol, no abnormalities. It was a very simple work schedule. The Binhai funeral home, in essence, was just a workplace, nothing fancy. Today's entry was naturally not written. Xiaomu flipped back one page, wanting to see if there was any difference. March 16th, incinerator no. 3 has poor contact. Will check after work. 3 memorial services, incinerator used 3 times, no abnormalities. Yenling is dead. Inventory checked. 3 days worth of ingredients left, delivery arriving tomorrow. Night patrol, no abnormalities. Xiaomu saw that there seemed to be a strange sentence added in the middle. Who was Yenling? He remained silent and continued to look ahead. March 15th, no memorial services, no abnormalities. Fong Jingwei is dead. Gao Tingyu is dead. Deng Yongrui is dead. Night patrol. No abnormalities. The entire security room was silent. Xiaomu's hand stopped turning the page. Why was it so quiet? He looked up and saw that Chen Shixing had put down his phone at some point and was gazing at him. What are you looking at? Chen Shixing asked, his voice low. Xiaomu did not show panic. Instead, he calmly placed the notebook on the table, opened it to the last page, picked up a pen, and meticulously wrote down the words March 18th. Didn't the rules say to diligently record the day's events? I'm just looking at the previous entries to learn a bit. Xiaomu pretended not to see the eerie words. This was somewhat like werewolf, as Chen Shixing had no point of reference alone. He didn't know if these strange words were only visible to him or to everyone. As long as Xiaomu acted well, Chen Shixing wouldn't be able to tell that Xiaomu had received information. Chen Shixing looked at the notebook and placed his phone on the table. I'll write it. He told Xiaomu to stand up, then picked up the pen himself and wrote a few sentences. Afterward, he took a photo with his phone to record it. Xiaomu glanced at what he wrote. There were no abnormalities. Just then, from the direction of the ceiling, Xiaomu suddenly heard a thud. The sound was like something heavy falling onto the floor. He remained composed, only noticing Chen Shixing's movements falter slightly. Clearly, he had heard it too. Xiaomu remained still. Chen Shixing closed the notebook, was silent for a moment, then glanced at Xiaomu, who was already playing on his phone as if he hadn't heard anything. I'm going to the restroom. Can you watch the surveillance for me here? He stood up and said, picking up the high-powered flashlight. Oh. Xiaomu watched Chen Shixing leave. He moved his chair and looked at the surveillance. The monitors showed the situation in various rooms, and under the night vision, everything appeared eerie and silent. Chen Shixing left the security room and walked towards the restroom, entering a blind spot in the surveillance. Just then, all the lights went out. The computer, the overhead lights, the air conditioner, everything stopped. Suddenly, the only light in the room was from Xiaomu's phone. He immediately locked his phone screen. In the silent Binhai funeral home, only the hum of the incinerator echoed through the space. He didn't know if it was a tripped breaker or if Chen Shixing had cut the power. Regardless, Xiaomu felt he couldn't stay here. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. The footsteps were not light. Step by step, they echoed through the corridor, each sound growing louder and closer. Accompanying the footsteps, Xiaomu also heard a dragging sound, as if something heavy was being pulled across the floor. He's coming, and he means no good. You should be prepared, or you'll end up like that popsicle in the freezer. In his vision, the blood-red words were exceptionally clear. Sure enough, Chen Shixing killed that woman. Xiaomu murmured in his mind. He immediately hid behind the door. Thump, thump, thump. A knock sounded on the door, and then Chen Shixing's voice came through. Xiaomu, it seems the power suddenly tripped here. Chen Shixing still tried to feign normalcy to lower Xiaomu's guard. Xiaomu held his breath and remained silent, not speaking. Behind the door, Chen Shixing hesitated for a moment, then also fell silent. Clearly, both of them now realized one thing: only one of them could leave this Binhai funeral home alive. What Xiaomu found strange was that even though Chen Shixing and he had become friends, he still chose to harm Xiaomu. Compared to ghosts, human hearts are far more terrifying. Soon, the doorknob turned, and Chen Shixing pushed the door open. The blinding light from the flashlight illuminated the entire room. Xiaomu hid behind the door, concentrating on finding an opportunity. Chen Shixing frowned slightly. He took a step inside, sweeping the flashlight across the computer, the table, the bunk beds. The light approached the area behind the door where Xiaomu was standing. Xiaomu didn't hesitate. He suddenly pushed the door open. Chen Shixing was caught off guard, the flashlight dropped to the floor, and he was also caught by the door, letting out a muffled groan. Xiaomu immediately stomped on and shattered the flashlight's bulb, simultaneously pushing Chen Shixing forcefully, shoving him out into the corridor. Using the last bit of light, Xiaomu saw that Chen Shixing was holding a heavy crowbar in his other hand. Then, he ran into the deep, dark corridor. These rooms are not good news. I suggest you try your luck upstairs. After all, the guys up there aren't on good terms with him. The stairs are to your right. Choose. The crimson words vanished in an instant. Xiaomu didn't think, he immediately turned around and groped his way up the stairs in the dark. He heard shouting from behind him, followed by hurried footsteps. The second floor was even darker, without a trace of light. Even the emergency lights had gone out, making it pitch black. But in Xiaomu's vision, countless words popped out. Curator's office. The desk inside can fit at least one secretary. Storage room. You ask why the storage room is on the second floor? Well, that's because the things stored here are very special. Archive room. Files from last year and before are in here. All dead people, nothing remarkable. Reception room. Perhaps there's something you want, but it's best to be careful. Another storage room, but the items inside are clearly much more normal. The Celestial Bank's petty cash vault. Red words were imprinted on each of the doors, guiding Xiaomu. Without hesitation, Xiaomu immediately opened the door to the reception room and walked inside. The reception room was spacious, but the curtains were drawn, making it pitch black. Xiaomu fumbled for the sofa and the coffee table. And a face. Xiaomu paused. The face was cold and slightly sticky. The person was sitting on the sofa, motionless, as if already stiff. Hey, this little friend seems to be waiting for someone, and you're not the one he's waiting for. Let's not disturb them, okay? Crimson words flowed, outlining the person's silhouette. Xiaomu pulled his hand back and hid behind the sofa. Footsteps came from outside, along with Chen Shixing's calls. Xiaomu, what are you doing? Aren't we friends? His voice carried a hint of gloom and madness, sending chills down one's spine. In this Binhai funeral home, where silence should be maintained, Chen Shixing spoke without a care. Clearly, his mind had been tormented to its limit. Unable to maintain normal sanity and thought. Xiaomu heard the sound of a door opening. It was the adjacent curator's office. Chen Shixing's footsteps grew slightly fainter. He seemed to have entered the curator's office to check the situation. Xiaomu was able to quickly assess his current situation. As a weak man with double E in strength and speed, he definitely couldn't beat Chen Shixing, who had a crowbar. Moreover, a deranged murderer like Chen Shixing would even kill a good friend. Xiaomu's chances of confronting him head-on were slim. So, there was only one answer. Only by relying on the rules of this Binhai funeral home could he hope to escape. Xiaomu thought about it. He immediately stood up and patted the corpse's shoulder. "Big brother, can you help me out later?" He spoke to the corpse. Thump! A knocking sound came from outside the door. It seemed Chen Shixing was fumbling his way towards him. The footsteps grew clearer and clearer, as if right outside. "Look, we rarely meet in a Binhai funeral home. I even touched your face. Rounding up, we're friends, aren't we?" Xiaomu lowered his voice and whispered into the corpse's ear. Chen Shixing seemed to be standing at the door, about to push it open the next moment. The scraping sound of the crowbar on the ground was piercing, cutting straight to the heart. Creak! The door to the reception room was gently pushed open, emitting a subtle sound of wood friction. Chen Shixing stood at the doorway with the crowbar. The room was pitch black, nothing could be seen, only fragmented whispers, indistinct and unclear. "Xiaomu, stop hiding. I know you're in here." His voice was low, carrying a certain suppressed madness. "I'm so hot." Suddenly, from in front of Chen Shixing, the fragmented murmuring gradually disappeared, replaced by a hoarse voice. Please give recommendation tickets and monthly passes. Thanks to a certain unscientific Shinebyo for the 500 coin reward, and Yunchen Air, God Slayer Xia, for the 100 coin reward. Chen Shixing was silent for a moment. But the hoarse voice did not stop. "So hot, really so hot." The voice sounded as if it had been scorched by high temperatures, exuding a burning aura. Just a word or two made the entire reception room feel hot and uneasy. From the darkness ahead, a scent like burning charcoal spread. Chen Shixing gripped the crowbar. He didn't know what Xiaomu was up to. "So hot, so hot, so hot, I'm burning to death." The hoarse voice became more and more urgent, like some unshakable delirium. Without thinking, Chen Shixing immediately raised the crowbar in his hand and swung it hard towards the source of the sound. A dull thud and a soft, yielding sensation came back through the crowbar. Chen Shixing only felt something fly past his eyes, drop to the ground with a thud, and roll several times. Slightly puzzled, he groped his way towards the sound, and the end of the crowbar touched something stiff. Chen Shixing squatted down, cautiously reaching out to confirm. He touched a face. The face seemed to lack skin, with a sticky surface, as if some semi-solid liquid was attached to it. Chen Shixing's heart sank. He touched hollow eye sockets, a missing nose, and shriveled lips. "So hot." The remaining single head spoke, its cracked and dry lips opening and closing, touching Chen Shixing's fingers. "Damn it!" Chen Shixing immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. There might be a corpse here, and Xiaomu had more or less conversed with it, activating the corpse here. "I'm burning to death." The head's voice continued. To one side, from the sofa, came a rustling sound, as if someone had stood up. "I'm burning to death." Chen Shixing could feel a hot radiation coming from the head in his hand and from the standing person. The temperature was very hot, immediately blistering the fingers he touched. "Damn!" he cursed, quickly standing up. Just then, Chen Shixing vaguely felt someone run out from behind the burning corpse, their footsteps clear. "Don't run!" Chen Shixing's eyes were bloodshot. Even if Xiaomu was his good friend, he was utterly enraged at this moment. No, precisely because Xiaomu was his good friend, he had betrayed him and violated the rules. The man swung the crowbar, knocking away the swaying corpse that was walking towards him, and followed it out of the room. Xiaomu darted into the corridor, inwardly thanking the corpse from earlier. His mind raced, and in less than a second, in the interval of regaining his balance, he made a decision. He took 3 steps in 2, jumped down the stairs, and guided by the crimson text in his vision, slipped into the morgue. One person entered the morgue. Closing the door, Xiaomu immediately lit up his phone, sending messages to Zhou Minka and Su Hong and others, telling them he was in danger. While carefully counting the number of corpses stored there. 1, 2, 3, 4. As Xiaomu counted, he noticed subtle movements coming from the freezer units. Thump, it was as if someone was knocking from the inside out. Thump, Xiaomu's gaze shifted, and he silently counted. Every time he counted a freezer with a nameplate, he heard the item inside the cabinet hit the freezer door. Sure enough, one shouldn't casually count the number of things inside here. Xiaomu had a feeling that it truly wasn't deceiving him, and he became more and more excited as he counted. Bang! Just as Xiaomu was about to finish counting all the bodies, the morgue door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Shixing, who had found the malfunctioning flashlight Xiaomu had used earlier, stood at the doorway. Xiaomu immediately locked his phone screen. But the dim light of the flashlight immediately illuminated Xiaomu's face. You woke them up. Do you want to die? Chen Shixing gritted his teeth. I think with more people, it won't be so scary. Xiaomu said righteously. The next second, the outermost freezer was suddenly pushed open. A frozen corpse slowly crawled out of it. Bang, bang, bang! All the freezer units were simultaneously knocked open, and scattered corpses crawled out of them. There were bodies burned, drowned, diseased, from car accidents, murders, suicides, various neat and unneat corpses, all making whimpering sounds. Chen Shixing's hair stood on end. He saw the freezer units, losing their balance, toppling over, and the corpses crawling out one after another. A cold, murderous atmosphere enveloped him, even affecting his sanity. No, perhaps every minute, every second he stayed in this Binhai funeral home, his sanity would be affected by pollution. A strong emotion took over Chen Shixing's body. He just wanted to knock out Xiaomu in front of him, then tie him to a chair, and then leave this damned place himself. Raising the crowbar, Chen Shixing swung it, knocking back the corpse that was swaying towards him, and at the same time, walked towards Xiaomu. Around Xiaomu, the frost-bitten corpses also reached out, tearing and grabbing Xiaomu's body, trying to drag him into their world. They cordially invite you to join the party. Just close your eyes, and you can forever escape the pain and become a happy corpse. Crimson text snaked across those greenish-black arms. Seeing this, Chen Shixing immediately jabbed the crowbar in his hand at the oncoming corpse, then added a kick to push it away, and then turned and ran. Since Xiaomu was trapped by the corpses, he probably wouldn't die for a while, so he had to escape immediately and leave this damned place. He ran out of the morgue and came to the front desk. The eerie green light illuminated the Binhai funeral home's regulations and also illuminated the woman sitting at the front desk. The woman wore a red dress, her face pale, her lips crimson as blood, and her eyes completely black, without whites. She just sat there, waiting for Chen Shixing. Chen Shixing quickly averted his gaze, but his ankle was suddenly grabbed by a hand. Looking down, he saw several greenish-black, bruised hands grabbing his leg from the dirty floor. Chen Shixing had also been led by Xiaomu to violate the rules, and he couldn't escape. Go away, go away. Chen Shixing felt his brain tremble as a result. He felt that the surrounding tables, chairs, walls, and ceiling all stretched out the arms of those corpses, pulling at him, making his body temperature gradually cold and his reason gradually boil. Why was this happening? He was just short on money recently, and a few accomplices had gotten to know someone working at the Binhai funeral home. Taking advantage of a dark and windy night, they had conspired from inside and out, simply wanting to steal the money from the safe here. They said that dead people's money was the most profitable, and the Binhai funeral home indeed had a lot of money. But unexpectedly, when they wanted to leave, things here changed. One by one, his accomplices died for inexplicable reasons. By the time Chen Shixing truly understood the Binhai funeral home's rules, he was the only one left. He couldn't leave here, he could only wait for the next person to arrive, and he had finally waited for Xiaomu. But what the hell was this newcomer, Xiaomu? Was he not afraid of death? Chen Shixing could no longer think. His consciousness became stiff, his body fell to the ground, firmly grabbed by countless hands. The tiled floor was like a water surface, slowly swallowing him. A moment later, in the security room, Chen Shixing crawled out of bed. He sat down at the table, opened the work log, and in the middle of his own handwriting, wrote a line, Chen Shixing is dead. Psychologist Xiaomu's phone lit up in his hand. He didn't unlock it, seeing a message from Flower of Dark Cloud. Flower of Dark Cloud, Doctor, will you stay here? Flower of Dark Cloud, the work here is easy, there are no annoying colleagues, and you can just sit around and play with your phone all day. Will you stay here with me? Xiaomu immediately struggled to unlock his phone and type a reply. Psychologist Xiaomu, let me see you first, aren't we friends? The next moment. The dark blue-black arms around Xiaomu slowly released him. Countless arms grew out of the ground, walls, and ceiling, swaying slightly like seaweed. In front of him, those arms parted, creating a path. Xiaomu followed the path, walked through the corridor, and arrived at the cremation room at the end. Here, the sound of the incinerator operating was clearly audible. He pushed the door open and saw one of the furnaces inside burning fiercely. Xiaomu turned off the incinerator. In an instant, a chilling aura spread out from the furnace, like a cold hand brushing against Xiaomu's neck and cheek. Xiaomu opened the incinerator. Although the fire had just been extinguished, it had already completely cooled down inside. A pale corpse lay within. Xiaomu picked up his phone, unlocked it, and sent a message back to the other party. Psychologist Xiaomu, sorry, I'm an ambitious young man. I like my current job. Ding dong. Moments after sending the message, Xiaomu heard a clear notification sound. The notification sound came from inside the incinerator. Xiaomu squatted down, reached out, grabbed the corpse's ankle, and dragged it out. It was a woman in a red dress. The flames hadn't scorched her at all, not even damaging the hem of her dress. Her appearance was ordinary, yet at this moment, she exuded a seductive aura. Xiaomu had seen this face before, on the duty roster on the security room wall. Xiaomu observed her and found that her entire body was covered in fine scars, identical to those on the faceless woman. Flower of Dark Cloud, Doctor, didn't you say you would help me? Flower of Dark Cloud, isn't this place good? Flower of Dark Cloud, Doctor, you're not allowed to leave, you have to stay and cure me. Flower of Dark Cloud, it's so hot, I'm so hot here, Doctor, do I have a cold? Messages from the other party kept coming in on Xiaomu's phone, but Xiaomu didn't pay attention. Now that they were good friends, the abnormalities would only become more obsessed with Xiaomu, wanting him to stay here and merge with them. But before that, Xiaomu found a tattered wallet on the woman, containing an ID card. He flipped it over and saw the name on it. Yan Ling. He quickly remembered that this was the name of a deceased person he had seen in the work log. If Xiaomu wasn't mistaken, this should be Chun Qixing's accomplice, an employee of the Binhai funeral home. She was the inside person for Chen Qixing and others to rob the Binhai funeral home. Even after death, Yanling was still looking for more victims. It was just that the flames of the Binhai funeral home's incinerator restricted Yanling, causing her to lose normal thought and her ability to bewitch, even desperately seeking help in finding Xiaomu, who was a nominal psychologist. But who knows, many online scams look quite foolish to normal people, but they can still trick people. This is also a form of user screening. The surrounding arms tried to gently pull Xiaomu, but he ignored them. Facing the corpse, the vessel of abnormalities, Xiaomu held his hand above its chest, as if grasping a nail. He wanted to anchor what he saw before him. The murmurs of the end began to sound in Xiaomu's ears. Countless words, both understandable and incomprehensible to him, drilled into Xiaomu's mind. The first step of anchor is to accommodate the pollution. To connect oneself with abnormalities, one must inevitably know the knowledge of abnormalities, and this knowledge is power, but also pollution. Xiaomu's vision immediately became dim. He saw Chen Qixing losing money gambling at mahjong, contacting a few scoundrel friends, wanting to get some money. He saw one of this group mention that he recently met a friend who worked at the Binhai funeral home, and they could find a way to pull off a job. He saw them have dinner with Yanling, make a deal, and prepare for the theft. He saw these people enter the Binhai funeral home in the dark, unaware that it had already become a breeding ground for abnormalities. He saw individuals being dragged into the abyss one by one, while Yanling watched with cold indifference. He saw that, countless years ago, Yanling was also just an ordinary person. She came here to find work at a friend's recommendation but was unexpectedly trapped by the Binhai funeral home, becoming Abound one of this place. Xiaomu's vision continued to trace back, and he gradually understood everything. Ghoul. Xiaomu had heard the story of the tiger's ghoul many times. And at this moment, the abnormalities on Yanling were the concretization of this legend. When a person encounters misfortune, instead of trying to struggle, they want to drag others down with them to suffer the same misfortune. It is precisely this tiny thought, after contact with pollution, that gives birth to abnormalities. This is a ghoul. They cannot resist the tiger that harmed them, but instead go on to harm other members of their own kind. Xiaomu heard the wailing of countless people who had once been bound here, those resentful, sorrowful, regretful, and ferocious voices, penetrating every crevice of his brain. The next moment, in Xiaomu's vaguely clasped hand, there seemed to appear a faint, ethereal awl. The second step of anchor is to use oneself as an anchor point to drag the abnormalities. Without hesitation, Xiaomu forcefully plunged the awl in his hand downwards, piercing the corpse's chest. A colorful, black dense fog, not belonging to this world, gushed out like viscous fluid, enveloping Xiaomu. The thoughts, wills, and souls of those ghouls, like golden threads, coiled around Xiaomu's hands and feet. In the invisible abyss, the distance between Xiaomu and these abnormalities shortened, between them, golden threads continuously connected. Xiaomu could see that the entire Binhai funeral home was shaking, with plaster peeling off the walls and the ground collapsing. From its dim, unsettling, and terrifying appearance, it transformed into a decaying, dilapidated, and desolate ruin. Xiaomu saw that it was empty, with no incinerators or freezers. Everything had been moved away, leaving only thick dust and cobwebs in the corners. As the abnormalities were anchored, the Binhai funeral home also disappeared. Xiaomu stood up and walked out of the ruins towards the light. It was dawn. He found that this was actually the old building of the Binhai funeral home, a building scheduled for demolition and reconstruction. While the real Binhai funeral home was operating normally, and the sound of chanting seemed to be coming from inside. The sounds of chanting sutras and prayers were almost tangible, outlining the system's cold and indifferent text against the faint morning light. Name, Xiaomu Faith, the N anchor, ghoul depth, God chosen points, 1000 points. It seemed to have succeeded. It was a pity that he could only anchor one abnormality for now. He wondered if this ability would continue to strengthen and allow him to anchor more as he delved deeper into the God's chosen game. Xiaomu withdrew his gaze and walked towards the Binhai funeral home, finding that a Buddhist service seemed to be taking place there. In the morning hall, people dressed in black were coming and going. His perception of time seemed to be off. It was already 8 in the morning of the next day. Xiaomu wasn't sure if this was a suitable time for a memorial service. He just felt that many people looked tired. He stood at the entrance, watching these people coming and going with solemn expressions. Some of them noticed Xiaomu but didn't speak, simply assuming he was an unknown person who had come to attend the farewell ceremony. Xiaomu picked up his phone, intending to call Zhou Minka, and found that the screen was still stuck on the messages Flower of Dark Cloud had sent him. He thought for a moment, then finally replied to the other party. Psychologist Xiaomu, this session has concluded. Please leave a good review, dear. The moment Xiaomu put down his phone. Ding dong, amidst the crowd, a message notification sound was heard. Xiaomu looked over sharply. He didn't see Yanling's figure, only the backs of those departing people. The backs of countless ordinary people. Please vote for recommendations and monthly passes. Thanks to a big fat pigeon for a 200 coin reward, and flowing through the mist for a 100 coin reward. Xiaomu stood at the entrance of the Binhai funeral home, deep in thought. He walked directly into the funeral home. He looked at the front desk. There were no rules here, only a price list and a front desk attendant playing on his phone. This made Xiaomu feel a bit unaccustomed. He went to the restroom, washed his face, tidied his hair, and smiled at himself in the mirror. The Xiaomu in the mirror also smiled back at him. A man in a suit nearby looked at Xiaomu suspiciously, wondering what he was smiling about. Just came out of the crematorium, a little unaccustomed. Xiaomu let out a sigh of relief and explained with a smile. The man's confusion deepened. He hastily left without even drying his hands. Xiaomu didn't mind. He needed to find a way to get back, otherwise, he'd have to spend another entire day at the funeral home. Arriving at the mourning hall, Xiaomu saw several large characters. Beloved Son XXX Memorial Service. To protect the deceased's privacy, he pixelated the name. At the entrance stood several people in black suits, their expressions solemn. Xiaomu cleared his throat and walked over with a solemn and serious expression. He met the gaze of the man in charge of reception and bowed deeply and earnestly. Although the man didn't recognize Xiaomu, seeing his solemn and serious expression, sadness welled up within him, he sniffled and nodded in return. Xiaomu entered the mourning hall and saw the deceased's family standing on both sides, thanking those who had come to pay their respects one by one. He queued behind others, casually listening to a few snippets of gossip, learning that business at the funeral home had been booming recently. So much so that they couldn't keep up with the white-collar funerals, which was why it was scheduled for now. It wasn't due to any strange incidents, rather, a building in Jiangqing City had caught fire a couple of days ago, resulting in many deaths, which instantly overloaded the funeral home. Those with memorial services were already considered fortunate, some residents were burned to a crisp. And some had no other family to claim their bodies, still lying in the morgue. Xiaomu looked at the portrait of the deceased. He was quite young, in his 20s. To die so young, how tragic. I heard he was burned to death directly, his face was unrecognizable. And his identity was only confirmed through an autopsy. His parents are so pitiful too. Pitiful? They were the landlords of that building. If it weren't for the illegal modifications in creating shared housing, how could the fire have started and made it impossible to escape? Shoo! Keep your voices down. Gossiping behind their backs, be careful of ghosts knocking at night. I heard this time it was a tenant from a certain gang who wanted to move out. And the landlord insisted on withholding his deposit. They argued, and that's when the fire happened. Coming to this ghastly place so early? If it weren't for his parents' sake, who would come? Be more charitable with your words, it's almost our turn. Xiaomu looked at the portrait on the coffin. He caused a big fire, that damned rich second generation. Oh, he's already dead, so never mind. In his vision, crimson text surrounded that portrait. Hearing these various discussions and seeing these words, Xiaomu felt a bit like it was deserved. Soon, it was his turn to pay respects. Xiaomu, along with a few other young people, bowed 3 times towards the coffin. Anyway, no one knew each other. His expression was very solemn, as if his own child lay in the coffin, which was very moving to behold. Of course, the corpse lying in the coffin was long since charred, beyond saving even by the mortician, and could only be covered with flowers. During the family's response segment, Xiaomu saw those who had been gossiping earlier each put on a mask-like expression of sadness. My condolences. Please accept my condolences. He will bless you from heaven. You must live well. Such words rose and fell. Xiaomu also came before the parents. He thought for a moment and felt that ordinary words of comfort were a bit perfunctory. Please don't be sad anymore. Xiaomu held the father's hand and spoke solemnly and seriously. Look on the bright side, he was burned to death, so the cremation will be quicker later. The father froze. He looked at Xiaomu and realized he had no impression of this person. By his age, he seemed to be a friend of his son. As for what Xiaomu said, the father hadn't had time to comprehend it. Xiaomu had already held the next person's hand. Please accept my condolences. Anyway, you can't see his face clearly, so roughly speaking, your son isn't dead yet, he said to the deceased's mother. The haggard woman heard Xiaomu's words and paused, not even reacting to what he meant. By the time Xiaomu had finished speaking to each of the deceased's relatives, the father had come to his senses. He frowned, slightly angry, and was about to call out to Xiaomu. But Xiaomu had returned to his solemn demeanor, making anyone who looked at him feel sad, unable to think of anything else. The father could only stand there blankly, watching Xiaomu leave. Is this the power of the ghoul? Xiaomu followed the young people out of the Binhai funeral home, muttering to himself. He had just used the power of the ghoul to prevent the parents from thinking about beating him up. I can spread the emotions, feelings, and experiences I perceive to others, making them empathize, and these emotions will also feed back to me. Becoming the power of the ghoul. Xiaomu followed these people onto the bus and sat in the last row. The so-called ghoul means that if one is harmed, they will also cause those close to them to suffer the same harm. The abnormality Xiaomu anchored originally would cause the victim to continuously draw others in to suffer together, but after being anchored, the pollution decreased, and it became its current form. After a while, the bus started, and a carload of people swayed onto the highway. Xiaomu guessed correctly, the bus indeed drove to the banquet location, an ordinary hotel. In just one bus ride, Xiaomu was chatting and laughing with the others as if they had known each other for a long time. After all, Xiaomu could infect others with his happiness, making them feel happy no matter what they talked about with him, so naturally, they talked more and more. Conversation, much of the time, focuses more on emotion than content. Just like a girl who likes you will be interested no matter how boring the topic you talk about, while a girl who doesn't like you might be indifferent even to your sweet talk. In any case, Xiaomu felt this ability was simply too good for his social anxiety. He also took the opportunity to ask about the funeral home and was then surprised to discover that many years ago, a tragic incident had indeed occurred at the Jiangcheng City Binhai funeral home. At that time, the funeral home was robbed by unknown individuals, losing a large amount of property, and many people also went missing. Thinking about it now, Chen Shixing and Yan Ling, among others, were probably the culprits at the time. They were captured by abnormalities and eventually became prisoners within the Binhai funeral home. Fortunately, they met Xiaomu, who allowed them to rest in peace. After the banquet, Xiaomu was satisfied. He bid farewell to his friends and walked out of the hotel. A shadow fell across Xiaomu's face. He looked up and saw a man in a suit and leather shoes hanging from the street lamp outside the hotel. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth half open, tongue protruding. His neck was bruised black, and his two legs dangled, like clothes blowing in the wind. Xiaomu withdrew his gaze, walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped and, following his original path, retreated in the exact same way as if rewinding. Looking up, Xiaomu met the gaze of the man hanging. "It's you?" Xiaomu realized that this was the person he had seen in the news when he was surfing the internet earlier, the owner of a food factory. This boss had previously made some incredibly outrageous capitalist remarks, and now he was actually hanging from a street lamp? Xiaomu took out his phone and searched online for news related to the food factory. He found that the boss had just participated in a corporate meeting, posing for photos with others, smiling brightly. Not at all looking like he was hanging from a street lamp. He looked up again to confirm. This is his deserved punishment, hee, the view from up here must be great. Crimson text slowly crawled along the rope that hung the man by his neck. Xiaomu decided to temporarily set it aside, as based on Su Hong's behavior, he probably couldn't see these capitalists hanging from street lamps. If even Su Hong couldn't see them, it meant that the depth of these things was already very deep. In other words, they didn't affect ordinary people. He used the map to check the route back to the editorial department and quickly boarded a bus. The bus was quite empty at this hour, office workers were all having coffee and in meetings. The bus only had elderly people rushing to be fleeced by health product salespeople, and housewives who didn't need to work. Xiaomu was the only young person. He sat on a chair, earnestly looking out the window, counting the people hanging from the streetlights. Most of the clothes on these people were relatively formal, but some were tattered, as if they had endured wind and rain, while others were brand new, as if they had just been changed into. 1, 2, 3, on the other side of the bus, a little girl who was out with her mother saw Xiaomu and, with the innocence of a child, curiously asked, "Big brother, what are you counting?" "The people on the streetlights." Xiaomu answered truthfully. The little girl followed his gaze. "There's no one there?" "Nian, come back, don't bother big brother." Her mother said she was telling the little girl not to bother Xiaomu. But in reality, she just thought there was something wrong with Xiaomu's mind and didn't want her child to interact with him. "It's fine, it's a good thing she can't see them." Xiaomu showed a bright, sunny smile. What a handsome young man, it's a pity his mind is broken. The mother muttered to herself. Just then, the bus suddenly braked sharply, and the little girl, unable to keep her balance, fell forward. Xiaomu immediately got up and caught her. That was close. The little girl almost fell and got hurt. Thank you. The mother, who hadn't yet recovered, saw what happened, hesitated for a moment. Then quickly hugged her daughter while thanking Xiaomu. Damn it, can you even drive? It's almost Qingming, are you rushing to the morning hall to offer incense to your family? The bus driver immediately cursed, yelling at the driver who had braked in front. Xiaomu saw that the driver in front also stuck his head out of the window, turned back, and gave a middle finger, looking very angry. Are people so easily angered when driving these days? Xiaomu wondered. Fortunately, the two drivers didn't get out of their cars for a showdown, and soon went their separate ways, allowing Xiaomu to continue counting. 26, that's a lot. When they reached the station, Xiaomu finished counting. He walked into the dilapidated courtyard among the CBD buildings, went upstairs, and pushed open the door of the Science Exploration editorial department. There was no clatter of keyboards. Xiaomu didn't find Zhou. In fact, he didn't see anyone. Su Hong, Du Ruo, and Bai Lian were all absent. It was empty inside. Xiaomu frowned. He sat down at his workstation, opened his computer, and surfed the net. According to Su Hong, Xiaomu now only needed to wait for the countdown to end, and the system would give him a new mission. If he could complete the mission, he would receive rewards and survive in this perilous world. He opened Shudong website and searched for news related to the food factory again. Good Delicious Cake recently exposed for labor dispute issues, reporter undercover investigation confirms multiple factories. Good Delicious Cake founder responds to reporter questions, news regarding employee exploitation is purely fabricated by reporters, will reserve right to pursue legal action. Good Delicious Cake launches new product, sparks shopping frenzy, long queues at stores. Good Delicious Cake founder attends industry conference, we will bring everyone more deliciousness. Such articles indicated that the company had indeed been experiencing some unrest recently. After reading for a while, Xiaomu's phone vibrated. Zhou, you should be at the office now. Bai Lian is almost out of school, can you pick her up? Following that was an address. Xiaomu checked the map, it was not far from here, less than half an hour's walk. Xiaomu, boss, I made it. Xiaomu immediately replied. Zhou, I know. She didn't praise Xiaomu, nor did she show concern. Xiaomu didn't mind, packed his things, closed the door, and strolled to the location marked on the map. It was a high school with foreign language in its name. Based on Xiaomu's experience, such schools were almost certainly good, high-ranking schools for higher education. It was Zhenghao dismissal time, and students were walking out of the school gate one after another, youthful and vibrant, chatting and laughing. Which made Xiaomu nostalgic for his own student days in his previous life. There were also some parents waiting for their children at the entrance. A few noticed Xiaomu, as he was quite handsome. A dirty stray dog squatted beside Xiaomu, one person and one dog, staring at the school gate. After waiting for a moment, Xiaomu saw Bai Lian. She was wearing the same school uniform from their last meeting, but there were some stains on the skirt hem and shoulders. As if stained by some drink or sewage, and even her hair was slightly messy. The young girl walked alone like this, and everyone around her kept a certain distance. Xiaomu walked up to her, blocking Bai Lian's path. Bai Lian eyed Xiaomu warily. I'm not some suspicious person, it's me, Xiaomu. We even had dinner together the night before last. Xiaomu immediately explained. Bai Lian frowned. She scrutinized Xiaomu, hesitating for a moment. You call the boss mom? Yes. Xiaomu answered as if it were the most natural thing. Bai Lian's expression grew even stranger. She had seen the name Xiaomu this morning. Normally, Bai Lian's descriptions for important records were quite straightforward. However, after waking up and confirming the text on her inner thigh, she felt extremely strange. What on earth happened yesterday to make her leave such text to describe a new colleague? TSK, today it's a new man, how shameless. Why pretend to be pitiful, you green tea? Don't make fun of her. She's busy making money in bed tonight. A little further away, three girls were looking at Bai Lian and Xiaomu, whispering. Although their voices were not loud, and normal people wouldn't hear them in this noisy environment, in Xiaomu's field of vision, blood-red words hovered above their heads. These people are full of malice. No one has ever taught them what politeness and respect are. What's even more regrettable is that their evil deeds are even of their own free will. Xiaomu looked at these people. Then at the stains on Bai Lian's clothes. It was obvious that Bai Lian was being bullied by these people at school. Let's go, ignore them. Bai Lian saw through Xiaomu's thoughts and said. However, Xiaomu ignored her and walked directly in front of the three girls. You, what are you doing? The girl in the middle, enveloped by Xiaomu's shadow, recoiled slightly. Her father has long had other women outside. Bullying the weak is just a pretense to hide her fragility. Woo-woo, how pitiful. She knows very well that if she doesn't join in criticizing others, then she will be the next target. How pathetic. She is consumed by jealousy, sowing discord just for a tiny bit of vanity. What a hateful fellow. Above the heads of the three, Xiaomu saw these malicious words. Didn't your dad teach you to respect others? Xiaomu said to the girl in the middle. Without waiting for her reply, he continued, Oh, I almost forgot, your dad already abandoned you and your mom. No wonder you can only find classmates to vent your anger on here. Woo-woo, how pitiful. The girl's face flushed and paled upon hearing Xiaomu's words, unable to utter a single sound. As for you, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. It's normal to be afraid of being isolated, but aiding and abetting evil is your problem. You don't really think they consider you a friend, do you? The somewhat plump girl was pushed back half a step by Xiaomu's words. She wanted to argue, her mouth opening and closing, but she couldn't make a sound. And you're ugly and don't know how to study hard. You only know how to be jealous of other good-looking classmates. If you put even a tenth of that troublemaking energy into studying, you wouldn't be stuck with these people. The third girl was about to say something when she noticed Xiaomu's eyes deepen. Above the depth imperceptible to mortals, golden threads slowly descended from the infinitely distant sky, coiling around the hands and feet of these people. Suddenly, the three girls felt as if they were in a dim corridor. In front, there seemed to be the sound of something burning, and a chill emerged, making their legs tremble. They felt as if a figure was standing by the wall. They blinked, and the figure suddenly vanished, eerie and terrifying. A hand suddenly patted one of the girls. The girl immediately screamed, fell to her knees, emotionally breaking down. Even the color of the ground beneath her deepened, and a little odorous liquid flowed out. The three girls just screamed on the ground, at a loss, and even the classmates who had just patted them were stunned, unsure of what had happened. As for Xiaomu, he felt as if he had collected some emotions, then, with his achievements deeply hidden, returned to Bai Lian's side. No need. Bai Lian glanced at the three girls and said indifferently. She turned and grabbed Xiaomu's wrist. Let's go. Asterisk, please vote for me, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Bai Lian walked in front, and Xiaomu followed behind her. The dirty dog followed behind them, and when they crossed the street, it waited in place, watching them leave. Xiaomu waved at it, then quickly walked to stand beside Bai Lian. You don't need to do those things, anyway, I won't remember them tomorrow. Bai Lian glanced at Xiaomu beside her and said softly. Whether it's what they did or what you did, none of it will last until tomorrow, so there's no need. That's not necessarily true. Those girls probably got a good lesson from me today, so they'll likely think twice before trying to bully you again tomorrow. Xiaomu replied without hesitation. Bai Lian stopped. She looked deeply at Xiaomu, then sighed. Suit yourself. Xiaomu followed her and continued to speak. Besides, I'm a person with a strong sense of justice. If I see injustice on the road, I'll definitely draw my sword to help. I also hold grudges and will get revenge for even the smallest slight. What's the difference between living in this world and being a piece of charsiu if you can't avenge your enemies and repay your grievances? Bai Lian did not respond to Xiao Mu's words. The two returned to the editorial department. The vocal training class next door was in session, and slightly childish voices sang songs written decades ago. The soundproofing here wasn't very good, so the chorus became a natural background music. Let's row our double oars, as the little boat pushes aside the waves. Zhou Minka was sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard. Bai Lian sat obediently at a desk without a computer, took out her textbooks and homework from her backpack, and diligently did her homework. A flying insect landed on Bai Lian's homework book. The girl stared at the insect, not waving her hand to shoo it away for a long time. Are you afraid of bugs? Xiao Mu asked. I hate bugs. Bai Lian's gaze did not shift, as if the moment she looked away, the insect would crawl into her mouth. Just shoo it away, right? Xiao Mu urged at his leisure. Bai Lian remained silent, only puffing out her cheeks slightly. It's okay. Everyone has some bad memories. I even ate swill for several days in a mental hospital before. Seeing this, Xiao Mu reached out and shooed away the insect on the homework book. Bai Lian exhaled softly and continued doing her homework. Can you remember what you learned? He was curious again. Since Bai Lian's memory resets every day, she must forget the content of yesterday's class as soon as she hears it. How can she do her homework then? I can't remember. Bai Lian answered seriously. Xiao Mu glanced at her exercise book. It was densely covered with red crosses. Beautiful, strange in behavior, and with terrible grades, Bai Lian seemed to have all the necessary conditions to be bullied at school. Then why do you go to school? Xiao Mu was puzzled. Bai Lian was silent for a moment. She raised her hand, slightly pulled up the sleeve of her left hand, revealing the fair and tender skin underneath. And the hard-to-wash-off words written on it with a pen. You must study hard. The words were very clear, and Bai Lian could see them as soon as she woke up, so they must be very important. Actually, I've never been to school either. Xiao Mu suddenly felt a little regretful. He had been in a mental hospital since birth in this life and had never experienced the beauty of school. This is also a kind of cognitive anchoring. Beside them, Zhou Minka, who had stopped typing on the keyboard, leaned back slightly in her chair and looked over. You heard Su Hong say before, didn't you? We are all God-chosen, people who have been polluted by knowledge from the abyssal realm. Everyone's rationality is more or less affected, so finding an anchor point is very important. She picked up her cup, blew on it. And the steaming coffee mist obscured her expression. When power is overused, or when one is immersed in chaotic cognition for a long time, one needs some ordinary things to maintain one's humanity. For Bai Lian, going to school is a way to anchor herself in reality. I see. Xiao Mu nodded in agreement, and then became a little curious. Then what's your anchor point, boss? He glanced at the computer screen. Could it be that arguing with people online was Zhou Minka's anchor point? Alright, it's time for you to get in touch with our main business. Zhou Minka moved her chair, signaling Xiao Mu to look at her computer screen. Could she really be relying on online arguments to anchor her humanity? Xiao Mu looked and found that Zhou Minka was typing in a document, the content of which was a supernatural short story called Black Tai Sui. To put it simply, it was a story about a gambler who was tricked into digging up Tai Sui to sell to an old man for money. Only to find out that these strange things were all dug from the corpses of people who had eaten Tai Sui and died, and finally, his entire family turned into wriggling monsters because they ate Tai Sui. It had a simple concept of good and evil, like a karmic retribution. Although the words were plain, they exuded a faint eerie atmosphere and a sense of realism, as if this was something that happened nearby. What kind of business is this? Xiao Mu was curious. Zhou Minka sent this article to a public forum, where some people usually write supernatural stories. Not long after it was posted, the thread received replies, mostly positive comments, but also some arguments and complaints that it was boring. Which Joe Minka did not mind. This is also a kind of anchor. She stopped looking at the post and turned to Xiao Mu. Joe Minka was still wearing a white shirt that accentuated her figure today, and her three-strand braid hung by her side, forming a somewhat dangerous hairstyle. When we complete a God-chosen mission or encounter abnormalities in reality, we can anchor the abnormalities in this way. But doesn't this count as spreading knowledge and pollution? Xiao Mu found it strange. Su Hong had said before that these abnormalities were pollution, and related information was also pollution. So wouldn't Joe Minka's actions make more people aware of these supernatural things, causing pollution? Of course it does. That's precisely our goal. Joe Minka nodded. Are we actually a villain organization? Xiao Mu blurted out. What are you thinking? Joe Minka chuckled, then explained. The existences in the abyss instinctively drag people from the upper layers to reduce their own depth, but their power is limited. Have you ever thought about what would happen if there were many people from the upper layers they needed to drag and pull? They wouldn't be able to pull them. Xiao Mu suddenly understood. Exactly. This is one of the 3 ways we deal with abnormalities, and it's the most common way. You can also call it cognitive anchoring. Joe Minka glanced at Bai Lian, who was diligently doing her homework, and continued. We release information about abnormalities in a processed way, turning them into folktales, urban legends. The wider these stories spread, and the more people who know about them, the stronger the power used to anchor the abnormalities becomes. In this situation, the public's depth increases negligibly, but the abnormalities rise to the surface, their depth decreases. And the power of the pollution also decreases. Simply put, they become less abnormal, perhaps turning into strange events with a touch of the occult. Hearing Joe Minka's explanation, Xiao Mu pondered for a moment. He had a belated realization. So, some urban legends aren't actually fictional, but are formed after those abnormalities have been cognitive anchored? That's right. Joe Minka picked up her steaming coffee and blew on it gently. She seemed very satisfied with Xiao Mu's reaction. To be precise, it's not just urban legends. Xiao Mu frowned slightly. He quickly thought of the books he had seen in the mental hospital before. They were clearly crude novels, yet the crimson text in his vision told him they were non-fiction. According to what Xiao Mu had seen so far, this crimson text indicated reality to a certain extent, so the content of that novel should also be real. And it was also a kind of anchor. Then, extending this point. Urban legends are formed when abnormalities are cognitive anchored, but what about others? Myths, legends, ghost stories, these extraordinary tales, have they also undergone long years of anchoring, finally settling into their current forms? Alright, you can also create an account and turn the abnormalities you encounter later into stories to spread them. Joe Minka let Xiao Mu explore on his own. Oh. Xiao Mu sat back in front of the computer and opened the Shudong website. Looking at his account, he initially wanted to change his name directly, but then he thought that with the internet being so developed now, it would be embarrassing if someone doxed him through the internet cable. So he re-registered. This time, he didn't encounter any duplicate names, and Xiao Mu quickly created a brand new Shudong website account. Science Exploration Bot, Xiao Mu's inspiration came from the marketing accounts that posted complaints on the Shudong website. These marketing accounts usually accept submissions from others, publishing interesting ones to gain followers, which in turn leads to more submissions, creating a continuous cycle of growth. Later, they could also accept advertisements and commercial orders, making a lot of money. Of course, Xiao Mu wasn't doing this for money. He logged into his account, immediately opened a document, and began recording everything he had seen and heard at the Binhai funeral home. Normally, using cognitive anchoring to anchor abnormalities would lead to a decrease in the depth of the abnormalities and a reduction in pollution. In a world where pollution is power, this is equivalent to weakening the abnormalities. For a god chosen like Xiao Mu, who was associated with the end, hiding his anchored abnormalities is the most suitable method. In other words, the more mysterious one is, the more powerful one becomes. Just like Su Hong, he never told Xiaomu what abnormalities he had anchored. But Xiaomu was a little different. He looked at the unadorned, purely descriptive text in the computer document. These words twisted and changed, forming the system's indifferent and cold explanation. Ghoul abnormality anchored funeral home rules completion, 11% ghoul, one eaten by a tiger, who then clears the path for the tiger. Let others experience what you have experienced, let others see what you have seen, let others hear what you have heard. Smiles do not disappear into thin air, they merely transfer from one person's face to another's. Only then can one gather wisdom, contain thoughts, and see the true heart. Look, the golden thread has already entangled you. In Xiaomu's memory, knowledge about the ghoul clung to the convolutions of his brain like a spiderweb. He could use the ghoul's power to reproduce scenes he had experienced and encountered, and by spreading these emotions, he could gather power. The more people empathized, the more he could nourish his ghoul. This was an abnormality that could grow. For example, earlier, Xiaomu used the ghoul's power when he scared the three girls. At the same time, he found that the scenes in his memory became more concrete, more terrifying, and more horrifying with the girls' fear. For example, previously, the Binhai funeral home-related scenes had a 10% completion rate. Now, after using them to escape the mourning hall and intimidate those bullying girls, the completion rate increased by 1%. Xiaomu was curious if he would be able to materialize an entire Binhai funeral home when the completion rate reached 50% or even 100%. Of course, that was still a long way off. While writing these words, Xiaomu had no technique, only emotion, integrating the ghoul's power into the article. He checked it once and then clicked send. Soon, the Shudong website popped up a notification. The content you sent is too long, please re-edit. Damn it! Xiaomu glanced at it and found that a single message on Shudong website could only send 120 characters, which was truly anti-human. He browsed how others posted long articles and quickly imitated them, creating a long image. This time, it sent successfully. Xiaomu was still envisioning his article being accidentally seen by someone, then spreading uncontrollably, causing a frenzy of online discussion. Becoming known everywhere, and then being invited to television programs, achieving fame and success, transforming into a renowned creator. But after waiting for half an hour, the article had no comments, not even a single like. Darn it, is it really not working? Xiaomu couldn't help but thump the table. Just then, the computer made a ding-dong sound, notifying Xiaomu that his science exploration bot had gained a follower. Following now means you're an old fan. Xiaomu couldn't help but stand up. He immediately checked the follower's account, wanting to see what kind of excellent person had become his first follower. To buy followers, please add XXXXXX. Xiaomu's first follower was a zombie. Zombie followers are still followers, some people can't even get those. Xiaomu understood the art of self-consolation. Joe Minka stood up. What, boss, are you going to tell me how to get my article seen by more people? Xiaomu immediately asked. It's time to get off work. Joe Minka pointed to the clock on the wall. 6 o'clock. It's fine, we don't do KPI assessments here, and no overtime. Everyone go home. She patted Xiaomu's shoulder, then called out to Bai Lian, taking the young girl downstairs and out of the courtyard. Xiaomu watched the two leave and sent a message to Su Hong, but received no reply. It seemed he was busy. He decided to stroll along the Ling River and enjoy the breeze. It was still spring, and the evening breeze by the Ling River was cool. Someone practicing the saxophone was sitting on a bench, playing. It was a girl, probably college-aged, her breath quite steady, but her performance of the piece was not very skilled, a bit rusty. Xiaomu generously sat down at the other end of the bench, causing the girl's movements to pause slightly, normally. Unless one was thick-skinned enough, one wouldn't readily sit on a bench already occupied by a stranger. The slightly off-key saxophone soon resumed, the twilight glow rippling across the Ling River, and passers-by walked along the railing, enjoying the peaceful time amidst the music. The girl finished a piece and put down her instrument. She felt as if someone was staring at her. Turning her head, the girl found Xiao Mu looking in her direction. His gaze wasn't a lewd or obscene stare, but rather one filled with a certain eager anticipation. Of course, this was mainly due to his good looks. Handsome men just have that privilege. Before the girl could speak, Xiao Mu moved closer. "Hello, do you know Science Exploration Bot?" Xiao Mu got straight to the point. "Huh?" The girl didn't understand. "It's an account on Shudong website." "Do you have a Shudong website account?" Xiao Mu asked enthusiastically. He was so matter-of-fact that the girl didn't immediately react to refuse. Instead, she pulled out her phone and opened her Shudong website. "Yes, search for Science Exploration Bot, it's this one." Xiao Mu guided the girl hand in hand to follow his account, feeling very satisfied. And then continued to explain. "If you encounter anything strange, you can private message this account, and there's a chance it will be posted." "Oh." The girl nodded vaguely. She noticed that the account, including herself, only had 3 followers and immediately found it a bit amusing. What kind of new pickup line was this? Curiously, she opened the account's posts. Besides the pinned one, which was identical to Xiao Mu's explanation, there was only one tree-hole post. Funeral home rules? The girl frowned. This seemed to be a supernatural short story written in the first person. She usually enjoyed reading such short supernatural stories. Each time she read one, she felt a chill all over, her hands and feet numb, she didn't even dare to go to the restroom. And her dreams were filled with faces under the covers. Yet, she couldn't help but want to read them. This was exactly what craving despite being scared meant. On the famous domestic discussion forum, Mola Community, there was a special section for people to post and write various true or false ghost stories. She had just finished reading one called Black Taisui this afternoon and felt a chill down her spine. Which was why she ran to the Ling River to practice playing and build up her courage. She didn't expect someone to recommend a ghost story to her face-to-face now? Thinking there were many people around, the girl decided to just glance at it to be polite and looked at the first sentence of the long image. "I never expected that my first patient after becoming a psychologist would come from the Binhai Funeral Home, please vote for recommendations and monthly tickets." The moment Gu Yingying, a university student with a saxophone in her arms, saw this text, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. The wind? She quickly turned her head, but behind her were only unpruned saplings, their messy branches motionless. There was no evening breeze coming from behind. Frowning slightly, Gu Yingying prepared to turn back and continue looking at her phone. But just as her gaze swept across that patch of bushes, Gu Yingying clearly glimpsed a pale face watching her from deep within the dense foliage. Thump! Gu Yingying's heart skipped a beat. She immediately rubbed her eyes, only to find that it was just an illusion created by the dappled tree shadows. Turning her head, Gu Yingying saw Xiao Mu staring intently at her, which made her feel a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat in a feigned manner and put away her phone. "It's already very late. I'm going back to the dorm first. I'll read it tonight." Gu Yingying didn't look into Xiao Mu's eyes. No problem, reading it tonight is good too." Xiao Mu was not in a hurry. What's meant to come will always come. If you don't scare yourself during the day, you'll be terrified at night. Gu Yingying packed up her instrument, carried the case, left the riverside, got on the subway, and rode 2 stops to Jiangcheng University, where she was studying. After eating at the canteen as usual, washing up, and lying down on her bed, Gu Yingying finally remembered the Shudong website account she had followed that evening. Opening the Shudong website app, she found that the account had gained a few more followers. She wondered if Xiao Mu had dragged people by the riverside and forced them to follow it. Gu Yingying clicked on the long image and continued reading. The story was simple: I am a psychologist, and one day I received a consultation. The patient said they were experiencing various problems and hoped the doctor would make a house call. Only then did I discover that the patient worked at the Binhai Funeral Home. To be honest, in Gu Yingying's opinion, the writing was only at a passing level for Chinese class. Most descriptions used simple, straightforward narration. But as she read, Guingying felt a bit cold around her and couldn't help but pull the blanket further up. Moreover, although the writing was plain, it had an inexplicably high sense of immersion. When the characters in the story spoke, Guingying even felt the words echoing in her ears. "Doctor, I see you." The moment she saw this line of text, Guingying's phone vibrated, and a WeChat notification showed she had received an image. Holy crap! Guingying shivered, so startled that her phone almost hit her face. She immediately checked WeChat and found it was a silly picture sent in a friend group. Guingying couldn't laugh. She set WeChat to Do Not Disturb mode and continued reading the story. She didn't know what magic this short story possessed, but Guingying felt as if she were truly in that cold, desolate Binhai funeral home with its strange rules, with only a peculiar security guard by her side. It felt like something was there, yet nothing at all. Guingying quickly reached the part where the power went out, the security guard went to check, and she was left alone in the room. At this point, the protagonist of the short story had already noticed something. The sound of metal dragging on the ground came from outside the door, and then thump a knock on the door sounded. And Guingying suddenly realized that this sound was not her imagination, but truly present. Thump, a dull knock came from the direction of the dorm room door, but all 4 people in the dorm were already in bed. Who would be knocking at this hour, so close to lights out? Guingying, who was closest to the door, gasped. From her top bunk, through the window on the door, she seemed to see a male wearing a security uniform standing at the door. How could a man possibly enter this female dorm? Suddenly, Guingying felt her heart pound, her eardrums buzzed, and she got goosebumps. She didn't dare to move. Who is it? It wasn't until her roommate across the room asked a question that the person outside the door spoke. "Hey, have you finished your math analysis homework? Can I borrow it to look at?" It turned out to be a classmate from the next dorm. Guingying took another careful look. It was indeed a girl outside the door. Perhaps she had been seeing things earlier. Scaring myself. That's how she evaluated herself. After the girl left with the homework, the dorm room door had just closed. Click, the entire building suddenly went dark, and at the same time, a chorus of boos rang out across the campus. It was 11 o'clock, lights out. Guingying's eyes adjusted to the darkness. She didn't look at the article but glanced around the dorm. The other 3 were all playing on their phones, the glow making their faces appear exceptionally pale. Guingying swallowed, curled up, and continued reading. Unconsciously, she felt as if she had truly arrived at the Binhai funeral home, being chased by the terrifying, crazed security guard. The sound of banging on the freezer doors came from the morgue, making Guingying's blood run cold and her breathing quicken. Countless hands reached out from the walls, grabbing Guingying's shoulders, arms, thighs, and ankles. She felt a chill on her ankle and instinctively moved her foot, only to find that a hand was indeed grabbing her foot. Damn, damn, damn. Guingying couldn't help but curse, trembling as if she had been electrocuted. She sat up abruptly, desperately leaning back until her back pressed against the cold wall. Her muscles spasmed, her mouth opening and closing, but she couldn't make any sound. In extreme fear and stimulation, people simply cannot scream. Guingying's gaze shifted. In the dark dorm room, she could only see dimly that her roommate on the adjacent bed was sitting at the head of her bed, wide-eyed. Her hands still on Guingying's blanket. "Are you okay?" "I was just teasing, I didn't mean to." Her roommate clearly hadn't expected Guingying to react so strongly and was also stunned in place. Guingying, still shaken, saw the other 3 people sit up and look at her. Suddenly, the young girl's emotions collapsed. Her nose stung, tears immediately welled up, and her shoulders twitched, unable to stop. Her roommate on the adjacent bed originally wanted to comfort her, but as soon as she got close, Guingying immediately trembled. As if that wasn't her classmate, but the fierce and cruel security guard, those withered, wailing corpses. "No, don't come over." A wail echoed in the dorm. It wasn't until past midnight that the dorm building finally quieted down. Guingying finally calmed down a bit, she had already used up an entire pack of tissues. Actually, being able to cry had already made her feel much better. Emotions always need to be released. If they can't be released and are kept bottled up, that's when problems arise. Lying back on her bed, Guingying looked at her phone. There was still a small part of the story's ending she hadn't finished. She was very curious. And very scared. In the dim dorm room, everyone was lying down, preparing to sleep. No one was chatting, only the faint sound of breathing. Swallowing, curiosity still made Guingying look at her phone screen. She saw that in the ending, I seemed to have solved the problem, found the root of the Binhai funeral home's issues, and as the sun rose, everything was filled with hope. Breathing a sigh of relief, Guingying noticed there was one last bit. Then she read that a message I casually sent caused a notification to ring out among the crowd. Buzz. Guingying's phone vibrated at the same time. She didn't even have time to confirm what app this notification was from before she completely fainted, her consciousness sinking into a deep sea. In her dream, Guingying seemed to experience many things. She saw the cold and desolate Binhai funeral home, the blazing crematory furnace, the cold and rigid corpses, and the deranged security guard chasing her with a crowbar in the corridor. She suddenly opened her eyes, realizing it was only 1 a.m, and she had only slept for an hour. Tossing and turning because of the nightmare, Guingying lit up her phone and saw that people were still chatting in her high school classmate group. So she sent a message. Guingying, I read a scary short story and can't sleep. Zhao Yuan Yang, what short story? Is it really that scary? One of the classmates who was chatting casually asked. Seeing this sentence, a different emotion suddenly welled up in Guingying's heart. Right, why was I the only one who cried from fear? Why was I the only one who couldn't sleep because of this story? As she thought, a smile suddenly spread across her lips. She then forwarded the Shudong post to the group. Guingying, it's this one. Zhao Yuan Yang was a night owl. The main reason he was still chatting in the group at 1 a.m. was that his college entrance exam results were stable but not ideal, landing him in a less-than-great school. His classmates were all hardcore individuals from their high school days, and every night, everyone was enlightening themselves in front of their phones and computers, so he felt bad going to bed early. Of course, the biggest reason was that the school didn't turn off the lights at night. He was currently watching a streamer chat while also participating in a group chat. The streamer was named Dehu, and he usually streamed various single-player and online games. When he got tired, he would chat with his audience. Recently, he had started a ghost story segment, where the audience would recommend ghost stories from various places for him to read. Earlier, he had read one called Black Taisui, which had a good atmosphere. Zhao Yuanyang listened to the streamer's voice on speaker while joking around in the group chat. Of the 4 people in his dorm, 1 was out all night, and 2 were playing games together, making much more noise than him. Seeing the link Guingying forwarded in the group, Zhao Yuanyang clicked on it distractedly. He was quite familiar with Guingying and knew she liked reading horror novels. But he himself was a coward, a prime example of someone who talked a big game but was easily scared. It was like his 2 roommates, who always got carried to victory in ranked games but still insisted on picking a main damage dealer to prove themselves. But in Zhao Yuanyang's opinion, those horror novels weren't scary at all, not even as good as Final Destination. They only scared little girls. That's all. However, the moment he read the first sentence of that novel, Zhao Yuanyang felt all the surrounding sounds disappear. Those words seemed to possess some mysterious magic, dragging Zhao Yuanyang into them. It was as if he had truly arrived at that Binhai funeral home, and a cold, desolate wind blew across the back of his neck, making him tremble. Soon, Zhao Yuanyang finished reading the novel. His face was ashen, and he remained motionless, his body stiff with tension, like a corpse lying in a freezer. Push the base. Push the base. Push the base. We'll win. Don't you dare try to spawn kill anymore. His roommate's roar came, greatly easing Zhao Yuanyang's stiffness. He twisted his neck and saw that his roommate's teammates, obsessed with getting kills, ended up being wiped out by the revived opponents. who then turned the game around with their 50 health base. But Zhao Yuanyang no longer cared about any of that. He felt a profound sense of dread, fear, a primal terror that enveloped his heart. In Zhao Yuanyang's eyes, everything seemed different, becoming unreal. Although he didn't cry out in fear like Guangying, he couldn't help but feel his hands tremble slightly. As if closing his eyes would transport him back to that Binhai funeral home. He shakily stood up and found his leg muscles aching, a result of being overly tense. Zhao Yuanyang shuffled his feet, wanting to go to the bathroom to splash some water on his face and clear his head. He turned on the faucet, and the cold water splashing on his face indeed helped him recover from that dazed state quite a bit. Opening his eyes, he looked at himself in the mirror. But under the dim yellow light of the bathroom, the Zhao Yuanyang in the mirror was only a patch of darkness. With only a pair of pupil-less eyes staring straight at him from outside the mirror. Zhao Yuanyang's heart suddenly skipped half a beat. He immediately stumbled back several steps, almost falling, until his back hit the wall, and he finally came to his senses. What's wrong? A cockroach? His roommate, who had just lost a game and was still reviewing, and blaming others, turned his head to look at Zhao Yuanyang. Mirror, mirror, Zhao Yuanyang pointed to the bathroom mirror, but could only see his own pale face and bluish lips reflected within. I know you're from the north and haven't seen our cockroaches here, but there's no need to be so scared, right? Another roommate teased. Zhao Yuanyang said nothing. He secretly glanced at the mirror again, and without even clearly seeing what was reflected inside, he hurriedly returned to his seat. On the computer, the streamer was still telling ghost stories, but to Zhao Yuanyang, those things were simply too childish. Seeing the scared to death and frightened comments scrolling by, Zhao Yuanyang felt it was necessary to tell them what true horror was. Typing on the keyboard, Zhao Yuanyang sent a few bullet comments, but they were quickly scrolled away, and the streamer didn't see them at all. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yuanyang spent 30 yuan to send a prominent message. These comments were highlighted and would float for a period of time, with different colors depending on the amount of money spent. Anything over 1,000 yuan was red, also known as a red float. Zhao Yuanyang used to think spending money on comments was a waste. But now he was very grateful for this feature. 30 yuan was only enough for 2 meals at the canteen, but it could spread the fear he had just experienced to more people. That was too good a deal. The streamer, Dehu, had just finished reading a ghost story. He took a sip of water and began to look at the previous prominent messages. Thank you to boss, Nun and Fish, for the tip. This story isn't scary? Maybe I didn't tell it well, huh? Thank you to boss, High-End Hunter, for the tip. Your closet is moving, I'm not playing anymore. It's okay, it probably won't come out for a while, you can sleep well tonight. Thank you to boss, Young Fan Yuan Young, for the tip. I recommend Huzaij to read Funeral Home Rules, a novel on the Shudong website. It's very good. Dehu finished reading the last one. He checked the time and then spoke. It's getting late today. We'll read one last story and then end the stream. The bullet comments immediately filled with phrases like, it's only 8 o'clock. Please stream a little longer, is your wife rushing you, and give us something scary to help us sleep. Dehu glanced at the recent message and decided to search for it on the Shudong website. After all, someone had paid to leave that message. A streamer was considered a service provider, so he definitely had to take care of paying customers. He opened the Shudong website and searched for the novel's title, finding that it was by an account called Science Exploration Bot. This account only had 20 followers when Dehu clicked on it. Oh, he even thought the account owner had come here to promote their work. Dehu decided to take a look first. But when he read the first sentence, he felt all the surrounding sounds disappear. Immersed in it, Dehu read for a full minute before finally coming back to his senses from that eerie atmosphere. Looking at the scrolling bullet comments, Dehu suddenly felt that who wrote this novel wasn't important. But it was very suitable as the last story before bed. Don't worry, everyone, we'll read one last story tonight. This story is very interesting, it's called Funeral Home Rules. Dehu had studied broadcasting, so his Mandarin was naturally standard and clear. and his speech had good rhythm. Being from Tianjin, he naturally had a talent for crosstalk, and telling ghost stories truly made for an excellent show. He was brave, and usually, when he read ghost stories, it was somewhat for the amusement of scaring people. But as the story unfolded, Dehu suddenly felt a chill run up his spine, as if he had truly arrived in that Binhai funeral home. As he continued to read, this feeling in Dehu grew stronger and stronger. He tried to stop but found himself seemingly controlled by the words on the screen. His mouth simply wouldn't close. It was as if his body didn't belong to him, only becoming a machine for telling this story. It wasn't him telling the story was chasing him. Please vote for me with recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. I've been out gathering material these past few days. I'll thank the generous tippers once I get back. By the way, I saw a Henning tea house here in Chengdu. I'll go check it out and see if there are any good things inside. Unbeknownst to him, the bullet comments on the screen gradually became sparse. And the audience in the live stream seemed to be immersed in the story Dehu was telling. As if walking through the eerie, cold Binhai funeral home, permeated with a faint smell of decay, Dehu's clear voice also became hoarse and low. Like a ghost, lingering at the back of everyone's necks. Especially when Dehu imitated the security guard in the story, that tone, one couldn't imitate it without having killed a few people. I know you're here. Dehu didn't know how that voice came out of his mouth. He studied broadcasting, not voice acting. And he couldn't force such a low and eerie vocal line. But the next moment, Dehu knew that human limits were not just that. So hot, so hot. The painful, struggling, agonizing sound, like a scorching flame, erupted from the corpse's throat through his mouth. Startling even Dehu himself. Even so, he didn't stop reading aloud. Dehu felt his body becoming hot. He seemed to be in a confined and narrow space, with the surroundings getting hotter and hotter. And a chilling roar filled his ears. Soon, Dehu understood where this was. This was the crematorium. His eyes widened, his expression contorted with pain and ferocity. If any audience member had carefully observed the camera view in the bottom left corner of the screen, they would have immediately panicked and called the police. It was a greenish-black face, the color of congealed blood, looking just like a corpse. Only the constantly opening and closing mouth, spitting out words, showed that this person was still alive. But how could any audience in the live stream have the leisure to look at Dehu? The once lively live stream had fallen silent, no one was sending comments, no one was tipping or leaving messages, everyone was listening quietly. Like a sermon at some eerie religious gathering. Some new viewers clicked in through the rankings, but they stopped after hearing just one or two sentences from Dehu. As if entangled by golden threads, their attention was completely drawn into the story. No one knew how long this situation lasted. It wasn't until Dehu finished reading the last word that he suddenly snapped back to reality. A chilling sense of lingering fear welled up within him. What did I just do? Dehu looked at the end of the novel and couldn't help but shiver. He had read many horror stories during this time, some absurd and funny, some terrifying, but this one felt sinister. It was truly goddamn sinister. He managed to force a smile, told the microphone he was going to the restroom, then stood up and left the live streaming room. As soon as he walked out, Dehu's breathing became heavy, and his pupils constricted. His back was soaked with cold sweat. Slowly walking to the restroom, Dehu splashed water on his face with wet hands. Looking up, he saw a pitch-black face in the mirror, with a pair of grayish-white eyes without pupils staring at him. Dehu was startled, but in the blink of an eye, only his own pale face remained in the mirror. He muttered to himself and returned to the room. At this point, the bullet comments that the audience had been sending one after another began to appear in the live stream. Damn, isn't this story a bit weird? I felt like I was really in the Binhai funeral home just now. Oh my god, just now when Huzaj was halfway through, my mom suddenly knocked on the door, scared me to death. This author is trying to tell a very new kind of ghost story. Is Huzaj okay? I just went to the toilet and looked in the mirror, damn, there really seemed to be a ghost reflection inside, scared me to death. My phone rang at the end, I was so scared I just threw it away, Good thing the phone was sturdy and didn't break. This account has something, the author doesn't seem like a newcomer, could it be some big shot using a smurf account to troll? Just got back, is it finished? I quit halfway through, it was a bit scary. It seemed that not only Dehu himself, but the audience too, were frightened by the story. Dehu glanced at the Shudong website account again, there was only this one novel there, and the followers had increased compared to before. Perhaps because curious viewers of his livestream had followed. He also clicked follow. Not for anything else, just to see what new tricks it would pull next. Signing off. Everyone, go to bed early tonight, otherwise the Binhai funeral home security guard will come looking for you. Dehu saw that his complexion in the camera wasn't good, so he quickly ended the livestream and turned off the stream. He looked at the Shudong website page, at the comments under that novel, and suddenly, a strange feeling emerged. Dehu's mouth suddenly curved into a grin, and he quickly forwarded it to his streamer group to repay society. Dehu, this novel is quite interesting, suitable for bedtime reading. Sunset, teacher Dehu, still not asleep so late, telling ghost stories again? Burning Heaven, whose livestream was quite popular tonight, what big event did he pull off? Warm Xianwan, whose sending a novel link so late, it's probably a horror novel. Dehu, not scary, a very interesting novel. Dehu typed on his keyboard, vigorously recommending it for over 10 minutes. When the group chat gradually went silent, he rubbed his eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see a few golden threads descending from an infinitely high place, wrapping around his arm. Too tired, he explained, and quickly went to bed. In his dream, Dehu seemed to dream of himself returning to the Binhai funeral home. The chilling, stern, and eerie atmosphere enveloped his dream. And even the knocking sounds were so real. Thump! Dehu woke up with a start, realizing that the sound was not an illusion, but was happening in reality. Some neighbor upstairs was renovating again, and the incessant knocking on the wall made people uneasy. He checked his phone, it was a little past 8 in the morning. Damn it, renovating so early in the morning. Dehu grumbled as he got up and scrolled through his phone while sitting on the toilet. As soon as he opened the group chat, he saw 99 plus messages. He was too lazy to read them all, so he just skimmed the new ones and found that the entire night had been spent discussing one thing. Sunset, I'm really pissed off, the novel teacher Dehu recommended is too sinister, I couldn't sleep well all night and had several nightmares. Warm Xianwan, I didn't sleep all night. I didn't even dare to go to the toilet. Burning Heaven, I'm different, after reading it, I forwarded this novel to my fan group, and hundreds of people stayed up with me last night, hee hee. Bouncing Strawberry, you're really ruthless, why didn't I think of that? I'm going to forward it now. It seemed that all these streamers who read the novel were more or less scared, and then, like Dehu, they all forwarded this novel to other groups, letting more people see it. Dehu opened the Shudong website app and took a look, finding that Science Exploration Bot already had almost 8,000 followers. And there were several hundred comments under that novel. Most of them were cursing the author for writing such sinister stuff, and a portion of people said they forwarded it to friends. Their emotions very stable. His phone vibrated again, and he saw that someone in the streamer group had at him. Dehu clicked it and found it was a recorded video. Luyan watches teacher Dehu tell ghost stories and gets scared to breaking point real footage. Luyan is a streamer in the mobile game section. Unlike Dehu, who mainly plays single-player and online games, she focuses on playing mobile games like a locust. Besides the mobile game that launched her career as her main streaming content, she also regularly takes commercial orders to stream other new mobile games, chats with viewers, sings songs, or watches videos together. Last night was a video appreciation stream. It's hard to say what's wrong with this generation of viewers, but they really enjoy watching others watch videos. Before each such stream, Lu Yun would post an update, asking people to send her videos they wanted her to watch in the comments section. And she would then select them based on titles or likes. After watching a few silly videos during the stream, she felt it was enough. At this moment, someone sent a donation with a message. Thank you to our boss, Nun and Fish, for the donation. Davu's latest clip is very interesting. Shall I take a look? Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, then let's watch one last video before we end the stream. She checked the time, it was already 2 in the morning. Although she said she was ending the stream, she would actually play on her phone for a while before sleeping, which is a daily routine for modern people. Actually, some people had sent donations and messages during the stream, but if she watched every video people sent, the stream would never end. Glancing at the comments and bullet screens, Lu Yun opened the homepage of old video website and searched for Dehu's name. She quickly saw the clip that someone had just posted, which was an edited compilation of highlights from his stream. Good heavens, Huzaij just ended his stream, and you've already cut this clip? You're really going at it. Lu Yun frowned when she saw the video titled, Teacher Dehu's Late Night Ghost Story. Even the streamer himself was scared silly. A ghost story? You guys have bad intentions, but I won't be scared. She grumbled, but still clicked on it casually. Lu Yun prided herself on being quite brave, and watching someone else stream a ghost story would significantly reduce its horror. So she didn't pay much attention. As the video played to this point, Dehu could roughly guess what would happen next. He saw a barrage of bullet comments floating across the video. She still doesn't know what's about to happen. I really like the streamer's line, I won't be scared, I was there. And I'm very curious if the person who wrote this novel has ever suffered any psychological trauma. Holy cow, it was cut so quickly. Don't you guys sleep? He, I'm here to relive it. Dehu knew how terrifying the ghost story he told last night was. He didn't think Lu Yun could handle it, and now he was looking forward to seeing the little girl break down in fear after hearing it. An uncontrollable smile escaped his lips. As soon as Dehu in the video started speaking, the entire livestream fell silent. The real Dehu saw Liu Yun's little face instantly turn pale, and he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Somehow, even though the eerie story was being retold, Dehu didn't find it scary. Instead, watching Liu Yun's pale face, her bewildered eyes, and her attempts to close the video but being unable to move the mouse, made Dehu feel it was very fun and interesting. He even felt a bit mischievous. But he simply couldn't stop. After the story was finished, Liu Yun's expression was stiff, and she didn't move, like a statue. The bullet comments in the livestream also became much scarcer, as most first-time viewers were scared. Only the mischievous viewers who had been baptized in Dehu's livestream before were still posting comments. At this point, the bullet comments on this video started to increase. So delicious, just love this kind of thing. Seeing Lu Yun also break down in fear, I feel at ease, with this Matryoshka doll effect. I'm expecting to see Huzaij watching Lu Yun watching Huzaij tell a ghost story clip next second coming, damn. Why does this video have a thornmail effect? I'm scared again. It seems Dehu wasn't the only one who found it amusing to watch others get scared by his video. Especially since this video also edited in a clip of Lu Yun confidently stating at the beginning that she wouldn't be scared. The contrast between the two was even stronger. Although the little girl in the video had an ashen face, cried immediately, and was a sniveling mess, looking utterly miserable, Dehu smiled even more brightly. It was a feeling of bitter coming to sweet, as if the suffering he had endured was finally being experienced by others. After the video finished, Dehu felt it was far from enough. He thought for a moment and searched for his name on old video website again. Since Lu Yun watched it live, there must be other streamers who also watched it live. Dehu felt a bit addicted. 2 hours later, Dehu reluctantly looked up from watching videos of others being scared. He opened Shudong website, found the account he followed last night, and discovered that the other party hadn't updated or replied to the comments, appearing somewhat aloof. Perhaps talented creators are all like this. Dehu used his account to repost that Shudong, adding a caption. A very interesting story, excellent. With a smile on his face, Dehu seemed to already envision many people being scared sleepless by this novel. He was very much looking forward to it. Xiaomu woke up to the noisy electric drill upstairs. He looked at the other side of the bed. Suhong didn't come home last night, not sure where he went. Xiaomu got up, tidied the quilt, took out his phone, and found that his Shudong website app had 99 plus notifications. Upon opening it, he discovered that the Science Exploration Bot account already had over 8,000 followers. The novel had been reposted over 1,000 times, likes were nearing 5,000, and there were even more comments. Although this data was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the millions of reposts, likes, and comments of big influencers, it was a huge step for Xiaomu. Could it be that the boss bought me followers? Xiaomu scrolled through the comments and saw that, thankfully, they weren't zombie followers. These comments either accused the author of the novel of not being human, begged the author to be a person, or reposted it to give back to society. And some even shared their own childhood supernatural experiences in the comments section. In short, everyone was scared. Xiaomu was relieved. He seemed to see several golden threads extending from the phone screen, wrapping around his fingertips. A certain power was being drawn through the spread of the story. Funeral home rules completion, 23%, in just one night. The completion of this abnormality increased by over 10%, which greatly satisfied Xiaomu. Xiaomu closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes. He found that his ability to recreate the Binhai funeral home scene had become stronger, almost making people feel as if they were present. Even through text or descriptions, the discount on this recreation ability was very small. Xiaomu felt that, given time, if the Binhai funeral home truly became a popular urban legend, he might even be able to recreate it in reality and become the controller of this abnormality. At least it can help in the upcoming missions. Xiaomu finished washing up and went downstairs. Su Hong's car naturally hadn't returned, and the scratched car next door hadn't moved at all, its two scratches very unsightly. He took the bus to the Science Exploration editorial department and spent most of the day there, mainly reading comments from people who had been scared to tears. It was, he had to admit, quite enjoyable. It wasn't until evening that the indifferent and cold countdown in Xiaomu's vision finally reached its end. Asterisk, please vote for recommendations, please vote for monthly passes. On the computer screen in front of Xiaomu, the twisted and intertwined text of the Shudong website formed three large doors. He looked at the door on the left. The wooden door was drenched, as if tides were crashing behind it, and sea mist permeated the air. A cool, clear light shone through the cracks in the door, and shadows swayed behind it, as if they would burst through at any moment, eroding reality. The patterns on the wooden planks twisted, and a series of words emerged. Lighthouse for those living by the sea. The ocean is always mysterious and dangerous. That abandoned lighthouse has countless legends in the town. Some say a pair of eloping lovers hang themselves there, some say figures stir in the tower every midnight, and others say it just stands there. Everyone deliberately avoids it, yet they never stop discussing it. You arrive at this small town enveloped in sea mist. Bells ring, laughter scatters, and in the courtyards, dark shadows ride. You know that all secrets lie within that lighthouse. What you need to do is ascend the tower and witness everything with your own eyes, not a mental hospital. Xiaomu had thought this task would send him to different mental hospitals. From the description, it seemed like something strange had happened in a seaside town, and Xiaomu needed to go to the lighthouse there to investigate. Jiangcheng is not by the sea, so the location of this task should be outside of Jiangcheng. Xiaomu was pensive as he turned his gaze to the middle door. It was an iron door, bound with many rusty chains. Besides that, countless incomprehensible words were etched near the doorframe, like venomous curses. The door looked sturdy, but when Xiaomu gazed closely, he found that some huge and strong creature seemed to be crashing against the door from the other side. Bang! The illusory sound echoed in Xiaomu's ears, making his heart palpitate. He stared at the door and found that the previously unidentifiable words could now be understood. Basement Master said, never open the basement door. There are many taboos in the temple. Do not go out at midnight. You must strike the wooden fish 100 times when you wake up. The latter half of the Sutra of Merit must never be recited. And the Buddha statue's eyes must be covered with black cloth, but the strangest one is not to go near the basement. No one knows what is there, only in the dead of night, dull thudding sounds rise from beneath the ground. You arrive at this ancient temple. The monks are mysterious and secretive, as if countless secrets are buried beneath this land. Push open that door, gain the answers to all things. That is the truth temple? Xiaomu didn't check carefully and didn't know if there were any temples in Jiangchang. But it seemed like it would be in some deep mountain forest. This task looked like it genuinely involved monsters. As a weak man with erranked strength and speed, Xiaomu was very scared. He immediately looked at the third door. That door was like a security door, with only a faint orange-red glow seeping through the cracks. Xiaomu leaned slightly closer, and then a wave of heat assailed him. The door almost burst open, and the scorching air had already wrapped around Xiaomu's cheeks. On the security door, melted marks outlined lines of text. Happy old house, human hearts are separated by bellies, actions are unknown to both, no one knows what your neighbor does. You hear the sound of chopping meat next door every day, the sound of men and women arguing, the sound of chanting scriptures, and the sound of weeping and wailing. Do you think what you hear is real? In modern society, everyone is indifferent to neighborly relations. Have you ever thought of visiting your neighbor? Bravely knock on the door. Your living together is a kind of fate, continuing from when you were alive until after you are dead, so why not introduce yourself properly to your good neighbor? Indeed. Xiaomu nodded slightly. He lived at Su Hong's house and hadn't even visited the neighbors upstairs and downstairs in the building next door. He recalled how harmonious the neighborly relations were when he lived in the mental hospital, and he didn't expect people outside to be so cold. Also, there were people decorating upstairs. Xiaomu felt that he should communicate with them properly when he had the chance, otherwise it would disturb the residents too much. He felt this task was very suitable for him. It seemed like a three-choice option. Xiaomu hesitated for a moment. He felt that, compared to a seaside town or a temple in the deep mountains, a neighbor was indeed more amiable. Moreover, if it was in the city, at worst, he could find Zhou or someone similar to oversee it. If he couldn't handle it, he would find a way to give it a shot, a tactical explosion, blowing up its whole family. He didn't rush to choose, but instead opened a web page and searched for some keywords. Input: seaside, lighthouse, mist, small town. Search results returned: sunset, starry sky, seaside. Let's appreciate the lighthouse together. Little-known seaside check-in spot. A seaside lighthouse that strays into a fairy tale town, Nangang's only secret island county, dotted with lighthouses. Each with high aesthetic appeal. Almost all were travel guides. Xiaomu watched with relish for more than 10 minutes, suddenly feeling that going to the beach in summer would also be nice. He had never been hit on the head by a coconut blown down by the wind in his life and felt a bit longing for it. Coming back to his senses, he searched for the second one. Input: basement, temple, blindfolded Buddha statue, Sutra of Merit. Search results returned: how great is the merit of renovating temples and building Buddha statues? Can Buddha statues be built in the basement, and what are the rules for Buddha statues in the basement? Fully automatic merit machine, solving your daily good deed dilemma. So there are such rules. After reading the popular science article explaining the construction of Buddha statues in basements, Xiaomu felt he had learned new knowledge. He reopened a page and searched for the third one. Input: neighbor, chopping meat, arguing, visiting. Search results returned: chopping meat sounds at night cause conflict. Judge mediates to help neighbors reconcile. Neighbors chopping meat sound too loud, 60-year-old woman curses on the street. What gifts should you bring when visiting a neighbor who likes to chop meat? The editor will show you. I want to eat dumplings. Xiaomu looked at the meat fillings and felt hungry. He liked fennel and shepherd's purse-filled dumplings. In his previous life, there was a dumpling restaurant downstairs from where he lived. Xiaomu would go there to eat a plate whenever he had nothing to do. The portions were large and filling. However, none of these search results were useful, and he didn't know if it was because abnormal information was erased or due to the system's influence. He could only rely on himself. Xiaomu fell into thought. Soon, he made a decision. Xiaomu reached out and pushed open the door with the scorching aura. Boom! A dry, hot wind swept in from the open door. Xiaomu heard countless jumbled sounds: crying, wailing, roaring, the sound of something breaking, the sound of something toppling, and faint whispering murmurs. Xiaomu felt his cheeks dry, and the wind made him unable to open his eyes. At the same time, flames and ashes formed twisted words, appearing before him. Happy old house, thank you to boss, Sanso Langjong, for the 50,000 coin reward. Happy old house, people's hearts are hidden behind their bellies, they act without knowing each other. No one knows what your neighbor does. You hear the sound of chopping meat next door every day, the sound of men and women arguing, the sound of chanting scriptures. And the sound of weeping. Do you think what you hear is real? In modern society, everyone has become indifferent to neighborly relations. Have you ever thought of visiting your neighbor? Be brave and knock on the door. Living together is a kind of fate, continuing from when you are alive until after you die. So, why not introduce yourself properly to your good neighbor? Task difficulty, mortal task objective, enter the apartment and survive until dawn. Task objective, optional, investigate the truth behind the events in the apartment. Hello, I'm your neighbor. Let's help each other out from now on. Obscure text swirled on the computer screen, monstrous and terrifying. Mortal difficulty. Xiaomu didn't know how the game distinguished these difficulties, but judging from the task objectives, the mortal difficulty had a quite wide range. After all, descriptions like survive until dawn appeared, which implied at least a life-threatening situation. Reaching out to touch the text, Xiaomu found that the illusory words scattered like insects, burrowing into his arm all at once. Beneath the skin, dense with blood vessels and blue veins, they wriggled and burrowed like worms. At the same time, some strange knowledge and images flooded into Xiaomu's mind. When are you going to pay the rent, sister? It's really hard for us too. Always noisy every day, don't know what kind of business they're doing at home, tisk. Grandpa said. As long as I'm a good child, sister will protect me. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll beat you, you little turtle. Let me tell you, we signed a contract here, we have to follow the contract. We're all neighbors, we see each other all the time, can't we just talk nicely? Xiaomu saw a simply dressed office worker silently pull out an empty porcelain bowl. And he saw a short-haired man in a black t-shirt who seemed to be smashing something, as well as more ordinary residents living busy and mundane lives. He saw an old, dilapidated building that looked a bit dated, with pull-down gates and accumulated trash in the hallways. Unattended elderly people lived here, along with migrant workers bustling between high-rise buildings. Every plum rain season, a faint sour smell of damp rags always permeated the air, and moss covered the corners of the walls, making people frown. Xiaomu saw a Buddha statue placed at the end of the corridor, by someone unknown. The Buddha statue was never offered incense and was covered in dust. Suddenly, a scorching, fiery wind swept over Xiaomu. He felt as if he was in a furnace, dry air penetrating his pores, and the world seemed to be plunged into an endless, raging inferno. Xiaomu felt a buzzing in his brain, and a faint nosebleed trickled out, caused by ruptured capillaries. Is this a task preview? He pressed the table, pulled out a tissue, and plugged his bleeding nostril. Only Xiaomu was in the science exploration editorial department. He looked around, then typed a few keywords into the search bar. Fire, building, dispute. As he typed these words, a sudden inspiration flashed through Xiaomu's mind, as if he knew the answer. As expected, the search engine displayed the web pages he anticipated. Old, dilapidated buildings, aging electrical circuits cause fire, whose fault is it? Recently, a serious fire occurred in Jiangxing City, causing 23 deaths. The cause of the accident is under investigation. Our city's fire department recently conducted a comprehensive inspection of rental properties in key areas across the city, rectifying illegal rentals with safety hazards. Jiangcheng, fire causes 23 deaths, relevant departments establish a leading group for post-disaster handling. There were quite a few related reports. Xiaomu casually clicked on one and saw an old, dilapidated building, much like the apartment complex Su Hong rented, completely disfigured by the fire. This had happened a few days ago. After looking through some accident investigations and related background reports, Xiaomu quickly saw a familiar name. This was the name of the person whose memorial service he attended yesterday after leaving the Binhai funeral home. He even ate at their wake. Xiaomu was a little confused. This building had already been destroyed by fire, but the God's Chosen Game's task required him to enter the apartment and survive until dawn. What danger could there be in an already burnt-down building? As for the optional objective, investigating what exactly happened in the apartment, Xiaomu guessed it meant finding out why the fire occurred, right? So, it wasn't caused by aging electrical circuits? Xiaomu muttered to himself. The most mainstream view currently was that at night, the aging electrical circuits of the old residential area were overloaded, causing a short circuit and fire. Clutter and trash accumulated in the stairwell, and the fire spread very quickly, ultimately leading to this tragedy. This was very reasonable. But Xiaomu felt that if this was chosen as a task by the God's Chosen Game, then it certainly wouldn't be such a realistic and scientific reason. There must be something fishy going on. He went to the Shudong website to catch up on gossip. Because this was a very serious fire accident, there was a lot of discussion on the Shudong website, with all sorts of diverse opinions. I heard that someone was raising little ghosts in that building. I saw someone take a photo before. There was a Buddha statue enshrined on the fourth-floor corridor of that place. It's too eerie. I live in the neighboring complex. I remember there was a fierce-looking man living there. He didn't look like a good person at all. My aunt is at the hospital. She heard that several people sent and had injuries on their bodies. They weren't burned to death, they were beaten to death. It seems like there were a lot of shared rentals there, right? The dormitory for the small processing factory next to our company was in that building. 8 people lived in a 30-square-meter apartment. If something doesn't happen there, who will it happen to? What are you all spreading rumors about? My uncle is the security guard for that complex. He said there was someone from the underworld living in that building. He probably hid something dangerous, which caused such a big fire. Otherwise, how could no one have escaped? Exactly. How could the fire spread so fast? Almost everyone in the entire building burned to death. How is that possible? Who is it? So heartless, causing so many deaths. They'll face divine retribution. Following these comments, Xiaomu flipped through some related unofficial news and saw an article posted by a local self-media public account. The article included a photo of a short-haired man and was accompanied by some investigative reports. It showed that, according to the self-media's investigation, this man was named Xiao Shuai. No, this man was an unemployed individual, living by various odd jobs. He had previously been involved in disputes with others, almost coming to blows. In short, he was the kind of bad guy template that mothers would cover their children's eyes to avoid seeing on the street. Although the article didn't explicitly state that the fire was caused by this man, the words were full of similar implications. Xiaomu also saw a short video associated with this self-media public account article. He clicked on the video. Thank you to Who Isn't Afraid of Nico Now for the 5,000 coin reward, to W5945 for the 1,100 coin reward, to Floating Wheat for the 500 coin reward, to Elusis for the 233 coin reward, to I Don't Wear XXL for the 150 coin reward, and to I'm Asleep ZZZ for the 100 coin reward. The video begins with a scene inside a hospital. Outside the hospital, it was bustling with many media outlets, reporters, passers-by, and police maintaining order. At this moment, in the camera, a middle-aged couple was escorted out of the hospital by the police. The wife looked very haggard, while her husband had a solemn expression. There were also other people coming out, but everyone's attention seemed to be on this couple. Xiaomu heard some voices. It's all your son's fault so many people died. Murderer. It's all your fault. Killer. These noisy shouts came from somewhere in the crowd. Yet they stood out clearly amidst the clamor and noise. Hearing these shouts, the wife could not hide her grief and collapsed onto her husband. As for the husband, his lips trembled, as if he was suppressing something, but he remained silent in the face of the accusations. The video ended quickly. Xiaomu looked at the video's comments. This must be Wang's parents, they look quite respectable, how could they raise such a son? Those were 23 fresh lives. How could he be so shameless? It's all Wang's fault, if it weren't for him, how could there have been such a big fire? What is his name exactly? Shouldn't his family apologize to those who died? I heard online that his dad is a police officer who's about to retire. How did it turn out like this? If a child is not taught, it's the father's fault. This person apparently dropped out of college and ran away from home. Clearly someone who just idles around. This Wang seemed to be the unemployed individual that the self-media public account had investigated. Xiaomu scrolled through the comments, and after some gossip, he learned that there was a prevailing online opinion that the apartment building fire was primarily caused by Wang. Because someone had witnessed him frequently carrying a woven bag home, it was speculated that it might contain flammable or explosive dangerous goods. Moreover, during an interview, the forensic doctor had inadvertently let slip that some of the deceased had traces of being beaten by blunt objects. Thus, various rumors began to spread. It was said that Wang was a thug for a violent group, and a dispute that arose when he was sought out by those he offended led to the fire. It was said that Wang was secretly reselling dangerous goods, and his own negligence led to the fire, killing so many people. It was said that Wang tried to molest a female neighbor, and when the crime failed, he became enraged and set the apartment building on fire. In any case, the dead cannot speak, and no one would defend him. Xiaomu frowned. Because he knew that the fire was most likely not caused by Wang. After all, he had attended the memorial service for the owner of this building, the rich second generation, and there. The blood-red words told him that the person in the coffin was the culprit of this great fire. It's just that Xiaomu still didn't know how the fire started. I must enter the apartment. Xiaomu sent a WeChat message to Joe Minka. Xiaomu, boss, I have a task tonight, do you have any suggestions? He briefly described his task. In this regard, the God's Chosen game seemed not to mind Xiaomu disclosing it to others. Of course, according to Su Hong, knowledge is pollution, and casually disclosing unprocessed God's Chosen game information to other ordinary people would only make them think you were talking nonsense. Or cause the listener to become insane. These pollutions are like highly fatal viruses, they spread to at most 1 or 2 people before dying out. So even without any mandatory confidentiality clauses, they are difficult for most people to know. Joe Minka, you know, in the realm of abnormalities, everything is not so logical, time and space can both go awry. Joe Minka, so? You have to accept the fact that you might not be able to do anything. She said 2 disjointed sentences and did not offer any guiding advice for Xiaomu's task. Xiaomu, alright. Xiaomu simply took it as Joe Minka trusting him. He checked the specific location of the apartment, borrowed a shoulder bag from the editorial department. Found a flashlight that could light up with 2 shakes, and then set off. The district where the apartment was located was on the other side of Ling River, considered an old town. And the high-rise buildings here had a more historical feel than the CBD near Su Hong's home. After getting off the bus, Xiaomu hadn't even confirmed the navigation yet when he saw the orange-red sky in the distance. At this moment, the sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the sky, but orange-red was certainly not a charming sunset glow. Xiaomu walked along the street and soon saw the building located along the street. The buildings around the apartment were a bit desolate, perhaps because the fire had caused residents to evacuate and temporarily flee their original homes, making this area dim, with only the building, dark like a monster, casting a deep, gloomy shadow. Pedestrians instinctively avoided that street, and under the dim streetlights, it was cold and deserted. Only Xiaomu, he looked up at the melted-looking apartment building, which was cordoned off with yellow police tape. This building was burning fiercely. The orange-yellow, almost red flames enveloped every corner of this building, making it like an eternally unextinguishable candle, lighting up the night sky. People came and went, but no one noticed the firelight. Clearly, this was an abnormal fire that could only be glimpsed at a certain depth. They're still haggling over it now, don't know how to demolish it, might just rot here forever. Behind him, the owner of a fruit shop muttered. Boss, how much are the apples? Xiaomu turned around and chatted with the owner for a few moments. That short-haired guy actually wasn't bad, he helped me clean up when my fruits spilled here before. The owner said casually upon hearing Xiaomu's words. The fire department said they want to tear it all down, but the landlord won't allow it, and of course, he'd lose a lot if it's flattened. Boss, I want these 3 apples. Xiaomu was socially anxious and not very good at dealing with such a talkative owner. So he just bought 3 apples and carried the plastic bag into the residential area. The cause of the accident had not been thoroughly investigated, and the scene was still cordoned off, with people on duty at the community gate. Xiaomu could only first befriend them, then quietly sneak in. He sat on a long bench near the community's greenbelt, passing the time and eating an apple. It was past 11 at night, deep in the quiet of the night, with only the continuous, intertwined low meows of a few cats. When Xiaomu quietly approached the apartment building. The flames were vigorous but did not scorch Xiaomu. Instead, as he approached, the fierce flames at the building's entrance parted into 2 paths, creating a way for him. Thank you. Xiaomu was a polite person. He walked into the apartment. Because the fire had almost burned the entire building, even the first floor was filled with a strong smell of char. And the thick plaster on the old walls seemed to have melted from the high temperature, presenting chaotic patterns. And it seemed that 1 or 2 palm prints could vaguely be seen within these patterns. In Xiaomu's vision, crimson text rippled, the great fire burned everything, but some things will always remain. Look carefully at the ground. He immediately lowered his head and saw a burnt key on the ground, which was slightly sticky from the burning and the southern wind of Jiangcheng. He picked up the key and then noticed what looked like a string of footprints next to it. Following the footprints, Xiaomu went up to the 4th floor. The footprints disappeared at the doorway of a room. Even the door of that room was already warped and twisted from the fire, and the surrounding walls shimmered faintly with oil from the light outside. Xiaomu reached out and gently touched the wall, which was like melted and then solidified lava. Enter the apartment, January 1st. Survive until dawn, 0/1. Investigate the truth of the events in the apartment, 0/1. Task start player. Please close your eyes. The distorted marks on the wall outlined the system's cold and indifferent text. Xiaomu, as instructed, gently closed his eyes. What are you doing? At this moment, a call came from behind Xiaomu. He immediately turned his head. He saw a man with a buzz cut staring at him warily. Suddenly, Xiaomu looked around. He found that all the char, dilapidation, and brokenness had disappeared. In their place was an old, weathered, mottled corridor. The twilight sun, almost blocked by the buildings, slanted in. Xiaomu understood the meaning of survive until dawn in the task almost instantly. Because, at this moment, he was in the apartment building before the fire. New mover? The man with the buzz cut saw Xiaomu standing still and asked again, his voice carrying a hint of coldness, not very friendly. MHM. Xiaomu answered without thinking. You're for 404, right? This is 403, and there's another door over there. The man with the buzz cut pointed to the end of the hallway. Xiaomu glanced, hearing footsteps from downstairs. The slightly heavy sound of cloth shoes stopped abruptly upon reaching this floor. Xiaomu looked over and saw a young woman with a proper appearance, wearing a light green hoodie. Brother Wang, what's wrong? The woman knew the buzzcut man and asked curiously. Nothing, just a new mover. I saw him wandering around your door, unable to find his room, so I mentioned it. The buzzcut man moved aside. The woman quietly acknowledged, then came to the door where Xiaomu had just been standing. She glanced at Xiaomu, nodded her head, then opened the door with her key and slipped inside. Xiaomu smelled a peculiar fragrance, like the faint scent of incense from a temple. She has secrets, but I don't recommend you pry. Remember, curiosity killed the cat. Blood-red text snaked from the crack of the gently closed anti-theft door. I live in 402. We're neighbors now. The buzzcut man extended his hand towards Xiao Mu. His other hand held a heavy woven bag, the contents of which Xiao Mu couldn't see from his angle. Have an apple, make a friend? Xiao Mu remembered he still had 2 apples in his plastic bag, so he took one out and handed it to the other person. So polite, thanks. I'm going home to cook first. If you don't understand anything, you can find me. I'm usually home in the evening. The buzzcut man opened his own door, then paused. Oh, by the way, my name is Wang Ku. You can call me Old Wang or Brother Wang. All right. Xiao Mu also gave his name, watching the other person return to his room. The light red text gradually disappearing with the man. He is also not simple. Whether he will become an aid or an obstacle depends entirely on your performance, my friend. He looked out into the hallway. The setting sun cast a golden, ambiguous glow over the city. The deep night sky was gradually swallowing the last bit of sunset. No one knew what would happen this night. Except Xiao Mu. He picked up his phone, finding no signal and unable to operate any apps. The electronic device was like a brick, having lost its original function. It couldn't even crack walnuts. That's right. This was an abnormal space, just like that mental hospital, not truly the past. Xiao Mu glanced at the 403 behind him and the 402 next door. This meant that both the woman and Wang Ku would die in tonight's fire, with no one surviving. Is this what the boss meant? Xiao Mu remembered Zhou Minka's words. Don't try to change things here, it's futile. He arrived at the door of 404. The door to room 405 was at the end of the hallway, next to the door of room 404. Xiao Mu saw. Across from room 404, on the hallway windowsill, sat a Buddha statue. The statue was entirely black, with a solemn and serious expression, like a Maitreya Buddha, but with some subtle differences. Its red shrine was old and decayed, covered in cobwebs. On the offering table, someone had left a half-smoked cigarette butt, a truly thoughtless act. Xiao Mu looked at this Buddha statue, feeling a sense of strangeness. The Buddha statue he had vaguely seen before should have been at the end of the hallway, not placed on the windowsill, facing the door of room 404. Frowning, Xiao Mu turned to look at the door of room 404. It was an ordinary anti-theft door. He took out the burnt key and accurately inserted it into the lock. Click, the door opened. The room was very dark. The narrow living room of this apartment had no windows. In the dim light of dusk, one could see the kitchen counter to the right of the entrance and the threshold of the bathroom. The bathroom faucet seemed not to be fully closed, and a faint dripping sound was the only melody in the room. Looking further inside, the room presented a ghostly darkness, like the gaping maw of some unspeakable monster. Ready to swallow Xiao Mu as he stepped in. What are you waiting for? A slightly sharp voice came from Xiao Mu's right. He turned to look and saw a woman dressed lightly. This woman was clearly older than the woman from 403 and knew how to dress better. The scent of cosmetics reached Xiao Mu's nose even from 2 people's distance. Vulgar people. Such individuals are the main composition of this world. This is truly a sad thing. Crimson text illuminated her figure. Oh, handsome, new mover? Seeing Xiao Mu, her expression immediately changed slightly, a slightly vulgar smile appearing on her face. MHM. Xiao Mu pushed open the door and turned on the living room light. The light flickered once, then finally glowed faintly. This place has been empty for a long time. The woman glanced into 404 and continued. You can call me Xiao Yin. I live in 405. If you don't understand anything, you can come find me, but it's best not to bother those 2 next door. She then lowered her voice and whispered. Why? Xiao Mu felt that having enough information was essential. Even if he just wanted to safely survive until tomorrow morning, he couldn't be completely ignorant. That man is just a bit fierce, but the woman is a bit terrifying. She's lived here for quite a while. She used to live with her grandfather. Later, when the old man died of illness, she didn't say anything, went to work as usual. It wasn't until the body started to smell that neighbors found out. It was in this room you're living in. That person said the corpse oil had seeped through the wall, and he smelled it and found it very stinky. So he complained to the landlord, and that's how it was discovered. Xiao Yan lowered her voice, speaking as if telling a ghost story with great seriousness. Although Xiaomu didn't know if corpse oil could really seep through walls. Later, the police said the old man died of illness, and that woman still lived there as usual. The landlord didn't even think about kicking her out. How unlucky. Xiao Yan frowned tightly, cursing with great disdain, then glanced behind her and continued. And, I've seen before, this woman is very mysterious, like she's performing some ritual. She's always holding a bowl of raw rice and muttering something. I suspect she's raising evil spirits and has brought some retribution upon herself. No sooner had she finished speaking than a heavy thud suddenly came from upstairs. Thump! It sounded like something had hit the wall, followed by the sound of something crashing and rolling onto the floor. The sound startled Xiao Yan, making her look back at the closed door of 403 with a hint of guilt. Still renovating so late, rushing to reincarnate. Xiao Yan cursed, then hastily opened her own door and slipped inside. Before closing the door, she looked at Xiaomu again. The landlord seems to be coming over tonight. You should tidy up a bit. He's a bit wishy-washy. Really, if he cares so much about his own house, he shouldn't rent it out. She mumbled as she closed the door, seemingly dissatisfied with everything. Xiaomu stared at that door for a moment, then casually glanced at the Buddha statue on the windowsill. By now, the last bit of twilight had been swallowed by the city's tall buildings. Dim dusk enveloped the hallway. The streetlights outside the door cast light onto the wall, and the reflected glow illuminated the Buddha statue's face. He noticed that the Buddha statue's mouth seemed to be curled into a smile. This smile appeared mysterious and eerie in the dimness, combined with its eyes made of unknown stone, giving a chilling sensation down one's spine. Xiaomu remembered that the Buddha statue had been expressionless just now. He looked deeply at the Buddha statue, and another dripping sound came from the room behind him, making Xiaomu turn his head. Pushing open the door, Xiaomu entered the room. Xiaomu switched on the bathroom's overhead light, revealing a toilet that, despite diligent cleaning, bore the undeniable marks of years of use. A scratched sink, a mirror with peeling and yellowed caulking around its edges, and an old, rusty, leaky showerhead. Drip! A drop of murky liquid fell from the faucet, splattering into the sink like blooming blood. Xiaomu twisted the faucet hard, realizing it seemed to have reached its limit and couldn't be tightened further. Don't worry, this isn't the most troublesome thing in this room, at least not yet. Another drop of murky liquid dripped down, accompanied by the crimson text, spreading across the bottom of the sink. Xiaomu left the bathroom, walked through the narrow corridor, and opened the bedroom door. It was slightly brighter inside. To make the bedroom more spacious, the renovators had knocked down the wall between the balcony and the bedroom, allowing the neon lights from the buildings opposite to penetrate and cast a bloody red glow onto the bed. Xiaomu turned on the fluorescent light, which dimmed the red glow slightly, but it still didn't disappear. A 1.5-meter single bed, a wooden patinaed desk, an uncomfortable stainless steel chair, and a wardrobe that creaked every time it was opened, these were all the furnishings. The only incongruous item was a simple line drawing, the kind that could be bought online for 12 yuan, hanging crookedly above the bed. Not aligned with it. How could Xiaomu, with his severe OCD, tolerate this? He immediately went to the head of the bed and took down the painting. Then, Xiaomu saw a large stain on the wall that the painting had covered. The stain looked as if it had seeped through from the adjacent room, snaking across the wall to form a terrifying, bat-like pattern. Leaning closer, Xiaomu felt the stain resembled some murky oil, almost dry but not quite. He reached out and lightly touched it. But there was only the dry feel of the wall, the sensation of oil almost dripping suddenly vanished. Are you curious what this is? I suggest you ask the person next door. Of course, asking this puddle of stuff isn't a bad idea either, huh? Chaotic crimson text seeped from the wall cracks, gradually covering the stain, as if reenacting how it had appeared. It caused a physiological discomfort. Xiaomu placed the painting aside. Outside, it had completely darkened. Thump thump thump, the sound of a cleaver chopping meat on a cutting board drifted from somewhere, either upstairs or downstairs. Xiaomu grabbed a flashlight and went out, standing in the corridor, listening carefully. He found that the building had quite a lively nightlife. From afar came the sounds of incense burning and Buddhist chanting, the sizzling of ingredients dropped into hot oil for stir-frying, the piercing cries of children, and cursing. He climbed up one floor and saw one apartment with its door ajar, only a screen door loosely closed. The pungent smell of cigarettes wafted out, and several people sat around playing mahjong, the clatter of tiles filling the air. Noticing Xiaomu's gaze, the people at the table suddenly froze. They remained motionless, one person still holding a tile in their hand. Everyone turned their heads to look at Xiaomu. Even the person whose back was partially turned twisted their neck to an angle that was frighteningly unnatural for a human, staring at Xiaomu. Although no one spoke, Xiaomu felt as if a faint, fragmented whisper echoed in his ears, tempting him to try his luck at the gambling table, hinting that he might make a fortune. Do you want to try? Think carefully, once you step onto this gambling table, the stakes will be more than just your money. Crimson text bubbled up from the people at the table like mist. Unfortunately, Xiaomu didn't know how to play mahjong, so he could only silently decline the invitation. Is the composition of this building a bit complicated? Xiaomu wasn't sure if the apartment building was inherently a mixed bag of characters, or if these strange things only appeared after it became a stage for abnormalities for the God's Chosen game. He had initially thought the fire was likely caused by some bizarre entity in the building. Now it seemed there seemed to be quite a few demons and monsters in this building. It was truly a case of all villains. Some investigations are difficult due to a complete lack of clues, while others are difficult because they are like a ball of yarn played with by a cat, full of loose ends. The night in the corridor grew deeper. Although sunset had only been minutes ago, the night sky was now as deep and profound as obsidian, as if it were already late night. Xiaomu heard the sound of an argument coming from downstairs, mixed in with the white noise of various daily trivialities. Yet no one went to investigate. Turning to go downstairs to watch the commotion, something abrupt in his peripheral vision made Xiaomu stop after he turned his head. He slowly looked back. At the end of the corridor on this floor, where room 505 should theoretically be, there was no door. Only a dilapidated Buddhist shrine. Inside the shrine, a black, half-reclining Buddha statue was enshrined. The Buddha statue's mouth curved into a smile, as if sneering at all things. This scene was identical to what Xiaomu had previously seen in his hallucination. He took a shallow breath. The next moment, the Buddha statue's face shifted towards the corridor. No. That was not the Buddha statue's face, but a pitch-black face hidden behind a curtain. A long, dark blue hooded cloak covered the person's face, and the long robe trailed and hung to the ground. Xiaomu then realized that this person was much taller than average, especially the legs hidden beneath the long robe, which seemed like they were on stilts. He held a tattered oil paper umbrella and swayed as he walked, as if he could fall at any moment. Behind this person, one after another, several others dressed similarly followed closely from the void. Xiaomu caught a scent of decay, like wood soaked in water for a long time, damp, fishy, and heavy. A tattered oil paper umbrella, a silent corridor, swaying figures passing through, even the moonlight seemed to dim. Xiaomu stepped aside, leaning against the wall, watching these strange beings pass by. Fellows seeking lost souls, never block their path, or you'll be the scapegoat. Crimson text rose like mist from the passing figures. As this group passed through the corridor, the crying, cursing, and mahjong sounds all vanished. Everyone was silent, as if being noticed by these beings would lead to their souls being taken and them falling into an abyss. Xiaomu slowly regulated his breathing. Suddenly, the tall person who had already passed Xiaomu and was walking at the very end stopped, accompanied by a rustling sound. All the beings in the corridor stopped. The oil paper umbrella swayed, and the faces hidden by their hoods turned towards Xiaomu. The person closest to him abruptly leaned in, as if searching for something. Xiaomu looked at the face hidden behind the curtain, feeling as if he saw something, yet also as if it was all just an illusion. The person ultimately did nothing, only slowly drew back and continued forward. Watching this group descend the stairs, Xiaomu saw damp trails like dragged marks where they had passed. As if drowned people were moving slowly and steadily towards the shore. On the marks, text like fresh blood faintly floated. Aha, they found their target. It's a fresh corpse. Someone died? Xiaomu noticed that the almost imperceptible scent of blood in the air seemed not to be an illusion. Xiaomu could feel the smell coming from downstairs. He followed the damp trail, glancing at the family next door playing mahjong. They stared intently at Xiaomu, their movements still frozen. He's about to win a grand slam. Xiaomu, with his sharp eyes, kindly reminded the others. Immediately, the gazes of the other three turned to the person with his back to Xiaomu. Xiaomu smiled contentedly, his good deed hidden from view. Hurrying downstairs, as soon as he turned the corner, he saw a foot in the corridor. A slipper had fallen off due to struggle, and the foot dangled on the ground. Further up were a girl's legs, blue jeans, a light green hoodie, and a face ashen pale as death. It was the girl who lived in room 403. Xiaomu composed himself. He descended the stairs, approaching the lifeless body of the girl. She was already dead before the fire? Was this fire meant to cover up the incident? Xiaomu quickly thought of plot devices from detective novels, to cover up a murder. One simply sets the entire building on fire, creating chaos to hide the truth. He knelt down. The girl's once dark and lustrous hair was now spread on the floor. From the back of her head, fresh blood with a faint metallic smell gradually seeped out, winding across the decayed and moldy floor. Words more vibrant than the flowing blood appeared in Xiaomu's vision. This is just the beginning. You know, scarier things are yet to come, like the one behind you. Xiaomu immediately stood up and turned around. Out of the corner of his eye, he only caught a glimpse of a figure slipping into the open door of room 403, very blurry, like a wisp of smoke. Who? He looked into the dim room. The layout of this apartment was similar to Xiaomu's. There were no lights on inside, making it pitch black. Xiaomu shook his flashlight, turning it on. The orange-yellow light illuminated the cramped living room and kitchen counter, which were spotless and very tidy, indicating a meticulous owner. Drip-drop, the bathroom faucet seemed not to be fully closed, and viscous water droplets fell into the sink, making a low, dull sound. He reached out and pressed the living room light switch, but it seemed broken, getting no response. Walking forward, the bedroom door was open, but the balcony curtains were tightly drawn, glowing faintly with a reddish hue, truly eerie. Xiaomu vaguely heard some sounds coming from the bedroom. He raised his flashlight and illuminated the interior. Bed, table, chair, cabinet, all ordinary. Only on the table were some dark yellow papers, like Taoist talismans, and red candles, a porcelain dish, matches, and other items not typically used by a girl of this age. There was only one vintage-looking notebook lying quietly on the desktop. He saw that the red light came from a nearly broken, plugged-in candle in front of a Buddhist shrine next to the wardrobe. However, the shrine was empty, with no Buddha statue, only faint dust outlining a hazy trail that extended out of the shrine. As if whatever was on it had a will of its own and had slowly crawled out. The trail disappeared once it left the shrine. Xiaomu followed the direction where the trail vanished and found it led towards the bed. The bed was clean and tidy, the sheets without a single wrinkle, as if no one had ever slept on it. However, under the bed frame, beneath the bed curtain, something seemed to flash by. Xiaomu shone his flashlight and saw that the hanging bedsheet seemed to conceal something. He approached, one hand on the bed, the other holding the flashlight, looking underneath. There was indeed something under the bed. As Xiaomu squatted down, the object gradually revealed itself. It was a ceramic bowl with a simple pattern. Inside the bowl were some white grains of rice. Xiaomu reached out, wanting to take the bowl out. But when he touched the rim of the bowl and tried to lift it, he felt as if it was firmly held by another force, making it difficult to move. It was as if another hand from under the bed was trying to snatch it from Xiaomu. Xiaomu relaxed slightly, then, taking advantage of the other party's inattention, suddenly exerted force. This time, the bowl was pulled out, with some rice grains spilling onto the floor, making a crisp sound. Raw? Xiaomu examined it carefully with his flashlight and found that the bowl contained only raw rice grains. Besides that, there were some dark yellow, translucent, solidified grease. It was wax. The wax drippings from the burning candle were mixed and kneaded with the raw rice, even overflowing the bowl's rim and flowing to the bottom, sticking to the floor under the bed. This was why Xiaomu couldn't easily pick it up just now. A bowl of raw rice, not recommended for tasting, because the real eater is still hungry. You don't want to be tonight's extra meal, do you? From the gaps between the raw rice and wax, dark red words emerged. Xiaomu stared at these words. Suddenly, a faint gasp came from behind Xiaomu. He immediately turned around and found a disheveled woman crouching in the corner between the Buddhist shrine and the wardrobe. The woman's face was pale, her lips bitten by her own teeth, trembling. She was curled up, her eyes unfocused, only muttering something in a low voice. It was Xiao Yan. Xiaomu recognized her at a glance. But why was she here? I'm sorry, this woman, who was originally dressed so flamboyantly, now only repeated this phrase. Her mental state was unstable, as if she had witnessed something extremely terrifying and mind-shattering. The girl who lived here is dead. Do you know who the killer is? Xiaomu placed the bowl of rice on the table and tried asking. I'm sorry, Xiao Yan seemed to have turned into a broken record, only repeating this one sentence. She is not innocent. When evil occurs, some wield the knife, some watch with cold eyes, and some applaud. They are all perpetrators. Crimson words, like a venomous snake, slowly coiled along Xiao Yan's arm. You killed her. Xiaomu changed to a declarative sentence. It's all his fault. Xiao Yan, hearing Xiaomu's words, suddenly widened her bloodshot eyes and said in terror. He? Xiaomu shone his flashlight on her face, illuminating panic, fear, and madness. I didn't mean to do that. I was just curious, why could she live here? Why? Xiao Yan was somewhat incoherent. Soon, she clutched her head again, as if some terrifying sound was coming from her ears, making her afraid to listen. Xiaomu didn't waste time with Xiao Yan but turned his attention to the notebook on the table. According to his common sense, no normal person keeps a diary. The appearance of this notebook here must be suspicious. He picked it up. It was a style from about 30 years ago, with neat and prominent text on the cover, possessing a strong sense of age. Likely the kind used by young people sent to the countryside. Opening it, Xiaomu saw the text on the first page. Grandpa told me that as long as I feed my sister until she's full, she will protect me and not let others bully me. But I know Grandpa is lying to me. Because my sister is just an urn of ashes. Asterisk, please vote for recommendations, please vote for monthly tickets. Thanks to Hulin Yu for the 300 coin reward and Mengli Gu for the 100 coin reward. I don't like my grandpa. He's always rambling, and he smells like an old man. He won't let me open the windows on the 7th day of the lunar month, he won't let me turn on the lights after midnight. Don't touch the Buddha statue on the windowsill, and also, he makes me deliver food to my sister. Grandpa said that was my twin sister, who died young at birth. To pray for my good fortune, her ashes have always been enshrined at home. But it's strange. Everyone else enshrines them on an incense stand, but my family puts them under the bed. Grandpa said my sister sleeps under the bed so she can be close to me. Every evening, Grandpa would make me scoop a bowl of raw rice, drip wax from a candle onto it, and place it in front of the ashes under the bed. Then I'd take it out the next morning. I don't know what the point of it is, because the rice never gets less. But later, something happened when I was in high school. A few girls ganged up to bully me, and the teacher didn't do anything about it. I was very sad. After I got home, Grandpa still made me deliver food to my sister. After I put the bowl down, I don't know why, but I just started talking to myself, telling her about school. I cried as I spoke. At that time, I really felt like it would be great if I had a sister who could help me. A few days later, those girls suddenly missed school. Later, I found out that they had an accident when they went out to play after school and were seriously injured. After that, I didn't know what happened to them. The day I found out about this, when I was delivering food to my sister, I thanked her. The next day, I found that the rice in the bowl seemed to be a little less. Xiaomu lifted his gaze from the notebook and looked at the bowl of raw rice he had placed on the table. The bowl was full, permeated with wax, looking exactly as it did when it was put down. Xiaoyan's sobbing came from beside him, and Xiaomu continued to read the notebook. There was no date on it, but it was arranged in chronological order. It seemed to have started being recorded in high school, and it wasn't every day. Based on the descriptions in the text, Xiaomu guessed there was only 1 or 2 entries per month. Soon, Xiaomu turned to the section near college graduation. I don't like that person. His gaze at me is disgusting, but Grandpa said they are guests, and thanks to them, we can live here. And I can finish college. They would sometimes come over. Grandpa would usually make me go out in advance, and when I came back, I would see banknotes on the table. I told Grandpa that I'm an adult now. I have a job, I can earn my own money. Can we please not look for them anymore? Grandpa said some things aren't as simple as I think. Today, they came again. I walked around outside for a while, estimated the time was about right, and went home, but I didn't expect them to still be there. Then, I saw them eating. In the kitchen was the empty bowl I used to deliver food to my sister every day. The way they ate was strange. They didn't use chopsticks, only their hands to grab the rice, putting it into their mouths mouthful by mouthful, very quickly. Like people who had been hungry for a long time. Seeing me return, they suddenly stopped, turned to look at me. And their eyes made me feel a little scared. Grandpa chased me out. Xiaomu's fingers were clamped between the pages of the book. He frowned slightly. According to Xiaoyan's previous statement, this girl had been living here for a long time. And the description in the notes easily reminded him of the landlord of this place. This entire building belonged to them, so letting this girl and her grandpa live here was not difficult. It's just that the events described in the notes were a bit strange. The raw rice with wax was used to worship her sister, but the landlord ate this rice and paid money for it. Is it raising a little ghost? Xiaomu was someone who often surfs the internet. He used to read some gossip news about many rich people or celebrities raising little ghosts to change their luck. What is called raising a little ghost is finding infants who died young, restraining their souls, and accumulating luck for oneself to avoid disaster. In common online rumors, this is a very dangerous act. If one is not careful, they will be backfired by the vengeful spirit they raised. Some ghost stories are also created based on this. There were also rumors online before that someone in this building was raising a little ghost. From the looks of it, was this girl's grandpa raising it for the landlord? To avoid being backfired, the landlord pays others to raise it for them? Xiaomu pondered as he turned the pages. Continuing to read the subsequent notes. I shouldn't have trusted him. That person, he said Grandpa told him to pick me up from the company. I believed him. Then I paid the price. Lying on the bed, looking at the man who had just violated me, I wanted to strangle him more than once. But I couldn't do anything. I told Grandpa, but he wouldn't let me call the police, nor would he let me speak out. Seeing Grandpa's cloudy eyes, I knew I had no family left in this world. No, I still have one. At night, I lay in bed, crying and telling my sister what happened today. After a while, in the quiet of midnight, I felt my hand being held. It was a delicate, soft, warm hand. I know, this is my sister. I asked my sister, can you save me? I'm tired of this life. Why can't I have a normal family like others? Can you take me away from here? My sister said, okay. His gaze fell on this sentence. And Xiaomu noticed that the originally delicate handwriting in the notes had become somewhat messy and scrawled. She must have been very emotionally unstable when she wrote it. It seemed she had been bullied by that rich second generation, and her grandpa, due to money or other reasons, did not help her. Pitiful, tragic. As for the matter of the sister, whether it was a real ghost or an abnormality, from the moment this girl could communicate with it, she had already been dragged beneath the surface. Xiaomu sighed softly and continued reading. Grandpa is dead. When I came home, Grandpa was lying on the wall. His head was down, his back pressed tightly against the wall by the headboard. His whole body suspended, as if he was stuck to the wall. His eyes were no longer cloudy, but became very clear, reflecting my appearance. I realized I was smiling. I know, this was my sister's doing. I went to work as usual, worked, chatted with colleagues, ate, and slept. Every night, looking at Grandpa's corpse, which had become one with the wall, I felt a sense of peace. I will never be lonely again, because my sister will accompany me. Unfortunately, Grandpa was still found. The investigation lasted for a while, and eventually I returned home. Because they still needed someone to help deliver food to my sister. I hate them, but I also know I need money. The savings to escape far away from here. I endured it, even if I had to temporarily endure that person's humiliation. At night, I opened the written records Grandpa left behind, listened to my sister's words, and figured out what this truly was. This is a very strange ritual. Grandpa also accidentally obtained the method of the ritual, met them, and hit it off. Only then did he start doing these things. The name of this ritual is the Demon Subduing Ghost Restraining Scroll. The moment he saw these words, Xiaomu felt his vision distort slightly. And faint whispers seemed to echo in his ears. A sense of dizziness attacked his brain, causing him to involuntarily shift his gaze. At this moment, Xiaomu suddenly realized that Xiao Yan's murmuring apologies, which had been echoing in the room, had disappeared at some point. He looked at the woman who had fallen into a state of madness and saw that Xiao Yan was also staring at him. No. She wasn't staring at Xiaomu, but at the space behind Xiaomu. As if something existed there. Xiaomu felt the surroundings darken. He turned around, and a shadow enveloped him. Xiaomu had almost no time to think, instinctively rolling backward and simultaneously throwing the notebook in his hand forward. Clang! A heavy thud sounded as the well-worn wooden table was savagely chopped by the fire axe, almost shattering into pieces. As if possessing endless strength, the axe was swiftly pulled out again. Xiaomu saw that the one holding the axe was precisely the person whose posthumous portrait he had seen, the son of the building's landlord. His eyes were bloodshot, his entire face nearly black, his expression ferocious, and his muscles twitching. Why are you all just watching? The man spoke, but the voice that came out carried a slight echo, as if several people were speaking at once. All must die, all must die. The axe was raised and fell in the blink of an eye. Xiaomu immediately dodged to the right, and the axe smashed into the Buddha niche, sending wood splinters flying. Xiao Yan, cowering in the corner, shrieked, burying her head and refusing to accept reality. Wait, we're friends, aren't we? Let's talk this over properly. Xiaomu immediately spoke to the rich second-generation heir. Suddenly, the rich second-generation heir's movements froze. You put the axe down first. Whatever problem you have, I can help you solve it. There's no need to rush into action. Seeing this, Xiaomu tried to persuade him patiently. He killed Wanner, he deserves to die. They stood by and did nothing, they also deserve to die. The rich second-generation heir's mouth twitched. As if he wasn't speaking of his own volition, his words overlapping with ethereal voices. His entire body and facial expressions were stiff, awkward, and lacked fluidity, as if he were a puppet controlled by something. Xiaomu looked closely and noticed that dark spots had already spread across his arms. If he wasn't mistaken, those must be lividity. Body snatching? Possession? There was no time to investigate what kind of ghost story this was. Xiaomu saw that the rich second-generation heir had started moving again, pulling the fire axe from the table and raising it once more. The boat of friendship really does capsize at a moment's notice. Xiaomu realized that the friendship handbook was truly useless against these controlled individuals, it was only good for bullying. Su Hong. No wonder it only cost a few hundred points. You get what you pay for. Advance by any means necessary. Once you retreat, Johnny will truly come. Blood-red text flowed on the sharp fire axe. Xiaomu didn't complain about the text still making jokes at a time like this. He heard some movement outside the room and, without thinking, directly crashed into the rich second-generation heir's chest, grabbing his waist. The sudden impact caused the already sluggish rich second-generation heir to stumble, losing his grip on the axe and retreating a few steps backward. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaomu slipped past his armpit. Looking up, Xiaomu saw a person standing at the doorway. "Come out," the other person said, holding a fire hose. Facing the turning rich second-generation heir, the person showed no mercy, swinging it directly at the rich second-generation heir's head. Clang, the sound was loud. A good sound means a good head, Xiaomu added. He looked towards the doorway. Wang Ke's eyes were bloodshot, his clothes a bit disheveled, and he stood there drenched in sweat. "I've seen a ghost. Everyone in this building has gone crazy." Wang Ke forcefully slammed the fire hose into the rich second-generation heir again. Then slammed the room door shut before speaking. He glanced at the girl's corpse lying on the ground, his expression grave. "Indeed," Xiaomu responded. He heard a commotion from downstairs and looked down through the stairwell, finding many residents dragging their heavy footsteps, surging upstairs. Accompanying this was a foul, burnt smell. "Aha, it's on fire. Run before the fire gets too big, otherwise you'll have to decide whether to sprinkle cumin or brush on soy sauce. By the way, I like to add chili and crushed peanuts." Xiaomu peered from the corridor and saw that the first floor had caught fire at some point. The fire was large, almost engulfing the entire stairwell, not to mention the residents, like walking corpses, swarming from upstairs and downstairs. Apart from jumping out, they had no other way to leave. But this was the fourth floor, jumping down would likely cost them half their lives. "This way." Xiaomu thought for a moment and pointed towards Wang Ke's room. Wang Ke immediately understood Xiaomu's idea. He took a step forward. Around the corner ahead, a middle-aged man was just climbing the stairs. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was ashen, and his arms were covered in spots. The man tried to grab Wang Ke but was kicked down by Xiaomu, tumbling down the stairs and colliding with the person behind him. People from upstairs were also continuously coming down, flooding into the corridor. Wang Ke opened his door, and Xiaomu followed close behind. As soon as he locked the door, a huge, heavy thud came from the old iron door, shaking down a lot of dust from the ceiling, which landed on Xiaomu's shoulders. "The downstairs is on fire, we need to find a fire truck. What's wrong with these people? I just heard something outside and was bitten by the old man downstairs, and that girl too." Wang Ke's eyes were a bit red. He swallowed, as if enduring some pain, and spoke haltingly. "They've all gone mad. The girl next door to you and the landlord were keeping some dirty things, and something went wrong, polluting everyone in this building." Xiaomu explains simply. He didn't know why Wang Ke hadn't gone mad, perhaps his will was inherently strong, or perhaps Xiaomu had already made friends with him, which allowed Wang Ke to remain conscious. But he could also tell that Wang Ke's consciousness was in a detached state, clearly fighting against something, and wouldn't last much longer. Everyone in this building would be burned to death in the fire, and Wang Ke was no exception. Xiaomu couldn't save him. He could only try to use Wang Ke to escape himself. Dirty things? Pollution? Wang Ke was confused. Xiaomu didn't elaborate but walked into the bedroom, wondering if he could tie blankets and towels into a rope to escape from the window, just like in the movies. As he entered the bedroom, he saw several shriveled woven bags. According to what he'd read online, these might contain dangerous materials. "What's this?" Xiaomu asked. He felt a bit hot, wondering if the fire outside had already spread up. The banging on the door continued, making his heart pound. Without waiting for Wang Ke's answer, he opened a woven bag and saw small, brownish biscuits inside, like cat food. There are a lot of cats in the neighborhood, poor things. There's a pet store where I work, and I buy the cat food that's about to expire to feed them. Wang Ke replied somewhat awkwardly. What kind of cat-feeding delinquent persona is this? Xiaomu couldn't help but inwardly scoff. He didn't find any dangerous goods in Wang Ke's room, only a photo frame on the desk. Inside the frame was a group photo of 3 people. It was a family vacation photo. Wang Ke in the picture was very young, probably only in his teens, looking like a high school student. Behind him were his parents, whom Xiaomu had seen in the video. The 3 people in the photo exuded happiness and harmony, even though Xiaomu wasn't familiar with them. He could feel the warmth from their expressions. These are my parents. I haven't been home in a long time. I didn't get into college after the Gaokao and had a fight with my dad, so I ran away on my own. Wang Ke said, tearing his quilt and bedsheets to tie into a thick rope, as if using these conversations to resist the buzzing sound in his head. It's been over 10 years now. I've only called my mom a few times. Maybe this is what an unfilial son is, haha. Hearing Wang Ke's words, Xiaomu recalled the appearance of Wang Ke's parents he had seen in the video. He helped out while speaking. He also knew that maintaining a conversation with Wang Ke was the way to prevent this only teammate from also being controlled. Just as a god-chosen needs some real-world anchors to anchor their will. At this moment, when facing the temptation of unspeakable whispers, only long-held obsessions could resist them. Have you thought about going back home to see them? I actually know, I'm just being difficult with myself. Wang Ke paused, his hand movements faltering. Then, a smile appeared on his lips. Originally, I called my mom today, and she said my dad wasn't well. I was planning to go home and see them after a while. After so many years, it's time to let go. His voice became a bit shaky, it was due to the whispers in his mind constantly echoing. Trying to drown out his consciousness. Going home is good. Visit home often. Xiaomu said in a deep voice. He glanced at the rope in his hand. This thing couldn't support 2 people, and even 1 person would be extremely difficult. He knew very well. Wang Ke ultimately couldn't go home. He was even blamed by unscrupulous media as the culprit of the fire, and his parents suffered criticism and accusations. Under normal circumstances, Xiaomu should have made good use of this only teammate, stepping over his corpse to escape. But Xiaomu was not a normal person. Wait a moment, I have an idea. So, he spoke. Are you sure? Sweat trickled down Wang Ke's forehead, unsure if it was due to the intense heat or the increasingly loud voice tormenting his will. After hearing what Xiaomu said, he didn't even find it unbelievable. After all, he had seen enough absurd things today. We can't escape from here, we'll use the main entrance. Xiaomu glanced at the window. They had just checked, and the rope made from bedsheets and duvet covers was neither long enough nor strong enough, even if they dared to risk it. Only 1 person could barely attempt to escape. So, Xiaomu proposed another method. I trust you. Wang Ke nodded. He picked up the photo frame from the table, put the photo into his pocket, then retrieved a rolling pin from the kitchen and gave Xiaomu a hammer from the toolbox. Both of them took a wet towel soaked in water and went to the door of the room. They exchanged glances. The next moment, Xiaomu opened the door. Outside, in the smoke-filled corridor, stood several former residents. They looked like zombies, their expressions blank. The moment the door opened, their gazes uniformly turned, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Ke felt a dizzy spell, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the rolling pin. Xiaomu, however, took a step forward. As he stepped, a ripple beyond reality spread through the corridor. From the infinitely distant void, golden threads slowly descended, coiling around the hands, feet, necks, and bodies of these residents. In the eyes of these people, Xiaomu and Wang Ke vanished, replaced by a cold, silent, deep corridor. The roar of an incinerator came from the end of the corridor, and in the adjacent room, the remains in the morgue continuously struck the freezer, emitting eerie sounds. Sizzle, a security guard, holding a crowbar, was pacing back and forth in the quiet corridor, step by step. The ghoul. Xiaomu utilized his anchored abnormalities, temporarily injecting these eerie sights into the consciousness of those residents, making them experience it firsthand, thus causing them to overlook Xiaomu and Wang Ku. However, Xiaomu didn't know how long this would last. They had to act quickly. Go, Xiaomu said, running towards the third floor. The fire had already spread here, the old, moldy walls peeled away little by little, and the clutter piled at the doorway burned fiercely. The heat made them sweat, which was quickly dried by the arid wind. Fortunately, at least the path in the middle was still passable. In a fire, many people are not burned to death but suffocated by smoke. Xiaomu covered his mouth with a wet towel, crouched down, and ran towards the stairs at the other end. Through the open doorways, some people were already engulfed in flames, struggling in agony and emitting hoarse wails. Others were completely consumed by the fire, motionless, silently burning. Still others reached out to Xiaomu, attempting to grab his ankle, trying to keep him there, to accompany them forever. Xiaomu leaped over that person and reached the stairwell. The fire on the second floor was raging, making it even hotter. He could already feel his skin burning, seemingly already severely scorched. He wondered if the scars from the burns would be difficult to remove. Xiaomu worried about his face, inhaled a little air with a faint smell from the wet towel, and prepared to run to the first floor. At the rate the fire was spreading, the first floor was probably mostly burned out by now, which would make it safer. But just as Xiaomu was about to take a step, he saw a figure blocking the center of the corridor ahead. His clothes were burned to rags, and his skin was covered in festering blisters and scorch marks, yet he still stood there ramrod straight. It was the possessed rich second-generation heir. The moment he saw the other party, Xiaomu felt the surroundings quiet down. A clear babbling sound echoed inside his skull. You stood by and watched, you killed Wanner. Everyone should die, everyone should die, everyone must die. Why did you bully her? Why did you hurt her, my Wanner? Everyone is an enemy, burn you all. Is it painful, are you scared? This is what Wanner felt before she died. Voices, a mix of men, women, and children, echoed in his ears. Wang Ku also heard such voices. His already fragmented consciousness was washed over, like a drowning person who had struggled in the sea for a long time, exhausted, being dragged down by a water ghost from beneath the surface. The man's eyes became hollow and empty, and the wet towel covering his mouth dropped to the ground. Wake up! Without a word, Xiaomu slapped Wang Ku. His unfocused eyes refocused, and Wang Ku looked at Xiaomu. You still have to go home, Xiaomu said. Wang Ku hesitated, then nodded. He picked up the wet towel, which was almost dried by the heat, and turned his gaze forward. In his ears, the babbling continued to become more complex, overlapping, and loud, almost completely occupying Wang Ku's hearing. Yes. Wang Ku could no longer see Xiaomu beside him. He responded and ran forward. Xiaomu gazed at the rich second-generation heir whose body was occupied. From an infinitely high distance, golden threads descended, coiling around the other's hands and feet. Blazing flames climbed up the golden threads, attempting to incinerate them. The other party's movements slowed. Xiaomu followed behind Wang Ku, passing through the fiercely burning second-floor corridor. His eyes were dry, as if the vitreous humor in his eyeballs was about to boil. His skin itched, his throat ached, and his clothes seemed to have caught fire. The two, one on the left and one on the right, passed the rich second-generation heir who tried to block them. Around the corner was the already charred staircase. Suddenly, Xiaomu's ankle was pulled, and he stumbled, falling forward. Turning his head, in the burning corridor, walls, floor, ceiling, countless arms stretched out. Those arms were already burned to withered flesh and blood, revealing the stark white bones beneath. Several of them seized Xiaomu's other leg, attempting to firmly bind his body. Wang Ku, 2 steps ahead of Xiaomu, had already reached the stairwell. He could go downstairs immediately and escape this building. he looked back at Xiaomu. Anyone could see that if Wang Ke chose to help Xiaomu, neither of them would necessarily be able to escape, both might die here. For Wang Ke now, the best choice was to leave Xiaomu and escape. As long as he passed this stretch of road, he could go home and see his parents whom he hadn't seen in years. He could soon reconcile with himself, reunite with his family, make up for lost time, and have a beautiful future. If Xiaomu were in his position, at this point, he might also choose the same. Wang Ke hesitated for less than 2 seconds. He turned back and crashed into the charred person who was trying to grab Xiaomu. Bang! Flames left marks on Wang Ke's body, and the babbling instantly enveloped his entire will. In this gap, the hand gripping Xiaomu suddenly loosened. Old Wang! Xiaomu stumbled to his feet. He called out, but Wang Ke embraced the disfigured rich second-generation heir, pushing him backward, deeper into the inferno. Along with himself. Wang Ke had never seen such an ugly, bizarre, and ferocious monster. He felt his consciousness being drawn away, replaced by something hidden in an even deeper ocean. He seemed to be facing a colossal entity, a being whose mere glimpse was enough to shatter one's sanity. Trembling, shaking, fear, countless negative emotions occupied Wang Ke's heart. But he did not sink. Under the oppression of that awe-inspiring, profound entity, Wang Ke stood ramrod straight. He knew this was the end. In the end, he still couldn't go home for one last look. He felt a little regretful, yet also a little fortunate. At least, Xiaomu could still go home. Go! With his last ounce of strength, Wang Ke roared, simultaneously pushing himself and the other into the fire. The next instant, an explosive roar sounded, and he and the incomplete humanoid were engulfed by the flames. Xiaomu grabbed the handrail and took one last look at the corridor. He leaped, quickly climbed down the stairs, and, amidst the strong smell of burning, passed through the first floor. The main door was within reach, and the babbling in Xiaomu's ears reached its peak volume. He passed through the dilapidated main door. Suddenly, the surroundings quieted down. Xiaomu saw the deep night brewing into a powdery purple, the stars dim, the moonlight fading, and something seemed on the verge of emerging. Amidst the concrete jungle, a hint of dawn bloomed. A new day arrived. Everything was full of hope. He turned his head. The charred building stood, but the illusory flames, along with everything that had happened there, vanished. Mottled figures on the wall intertwined, forming the system's oppressive and frantic text. Congratulations on completing the mission. Now beginning settlement. Mission exploration, 83% mission completion, a slight regret in the haze, you glimpsed a corner of the world's truth. Although you could not see the whole picture, sometimes, the more you know, the more unfortunate you are. Although you failed to save a single person, fate still sneers at the futile struggles of mortals behind the curtain. But at least you survived, didn't you? Reward, 1660 God-chosen points. Reward, Demon Subduing Ghost Restraining Scroll, incomplete, please await the call of fate to complete the mission. Next mission time, 167:59:59 The end is with you in the future. Xiaomu silently stared at the building sealed off by police tape. He had almost witnessed the truth of this disaster. Aside from not knowing where the method of raising ghouls came from, whether the sister being fed was truly a spirit, and the true identities of the other strange residents in the building, he had largely figured out the cause of the incident. It was absurd. The landlord paid the girl's grandfather to perform a strange ritual to gather wealth, and the landlord's son then violated the girl. So the girl prayed to the sister, who killed her grandfather. Originally, this girl wanted to accumulate enough money to escape, but on this particular night, the rich second-generation heir seemed to have had some dispute with her, accidentally killing her. As a result, the sister, who had been continuously fed, lost control, dominated everyone in the entire building, caused a fire, made them kill each other, and ultimately left no one alive. The police would certainly not be able to investigate such a story. It's likely the case would ultimately be closed as an accidental fire. Coupled with the sensationalism of those unscrupulous self-media outlets and the conflicting rumors, the truth would forever be buried in the ashes. meow, a cat's meow came from the nearby bushes. Xiaomu didn't find the cat, only saw the old man in the security booth at the entrance stretching, and the on-duty police slowly approaching. Time to go, time to go. Xiaomu wasn't sure if the abnormalities here would delve into a deeper abyss or be removed by the God's Chosen game. According to Joe Minka, the God's Chosen game seemed to some extent, override the rules of these abnormalities. He dodged the police and slipped out of the residential area. The streets in the early morning were still a bit deserted, with few people. Xiaomu arrived at the bus stop, boarded the first bus, and returned to the science exploration editorial department. There was naturally no one here either. He sat at his desk and opened his computer. Xiaomu closed his eyes. He saw the old, cramped corridor, the people living in cramped rooms, and Wang Ke's slightly regretful gaze at the end. The Changgue recorded the scene of the fire in that building. Opening his eyes, the patterns on the desktop twisted and spun, forming the system's frantic and chaotic text. Happy old house completion rate, 15%. It seemed that after experiencing this mission, he had also brought it under the control of the Changgue. As long as he continuously spread this story, he could increase the completion rate and draw power. After thinking for a moment, Xiaomu created a new document and began typing. Grandpa told me that as long as I feed sister enough, she will protect me and not let others bully me. He wrote down what he had seen and heard, combining it with the power of the Changgue. On one hand, Xiaomu needed to spread this story to strengthen the power of the Changgue. The more people who knew about this matter and were affected, the more emotions Xiaomu would absorb. Correspondingly, the more realistic the scene could be reproduced within the Changgue, the stronger its power would be. In this mission, Xiaomu also felt that although the funeral home rules could greatly affect ordinary people, making them feel the horror of that place firsthand, its influence on existences affected by pollution was limited. Especially the sister possessing the rich second-generation heir, whom it could barely interfere with. But at the same time, Xiaomu also vaguely felt that after experiencing this mission and using the power of the funeral home to affect those zombie-like residents, his power seemed to have increased. Again. Within his vision, frantic and restrained text outlined itself on the computer screen. Xiaomu quickly saw the relevant progress. Funeral home rules completion rate, 53%. It had increased by 30% compared to before. The effect was excellent. It seems that using abilities on polluted existences can greatly accelerate the increase in completion rate. Xiaomu discovered a new upgrade method. He only needed to find some polluted individuals, or abnormal human hosts, and repeatedly use his abilities on them. Wouldn't that allow him to quickly max out the completion rate? Unfortunately, abnormalities were not that easy to find. In ordinary circumstances, one might not encounter them even once a year. But Xiaomu still had the God's Chosen game. As long as he kept entering the game, Xiaomu would encounter all sorts of bizarre abnormalities and increase his completion rate. In this world, this was Xiaomu's reliance. He stood up and pulled out a broom from the utility room. In Xiaomu's hand, the broom was like an extension of his body, easily manipulated. This wasn't to say that Xiaomu had mastered the cleaning staff's specialized splits, but rather, as the completion rate of the funeral home rules increased, he could now use some of the abilities contained within this abnormality. Just like the night watchman Chen Shixing who used a crowbar. Xiaomu had also learned how to use crowbars and other pole-like weapons, and at the same time, he was proficient with the conditions of the Binhai funeral home and the usage of various machines. One could say that he could go to work at the Binhai funeral home right now. Xiaomu didn't know if, with the increase in completion rate, he would later be able to summon those frozen corpses or directly conjure an incinerator. He couldn't help but feel a little more anticipation. On the other hand, Xiaomu needed to inform the public of the truth. Whether people believed it was another matter, but if Wang Ke, who saved Xiaomu, was slandered as the culprit, and his parents suffered undue criticism, while the real mastermind went unpunished and continued to harm people, then Xiaomu wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. He was just such a positive person. As for the demon subduing ghost restraining scroll, incomplete, this was a piece of text existing in Xiaomu's mind. and he planned to ask Joe Minka about it when she returned. After organizing his gains, Xiaomu began to work. Just as he was still recording the story that happened in that building with plain and unadorned words, Xiaomu heard the sound of the editorial department door being pushed open. He looked up and saw Du Ruo, dressed in a suit. "Morning." Xiaomu greeted him. "Just dropped my daughter off at school." "You're here very early," Du Ruo said, then sat down at his desk and opened his computer. Xiaomu nodded and continued typing, as if Du Ruo had never arrived. By noon, he finally finished the article, formatted and edited it, opened the Shudong website, and logged into his Science Exploration Bot account. As soon as he logged in, Xiaomu discovered that the private messages he had previously cleared were overflowing again. Besides the usual private messages accusing Xiaomu of writing scary ghost stories, praising Xiaomu's writing and asking for more updates, and questioning in Xiaomu's stories, there were also submissions to Xiaomu, thousands of words long. After all, the account was called Science Exploration Bot, and it was well known that accounts with such names usually accepted submissions from everyone and then filtered and published them. Perhaps some people thought the previous article was also someone else's submission. Xiaomu carefully read through these submissions. They were all well written, but they didn't seem to have traces of abnormal existences. He diligently replied to each one with his thoughts. After all, everyone was so enthusiastic about submitting to him, and ignoring them would be impolite. However, publishing some unsuitable manuscripts would lower the account's credibility, so Xiaomu had to explain thoroughly. "Xiao Xiao, are you eating?" Suddenly, Xiaomu felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw Du Ruo. "Oh, when did you get here?" Xiaomu realized he didn't seem to have any memory of Du Ruo walking in, but soon he felt that Du Ruo's presence there was perfectly reasonable, so he replied, "Wait a moment, I'll send this article out." Then, Xiaomu posted the new article to the account, adding some topic tags to make it easier for more people to find, and then got up to find food with Du Ruo. The title of this novel was Happy Old House. Please vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. In the afternoon, in the classroom, Gu Yingying was slacking off. This was very reasonable. Which university student doesn't slack off in class? According to Gu Yingying, just showing up on time for the first class in the afternoon instead of sleeping through lunch was already giving the teacher a lot of face. She boredly scrolled through the news. Recently, she didn't know if the world had truly changed, or if those self-media writers were all too exaggerated, with news headlines more outrageous than the last. A villager falls into a dry well, and with the enthusiastic help of other villagers, finally adapts to life at the bottom of the well. Who would have thought that this 18-year-old boy was only a 13-year-old boy 5 years ago? Police remind photo studio operators, there's no need to charge for taking headshots of headless corpses. Jiangcheng Mountain Park off-season ticket price 30 yuan, peak season ticket price 40 yuan, after complaints. The price was uniformly adjusted to 50 yuan. Gu Yingying glanced at a few news headlines and even started to feel that the teacher lecturing on mathematical analysis looked more pleasing to the eye. Listening to the lecture was out of the question. She opened the Shudong website again, wanting to see if there were any interesting things. Gu Yingying followed over 1,000 accounts on the Shudong website, including cute pets, animations, music, and funny silly ones. She couldn't even keep up with all the updates. However, this time, as soon as she opened the Shudong website, she found that an account she had recently followed had updated. The Shudong website's rule was to prioritize content from recently followed accounts, and speaking of Gu Yingying's recently followed accounts, it was undoubtedly the Science Exploration Bot. Updated? That fast? Gu Yingying clicked into it with a pause sound. She saw that the Science Exploration Bot's new update was another long article. How much time had passed? Producing like a sow? She originally wanted to start reading immediately, but then she suddenly remembered how she looked last time when she read the funeral home rules. And she felt that if she screamed out loud in class, her life would be over. She still needed to find a secluded corner to slowly enjoy it. Some classmates might ask, Gu Ying almost peed her pants last time, so why was she still so excited this time? This question, if you, like Gu Ying, recommended it to others after reading it, and then knew that the other person sent more than a dozen messages after reading it, complaining about your lack of morals and how scared they were, and then forwarded it to more people, you would also look forward to the next time even more. To prevent herself from peeking, she even put away her phone and started listening to the lecture seriously. The hour-plus class finally ended. Gu Ying had no more classes afterward. Normally, she would find a quiet place to practice saxophone, such as by the Ling River, the place where the dream began. Gu Ying suddenly had a strange feeling, maybe she could even meet that guy by the Ling River today. She returned to her dorm, picked up the saxophone case, left the school, took the subway, and arrived at the bank of the Ling River. It was now past 4 in the afternoon on a weekday, and there were quite a few people by the river, elderly people taking their children out to sunbathe, white-collar workers holding paper cups of coffee, slacking off and enjoying the breeze, and some people who probably lived nearby and had financial freedom, not needing to work, or exercising. Gu Ying even saw people taking cosplay photos. She looked around but didn't see the young man's figure. Thinking about it, she didn't even know his name. Gu Ying took out her saxophone and practiced lightly for half an hour. Once her emotions were fully brewed, she unlocked her phone, opened the updated novel, and began to read. Grandpa told me that as long as I kept my sister fed, she would protect me and not let others bully me. But I knew Grandpa was lying to me. Because my sister is just an urn of ashes. In just a few sentences, Gu Ying felt a chill. They're back, all back. The feeling was there. She quickly immersed herself in the story. The story's unfolding was somewhat similar yet different from the funeral home rules. The protagonist was a newcomer who had just moved into this apartment building on the first day. Aside from the few lines of unknown self-confession at the beginning of the novel, it looked like an ordinary slice-of-life novel, recounting trivial matters between neighbors. However, the further Gu Ying read, the more bizarre she felt. The black Buddha statue on the windowsill, the mysterious girl next door, the crew-cut man who looked like he was involved in gangs, the seductive woman next door, the constant sound of mahjong from upstairs, the sounds of chopping meat, crying, and arguing from unknown sources. The story clearly used pseudonyms, yet it felt like people around her, making it highly immersive. She felt as if she was in that apartment building, with secrets hidden in every room, wanting to peek but fearing misfortune. The protagonist, however, was very bold, wandering around the building. He saw people playing mahjong, and those people stared at him intently. The words pierced through the screen, crawling like ants up Gu Ying's arm. She felt as if she was standing in the hallway, being stared at by those mahjong players. Their faces were bloodless, like people who had died long ago, their heads turning in an unnatural way. Gu Ying's reflection was in their murky eyes, sending shivers down her spine. A chill surged, and Gu Ying gasped. The river wind brought slightly salty air, intensifying the eerie feeling. Normally, Gu Ying would have already looked away and stopped reading by now. But the novel seemed to possess some kind of magic, constantly drawing her to read further. She saw the person who looked like they were on stilts, wearing coarse cloth, and holding a tattered oil paper umbrella, passing through the hall, and couldn't help but hold her breath. And soon, the story took a sharp turn. The girl next door died, the seductive woman seemed to have gone mad, the entire house was filled with a strange atmosphere. And there was even an ancient, dilapidated notebook. Gu Ying saw the protagonist open the notebook, and the first thing that met his eyes were the same few lines from the beginning of the novel. As the author of the notebook described, Gu Ying felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. Perhaps also because the sun was setting and the river wind was blowing. She didn't know why, but even though the author's writing style was mediocre, without any flowery language, what they wrote still made Gu Ying feel a little scared. She was very curious how the author, with a body temperature of 37 degrees, could write such chilling words. As she read the notebook, the whole story became clearer and clearer. Gu Ying felt pained by the girl's plight, and at the same time, she felt fear towards the sister she described. At this moment, she saw a dark shadow cover the protagonist. Almost simultaneously, Gu Yingying felt her surroundings darken. She looked up and saw a person standing in front of her, backlit, their features unclear. Thump! Gu Yingying's heart skipped half a beat. This feeling of story and reality intertwining was incredibly impactful. Her body tensed, as if she wasn't by the riverside in the evening, but standing in that cramped room. With the occasional whimpering cries and whispers of a woman, holding a notebook that recorded bizarre and strange stories. Suddenly, the woman's voice disappeared, and Gu Yingying looked at the person, realizing their gaze was fixed on the empty space behind her. Thump! Gu Yingying felt that at that moment, her heart rate must have exceeded 150. A scream was brewing in her throat, almost about to burst out. Until the other person spoke a sentence. "Excuse me, please move aside, I need to sweep here." It was a common sanitation worker. "Oh, okay." Gu Yingying almost lost her voice. She stood up trembling, facing the sanitation worker's suspicious gaze. While waiting for them to clean around the bench, her curiosity couldn't be suppressed, making her pick up her phone and continue reading. By the time Gu Yingying came back to her senses, it was already completely dark. Noisy music echoed over the Ling River, and the aunties dancing in the square had already warmed up and begun to dance gracefully. Residents from nearby, pushing strollers, bringing children, and walking pets, came out one after another to stroll and enjoy the breeze by the Ling River. Gu Yingying stood there Langdi, facing the bench, with occasional strange glances from passers-by, but in this society, no one cared that much. What if it was a scam? She realized she was crying. Tears streamed down her face. Her hand was still in the posture of holding her phone, and the screen reflected the ending of the novel. Dawn broke, morning arrived, and everything seemed full of hope. But this apartment building was engulfed in flames, and the neighbor, initially thought to be a bad person, ended up saving her life. Gu Yingying had a harmonious family, but being alone at university in Jiangchang, she still missed home a bit. Seeing that big brother at the end, who could have chosen to abandon the protagonist and escape, to reunite with his family whom he hadn't seen in years, to resolve the estrangement with his father, to embrace a new life, but he still stayed, choosing to save one more person, even at the cost of his own life. Gu Yingying felt a sense of loss. It was hard to accept. Although when she read the beginning and saw the big brother's family photos, Gu Yingying, being battle-hardened and having seen much, guessed he might get his bento later. But when that moment truly arrived, Gu Yingying couldn't help but feel regret, sadness, and sorrow. Is this author sick? Who writes horror novels that end with such emotional scenes? Gu Yingying found it incomprehensible. A security guard patrolling by the Ling River noticed her, probably thinking Gu Yingying had been bullied, and approached to check on the situation. "Hello, have you encountered any difficulties?" The security guard, worried that the girl might be too emotional and jump into the Ling River, asked softly. No. Gu Yingying, who had social anxiety, immediately waved her hand. She wiped away her tears, quickly packed up her saxophone, and hurried away under the security guard's gaze. Back in the dorm, her roommates were either watching dramas or scrolling through short videos. In short, no one was studying. No one would actually study in the dorm, right? No way. Gu Yingying greeted them. Just as she put down her saxophone, which was a bit heavy for a girl, she heard the mechanical synthesized voice of a public account coming from her roommate's phone next door. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the entire building, with no survivors, and the culprit behind all of this was Wang. Splat! Gu Yingying's phone dropped onto the table. Her eyes widened, feeling disbelief. Isn't this the plot from the novel she just read? Although there were some differences, a fire spreading through the entire building with no survivors, that was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? Her face instantly turned pale, and she rushed over to the next bed. What is this? Gu Yingying asked urgently. At first, her roommate thought Gu Yingying was complaining about her playing audio out loud, but seeing Gu Yingying's expression was off. She replied with a slight hesitation. This seems to be an explanation of a recent fire in Jiangchang. I just randomly scrolled to it. Jian Chang? A fire? Gu Ying immediately picked up her phone and started searching. Soon, she found the tragic case. Some parts of the report matched the novel. It could be said that this novel was created based on this fire. After all, how could there be a mischievous ghost in the real world that could control others to kill each other? Gu Ying also saw that there was now a popular theory online that Wang was responsible for the fire. Although various did not support this claim, rumors were dangerous, and lies spread like wildfire. With the help of many self-media accounts of unknown origin, this theory grew louder and louder. Many people didn't care about the truth, they only needed something to talk about after meals. Compared to a fire caused by aging circuits, a disaster caused by a seemingly dangerous unemployed person was clearly more interesting. And now, this storm of public opinion even made Gu Ying, who was encountering it for the first time, feel somewhat eerie. Of course, having read the novel, she had a natural fondness for Wang, who saved the protagonist, and she didn't believe Wang was the culprit. Moreover, the novel clearly stated that Wang's belongings were not dangerous goods, but only cat food. Unfortunately, everything had been burned to ashes, making it impossible to verify. Normal people wouldn't believe such a fabricated novel from the Shudong website. Even she, with the mindset of questioning first and then questioning again, would need to verify from multiple sources before drawing a conclusion. Gu Ying opened the Shudong website again. She saw that the novel already had hundreds of comments, and even more shares, almost 500 already. Compared to comments, people really preferred sharing to give back to society. Gu Ying also added a share and tagged a few acquaintances. She looked at the comments, hoping to find some that linked it to reality. The initial comments were still quite normal. Tears in my eyes, old Wang still didn't get to see his parents, I cried. Author, write ghost stories properly. Don't include all this emotional stuff. I'm out of tissues. Damn, my grandma worships Buddha, and there's always the red glow of electric candles in the living room. I'm going to check under my bed right now. That landlord inside is so bad, how can someone be so evil? Good thing he died, otherwise I'd definitely send the author blades. To be honest with you, I was reading this novel in the bathroom. And now my legs are numb and I can't stand up. Very confusing, I feel like I really entered this apartment building and experienced these things with these people. Now I just feel a bit lost. Gu Ying saw that others had similar thoughts to hers, and a smile immediately crept onto her face. But as time went on, the comments became stranger and stranger. Why does this story feel a bit familiar? Is the author from Jianchang? Isn't this the tragic fire that happened recently? Is the author trying to gain popularity? How come I heard that Wang was the real culprit, completely different from what's in this novel? I knew it. Before, those public accounts were talking nonsense, full of flaws. As expected, the truth is like this. No way, this is just a novel. You guys wouldn't actually believe it, would you? Damn, I'm scared. My house is also this kind of old tube-style building. How am I going to sleep now? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Although there are all sorts of bizarre things in this novel, it seems to perfectly explain the entire case. While what those public accounts say is obviously fake. Are you going to say that the deceased wrote this manuscript in the underworld? More and more comments began to question the content. Many people seemed to be brainwashed by self-media, frantically attacking the author and the novel, and even stepping on Wang. As if determined not to let him be exonerated. So strange. Gu Ying was puzzled. She casually clicked on an account and found that this account constantly commented on social hot topics with passionate words. It even supported 996 and unpaid overtime. Looks like a water army. Gu Ying was also an active internet surfer and quickly came up with a guess. According to the novel's description, the root cause of the fire was the landlord's son accidentally killing the girl. Which led to the ghost she was raising going berserk and killing everyone in the building. In the actual news, at the very beginning of the case, the police investigated more about whether the landlord of the building had done a good job in fire prevention and whether there were illegal rental activities. Now, with the self-media stirring things up, everyone started throwing dirt at Wang. It was obvious that this might be a water army hired by the landlord to distract attention. Guangying immediately felt a surge of anger. This villain harmed the girl, made others raise a ghost, killed everyone in an entire building, and now even wants to blame the victim. But she was just an ordinary university student. Even if the content of this novel was a processed truth, no one would believe it. Filled with indignation, Guangying could only rage ineffectively. Thinking of this, Guangying could only share it again, tagging a few more friends. She wanted more people to see this novel. Xiaomu also noticed the changes online. Logically, his story, imbued with the power of the ghoul, should have made most people feel immersed and unable to control themselves after reading it. However, many comments now seemed as if they hadn't read the content, only commenting mechanically. Xiaomu even discovered that some people would post bait comments, such as the keyword Wang, and a group of people would then comment to attack Wang, even if the content was completely unrelated to the incident. Even the zombie fans who initially followed Xiaomu looked more like real people than these users. Astroturfing? Xiaomu vaguely sensed there was a hidden hand behind this. It's the crowd. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him, making Xiaomu turn his head. A middle-aged man with slightly disheveled hair said. He was about 45 or 46, his suit was a bit wrinkled, and he wore rimless glasses. Much like a real estate agent who had just finished showing a new house to a client. It was Du Ruo. Old Du, when did you get here? Xiaomu was shoveling the white rice on his plate, asking curiously. He was currently sitting in a fast food restaurant located in the street-level storefront of an old, small residential area, nestled between towering skyscrapers. A plate of shredded pork with green peppers on rice cost 18 yuan, with meat and vegetables, and a free soup. I've been here the whole time. Du Ruo seemed to have almost finished eating. He put down his chopsticks and pulled out a tissue to wipe the corners of his mouth. What you encountered should be the crowd, an abnormality that has not yet been anchored. These astroturfers are abnormalities? Xiaomu didn't press Du Ruo about when he arrived, as if he was supposed to be there. Something like that. Du Ruo nodded slightly, then took out his phone and sent Xiaomu a document on WeChat. Xiaomu opened WeChat and found it was a report about an abnormality. Abnormality ID, 0096, codename, the crowd, abnormality level, erosion, minimum visible depth, 12, maximum visible depth, unknown. This abnormal entity typically manifests as chaotic discourse on mainstream social media, including but not limited to current event commentary, hot topic analysis, article comments, and feedback. The text records left by this abnormal entity are greatly influenced by mainstream public opinion and will further fuel mainstream public opinion, forming a trend of thought. According to observation records from various agencies, this abnormal entity has long and widely existed in mainstream mass social media, including newspapers, radio, television, and the internet, and is difficult to contain and control. Currently, according to rule of the Emergency Handling Manual, various agencies adopt measures of utilization and confrontation against this abnormal entity. The main methods include proposing new, more convincing viewpoints, restricting topic FAN through information regulation, and guiding public opinion. Note, currently, there are few cases of life-threatening incidents caused by this abnormal entity. But it does not rule out that current online trends may lead psychologically fragile individuals to take extreme measures. Note, if this abnormal entity needs to be utilized, please follow rule of the Emergency Handling Manual for application and reporting. Note, this archive has undergone multiple iterations. The latest version was maintained by Island Culture's Sato Masashi on November 9, 2016. This is the crowd? Xiaomu found it very strange. It seemed like this abnormality wasn't very dangerous, but there also seemed to be no way to completely eradicate it or anchor it down. Of course, there was also a possibility that this was an abnormality that had become relatively harmless after several anchors. As the archive stated, it had undergone multiple iterations. As Xiaomu accessed this archive, he felt as if faint black lines appeared on his phone, extending towards an infinitely high distance. In this world, knowledge is pollution. When Xiaomu gained knowledge about the crowd, he was naturally also polluted. But this depth was nothing to him, who had even walked out of the madhouse. At this moment, in Xiaomu's eyes, many comments changed from normal text into dark, twisted worms. These worms crawled and writhed on the phone screen, seemingly noticing Xiaomu's gaze. The text turnworms crawled out of the screen, burrowed into Xiaomu's finger skin, and surged from beneath his blood vessels towards his brain. Almost simultaneously, in Xiaomu's mind, countless layers of illusory whispers repeated in his own voice. He is the murderer, he is the creator of all tragedies. It's all his fault, we should make his parents publicly apologize. Let him never recover. Such scum should be exposed. These voices seem to want to seize Xiaomu's will and twist his perception, making him believe that Wang Ku was the murderer who killed everyone in the building. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. You heard the voices, right? Du Ruo took a sip of the plain water from the disposable plastic cup. The reason why the crowd has not been completely anchored or restricted is precisely because of this characteristic. We will also use it? Xiaomu averted his gaze. This kind of cognitive pollution had no effect on him. As long as he didn't look at the text, the whispers would disappear as if they had never existed. Yes. Du Ruo's finger gently moved along the rim of the plastic cup. The crowd can deepen the public's understanding of a certain matter, even if that matter has certain logical loopholes. This is precisely the tool we need when anchoring other abnormalities. We propose a viewpoint, use the crowd to strengthen this viewpoint, and ultimately form a cognitive anchor, dragging those abnormalities located beneath the abyss's surface upwards. This is why the crowd has not been restricted. Then now, clearly, the crowd was currently pushing the idea that Wang Ku is the murderer, which was not what the science exploration editorial department wanted. The crowd, for some unknown reason, has been influenced by astroturfers and has begun to fuel this trend. This is not a good thing. Du Ruo sighed softly. Ordinary online astroturfers find it difficult to interfere with the crowd, unless these trends themselves possess pollution. Over time, the source of this trend will in turn be polluted by the crowd, eventually being dragged into the abyss. Those who use public opinion to fuel a trend will inevitably be consumed by public opinion. Hearing Du Ruo's words, Xiaomu seemed to understand a lot. It looks like the landlord is really pushing this from behind. He's already had contact with raising ghouls, so he's more or less tainted with pollution. It's very possible that hiring astroturfers would affect the abnormality. As long as one has come into contact with abnormalities and pollution, they will step by step move towards the abyss, unable to turn back. Unless, like a ghoul, they drag others around them into the sea to maintain their own depth. But even so, once contaminated, they will only sink deeper and deeper, eventually being eroded and alienated into monsters. So, if we also use various means to form new trends online, the crowd will instead help us? Xiaomu asked in return. But to borrow the power of the crowd, you'll need to write a report. Du Ruo stroked his chin. I can write this application report, it just takes a little time. Old Du, if there's anything you need help with, just say the word. Xiaomu was still very understanding. He immediately patted his chest and said, All right, when this period is over, you can help me visit someone. Du Ruo said faintly, and Xiaomu didn't find anything unreasonable in his words. All right. Xiaomu scraped up the remaining rice and put down his chopsticks. Suddenly, crimson text seeped out of the empty plate, like unlicked sauce. He has ulterior motives. Although there's no immediate danger, no one knows when a seemingly ordinary person might stab you in the back. Xiaomu frowned slightly, looking at Du Ruo. The man in the suit revealed a kind smile, free of any gloom. After lunch, Xiaomu and Du Ruo returned to the editorial department. Joe Minka didn't come to work today. Xiaomu watched Du Ruo open a form and start filling in its content. This was the application form for using the crowd. Xiaomu glanced at it twice for future reference. He found that the contents were quite simple, he could fill it out himself after just one look. After all, for abnormalities, rules and regulations are useless. You can't predict whether what you write will actually be used. The greatest use of this application form is that if the crowd loses control and causes irreversible serious consequences, everyone can trace back to find the one responsible for taking the blame. Thinking about it this way, I could have written it myself. Xiaomu realized belatedly that his agreement with Du Rua just now seemed a bit too matter-of-fact. Recalling his previous experiences and the textual hints, Xiaomu suddenly felt that perhaps Du Rua's supernatural ability was to make everything related to him seem reasonable. However, since it was already written, Xiaomu naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to learn. Look at these comments again. Du Rua pointed to the comments on Xiaomu's science exploration bot novel on the computer screen. Xiaomu rubbed his eyes and observed carefully. Among the comments, several began to squirm, like insects, twisting and trying to crawl out of the screen. In addition, some comments floated like grayish-white mist, outlining and trying to drill into Xiaomu's mind. Xiaomu did not resist and inhaled them all in a single breath. Layers of whispers echoed in his ears in his own voice. Whoa, how pitiful, they were killed just like that. This landlord is too evil, can't the truth be revealed? No. I have to forward it to more people, I can't let the real criminals get away with it. Although this story seems bizarre, I believe it must have a factual basis. Voices agreeing with Xiaomu's view, similar to the reactions brought by the previous black worms, began to sound. Xiaomu sneezed. The grayish-white mist immediately dissipated. Just like this, two trends of thought have now appeared on the internet. Du Rua said easily, not like he was explaining a bizarre abnormality, but as if he was discussing the heavy rain that morning. Both of these trends of thought will be influenced by the crowd. As for who will win in the end, that depends on the reactions of the people influenced by the trends. So, this still depends on me. Xiaomu seriously considered the possibility that he had been sold out. Fortunately, he possessed the power of ghoul. Through this happy old house story, readers could experience the events of that night firsthand, making it highly infectious. From a communication perspective, Xiaomu felt he had a strong advantage. Because modern marketing, in essence, is storytelling. Whoever can tell a good story can gain more audience. Things like the century-old shop's traditional craftsmanship, the prodigal son's entrepreneurial story, or the rags to riches business legend are all just formulas compared to the flawed and commonplace accidents caused by unemployed individuals. It was obvious that wealthy people raising ghouls to invite disaster had more sensational appeal. He sat in front of the computer and refreshed the Shudong website page. He found that there were several more forwards, and the comments and likes had also increased significantly. It must be said, watching the data grow was quite exciting. Xiaomu browsed these comments from the back end. He found that most of the comments were covered with a layer of color, hazy, like tiny insects. Some were white, representing comments that supported Xiaomu. Some were black, which were comments from the water army hired by the landlord. There were also some comments in their original font in between, but as time passed, these texts were more or less stained with white and black. This was the confrontation of trends of thought. So Xiaomu closed his eyes. In that illusory world composed of zeros and ones, tiny ripples spread out. This was just a shockwave caused by a small pebble thrown into the sea, but as the waves surged, these ripples gradually climbed, becoming a terrifying tidal wave. The wave sped across the boundless sea, illuminating countless colorful starlight in the deep sea. Those were the people bobbing in the sea. Some of them were standing at a crossroads waiting for a red light, idly picking up their phones to refresh the news. Some were sitting in front of their company computers, having just finished a task, and couldn't help but pull out their phones, looking for some fun. Some were in a coffee shop, dealing with a blind date introduced by an elder. The two tacitly stopped communicating and looked at their respective group chats on their phones. Some had just finished a game, stretched, and instead of checking their scores, habitually refreshed the web page. These are the common people. And also the crowd. There's such a story behind this fire case, how strange. The speed of writing the hot topic is really fast. It hasn't been long and they're already writing novels. I actually feel that this novel tells the story more truly than the report. Is there something wrong with my brain? Why do rich people all like to raise ghouls? It's so unoriginal. It's a pity that everyone in the building died, now there's no proof, and no one knows what happened. So such a tragic accident happened in Jiangxing City, TSK. In this world, everyone has it tough. Countless thoughts flickered through regular electrical signals in that dark world. The torrent of data condensed into a tide, surging forward, as if it would never stop. Two opposing tides echoed each other, each spreading influence, and the agitated ripples triggered even more tides, creating a buzz. Xiaomu saw golden threads slowly descending from an infinitely high place, wrapping around those ordinary people. At the same time, the data for science exploration bot's novel, including reads, forwards, comments, and likes, continued to climb. Even some keen self-media outlets had started to plagiarize, reprinting this novel without attribution on their official accounts. Or making short videos with AI-synthesized voices. By evening, the number of forwards for the novel Happy Old House had exceeded 7,000, comments were close to 5,000. And likes had already broken through 100,000. Even the fan count for science exploration bot reached over 20,000. Xiaomu glanced at it. It was trending on Hot Search. Beyond celebrity gossip, useless life hacks, and distant international news. This fire case that happened in Jiangxing City a few days ago suddenly became the focus of public attention again. Xiaomu watched the completion rate of his Happy Old House slowly climb to 20%, feeling satisfied and ready to go home. Then his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call and quickly heard a serious voice. Hello, may I ask if this is Xiaomu? This is he. Xiaomu immediately stood up. It's like this, we are from the Jiangxing City Police Headquarters. There are some situations we'd like your cooperation in investigating. Could you come to the station now, or tell us your current location so we can send a car to pick you up? The other party said from the other end of the line. Xiaomu immediately hung up the phone and then installed an anti-fraud app on his phone. Trying to trick him? No way. 2 hours ago. Inside the Criminal Investigation Detachment Office of the Jiangxing City Police Bureau. Chui Yan was extinguishing his cigarette, letting out a breath. The case he was in charge of had reached a stalemate, leaving the veteran detective feeling somewhat lost. Old Chui, do you really think there's something wrong with this case? Beside him, a colleague returned with the case file and placed it on Chui Yan's desk. This was the archive of a serious fire that occurred in the Jingbai district of Jiangxing City a few days ago. Containing information on all residents, various qualification photocopies of the building, safety inspection reports, and, of course, the accident investigation report from the scene. According to the preliminary report from the fire department, the cause of the fire was a short circuit on the first floor. The wiring in most of these old, dilapidated buildings had been modified and wouldn't normally cause problems. But some people liked to connect wires haphazardly. This time, an external circuit overloaded, and electrical sparks ignited the accumulated clutter on the first floor, leading to the fire. Originally, such a case wouldn't require the Criminal Investigation Detachment's involvement, it was just a fire. However, as per regulations, Chui Yan still led a team to investigate, and during the investigation, they discovered something was amiss. Although the bodies recovered from the building were burned beyond recognition, Chui Yan, to be safe, had the forensic doctor perform autopsies. And the results showed that the condition of several bodies was unusual. Normally, people who die in a fire would mostly suffocate due to thick smoke first, so internal organs would show corresponding traces, such as phlegm mixed with smoke and secretions in the respiratory tract mucosa, respiratory tract burns, pulmonary congestion, and reddening of internal organs due to blood and carbon monoxide combining. However, in 2 of the bodies, there were no signs of severe smoke inhalation in the lungs. And the blood drawn from the heart showed little evidence of combining with carbon monoxide. After examination, a conclusion could be drawn: they had already died before the fire, and injuries were also found on their bodies, indicating that they had been in a physical altercation with others before their death. Another body also had similar injuries, but traces of death by fire were also found in the lungs and heart. This meant that he had first been in a serious physical altercation or been beaten by others before being burned to death. Seeing these examination reports, the experienced detective Chui Yan immediately realized that this fire was not as simple as it seemed. So, wasn't it Wang Ke who killed Lu Wan and Song Zhengwei, then set the fire to destroy the evidence, but accidentally died in the blaze himself? A colleague beside him said, taking it for granted. Where did you hear that? Chui Yan frowned. The internet says so. His colleague joked, naturally, he was just teasing. Seeing Chui Yan unmoved, he added, but Song Zhengwei's father is also quite strange. Normally, if his son might have been murdered, he should demand a thorough investigation, but he didn't care and hastily buried him. The two people who died before the fire were Song Zhengwei, the son of the property owner, and Lu Wan, a tenant. The injured deceased was Wang Ke. His body was found at the second-floor stairwell, almost making it out of the fire. Chui Yan ignored his colleague, just continuously looking at the archives and thinking. Occasionally writing notes on the whiteboard to aid his deduction. In fact, some crucial evidence was still missing, but Chui Yan was also unsure. A moment later, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the number, it was his former mentor, who was now a leader above him. Xiao Chui, are you in charge of that Jiangqing fire case? The other party got straight to the point. Yes, master. Chui Yan found it strange, wondering why his mentor suddenly asked about this. I heard that many people are paying attention to this case now, and it's already trending. You must investigate it thoroughly. Yes, I will uncover the truth. Chui Yan chatted with his mentor for a few more sentences, then hung up the phone. Trending? He found it strange. This case was from several days ago. There was a lot of discussion then, but why was the heat back up today? The veteran detective immediately opened his computer, somewhat clumsily navigated to the Shudong website, clicked on the trending topics, and found a novel. Happy Old House? Chui Yan glanced at it and quickly understood that it was a story created based on this fire case. Normally, he would dismiss such stories as clickbait from self-media, but for some reason, perhaps because he had been contemplating the case every day recently, Chui Yan instantly immersed himself in the story. He remained still, reading the story intently, as if he had become the protagonist within it. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later, after finishing the read, that Chui Yan sighed deeply. His eyes were still a little moist. However, more than the emotional impact of the story, Chui Yan noticed something more significant. If it follows the plot of this story, everything seems to make sense. He found it unbelievable because many in the story matched the investigative findings that the police had not yet disclosed, including the fact that the deceased were concentrated on the third and fourth floors. Even the residents on the first floor couldn't escape, and it even mentioned Wang Ke dying at the second floor stairwell. If the author didn't just stumble upon it by chance, then either he was an internal police member, or he was at the scene? Chui Yan felt like he was going crazy, actually believing a fabricated novel online, which even contained elements of feudal superstition. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the content of this novel was quite reasonable, perfectly fitting the last few missing pieces of the puzzle he had been struggling with. This is too unscientific, Chui Yan murmured to himself. An urge to ask the author for emerged, and once this thought appeared, it was hard to suppress. Soon, he found a colleague from the cybersecurity detachment, commonly known as the cyber police, and had the colleague contact the Shudong website's liaison to retrieve the registration information for this science exploration bot. After all, the internet is not outside the law, and speaking carelessly online truly carries responsibility. Having obtained the number, Chui Yan immediately called from his office phone. He didn't expect the other party to hang up directly after hearing what he said. Something's wrong. Chui Yan felt that this person named Xiaomu was very suspicious. He looked at the information Xiaomu left in the system, and looking at the photo, he suddenly felt a bit familiar. Isn't this that paparazzo? A colleague beside him recognized him. The surveillance cameras near the fire captured a person sneaking around the accident scene last night and this morning. In reality, there have been many such people recently, mostly reporters or self-media. Xiaomu was naturally also captured, and Chui Yan had even watched the footage earlier today. He even went to the accident scene. Chui Yan's heart sank. Some criminals particularly like to return to the scene of their crimes to provoke the police. And this novel. The more Chui Yan thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He stood up. I'm taking people out. He was determined to find this man named Xiaomu today. Evening. Xiaomu lay on his bed, refreshing the comments on Shudong website. Ever since it hit the trending topics, the likes, shares, and comments on his novel had skyrocketed. No matter the world, netizens are always thrill seekers, eager to join in the fun. Not to mention Xiaomu's novel itself possessed extraordinary power, making it impossible for people to stop reading. And the Jiangcheng City fire case had many suspicious points and was utterly horrific. The two combined could be said to be a perfect match, fermenting an extremely strong propagation effect. Xiaomu closed his eyes. He could see the golden threads of thought surging and growing on the internet, crashing against another dark wave. When the two met, they formed a giant vortex, spanning the sky, inextricably intertwined. Clearly, no matter how excellent Xiaomu's story was, it contained certain supernatural elements. Any rational person would not believe it to be the truth, only that it might contain fabricated elements. To completely defeat the opposing tide of thought and gain the momentum from the crowd, it still lacked a crucial opportunity. The rice with toppings he had for lunch had long been digested. For dinner, Xiaomu had hand-pulled noodles with preserved vegetables and shredded pork downstairs, costing 16 yuan. It had to be said that these old, dilapidated buildings in bustling areas still offered many cheap meals. For example, most of the people eating in the restaurant he went to were elderly folks from nearby or staff from the convenience store next door. Su Hong hadn't returned tonight, and Xiaomu's WeChat messages to him went unanswered. He figured Su Hong probably had his own life, so he didn't ask further. How great it was to sleep alone. He was about to open the refrigerator to see if Su Hong had hidden any snacks when he heard a knock at the door. It was very urgent, unlike the neighborhood committee aunties. Xiaomu went to the door and looked through the peephole. 3 unfamiliar men stood outside. They are not bad people, but their intentions are not friendly either. Everything depends on what you say. Heh, open the door. Crimson, blood-like text spread through the peephole. Xiaomu didn't hesitate and immediately called the police. After a few beeps, the call connected. Hello, is this the police? It's like this, there are 3 people standing outside my door, and I suspect they want to harm me. My address is XXXXXX. Xiaomu calmly told the operator about his situation and address. Please stay calm. We will immediately send officers from nearby to check the situation. Do not open the door. The operator advised. MHM. Xiaomu trusted the police. After a while, he heard a phone ringing from outside the door. Xiaomu saw the person standing at the front answer the call and respond a couple of times. A moment later, Xiaomu's phone rang. It was the 110 number. Hello, your report has been processed. Our officers are now at your doorstep. Please open the door. Xiaomu frowned and cautiously opened the door a crack. Are you really the police? The 3 men didn't rush to push the door open but exchanged glances. We are from the Jiangcheng City Police Department. This is my identification. The man standing in front was about 40, looking capable, though his beard seemed unshaven for a long time, making him appear a bit disheveled. The other 2 were relatively young, around 26 or 27. One had messy hair, and the other was pale, looking a bit malnourished. Xiao Mu saw him hand over an ID, which indeed had Jiangcheng City Police Department written on it, along with the other party's name. Cui Yian. You are Xiao Mu, right? Cui Yian retrieved his ID and then spoke. Yes. Xiao Mu nodded, unsure why the police were looking for him. I called your phone around 7 o'clock, and you hung up directly. Cui Yian then said in a deep voice. Xiao Mu's eyes shifted as he recalled. It seemed there was such an incident. He thought to himself that he was a law-abiding citizen and hadn't done anything wrong, so he became self-assured. I thought it was a scam call. You should have called from the 110 number. Cui Yian didn't explain that not all police department calls were from 110. He glanced at the room behind Xiao Mu. May we come in? Xiao Mu stepped back half a pace, allowing the three of them to enter. Cui Yian walked into the old, dilapidated apartment, looking around but finding nothing suspicious. It's like this, as mentioned on the phone, we have some matters we'd like you to cooperate with our investigation on. First, well, you are the owner of the science exploration bot Shudong website account, right? You can even find that out? Xiao Mu subconsciously retorted. Real name registration. Another police officer added. We investigated the surveillance footage and found that you snuck into the residential area where the fire occurred last night and stayed at the accident scene all night. Cui Yian's gaze shifted from the slightly old window back to him. I thought I was hiding very well. Xiao Mu suddenly realized that all his attempts at hiding seemed to have been completely meaningless. In modern society, there are far more surveillance cameras than you imagine, so don't think you can do bad things without being discovered. The young police officer added again. I read the novel you wrote. Some of your views on the fire case are quite novel. I want to ask, is your sneaking into the fire scene related to the novel? Do you know any inside information? Cui Yian got straight to the point, and finally, added in a relatively gentle tone. Feel free to speak. If it leads to any danger, we will protect you. Xiao Mu listened, thought for a moment, and then spoke. It's like this, these are all things I witnessed with my own eyes. I merely recorded what I saw. Cui Yian's movements froze. He had considered some possibilities, such as Xiao Mu knowing the fire victims, or having some special informant intelligence. Or even completely guessing. But he hadn't expected Xiao Mu to say he had witnessed these things himself. What did you say? Cui Yian couldn't help but ask again. It's hard for me to explain to you, but these are all things I witnessed firsthand. I moved into the building, and then that rich second generation accidentally killed the woman in 403. Which led to the evil spirit she raised causing trouble, controlling everyone in the entire building, and starting the fire. Wan Ku sacrificed himself to save me and perish with the evil spirit. Xiao Mu repeated it again. Another police officer couldn't hold back and instinctively covered his mouth. The one standing further away remained expressionless, only staring at Xiao Mu. Are you a writer? Cui Yian glanced at the desktop computer, which was already turned off. Sort of. I work at an editorial department. Xiao Mu told the truth. Cui Yian suddenly found it amusing. It was likely that Xiao Mu, after seeing the fire report, had a burst of inspiration, combined it with his own imagination, and wrote this novel. Though within it were all accidental coincidences. He couldn't believe he had actually come to investigate based on the contents of a novel. It seemed he had been working too long without proper rest and was losing his mind. All right, if we need any assistance later, we'll call you. Don't hang up again. After a few more words, he decided that was enough for today and turned to leave. Oh, by the way, officer, I have a question. Xiao Mu suddenly spoke, calling out to Cui Yian. What? Cui Yian didn't turn around, only slightly tilted his head. What happened to the person living in room 404? His words sent a subtle chill up Cui Yian's spine. What did you say? Cui Yian immediately turned around, looking at Xiao Mu. Because, you see, under normal circumstances, Wang Ke should have been able to resist the evil spirit's control to some extent and escape. But he still died. This indicates that he must have sacrificed himself to save someone and thus couldn't escape. Everyone I saw died. There's only one person whose fate I don't know, and isn't that the person in room 404? Xiaomu stated logically. Cui Yan was silent. The person in room 404 was indeed still alive. That was the only survivor of this fire. He had not yet woken up and was still receiving treatment in the hospital. For investigative purposes, this matter had not been publicly disclosed. Even within the police station, only a few people knew because Cui Yan believed that this survivor's testimony might be the most crucial evidence in the case, so he had protected him. How did Xiaomu know? If the location of Wang Ke's body and the condition of Song Zhongwei's and Lu Wan's bodies were all Xiaomu's deductions, then he absolutely could not have known about the survivor. The sound of renovation work knocking on a wall upstairs broke the silence. We will investigate thoroughly. Cui Yan looked unhappily upstairs. Just then, his phone rang. The veteran detective answered the call, and his expression subtly changed. He gave Xiaomu a deep look, and finally, after briefly mentioning some precautions, he led his people out of the room. You three have worked hard tonight. Xiaomu watched them go downstairs, seeing them off at the door. Hearing his words, Cui Yan stopped again. He looked at his colleague, then at Xiaomu, who was standing at the door waving at him. Cui Yan and his colleague came alone on this trip. Where did the third person come from? Please vote for recommendations, please vote for monthly passes. Xiaomu woke up in Su Hong's bed, letting out a yawn. Picking up his phone to check the time, he found several new notifications. One of them was the news of Wang's burial today. These unscrupulous self-media, they don't even spare people when they're dead. Xiaomu denounced, then got up and checked the time of the funeral. There's still time. After eating breakfast and getting ready, he sent Zhou Minka a WeChat message telling her he was going to the Binhai funeral home, then took a bus to Jiangqing City Binhai funeral home. It was a familiar route, just like going home. Xiaomu saw that the Binhai funeral home was very lively today. There were many unrelated people, probably all self-media reporters. These people, when something happened, ran faster than anyone, gathering here early. Wang Ke was not from Jiangqing City. Today he was to be cremated at the Binhai funeral home, and his parents would take his ashes. Due to the recent commotion, there was originally no memorial service planned, but someone must have leaked the news, leading to the gathering of self-media, and even some legitimate reporters. Xiaomu was truly curious about how idle some people were. They didn't report on proper current events concerning people's livelihoods, but instead chased after such unsubstantiated content. He did not walk with those reporters but slipped through another door into the empty morning hall, making friends with the Binhai funeral home staff along the way. Inside the morning hall, there was a coffin. In addition, there were a few other people. Xiaomu saw Wang Ke's parents. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but they seemed to have aged considerably, their hair even whiter. The others were likely Binhai funeral home staff. No friends, no other relatives, just simple. Behind the coffin hung Wang Ke's black and white photo, younger than Xiaomu remembered. Probably an ID photo retrieved from the police station's archives, looking very serious. Wang Ke's mother was almost collapsing, clutching the coffin and weeping silently. His father stood ramrod straight, gazing at the portrait. His back resembled Wang Ke's greatly. Xiaomu walked forward, came beside the two, and bowed deeply towards the portrait. Noticing Xiaomu's sudden appearance, the Binhai funeral home staff were somewhat surprised. Who are you? Wang Ke's father looked at Xiaomu. This young man seemed to bear no ill will, but rather had a sincere expression. Hello, uncle, I am Wang Ke's friend. Xiaomu spoke truthfully. We didn't invite anyone else. Wang Ke's father murmured. Yes, because Wang Ke saved me, so I wanted to see him one last time. Xiaomu said. Saved you? Wang Ke's father frowned slightly. Do you know about the science exploration bot account on the Shudong website? Xiaomu guessed that the two elderly people might have been exhausted recently and hadn't seen related news online, so he asked. The old father shook his head, and after a moment of hesitation, as if remembering something, he spoke. I know what's being said online now, that my son killed an entire building of people, but I don't believe it. Wang Ke's father looked at Xiaomu. Although he was ignorant, had poor grades, and was prone to trouble, I know he wouldn't do such a thing. Xiaomu nodded. Then took out his phone, opened the Shudong website app, and found the novel he had written. Uncle, you can read this article. Although Wang Ke's father was puzzled, he still took Xiaomu's phone, and with just one glance, he found it hard to look away. A few minutes later, he called his wife, who was weeping by the coffin, and the two sat in the front row, reading together. They read very, very slowly. As if by doing so, they could stretch out time, to see their son a bit longer, even if only through written descriptions. Half an hour later, Wang Ke's mother was already sobbing uncontrollably, having to put down the phone, her body convulsing. And Wang Ke's father looked up at Xiaomu. Wang Ke told me, he said he called his mother and was planning to come home to visit. He said he was only struggling with himself, and that after so many years, it was time to let go. On his desk, in the most prominent position, there was always a family photo of you all. Xiaomu took back his phone, speaking in a deep voice. Hearing this, the mother bent over, only intermittent whimpers echoing in the silent morning hall. In his final moments, he actually had a chance to abandon me and escape, but he still chose to come back. Facing an indescribable, unimaginable fear, he did not flinch at all. Wang Ke, from beginning to end, was an upright person. Xiaomu knew that although the abnormal space he experienced was illusory, in reality, Wang Ke must have made the same choice, saving the residents of room 404. Or rather, even if it happened again, Wang Ke would still choose to sacrifice himself to save people he might have only met that day. A person's character is his destiny. Wang Ke's father did not speak. He just slowly walked to the coffin. My foolish son. After a long time, the father's lips trembled as he uttered a single word. He looked at the serious, smileless black and white photo, gently placing his hand on the cold coffin. I always told him that I didn't force him to be an outstanding person, only one thing, he must, absolutely must, be an upright person. With a clear conscience. He did it. Xiaomu's voice came from behind him. If Wang Ke's will had not been so firm, if he had even a trace of wavering or malice, the shadow that enveloped the entire building would have immediately swallowed him, turning him into a walking corpse. But he did it. This was the greatest courage ordinary people could display when facing those bizarre and unpredictable abnormalities. Wang Ke's father heard Xiaomu's words. His eyes were red, but he suppressed his tears, then saluted Xiaomu. He was a retired police officer. For decades, he protected ordinary people. Presumably, Wang Ke was also influenced, seeing all of this, which enabled him to uphold his will in the end. No matter how much the father and son argued, Wang Ke still grew up to be like his father. Xiaomu sighed softly. From an infinitely high distance, golden threads fell, entwining the two elderly people. Dad, Mom. Wang Ke's parents suddenly heard a strange yet familiar voice from behind them. They quickly turned around, only to see Wang Ke standing not far away, waving at them, full of vigor, as if within reach. I'm home. Wang Ke said. You've grown so tall. Wang Ke's father hesitated for a moment, sighing with emotion. The next moment, before them, there was only the black and white portrait and the cold coffin, with light casting deep shadows upon them. Just like the way home, so long, so long. The two turned their heads but couldn't find Xiaomu. Outside the morning hall, Xiaomu put his phone into his pocket. He could feel that his thoughts were slowly changing. And the completion of his happy old house had increased significantly. Several familiar faces walked towards him, Cui Yian and his colleagues. Cui Yian looked at Xiaomu suspiciously. He didn't know why Xiaomu was here, but there was something more important at hand. The survivor from room 404 woke up, and he recounted his experience from that night, and aside from some supernatural parts, it was exactly as Xiao Mu had described. It turned out that Song Zhengwei and Lu Wan really had an argument, and Song Zhengwei accidentally killed Lu Wan. After that, the people in the building seemed to lose their minds for some reason and began to kill each other. And Wang Ku ultimately sacrificed himself to save the survivor. Cui Yian felt his worldview was severely challenged. He walked towards the morning hall. At present, he needed Wang Ku's parents to cooperate with the investigation. Cui Yian felt that the truth was not far from him. He quickened his pace, about to push open the door of the morning hall, but found a woman standing at the doorway. She had a waist-length 3-strand braid, her hair thick and black like ink. "Hello, are you Officer Cui? May I take some of your time?" The woman smiled, her words seemingly possessing magic, causing Cui Yian to remove his hand from the morning hall's doorknob and turn his gaze to her. 5 days later. Inside a commercial office building in Jiangqing City. Song Hengtai of Hengtai Real Estate raised his eyebrows as he saw the police accident investigation report on his computer screen. This was the accident investigation report for the major fire case that occurred in Jiangqing City a few days ago. According to investigations by the fire department and the police, the root cause of the fire was an electrical circuit on the first floor catching fire due to lack of maintenance and overloading. At the same time, Song Zhengwei, the owner of the building, Hengtai Real Estate, had a dispute with Lu Wan, a resident on the 4th floor, and accidentally caused her death. This commotion attracted most of the building's residents to watch, and they failed to notice the fire spreading, leading to this tragedy. The key testimony in the case was provided by a resident rescued by Wang Ku from room 402 during the fire. This resident had moved into the building on the morning of the fire and the fire broke out that evening. Previously, he had been in a coma due to inhaling harmful gases and only woke up several days later. After which he assisted the police in their investigation, finally clarifying the cause and effect. Beneath the announcement, countless comments emerged. "I knew it. Things weren't that simple. This case is too outrageous, unprecedented. So if the landlord hadn't gotten into a dispute with the tenant and hadn't accidentally killed her, perhaps a few more people could have escaped the building? I was wrong about Wang. It turns out he saved someone. So why were so many people criticizing Wang before? Did they have evidence? Or were they perhaps paid trolls sent by the real estate company? Indeed, although this fire was an accident, the landlord is definitely responsible. Old circuits should have been properly inspected. I strongly suspect now that the landlord bought paid trolls to frame Wang. I suggest the police comrades investigate thoroughly. I looked through the news. This Hengtai Real Estate only recently rose to prominence and then fell into a financial crisis due to debt problems. Could they be trying to use the building's insurance compensation to turn things around? I felt the online public opinion was a bit strange before. How it suddenly gained momentum. Now that I think about it, it was probably paid trolls at work. Brothers, I checked the accounts that slandered old Wang before and found that these accounts are old rhythm masters. They must be paid trolls bought by the real estate developer. This announcement doesn't mention how Song and Lu started arguing. Could it really be like in that novel, where Song asked Lu to help raise a ghost and something went wrong? Don't bring up these feudal superstitions. Let's see what Hengtai Real Estate has to say. So that novel was really written by the author after Wang appeared in his dream? It's so true to life. Exactly. Manslaughter is still murder. Shouldn't this be thoroughly investigated? These comments spread across the computer screen. And Song Hengtai suddenly realized that the lead black characters, as if possessing a life of their own, crawled out of the monitor, along the desk, and into his arm, slowly disappearing beneath his skin, twitching in his blood vessels. He widened his eyes, the unbelievable scene chilling him to the bone. Although he had previously seen that old man from the Lu family perform some spells that defied common sense, it was only when these terrifying, fearful, and bizarre insects continuously poured out of the computer screen, almost drowning him, that Song Hengtai truly felt despair. The real estate company's boss fell from his chair to the ground. He scrambled and crawled to the window, but felt his surroundings turn dark. Song Hung-tai looked up at the sky. He discovered that black mist, similar to those insects, enveloped the sky. From an infinitely distant place, something seemed to be brewing, about to break through the earth. Countless whispers occupied Song Hung-tai's consciousness. He did not possess the relevant knowledge. If Zhou Minka or Du Rua were here, they would surely sigh softly. This is the crowd. Those who use public opinion to fuel the flames will inevitably be consumed by public opinion. Song Hung-tai felt a suffocating sensation. He felt as if he was losing his mind and could only pray to non-existent gods. The next moment, he felt a chill down his spine, as if something was staring at him. Whoosh! A breath truly blew on the back of his neck, and Song Hung-tai couldn't help but turn his head. The whispers echoing in his ears finally became clear, forming a low, indifferent sentence. You see me. Whoosh! With almost no pause, he was lifted by some invisible rope. Song Hung-tai desperately clutched at the invisible rope around his neck with both hands, kicking his legs vigorously, but only hitting air. Time and space became ambiguous at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the office had become empty. And under a brand new street lamp at the entrance of Hung-tai Real Estate, Song Hung-tai was hanging, his legs stiff and motionless, staring blankly at the passers-by. None of those passers-by noticed this scene, only continuing their busy lives. The case was closed. Chui Yan had just finished a meeting. He received praise from his leaders, and even his former master, who had been promoted, specifically called to commend him. But was it really over? He repeatedly reviewed the case records, always feeling there were many strange discrepancies. For example, why did Song Zhengwei and Luan quarrel in the first place? Why did the residents gather to watch because of it, and not even notice the fire? Wang Ke rescued one person, but why didn't he escape himself? And so on. Such questions lingered in Chui Yan's mind. But the more he looked, the more he felt there was nothing wrong with these points. Real-life cases cannot be like detective novels, where every event has a perfectly logical answer. Often, situations are complex, and feeling coincidences is quite normal. Chui Yan walked out of the meeting room and headed to the office with his colleagues. A leader walked towards them, and beside the leader was a woman. She had a waist-length 3-strand braid, hair as thick as ink, and a foxy charm in her eyes that involuntarily drew one's gaze. Chui Yan felt she looked familiar but couldn't recall where he had seen her. He organized the files and then drove with his colleagues to Jiangqing City First People's Hospital. The sole survivor of this case was receiving treatment there, having been transferred from the intensive care unit to a general ward 2 days prior. Chui Yan came this time to visit the injured person and also to ask some questions, not to write them into the case file, but to try and answer his own doubts. Entering the ward, he saw a young man, about 20 years old, sitting on the bed, holding a book. The title of the book was indeed The Crowd. How are you feeling? Chui Yan asked. He was already quite familiar with the other party, knowing that he was a recent college graduate. The young man nodded. Perhaps due to the accident, he was quieter than his peers. After waking up, he wasn't in a hurry to check his phone and had been reading various books these past few days. Today's case announcement has been released. You should be able to contact your family normally now. Don't worry, we've protected your information, so reporters won't know who you are. Chui Yan patted him on the shoulder. I know. The young man nodded. The two chatted for a while longer before Chui Yan answered a call, stood up, and left. After he left, the young man picked up the book he had been reading earlier. His finger rested on the page, but his gaze was focused on the void. Wanner, I will avenge you. He murmured to the non-existent person. Asterisk, please vote for monthly and recommendation tickets. Happy old house completion, 39%. The wooden grain on the desktop twisted, forming the system's frenzied and indifferent text, flowing into Xiao Mu's vision. The completion rate has increased significantly. Is it due to the push from the crowd? Xiaomu shifted his gaze from the system text on the desktop to the computer screen. Among the top 10 trending news stories, 3 were related to the Jiangqing City fire case. Jiangqing City fire case announcement. Hangtai real estate executive missing the truth revealed by a novel. The first one was the police announcement, which had the highest popularity. Xiaomu could see black mist worms crawling on many of the comments, clearly an effect of the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, the common people also became part of the crowd, silently manipulated. However, Xiaomu was well aware that anyone who used public opinion to fan the flames would inevitably face a backlash from public opinion. So the use of the crowd had to be exercised with extreme caution. The third trend pointed to the science exploration bots novel. Thanks to this, Xiaomu's Shudong website account had already surpassed 50,000 followers and was still growing at a visible rate. Without an MCN agency pushing it, this rate of follower growth was quite impressive. Roughly speaking, Xiaomu was also a big V on the Shudong website. And the second trending topic. Xiaomu clicked into it. Hangtai real estate founder Song Hangtai unreachable, police investigating his whereabouts. The ins and outs of Hangtai real estate's capital chain breaking. Hangtai real estate faces lawsuit due to debts, may file for bankruptcy protection. After reading, Xiaomu learned that Hangtai real estate was the owner of that building, and the missing executive, Song Hangtai, was the father of the deceased Xiaomu had met in the morning hall. Not simple, Xiaomu commented. From Lu Wan's notes, it seemed that Song Zhongwei and Song Hangtai were both involved, and they even ate the rice offered to that ghost, which was perhaps part of the ritual. Given this, Song Hangtai must have also been subjected to some pollution, and under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before he met with misfortune. Speaking of the ritual, Xiaomu closed his eyes. In his consciousness, layers of illusory whispers intertwined, forming an incomplete text. Demon subduing ghost restraining scroll. At the same time, blood-red characters appeared, surrounding the thread-bound book formed by the illusion. A wonderful text, recording forbidden knowledge. Do you think you've profited? Know that in the alien domain, all gifts have already had their price set, no deception. He skipped these prompts and looked into the book. These were characters that did not belong to this world, but Xiaomu could understand their meaning. Roughly, it was a special talisman and ritual that could confine ghosts to specific objects, thereby controlling them for one's own use, drawing luck, manipulating destiny, and reversing the future. This ritual first required obtaining the soul of a newborn or stillborn, confining it within its own ashes, and offering it daily with dripping wax and raw rice. Only after at least 49 days would the ghost be successfully confined. Then, by consuming the offered raw rice, the luck drawn by the confined ghost could be transferred to oneself. Normally, if Xiaomu had mastered this knowledge, he should also be able to follow suit and subdue demons and restrain ghosts. But obviously, the backlash from such crooked ways was very strong, and as a weak man with no power to truss a chicken, how could Xiaomu endure it? Look at the fire in the distance, everyone. A talisman? Zhou Minka listened to Xiaomu's simple description. She tilted her head, playing with the ends of her 3-strand braid, and after a moment of thought, she spoke. It's a good thing you didn't tell me the specific name and content, otherwise the pollution would have spread. So, I'm already polluted? Xiaomu looked around. Only he and Zhou Minka were in the science exploration editorial department. His previous narration should not have caused any collateral damage. As long as you continue to interact with God's chosen game, you will continue to be polluted. Zhou Minka replied as a matter of course. Everything in God's chosen game carries pollution. The further you advance in it, the closer you get to alienation, losing your anchor of humanity, and eventually possibly even becoming an existence similar to abnormalities, completely disappearing from the sight of ordinary people. Like that person standing in the corner? Xiaomu suddenly said upon hearing this. Zhou Minka did not turn around, only quietly looked at Xiaomu. It's nothing, boss, I'm just kidding. Please continue. Xiaomu showed a bright and cheerful smile, shifting his gaze back from the corner of the editorial department. It's very shy, please don't disturb its intimate moment with the corner, otherwise you'll have to constantly check if your head is still on your neck. It seems quite shy. Joe Minka paused for a moment, then continued to speak. And this talisman is not a product of this world, the pollution it contains must be even more severe. Not of this world? When Xiaomu had previously opened the God's Chosen Mall, he vaguely felt that many of the items there didn't seem to belong to this world. He hadn't seen similar things in any novels, animations, or movies. Alien domain. Joe Minka put down the end of her 3-strand braid, gently tapped the keyboard, replied to a comment from someone she was arguing with, and then looked at Xiaomu. You should have seen this term. You can understand it as other worlds. The stage of God's chosen game is not just our world. As you constantly enter the game, you will go to other worlds, and this talisman you obtain should originate from other worlds. So, Lu Wan's grandfather might also be a god chosen, or had contact with a god chosen? Xiaomu recalled that Lu Wan's diary mentioned her grandfather had acquired these things by chance, which was how he started dabbling in those crooked ways. Since this item came from an alien domain, its source must be a god chosen. Possible. Joe Minka nodded. Most things from the alien domain carry knowledge completely different from this world, which are severe pollutions. Sometimes, when they flow into our world due to a god chosen or other reasons, they cause disturbances and trouble. Therefore, we also need to contain and control these sources of pollution that have flowed in. By the way, Song Huntai is missing. Do you have any clues, boss? Xiaomu remembered the trending search on the Shudong website again. Well, that should be related to abnormalities. Su Hong has been investigating it recently, so you don't need to worry. Joe Minka replied, ignoring the strange slang Xiaomu had just learned from surfing the internet. Oh. Xiaomu felt satisfied, thinking he could stay at Su Hong's place for a few more nights and wouldn't have to look for a rental outside. At closing time, Xiaomu packed up. He stood up and saw that the person in the corner had disappeared at some point. Perhaps it moved to a different corner to squat? Are you leaving? Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind Xiaomu. He immediately turned around and found it was Du Ruo. He didn't know when Du Ruo had sat there. Xiaomu thought for a moment, then quickly gave up on pursuing it. Want to eat together? In life, a meal buddy is very important, even more so than a girlfriend. Xiaomu readily invited him. Okay. Du Ruo said faintly. The two arrived at a small fast food restaurant in a nearby old residential area. Du Ruo ordered a 15 yuan shredded pork with green pepper over rice, while Xiaomu ordered a bitter melon stir-fried pork over rice for the same price, which also came with free seaweed and egg drop soup. Du Ruo treated them to this meal. The two ate, chatting intermittently. Du Ruo put down his chopsticks. Xiaomu, I told you before about visiting someone for me. His voice was mixed with the noise of the fast food restaurant's customers and the news on the television, making it hard to leave a deep impression. Now is the time. It was a slightly chilly late March evening in Jiangcheng, with people coming and going on the streets. Yet no one paid attention to who the people around them truly were. Xiaomu and Du Ruo walked for over 20 minutes, arriving at the more bustling Binjiang Avenue. This was the most prosperous street on the east bank of Jiangcheng, with office buildings and shopping malls lined up on both sides. Even on a weekday evening, many tourists still bustled through, experiencing the clamor of a big city. The liveliness belonged to them, Xiaomu had nothing. He followed behind Du Ruo, curiously observing the surrounding skyscrapers. Before Xiaomu's transmigration, he also lived in a very prosperous international metropolis where people's pace of life was very fast, just like here. The two walked into one of the shopping malls. This mall was built quite early and had some years on it. Many of its shops had already closed down or were advertising for tenants. And the few remaining operating shops only did takeout business, out of place with the prosperity next door. Perhaps 20 years ago, this was one of the first malls built on the east bank of Jiangcheng, with a continuous flow of customers. A must-visit for many children on weekend outings. But everything was in the past. The good location led to prices here remaining high, and rebuilding it seemed somewhat ridiculous in contrast to the brand new commercial buildings nearby. However, it should be grateful that, compared to those unfinished buildings that never achieved brilliance, this place at least used to be a childhood memory for many. On the fourth floor of the mall, there was a cinema. Next to the cinema was a cheap KTV, only searchable on mobile review apps, with most reviews being dirty, messy, poor, cheap price, average service attitude, and so on. As for the cinema, it was so funny, it couldn't be found at all. Can you see it? Du Ruo stood at the entrance of the cinema, asking Xiaomu. What did you say? Xiaomu glanced at the empty cinema. The dim light box at the ticket booth illuminated the movie showing today. There was only one ticket seller, located in the shadows, their appearance unclear. He quickly understood, and at the same time, in his vision, dark, blood-like words gushed out from the deep passage of the cinema. Aha, did you know, when people die, they all come to a cinema where their life is played on the screen? When the movie ends, you're completely done for. The cinema. Yes. This cinema was probably an abnormality. It was nestled in the bustling city, waiting for unlucky fellows to stumble into it. The person Du Ruo wanted Xiaomu to visit was here? Don't worry, there's no danger. Du Ruo's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to show a smile, but ultimately his skin didn't move. And he maintained his original serious expression. Although Xiaomu wanted to complain that there was a 100% chance of danger when someone said that, he decided to trust Du Ruo. After all, he treated him to a meal, so he couldn't be a bad person. Who do you want me to find? Xiaomu asked. When you see him, just say forget it. Just take a look at him. Du Ruo pondered for a moment, and ultimately swallowed some words. Xiaomu found it strange. Du Ruo asked him to find someone living in an abnormality, and once they arrived, he said nothing. What was he doing? He didn't press for answers, just walked towards the cinema and arrived at the ticket booth. Hello, I'd like one movie ticket. Xiaomu said generously to the ticket seller. The ticket seller in the shadows raised his head. Xiaomu couldn't see his face, only felt his shoulder move slightly as he slowly typed on the keyboard, printing out a movie ticket. He didn't even ask Xiaomu what movie he wanted to watch. Xiaomu took the movie ticket and noticed that the ticket seller's hand was frighteningly white and lacked the texture of skin. Like a mannequin in a clothing store. He glanced at him. He found that as he handed over the ticket seller slightly emerged from the shadows. On the head, like a mannequin from the clothing store downstairs, two simple eyes were drawn with a marker. He has a pair of lively eyes, doesn't he? Don't make fun, or you'll be the next ticket boy sitting here. Crimson words flowed on the movie ticket. Xiaomu turned his gaze to the movie ticket and found that the movie's name was Xiaomu. What a coincidence, it's the same as his name. He arrived at the ticket checking counter and found that a mannequin was also sitting there. The mannequin remained motionless. Xiaomu handed the ticket to him. The mannequin suddenly creaked, gripped the ticket, tore off the corresponding part, and then slowly handed it back to Xiaomu. He walked inside, found the corresponding screening room according to the movie ticket's markings, walked in, and sat down in the second to last row. The screening room was empty, there was no one else besides him. Soon, the movie began to play. Xiaomu found the footage chaotic, shot with a handheld camera, full of meaningless skies, grasslands, blooming flowers, snowy forests, etc. It looked like footage casually shot by a bored person, with a rustic sense of the times. But for some reason, as soon as Xiaomu saw these images, he became immersed in them, even feeling a strong resonance. Unconsciously, he was already in tears. You don't belong here. Suddenly, a voice came from beside Xiaomu. He turned his head and found that at some point, a young girl had sat in the seat next to him. She was about 20 years old, with long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a red knitted sweater and a white long skirt. You're the person Du Ruo wants to visit? Xiaomu hadn't expected it to be a girl, he sniffed. Du Ruo? The girl chewed on the name, then realized. Being able to come here means you are already in great danger. Go back, I can handle it," she said, gently pressing Xiaomu's shoulder. "As for Du Ruo, tell him not to come again. No matter what, abnormalities will always only lead people into the abyss. This woman is very dangerous, you must be careful of everything she does. After all, this is her cage, and you need to understand your position, hee. Blood-red text seeped out from the knitted sweater. Cage. Xiaomu didn't say much. He wasn't a mentally ill person with a problem, and since the other party told him to leave, he would certainly obey. Standing up, Xiaomu suddenly felt that the content playing in the movie was uninteresting and he had lost all interest. He walked out of the screening room, and finally, he looked back at the girl. She was still sitting in the chair, intently watching the movie. Along the way, no one stopped him. This abnormality seemed very polite to Xiaomu. Du Ruo stood outside at the escalator entrance, which had stopped due to power saving, uncharacteristically smoking a cigarette. Seeing Xiaomu, he wasn't in a hurry to ask what had happened. "I saw a girl who told me about you. She said to tell you not to come again, and also said that abnormalities will always only lead people into the abyss." Xiaomu did not hide anything. Du Ruo also did not answer. He removed the cigarette but took a light puff, then extinguished it on a trash can filled with beverage bottles, and through the swirling smoke. He said to Xiaomu, "Let's go." Xiaomu followed Du Ruo downstairs, stepping back into the brilliance of Jiangcheng. He felt he should ask something, but then felt it was fine as it was. For some reason, it all seemed quite reasonable. "Thank you for your trouble today." Du Ruo thanked Xiaomu very respectfully, then greeted a man on the roadside. The two were as familiar as old friends who had known each other for years, and Du Ruo just followed the other person away. In just a moment, he disappeared into the crowd, his whereabouts untraceable. Xiaomu was somewhat curious whether the passerby truly knew Du Ruo, or if he had used some special method to forcibly get to know him. Speaking of which, Xiaomu could also make friends with people to mooch meals off them. But he was already a big V with 50,000 followers, so doing something like that would still carry a significant psychological burden. Thinking this, Xiaomu, who was preparing to go home, suddenly noticed that a hurrying office worker seemed a bit strange. Because on his shoulders, several people were standing. These people were like acrobats in an Indian drama, forming a human pyramid, maintaining a subtle balance, swaying, but never falling off the office worker's shoulders. The surrounding passers-by ignored this, heading home with their heads down. Xiaomu looked thoughtful. He walked over, patted the person, and showed a brilliant smile. "Friend, can I come to your house tonight? Thanks to Yunchen Iyer, book friend 20200317205411925. And Cybertron 618 Dragon Demon, for the 100 coin reward." Huang Xiaokuan looked up at the man in front of him, frowning slightly. He didn't think for too long before nodding. After all, this was his good friend, and there was nothing wrong with visiting his home. The young office worker nodded. It was 9:15 p.m., and he had just gotten off work not long ago. Today was considered early, so he didn't have to rush for the last subway train. After an hour-long subway ride with the other person and a 20-minute walk, Huang Xiaokuan finally arrived at the community where he rented an apartment. This was a relocation housing area located in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, mostly rented by migrant workers. He rented a single room with a private bathroom for 2,000 yuan, which was considered cheap. "It's a bit small." The sound of a TV came from next door. Huang Xiaokuan remembered that a female seemed to be renting it, but he had only seen her once in the half-year he had lived there. Xiaomu walked into the room and saw the four people who had been standing on Huang Xiaokuan's shoulders jump down like acrobats and stand in the corners of the room. It had to be said, it was really a bit cramped. From their conversation on the subway, Xiaomu learned that this young man had attended university in Jiangcheng, stayed in the city after graduation, and had been working for 3 years at an internet company, working 6 days a week, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. Standard 996 work. "Why are you being so polite? Just sit down." Seeing Xiaomu standing, Huang Xiaokuan said casually, opening his computer at the same time. "It's a bit crowded." Xiao Mu spoke truthfully. He glanced at the computer desktop, which was a photo, seemingly a dormitory group photo from university graduation. This shared rental room was only the size of a normal master bedroom. Besides the two of them, there were also 4 people, leaving very little standing room. No choice, rent is expensive. Huang Xiaoquan sighed, opening the game all random all mid. Still playing games this late? Xiaomu stood behind him, looking at his screen. Playing with friends. Only games can help me relax. Huang Xiaoquan had already entered the game. He connected to voice chat and immediately became more lively. Sorry I'm late today. It's fine, it's fine. I'll definitely carry this game, trust me. He joked and bantered with his friends while playing. A stark contrast to his silent demeanor on the street earlier. However, Xiaomu looked at the other people in the room. They also found places to sit down, seemingly manipulating illusory keyboards and mice, and began to play games. Xiaomu looked at these people. Then he looked at Huang Xiaoquan. In less than 30 minutes, they went around, and laughter filled the room. Xiaomu saw the person hanging upside down on the ceiling babbling in a language humans couldn't understand. At the same time, a voice came from Huang Xiaoquan's voice chat. Damn, my play just now was too brilliant. If I die, the QR code on my tombstone will scan to this scene, alright? The person lying on the wall by the bed also made a strange sound like rising bubbles. Yes, if it weren't for me tanking in the early game, we would have collapsed long ago. Why don't you thank Daddy? Awesome, let's play another round. Huang Xiaoquan laughed, starting another game. Xiaomu observed again. He quickly came to a conclusion. The ones playing games with Huang Xiaoquan were precisely these people who had been standing on his shoulders. When this young office worker played games, these people would condense into human forms, focusing on the operations. From their bodies, threads of deep, dark mist connected to Huang Xiaoquan, wrapping around his hands, feet, neck, and body. Making him like a bound Prometheus, firmly confined in front of the computer. Undoubtedly, Huang Xiaoquan had already suffered a certain degree of pollution, dragged into the depth below, which allowed him to communicate with these friends. Xiaomu stood behind him, silent. The game continued for over an hour. I won so much today. He stretched, even forgetting Xiaomu's presence in the room. You have quite a lot of friends. Xiaomu suddenly spoke, startling Huang Xiaoquan. The young man's expression was a bit bewildered, seemingly not understanding how this stranger had appeared silently behind him. Until he met Xiaomu's gaze, and then he vaguely recalled what had happened before. Yeah, they've been friends for many years. Huang Xiaoquan sighed. The shadows in the room stirred, seemingly agreeing with this statement. Xiaomu thought for a moment, then spoke again. Can you introduce them to me? Let's add each other on WeChat. No problem. Huang Xiaoquan said without thinking. When he took out his phone, intending to find his friends' WeChat accounts, he fell into confusion again. Strange, I remember it was like. He searched through his contacts but couldn't find any contact information for those friends. Not a single one. Right, we usually don't use WeChat, we contact each other on QQ. Huang Xiaoquan logged into QQ, unwilling to give up. Still, he couldn't find any trace of those friends. Just as he grew more and more troubled, the black shadows also expanded continuously. And the threads wrapped around Huang Xiaoquan's body became thicker and tighter, as if to prevent him from escaping. Xiaomu reached out and pressed Huang Xiaoquan's shoulder, while looking around. Those black shadows seemed to be wary of Xiaomu's appearance, and the spreading black mist quickly retracted. No need to look. Xiaomu said, pointing to the computer desktop. They're all your university classmates, right? Huang Xiaoquan followed Xiaomu's finger to the computer screen. And his bewildered eyes suddenly became lively again, as if recalling something. Yes, it's them. Let me tell you, we had such a good relationship. We often played games together, had meals, traveled. After graduation, they even organized a trip once, but I had to work overtime then and couldn't go. They went to the mountains and took a lot of photos, and then. As he spoke, his voice suddenly caught. And then. On the way down the mountain, there was a car accident, and the bus fell off the cliff. His expression froze. Huang Xiaokuan looked at the desktop. The 5 people all had brilliant smiles. That was right after graduation, when the future seemed to hold infinite possibilities. They would start brand new lives, meet different people, have ordinary and happy lives. And still be able to gather together and recall the beautiful past. He then turned his head and saw the cramped rental room, the seemingly endless work, the monotonous and boring daily routine day after day. Only these fleeting moments in the evening could free him from the heavy burden of life. This young man looked at Xiao Mu. He saw several shadows faintly appearing behind Xiao Mu. Those black shadows, which would appear horrifying, terrifying, and bizarre to ordinary people, now revealed the faces of Huang Xiaokuan's good friends. Can you please not take them away? Huang Xiaokuan seemed to realize something. He looked at Xiao Mu with a hint of pleading in his tone. That depends on you. Xiao Mu had already figured it out. It wasn't these black shadows entangling and binding Huang Xiaokuan, those black threads were spreading from him. The threads dragged these black shadows, making them surround Huang Xiaokuan. Just like the imaginary friends many people fantasize about in childhood, those 4 black shadows were Huang Xiaokuan's own self-made prison. His depth did not come from abnormalities, but from himself. While Huang Xiaokuan was bewildered, Xiao Mu took out his phone, originally intending to notify Zhou Minka, but then remembered it was late at night. And contacting a colleague about work on WeChat during non-working hours would be too inconsiderate. Someone as upright as him wouldn't do such a thing. Putting down his phone, Huang Xiaokuan seemed to have understood. Can you give me a little more time? Xiao Mu was silent for a moment, then spoke. Actually, many people's communication now only exists online, virtually. They might never meet in their entire lives, and whether the other person is real or not doesn't matter. People always need a place where they feel at ease. For example, me, if I'm too stressed, I'll go back to the mental hospital for a while. Question marks appeared above Huang Xiaokuan's head. It's okay, people can only save themselves. Xiao Mu watched the other person turn off the computer, come to the door, and prepare to leave. Then turned back and said one more thing before leaving the rental room. Besides, when you turned off the computer just now, didn't you already see the answer? Huang Xiaokuan was puzzled. He turned his head and looked at the dark computer screen. The reflection in it showed his own appearance. He remembered very clearly that when the fun with his friends ended and the game screen went black. What was reflected in it was indeed his own smiling face. He managed to pull it off, but Xiao Mu stood on the deserted street, pondering how to get home. Huang Xiaokuan was an abnormality of the mortal level, easy to deal with, much like an ordinary haunting. Xiao Mu remembered the address and planned to tell Zhou Minka when he went to work tomorrow, just to make a record. The streets of Jiangqing City were empty at night, but many residential buildings were still lit up. The night for the working class hadn't ended yet. A scruffy stray dog and Xiao Mu looked at each other across the street. Both were silent for a moment, then Xiao Mu was the first to look away. The stray dog followed. Should I call Su Hong and have him pick me up? Xiao Mu took out his phone and called Su Hong without hesitation. No answer. He couldn't have died, could he? Xiao Mu put down his phone and looked back. The stray dog was still sitting not far from him, as if the distance between them had never changed. He used his phone to take a picture of the stray dog and sent it to the Science Exploration bot account, along with a caption. A cute dog on the road late at night. In less than 5 minutes, this post had more than a dozen replies. As expected, everyone following this account couldn't sleep late at night. Where is this? The street is not safe so late. You must be out gathering material again. I think I've seen this place before. Where did this dog come from? You're talking nonsense again, there's no dog here at all. I saw it. There really is a dog, standing by the street, can't you all see it? Don't joke, There's only an empty street here, no dog at all. You guys are really good actors, I suggest including this in the Beijing Film Academy's curriculum. If I hadn't shown it to my girlfriend next to me, I would have really fallen for your trick. Who asked you? Xiaomu carefully read the replies. Then looked up again at the stray dog. The other parties sat obediently in place. Xiaomu put away his phone and immediately walked 10 meters forward. Turning back, he saw that the stray dog was still not far behind him, the distance seemingly unchanged. It's a dog's wall, Xiaomu muttered, and used his phone to call for a ride-sharing car. It was still convenient to get a taxi at this hour. Some drivers specifically worked night shifts, and there was no traffic. Getting into the car, Xiaomu looked back again. The stray dog sat pitifully on the street, looking at Xiaomu. Going to the city center so late? The driver seemed to be an outgoing person, or perhaps driving late at night required conversation to stay awake. As soon as Xiaomu got in, the driver started chatting. This was the suburbs. Normally, people would be returning to the suburbs from the city center at night, not the other way around. I live over there. Xiaomu replied, while glancing at the rearview mirror. He noticed that the stray dog had been behind the car the entire time, and no matter how fast he drove, he couldn't shake it off. I used to live over there too. Back then, I worked at the central building, and I relied on Americanos to survive every day. The driver seemed to be reminiscing about the past. And now? Xiaomu decided to ignore the stray dog. Anyway, it didn't seem like it would harm him, and being able to see it all the time actually gave him a sense of security. Later, when I turned 35, I was optimized by the company for cost reduction and efficiency improvement. Now I can only drive a taxi to make a living. The driver seemed to be a person with many stories. All happy lives are alike, each unhappy life is unhappy in its own way. He dropped Xiaomu off in the CBD. Xiaomu waved goodbye to the driver, and looking back, the stray dog was still sitting not far away, its tongue hanging out. Instead of going home, Xiaomu went directly to the editorial department. After all, it wouldn't be long until his next mission started, so he had to prepare. Opening his computer, Xiaomu surfed the internet again, checking world news. Unidentified flying object appears in Texas. Witnesses claim 3 humanoid creatures descended to buy chicken steaks. Visiting the site of a nuclear power plant accident 30 years ago, now lush and thriving with life. Off-season typhoon hits the Pacific. Ships returning to port for shelter. It seemed the whole world wasn't very peaceful. As he watched, Xiaomu suddenly felt the images and text in his vision distort. As the countdown ended, 3 patterns resembling tarot cards were outlined. It was a new God-chosen mission. Xiaomu looked at the first card. On the card was a man hanging upside down, bound by thorns to a pillar, seemingly suffering. The entire image on the card was eerie and horrifying, as if one could smell the scent of blood. Using the man's blood as ink, frantic and indifferent words emerged. Newborn in most exotic realms, the cry of a newborn is a symbol of hope, except for Panglai. Here. Deathly silence and unchanging ancient rules bind all things, making even childbirth a luxury. The ancient mansion has not welcomed new life for a long time. It whispers, yearns, and prays. Behind every door, eyes cast hopeful gazes. They watch, they guard, from ancient times to now, as always. For an outsider, simply witnessing the moment of birth once is enough to comprehend that supreme joy. Then, you too will surely join the dance. Panglai? Xiaomu frowned slightly. He had previously seen items in the God's Chosen Mall, and one called Tai Sui seemed to come from Panglai. According to Joe Minka, these were other worlds vastly different from this one. He was surprised that he would be transmigrating to another world so soon. There's new life being born in the mansion, but it seems this isn't allowed. Is it some ancient mansion palace drama script? Xiaomu mused, deciding to consider it after seeing all 3, then looked at the second card. This card depicted a giant wheel, like a gear, covered in rust. Upon closer inspection, one would notice what appeared to be the blood of an unknown creature seeping from its crevices. The card gave Xiaomu a cold, chilling sensation, devoid of any warmth. Even the system's text became as neat as if printed. Resurrection. Everyone knows that the dead cannot be resurrected. But there are always those in this world who defy convention, attempting to overturn life and death, reverse time, and transcend rules. Especially in School City, a place where knowledge is wealth. Everyone seeks to explore the boundaries of the known. They tread upon the unknown, looking down on everything, dominating all, trying to find the ultimate answer. You are fortunate enough to witness this scene, to feel the roar of a withered soul resonating again. To hear the murmurs spreading over a silent body. Then, say good morning to her, the one who is dead. School City. Xiaomu knew that this other world seemed to have robots, and even just a head could move. The mission description looked like an attempt to resurrect something. Recalling the demon subduing ghost restraining scroll from before, he might even gain some related knowledge in this mission. It was just a pity that Xiaomu had no interest in resurrection. He looked at the last card. Thank you to Jinyu Mumu for the 500 coin reward, to Zuichou Mingyue for the 400 coin reward, and to Kele Shuabi Bobodon and Skapa's Lone Wolf for the 100 coin rewards. The last card depicted a grotesque clown, his face painted with what looked like blood, outlining features on his pale face. The clown's body was a bloody mess, with white bones and muscles visible within. On the dilapidated stage, he seemed to be dancing, yet he only evoked a sense of horror. Mannequin indifferent words floated up from beneath the clown's feet. New Year's Eve. As the sound of firecrackers fades, a year passes, the spring breeze brings warmth to the Tusu wine. New Year's Eve is the most important festival in Gu City, marking the end of the old year and the arrival of the new. Especially in these difficult times, people are filled with beautiful aspirations for the future, hoping for a fresh start in the new year. Peace Hotel is an excellent place to celebrate the new year. On New Year's Eve, a grand show will be staged here, eagerly anticipated by all. However, on stage and off, within the play and outside of it, who is the protagonist and who is the supporting character remains unknown. Hurry inside, the show is about to begin, don't miss it. Goose City, they even have New Year's Eve. Xiaomu felt this foreign land seemed a little more familiar. Not only did it have New Year's Eve, but the poetry was also something he had seen before. These 3 missions are all in different worlds, which is very troublesome. He concluded after reviewing the 3 missions. If it were the real world, dealing with abnormalities would be fine. Xiaomu could always seek help from the organization. But for these missions in different worlds, it was a case of the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. He estimated that Zhou Minka probably couldn't manage things in other worlds, so he would have to rely entirely on himself. After some thought, he decided the 3rd mission was more suitable for him. Firstly, the mission's location appeared to be a grand hotel, which meant there would definitely be food, at least he wouldn't starve. And since it was New Year's, there might even be a feast. As the saying goes, if you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your mind. As a healthy, sunny, and positive young man of the new era, Xiaomu certainly had to eat well. Secondly, Goose City, whether from its culture, customs, or historical background, was similar to Xiaomu's world, giving him a sense of security. A person's life is a process of seeking security. Xiaomu was no exception. Compared to deep mountain old houses and mysteries of life and death, celebrating the new year in a city hotel was indeed more comfortable. Finally, Xiaomu felt he was very good at acting, having once received praise from his Chinese teacher for his performance in a textbook play, which he found quite gratifying. This mission seemed to require acting, and Xiaomu was duty-bound. Outside the window, the long brewing morning light dyed the flowing clouds of fiery red. Below the horizon, segmented by tall buildings, the newborn sun was about to burst forth. A golden ray pierced through the narrow gaps between the tall CBD buildings, passed through the old, dilapidated window of the courtyard, and shone into the room, illuminating the path of floating dust. Without hesitation, Xiaomu reached for the card with the clown drawn on it. My turn, draw. He even struck a cool card drawing pose. The moment he touched the card, Xiaomu felt the figure on it come alive. The flamboyant clown moved comically, dancing wildly as if in a seizure. His feet trod on the blood-soaked stage, seemingly oblivious to his pain. And the audience below, each one hideous and grotesque, cheered loudly, emitting nauseating shouts. This scene, completely different in style from a New Year's celebration, transformed into a cloud of yellow mist, rising from Xiaomu's fingertips. It formed a dark yellow star in midair, and then, it turned into the system's cold, indifferent text. So it wasn't a clown, it was a fool. Xiaomu realized it belatedly. At the same time, countless faint whispers sounded in his ears. No matter what, the performance must start on time, without fail. This is the first performance of the new year. I didn't think you were this kind of person. Have you forgotten everything the teacher taught us back then? Ha ha ha, this lady doesn't seem very happy. I apologize for my rudeness. With such a great disaster at hand, and the nation's existence at stake, you still have the leisure to indulge in romance here. Do you know how many people are starving due to the war while you're here indulging in debauchery? I truly misjudged you. Do not interfere with our performance, or you will face misfortune. I have warned you. Xiaomu saw a brightly lit grand hotel, from which came era-appropriate jazz music and laughter, with people mingling and reveling night after night. He saw a magnificent ballroom, a red stage, and cheapah-clad singers whose voices were melodious and melancholic. Amidst the dazzling lights and wine, the guests were immersed, unable to extricate themselves. He saw impoverished people in dark sewers huddling near the foul-smelling pipes to find warmth on that winter night. He saw an ancient, thread-bound book cherished by a well-dressed man, and he saw a man in military uniform with greedy eyes, looking down on everything. On the festive red stage, the curtain opened, and a grand show was about to begin, eagerly anticipated by all. Fireworks exploded in the sky, colorful and vibrant. Bells chimed, and the new year arrived. Everything was joyous and full of hope. Coming back to his senses, Xiaomu saw that the cold, indifferent text was detailing the mission. In addition to the descriptive text that was already on the card, there were some intriguing additions. Mission difficulty, self-selected. Before it was mortal difficulty, now I can choose the difficulty myself? It really felt like a game. Xiaomu thought for a moment. This was originally the God's chosen game, and they were all players, so it was fine. He focused his consciousness on this text, and soon, the dark yellow mist transformed into several descriptions. Mortal story mode, idiot-proof babysitting software, sightseeing difficulty, however you want to understand it. This is a difficulty that even ordinary people can easily clear, simple and pleasant, anyone can do it. Cherish the time when you can still choose this difficulty. Believe me, you'll miss it. Difficulty factor, 1.0 reward factor, 1.0 indeed, anyone can do it. Xiaomu nodded slightly. The previous happy old house was at mortal difficulty, and with Wanka's help, if he had been a bit more determined, he could indeed have cleared it. What a gentle system. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After all, in many novels and movies, such games often feature instant death penalties. In contrast, the God's chosen game seemed like an honest, good-natured entity. It's quite good. Xiaomu looked at the second difficulty. Pollution, a normal choice. After all, in a foreign land, pollution is knowledge. To gain more power, one naturally seeks more severe pollution. Nothing wrong with that. Suitable for beginners to try. It is highly recommended to write your will in advance to avoid inheritance disputes. Difficulty factor, 2.0 reward factor, 3.0 high risk, high reward. Xiaomu couldn't help but exclaim. The difficulty was only double, but the reward was triple. Choosing it meant profiting. However, Xiaomu wasn't sure how to write a will, so he didn't make an immediate decision. He looked at the last difficulty. Erosion, no way, no way, no way, there's no way a beginner who just experienced 2 missions would choose this difficulty, right? Brother, if you want to die, go hang yourself, no need to come here and stir up trouble. Of course, as long as you can bear the crazy, bizarre, and unspeakable knowledge, you will definitely reap ample rewards. Difficulty factor, 3.0 reward factor, 6.0, 6 times the profit. Xiao Mu's eyes widened. He believed that if a game wasn't played on the highest difficulty, what was the difference between that and being a slacker? If completing an erosion difficulty mission could yield 6 times the reward of a mortal difficulty mission, that would be an incredible profit. Xiao Mu wasn't an idiot. He made a decisive choice and selected the erosion difficulty, which even an elementary school student would choose. Suddenly, the whispers in Xiao Mu's ears grew louder. There seemed to be unbridled laughter and mournful cries, mixed with the roar of firecrackers. All of it condensed into the dark yellow, pus-like text. Xiao Mu was startled to find that the descriptions of the tasks had changed from before. New Year's Eve. The year is ending, but 1,000 miles separate those who haven't returned even if time passes. You will never forget the stage performance at the peaceful Grand Hotel on New Year's Eve that year. It was a script beyond human imagination, a wonderfully exquisite and unreproducible performance, a grand and solemn show that touched the heart. In Goose City, amidst the chaos of war, some shiver curled up in cold alleys, some indulge in noisy banquets, and some are on the battlefield, where smoke and war never cease. Warlords celebrating the new year, bowing merchants, songstresses with hidden meanings, guests with ulterior motives, and actors unaware of their nation's demise. Everyone gathers. Who is on stage, who is the audience, and who will witness the ending? Shoo, the performance begins. Watch quietly. Do not leave early. You will regret missing this wonderful show. Task difficulty, erosion task objective, save the songstress task objective, optional, listen to the New Year's bell task objective, optional. Witness the story's ending. Good or bad, every story has an ending. These words, unlike the previous ones, gave a desolate and tragic feeling, and also brought more information to Xiao Mu. He typed on the keyboard, simply recording the known information. The scene for this task should be this peaceful Grand Hotel, on New Year's Eve. There seems to be performances, singing, and banquets here. The world of Goose City is in chaos. The warlords should be the rulers, and this New Year's Eve party is being held for them. The gap between rich and poor is wide. And wars are continuous. I just don't know if the food will be good. Xiao Mu also noticed that this time, the task objectives were a bit different from before. The task objectives for Madhouse and Happy Old House both required Xiao Mu to survive, and the investigation tasks were optional. Xiao Mu could even complete them by pretending to be a rock in a corner for a night. However, the task objective for New Year's Eve was to save the songstress. Even an objective like listen to the New Year's bell, which probably meant surviving until the next day, was optional. Does this mean that as long as I save the songstress, it doesn't matter if I die? Xiao Mu suddenly felt that the freedom of the erosion difficulty was quite high. Moreover, I can't guarantee that this songstress will necessarily follow me. What if she likes to court death? It's probably better to knock her out and take her away. He also admitted that this task was indeed very difficult. If the main objective was to survive, Xiao Mu could probably try his best. But the objective of this task was to save the songstress. Xiao Mu was not very familiar with the other party, and he didn't know what this songstress would do. According to the tropes in horror movies, people who need protection are usually death-seeking experts who trigger various mechanisms, step into various traps, and attract various troubles. I need to find some help. Xiao Mu sighed. He currently had 1994 God-chosen points, enough to buy another item from the mall. Although the friendship handbook was convenient, previous experiences had already told Xiao Mu that not everyone was suitable to be a friend. And sometimes friends might stab you in the back more than strangers. Xiao Mu still needed some simple and crude tools to save his life at critical moments. Fortunately, there was still some time, so he could open the God's Chosen Mall to check it out. If only I had a crowbar, he mumbled. With the completion of the funeral home rules exceeding 50%, he could master the use of crowbars and other stick-like objects like the night watchman there. If he had a handy crowbar, he could definitely unleash 200% of his combat ability. Then, Xiao Mu discovered that some of the items in the mall had disappeared, replaced by other goods. Does it refresh every time a task is completed? He casually glanced around, couldn't find a paid refresh button, and could only first see what interesting items were available. Electronic urn mortal and urn used to hold the soul after death. Besides needing electricity, it is no different from an ordinary urn. The people of School City believe that the material of the soul can be circuit boards and chips. Therefore, many people choose to place their souls in electronic urns after death, so that their relatives and friends can communicate and interact with them at any time. Theoretically, this urn contains the memories of the deceased. It is a dead person and will not make unexpected moves. But some people also believe that they are still alive, constantly growing and changing, following their original trajectory towards the future. Hey, brother, listen to me, this little box is your eternal home. Price, $43.96. God chosen points bloodstained chessboard mortal, a bloodstained chessboard that changes its layout according to the user. You can play all known chess games, and there's even a chance for unknown chess games to appear, making it definitely the top choice for entertaining the public at camping, parties and gatherings. The elderly of Goose City enjoyed playing chess. Under the willow trees in the idle days of the declining town, old men often set up chess games, betting a few coins for fun until war spread. Buildings collapsed, leaving only drooping willows and an empty chessboard. It is said that some people saw a blurry ghost pointing out chess moves when touching this chessboard, but according to investigations, it is pure nonsense. Playing chess is so much fun. Price, $789. God chosen points atmospheric spider mortal, a creature commonly seen in Wind Valley, colorless, odorless, and transparent in shape. Some unique individuals keep them as pets. Common atmospheric spiders are no bigger than a palm, residing on large airships, weaving webs to prey on smaller atmospheric creatures than themselves. They are a harmless and weak existence. However, there are also reports of large atmospheric spiders residing in the clouds of deep ravines, whose webs can even capture storm-grade floating battleships. Regardless, it takes courage to claim an atmospheric spider as a companion. It's in the box. Don't you believe it? Open it and see? Price, $20.48. God chosen points immortal sand soul revival scroll mortal, an ordinary book. Recording methods to revive the dead. It is said to have 7 chapters, but only a part of it is here. In Panglai, it is rumored that immortals descended to guide the lost, bestowing immortal magic upon all beings, including eternal youth, rejuvenation, and resurrection from the dead. For the current residents of Panglai, some legends are already commonplace, while others are merely topics of conversation after meals. The method of resurrection from the dead is an unheeded anecdote. Even the storytellers in tea houses are too lazy to concoct exciting stories for it, often glossing over it. However, for those outside Panglai, this might be an unparalleled treasure. On the last page of the book it says to be continued, which is truly intriguing. Price, $998. God chosen points only $998. Xiao Mu felt it was incredibly cost-effective. Who would understand the feeling of being able to exchange a revival spell for less than 1,000 points? However, the name of this item, Demon Subduing Ghost Restraining Scroll, was somewhat similar to the Demon Subduing Ghost Restraining Scroll Xiao Mu had acquired. He didn't know if all the spells in Panglai, this foreign land, had similar names, or if there was some connection between the two. Of course, Xiao Mu didn't have anyone he wanted to revive, and he didn't need to be revived himself for the time being, so he couldn't use this spell. It was a pity that, according to the current pattern of the shop, these items might not be here after this mission was completed. This is a trick, Xiao Mu suddenly thought. It was like those promotional items, if you missed it now, you wouldn't find it later. This led many people, even if they didn't need it at the moment, to rush to buy it with the mentality of getting a bargain. In the end, it would just sit at home gathering dust. A huge loss. He couldn't become that kind of adult. Xiao Mu browsed for a while, but unfortunately, there was no trace of a crowbar. God-chosen level items seemed to be mostly small trinkets that looked useless, and it was hard to find any large items with obvious destructive power. This was also normal. God-chosen difficulty missions, apart from having a little extraordinary element, were generally something ordinary people could handle. Xiaomu didn't think a crowbar would be more effective than a rocket launcher or a submachine gun. He could only change his way of thinking. After much reflection, Xiaomu felt that his oversight in the last mission was that he didn't have enough information. Although the scarlet text in his vision could hint at various background stories, Xiaomu still needed to see them with his own eyes. So, Xiaomu browsed the shop and found an item suitable for him. It was a notebook with a gray cover. Human World Guide, God Chosen, a handbook to guide life, keeping you clear-headed at all times, picked up and bound. Never lost, this world is too busy, it's easy to get lost in it. Only by holding this book can you stay away from the hustle and bustle and see the truth. Open it, record your daily life, your doubts. And you will soon get a satisfactory answer. Every journey has an end, but be careful not to be swallowed by it. Who writes a diary if they're a proper person? Price, 1992. God Chosen points. From the description, this was a notebook that could answer life's questions. As long as you wrote your questions on it, you could get answers. Xiaomu felt it was very meaningful. The important thing was that this item only cost 1992 God Chosen points, which he could afford. Thinking that the upcoming mission might be perilous and he had to hold nothing back, Xiaomu decisively bought this book. This time, no handgun appeared in his hand. A formal notebook appeared on the desktop. Some relevant knowledge poured into his mind. Xiaomu learned that he could make it appear or disappear by his will, which was quite convenient. However, there was one rather tricky point: this item could not be taken into the God's Chosen game missions. Meaning Xiaomu couldn't check strategies on the spot. He could only ask in advance or add questions and understand answers afterward. Forget it, it was meant for gathering information anyway. Xiaomu felt that since he had already bought it, being picky would only cause him trouble. He looked over at it. The surface of the notebook was a bit rough. The gray cover was made of some unknown creature's leather, and there were some unknown characters on it. Through the God's Chosen Games translation, Xiaomu knew these were the words Human World Guide. He opened the slightly yellowed flyleaf and saw a line of text written on it, but this text was not translated by the game. So Xiaomu couldn't decipher any information. Maybe it's some kind of pollution that makes you lose your mind if you look at it. Xiaomu knew that in a foreign land, the more you knew, the more unfortunate you would be. Opening the second page, Xiaomu found the page blank. He flipped through several pages in a row. Clearly, this was a blank notebook. Could it be that I was scammed? With this thought, Xiaomu's mind shifted, and a black fountain pen appeared in his hand. This was included with the Human World Guide. After this item was bound to Xiaomu, only this pen could be used to write on it. He thought for a moment, picked up the pen, and wrote in a somewhat unpolished hand on the page. "Hey, are you there?" A moment later, the ink quickly seeped into the page and disappeared, as if swallowed by the notebook. Then, a section of text appeared on the notebook. "No, I'm not." Xiaomu didn't expect this notebook to write by itself. The handwriting was somewhat round, like that of a young girl. The text only appeared for a moment, then disappeared as if erased by an eraser, replaced by other text. Just kidding. I didn't expect a God Chosen to buy this book. It's really surprising. The other party's words flowed, as if conversing with Xiaomu. I think this book is very useful. Xiaomu left a message, the text was absorbed again, and new words appeared. Thanks for the compliment. I put a lot of effort into writing those descriptions. I knew someone would fall for it, crossed out, be curious enough to buy it. When she wrote fall for it, the handwriting nervously crossed it out and used other descriptions instead. Suspicious. Xiaomu thought for a moment and wrote on it. You wouldn't happen to be Tom Riddle, would you? In an instant, the text changed its form. Who's that? Don't know him. Newcomer, you can call me Scarlet Sakura. At the end of the sentence, there was a flower symbol, making it seem playful and cute. Like a female deskmate from high school. Xiaomu frowned, thought for a moment, and left a message. My name is Twilight. At a time like this, he certainly couldn't give his real name. What if the person inside was waiting to get Xiaomu's real name and then replace him? Although Su Hong had said that they could handle God-chosen level items, there was no guarantee that something wouldn't go wrong. Scarlet Sakura, strange name, but quite nice. Twilight, who are you? Scarlet Sakura, me? As you can see, I am the God-chosen connected to you through this human world guide. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me for help. Of course, if it's too much trouble, I'll have to charge you. As this sentence appeared, scarlet text floated from the pen tip into the air in Xiaomu's vision. Beware, this is no good Samaritan who grants all wishes. She has designs on you. Never rely too much on this fellow. Those blood-like words seemed like a threat. Trying to stop Xiaomu from continuing to communicate with the other party. Xiaomu thought for a moment. If he lost this notebook, wouldn't the 1,000+ points be wasted? He had already bought it, how could he not use it? He convinced himself and decided to ask the other party for information about the upcoming mission, to test the quality of the human world guide. If this Scarlet Sakura was as enigmatic as the mission description, and couldn't provide even a shred of information, then he would indeed have to consider selling this thing off and letting Su Hong take over. If he could gain something, it would be a worthwhile trip. Twilight, do you know Goose City? I'm going on a trip there. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? So Xiaomu wrote the words. This sentence was quickly absorbed by the human world guide, but no text appeared. Damn it, it really is a scammer. Xiaomu exclaimed that he had been cheated. But just as he was about to continue writing, that playful and lively text suddenly jumped out. Scarlet Sakura, if it's the Goose City I know, I highly recommend you try the sweet skin duck at the Gucheng Grand Hotel, it's incredibly delicious. And their lotus cake, if I could only eat one dessert in my life, I would definitely choose it. Oh, and also, the water chestnut cake at the East Gate, wow, just thinking about that aroma makes my mouth water. Next, this MS. Scarlet Sakura used an entire page to recommend various delicacies in Goose City to Xiaomu, complete with her own analysis, ordering methods, and small tips to avoid pitfalls, making it dazzling, just like recommendations on some review apps. Families, who understands this feeling? Xiaomu finished reading carefully. He felt that Scarlet Sakura spoke very well. She didn't seem like a bad person. Twilight, what kind of performances does the Gucheng Grand Hotel have then, like plays or singing? Are there any secret mechanisms or passages? Xiaomu asked again. Scarlet Sakura, I'm sorry, I don't know, because I've never been there either. Xiaomu felt that this Scarlet Sakura was quite mischievous. You haven't been there, yet you're giving advice like a cloud gamer. Xiaomu immediately picked up his pen and wrote. Twilight, if you haven't been there, how do you know what's delicious? If the information was wrong and Xiaomu got sick from eating, who would he complain to? Scarlet Sakura, oh, even if I haven't been there, I have sources of information. There are people among us who are from Goose City. You have to trust professional judgment. Twilight, us? So, this human world guide isn't just one communication channel? Scarlet Sakura, yes, there are several of us. Let me find them for you. Scarlet Sakura at all members. Question mark. Xiaomu was stunned. He felt like he understood everything. A chat group, right? Perhaps Scarlet Sakura, who was chatting with him, was actually Zhou Minka, who was currently arguing with others on screen, or Bai Lian, who had just finished her homework. But after a while, he didn't see any text appear. Only after waiting for a minute did that playful and lively text flow out again, a little guiltily. Scarlet Sakura, it seems no one has opened this for too long. They're all offline. Twilight, how long will I have to wait then? Scarlet Sakura, let me think. Logically speaking, if you can bring back something from Goose City, maybe I can try summoning him. Twilight, but I'm going to Goose City now. Scarlet Sakura, I know, so you'll see him after you go to Goose City and come back. Twilight, but I want to ask him first before going to Goose City. Scarlet Sakura, so you should go to Goose City first and bring some things back. Twilight, I understand. Scarlet Sakura, so smart. Xiaomu interrupted the loop that had fallen into a bug. So, there's a paywall to unlock it. That's a bit of a rip-off. He wasn't against charging fees, after all, one has to make a living. But this kind of on-the-spot charging felt like a dentist knocking out half a bad tooth during a dental operation. Then suddenly saying your anesthesia is about to expire and asking for money to extend it. Twilight, what kind of place is Goose City? You must have heard about that, right? He decided to ask as much as he could. Scarlet Sakura, I have heard him talk about that. Scarlet Sakura, Goose City is not large. Several countries are currently at war. This other world also has beings called otherworlders. They are born transcendents with all sorts of special powers. If you are going there for God's chosen game missions, it's best to be careful. Some otherworlders already know about the God's chosen game and are even trying to capture players of this game. Otherworlders? Xiaomu had heard this term before. There was an otherworlder tibia in the God's chosen mall. Scarlet Sakura, besides that, Goose City also has some special weather called fog descent. I don't know but he said that as long as you see a thick fog descending from the sky, you must hide inside a house. Just remember that. Twilight, I understand. Just as he was about to ask about the payment, he saw the playful and lively text jump out. Scarlet Sakura, this is our first meeting, so I'll answer for free. Scarlet Sakura, if you can bring back a lotus cake from Gucheng Grand Hotel, I can help you find that guy from Goose City. He's a nice person too. Twilight, I'll try my best. Xiaomu didn't know how the other party would eat the lotus cake. Could it be that Human World Guide also had a delivery function? He thought of the mysterious societies in some stories that exchanged goods. He put down his pen, and the gray-covered book quickly disappeared. It seems Goose City isn't that safe. According to Scarlet Sakura's description, there are transcendents here who might be stronger than God chosen. And they would capture them for dissection and research. He had to be careful not to expose his player identity. After leaving a message in the WeChat group, Xiaomu looked at the person squatting facing the corner. You stay home and guard the place well. The person remained motionless, staring intently at the wall crack. The golden sun rose as usual, its bright rays piercing through the tall buildings and hitting the hazy windows, casting dappled shadows in the room. Xiaomu stood in the shadows, where the light grids, caused by the Tyndall effect, were Luo, forming the system's cold and indifferent text. Do you want to enter the game? Yes/no. He reached out and lightly tapped the text in the dust-filled sunlight. In an instant, the dust turned into mist. Beyond the curtain, a mournful song seemed to drift, and figures, dappled and scattered, accompanied by gunfire, hoofbeats, roars, and cries. As if performing a grand play. Rescue the songstress, 0/1 listen to the New Year's bell, 0/1 witness the story's end, 0/1 mission start player, please close your eyes. So Xiaomu closed his eyes. The next moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted in his ears: gongs, drums, fireworks, and firecrackers all at once, lively and festive. Just like a holiday. Guest, your tea. A voice came from beside Xiaomu, causing him to open his eyes. This was a magnificent hotel lobby, with crystal chandeliers, gilded decorations, famous paintings and calligraphy, and rosewood tables and chairs. The air was filled with a faint, pleasant and comforting scent of incense. The person speaking to Xiaomu was a waiter. He served Xiaomu tea and then left. Xiaomu found that his clothes had changed into an old-fashioned vest suit, blending in with the surroundings. However, the hotel lobby was empty, and the outside noise had nothing to do with this place. Besides the front desk, Xiaomu was the only guest. He picked up the teacup next to the newspaper. In the light green tea, the scattered tea leaves suddenly began to swirl and outline, transforming into the system's suppressed and frantic text. Goose City winter, old calendar year 72, turmoil. The war is escalating, the land is scarred, what a pity for the bones by the Wooding River. still dreamt of by those in deep boudoirs. Yet Goose City enjoys peace and quiet, awaiting the new year's arrival. Beneath the ordinary, currents surge, and amidst laughter, dangers lurk. This is the front line in the shadows, the battlefield for countless hidden individuals. As an intelligence agent hidden in the darkness, your sole mission is to save that hot-blooded, ignorant, and foolish young man. Now, the curtain rises, and the show begins. Old calendar year 72. Xiaomu took a sip of the sweet tea and picked up the newspaper beside him. It was written in characters he didn't recognize, but soon, those square blocks twisted and deformed into sentences he could understand. This was a newspaper called Goose City Evening News. The front page headline was Nanling Falls, Frontline Critical. Next to it, the radio at the front desk crackled. Recently, General Li Qing arrived at Guchang Grand Hotel to host a New Year's Eve party. On this day of family reunion, the general will extend his blessings. Xiaomu listened to the radio while reading the newspaper. And with a slight dizzy sensation, he quickly understood the situation of this other world. The country where Goose City was located was called Liang. It was originally a great nation, but with the incompetence of its rulers and external infiltration and invasion, it was now fragmented. With warlords carving up territories, and the people suffering. The rebel army rose in rebellion but was besieged by various warlords and was no match for them. General Li Qing was a warlord. Although his power was not great, he occupied Goose City, a coveted and rich land. With external forces eyeing it covetously, this place was like a hot potato. Li Qing tried to sell it to gain other benefits. He was originally just an ordinary soldier, but later gained extraordinary power, becoming an otherworlder. And only then did he continuously rise to become a warlord. Today, he was to attend the New Year's banquet at Guchang Grand Hotel, and early tomorrow morning, he was going to the execution ground to supervise the execution of several rebel army generals captured earlier. Cunning villain, you wouldn't want to be friends with him, after all, he's best at backstabbing. Crimson text stained the newspaper, alerting Xiaomu. As he looked at the newspaper, he felt someone approach. Putting down what he was holding, Xiaomu saw a young man wearing a slightly wrinkled, ill-fitting suit, his hair combed in an adult style. "Excuse me, are you Dr. Xiaomu?" the other party asked. "That would be me." Xiaomu replied, instantly getting into character with his talent for acting in school plays. "Ah, you've waited long. I am Miss Tang's agent, Zhuang Yi. Please follow me." The man introduced himself, then led Xiaomu through the lobby, taking the pull-gate elevator to the 6th floor of the hotel. Room 603. He knocked twice on the door, and a woman's voice came from inside. The agent, Zhuang Yi, stood at the door, gesturing for Xiaomu to enter. Xiaomu pushed the door open, and what greeted his eyes was an elegantly decorated room with a sitting area, a balcony, a bar, and a bedroom luxurious and extravagant. By the window, a young woman in a cheongsam stood. She smiled when she saw Xiaomu. "Hello, Dr. Xiaomu, or should I call you Mr. Twilight?" Xiaomu frowned slightly upon hearing the other party's address. The woman looked to be about 23 or 24, just out of college and inexperienced. Her simple attire accentuated her beautiful features, and her period-appropriate style gave her an excellent demeanor. She was a woman who would be considered beautiful by any era's standards. Almost simultaneously, blood-red text spread from beneath the hem of her cheongsam. "She lurks in this city, only to stab at the critical moment, but unfortunately, she wrongly underestimated the other party's strength. And such an outcome is obvious." Seeing Xiaomu's silence, the young woman's expression changed slightly, and she took 2 steps towards him. "Ah, should I not call you that?" She showed the panic of her age. Xiaomu quickly recalled the information the text had given him. He was an intelligence officer, whose surface identity was a psychologist, codenamed Twilight. And his name coincidentally overlapped with Human World Guide. And this woman was probably the person Xiaomu needed to save. Thinking of this, Xiaomu felt he couldn't show weakness. He raised a finger, made a shushing gesture, then scanned the room, feeling under the table, on top of the cabinet, behind the curtains, and between the beds. The woman looked at Xiao Mu in confusion, then seemed to understand. Wiretaps? The bed where the girl had just lain still held some residual body heat. Do you want to lie down on it? Don't look, there are no personal clothes here that you want, it's useless. Although it looks expensive, it actually uses inferior wood. This hotel doesn't seem as glamorous as it appears. Without seeing any related prompts, Xiao Mu then faced the woman and said in a deep voice, "Outside, you should call me Dr. Xiao Mu." He played a professional intelligence officer. If there were wiretaps here, then in less than 5 minutes, the hallway outside would be full of General Li's men. Yes, I'm sorry. The woman immediately became timid. Her eyelashes drooped, then quickly looked up. Doctor, I'm ready. She opened the box on the table, which contained a small, exquisite dagger. A dagger with strong pollution. As long as you are cut, you will fall into an uncontrollable madness. I advise you to be careful. The crimson text slowly jumped out from the blade. Tonight, I will perform in front of Li Qing, lure him to take me into the private room, and when he lets his guard down, I will seize the opportunity to take out the dagger and assassinate him. As she spoke, the woman's expression turned to one of deep hatred. Gritting her teeth. After hearing her words, Xiao Mu understood what would happen in the hotel tonight. She intended to approach Li Qing as a singer and assassinate him when the opportunity arose. In this era, such actions were not uncommon. Countless patriots attempted to save the country by assassinating high-ranking warlords. Most of them sacrificed their lives for righteousness, facing death as if returning home, leaving their courage and loyalty behind. Even Xiao Mu could tell that even if this woman succeeded tonight, she would likely not make it out alive. Xiao Mu couldn't let her go to her death. Your name? Xiao Mu asked, feigning profundity. Tang Xiaomeng, doctor, my name is Tang Xiaomeng. The woman immediately replied. Xiaomeng, I came here today to tell you that the mission is cancelled. Xiao Mu decided to try to trick the other party. Cancelled? Tang Xiaomeng was puzzled. But we're ready. Today is New Year's Eve, and Li Qing will stay here to watch the performance and celebrate the new year. He won't bring too many guards. This is the best opportunity. She argued. I know. Xiao Mu paused, looking at Tang Xiaomeng. Even we know, do you think Li Qing wouldn't know? Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Tang Xiaomeng was momentarily speechless. Li Qing is an otherworlder. He is the strongest person present. Only someone brainless would want to assassinate him in this kind of setting. What looks like an opportunity might actually just be a trap. Xiao Mu added. He had seen many similar movie plots. Usually, opportunities that outsiders could see through often hid dangers. But Mr. Feng and the others are going to be executed on New Year's Day. If we can't assassinate Li Qing today, how can we save them? Tang Xiaoming became a little anxious. Mr. Feng was the rebel army general Xiao Mu had seen in the newspaper before. Evidently, Tang Xiaoming was a hidden agent of the rebel army in Gu City. Don't rush, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush yet. Xiao Mu advised, asking Tang Xiaoming to sit down before speaking. We are friends, comrades. You must trust my professional judgment. Upon hearing his words, Tang Xiaoming's expression was momentarily blank, but quickly returned to normal. As if she had just been slightly distracted. The girl hesitated for a moment, then asked again, what about Mr. Feng then? Xiao Mu had originally intended to deceive Tang Xiaoming, but his biggest flaw in this life was honesty. Moreover, this mission didn't seem to be an unchangeable past projection like Happy Old House. He felt there might be some turning point. Just then, a hurried knock on the door brought their conversation to an abrupt halt. Miss Tang, General Li is here. Zhuang Yi's voice came from outside the door. Giving them almost no time to react, the hotel room door was pushed open. Xiao Meng, I heard you're not feeling well. Are you okay? A man in a gray military uniform with exaggerated military medals on his chest, accompanied by several soldiers, strode into the room. He was in his mid-30s, with a robust physique clearly honed by long-term training. In terms of appearance, Li Qing was even handsome, but his sharp gaze was very unsettling, as if he could see through everything. Li Qing first saw Tang Xiaoming sitting, then noticed Xiaomu. "Who are you?" Li Qing looked at Xiaomu suspiciously. A man and a woman alone in a room together was indeed suspicious. Tang Xiaoming was momentarily at a loss. Just as she was in a daze, searching for an explanation, Xiaomu, on the other hand, extended his hand towards the other party with great ease. "Hello, General Li, I am Miss Tang's doctor. I just examined her, and Miss Tang is just a bit dizzy from working hard for many days. She just needs good rest and will be fine. There is no serious problem." Upon hearing this, Li Qing's brows finally relaxed, and he shook Xiaomu's hand. "Thank you, doctor. It's good that she's fine." He glanced at the adjutant beside him. "You escort the doctor downstairs and treat him well." Clearly, Li Qing wanted to get rid of Xiaomu, the third wheel. "General Li, I have practiced medicine for many years, and there is something about your health that I don't know whether I should mention," Xiaomu suddenly said, causing Li Qing, who had been about to sit next to Tang Xiaoming, to look over. "What? Shall we speak outside?" Xiaomu gestured towards the door. Li Qing glanced at Tang Xiaoming, then went with Xiaomu to the hallway, stopping in front of a small table adorned with an exquisite porcelain vase. Before speaking in a deep voice, "Doctor, please speak. General Li, your body possesses extraordinary power. But recently it seems to be at a critical juncture of integration. In my understanding, it is best not to do things that deplete your energy, lest your vital essence leak out and harm your body," Xiaomu said with a serious demeanor. Li Qing was stunned. He had indeed recently encountered a fortuitous event and grasped some secrets, which were very helpful for improving his extraordinary abilities. However, he had never told anyone else about this, so why could Xiaomu see it? The warlord remained silent. "General Li has a sickness in his skin, if not treated, it will deepen," Xiaomu added. "Please believe me, I am a professional doctor and dare to make a diagnosis." Li Qing frowned slightly, habitually sharpening his eyes, wanting to scrutinize Xiaomu. But in that instant, Li Qing's brain issued an extremely strong warning signal. "Don't look." It was as if the person standing before him was not a young doctor, but some unimaginable monstrous being. Suddenly, Li Qing subconsciously thought this person had come to assassinate him. But then he thought, if this doctor really wanted to harm him, then there would be no need for the other party to warn him like this. Was this a warning? Several possibilities emerged in Li Qing's mind. The more he thought, the more he felt that this person's identity was intriguing. But no matter what, this was an existence he couldn't casually probe. Although he had crossed the first threshold and was stronger than ordinary otherworlders, he knew very well that there was always something beyond. And Li Qing couldn't even imagine the strength of this doctor. He was silent for a long time before making a decision, and said in a deep voice, "Does the doctor have time tomorrow?" "Of course." Xiaomu nodded. "I will have my adjutant arrange a room for the doctor to stay in. Tomorrow morning, I will visit you," Li Qing said in a tone that carried a hint of respect and humility, then bid farewell to Xiaomu. On his retreating back, several segments of blood-formed text gradually faded. He just received a gift, but he doesn't know that the price has already been secretly marked. This person is very suspicious. Even a baseless rumor will make him fall into deep thought. Ha, this is the price of being in a high position. His body has not been in good condition lately. I suggest more rest, dear. Treacherous people are full of schemes. Be careful of his plotting, don't get too close to this guy. Beware, his fists are not to be trifled with. You don't want to be stuck on a wall all day, do you? He has misunderstood you. Make good use of it. You know what I mean. Xiaomu felt that he could practically be an infallible fortune teller here. Although he didn't know what Li Qing had misunderstood about him, seeing his respectful demeanor, it seemed he wouldn't cause Xiaomu too much trouble. Xiaomu watched Li Qing lead Tang Xiaoming out of the room, seemingly heading downstairs. "Friend, where's your boss going?" Xiaomu casually asked the adjutant who was about to take him to the front desk to get a room. The adjutant's expression froze, then he looked bewildered, thinking for a moment before answering. "Probably the restaurant downstairs. The general said the desserts there are delicious and he wants to take Miss Tang to try them." The adjutant did not hide anything. "Give me one too." Xiaomu couldn't leave once he heard about desserts. The adjutant didn't dare stop him and could only watch helplessly as Xiaomu took the elevator downstairs. The layout of Gucheng Grand Hotel was different from other places. It was almost dinner time, and there were many people in the first-floor restaurant, but it was clear that all the guests had, by unspoken agreement, avoided the area around the table where Li Qing and Tang Xiaoming were seated. As the nominal master of Gu City, Li Qing could be said to be above everyone else, not to mention that he himself was an otherworlder, a transcendent being, and the aura he involuntarily exuded was daunting. Only Xiaomu, swaggering, sat down at the table next door. Li Qing and Tang Xiaoming both noticed Xiaomu, their expressions different. Tang Xiaoming looked slightly confused, as if she couldn't figure out what Xiaomu intended to do. Li Qing, on the other hand, fell into thought, speculating on Xiaomu's purpose here. As for Xiaomu, "I want 2 lotus cakes, 1 water chestnut cake, 1 sweet skin duck, and a cup of clear tea," he ordered openly. Anyway, the bill was on Li Qing, so why not eat? Seeing that Xiaomu had only ordered some food, Li Qing collected his thoughts and gently waved, summoning a waiter who had been waiting nearby. "Miss Tang, the dim sum at Gucheng Grand Hotel is renowned far and wide, a must-try." The waiter carried a tray with exquisite and beautiful dim sum, placing them on the table one by one. Just as the last plate touched the table and Li Qing's gaze shifted to Tang Xiaoming, the waiter's hand, holding the tray, suddenly lifted, revealing a gleaming pistol within. Suddenly, as the waiter pointed the gun at Li Qing, ready to pull the trigger, the military-uniformed man's right hand extended out, seemingly ordinary, and gripped the muzzle of the silver pistol. Bang! The next moment, the pistol backfired and shattered due to the deformation of the muzzle, making the waiter's arm jolt and causing him to stumble back half a step. Li Qing took the opportunity to clamp the waiter's shoulder with his other hand, and with just a slight exertion of force, there was a sound of bones breaking. Blood even splattered through his clothes, leaving a few crimson stains on the pristine white tablecloth. Without even a scream, the waiter was slammed to the ground by Li Qing, completely passing out. The entire restaurant was silent, and the onlookers seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Although no one dared to stare directly, all their attention was focused on Li Qing. "Take him down, torture him severely. Be careful not to kill him," Li Qing said in a low voice. 2 soldiers immediately jogged over from the edge of the restaurant and dragged the waiter away, blood dripping onto the floor, leaving mottled trails. Tang Xiaoming remained silent. The dim sum and cutlery in front of her bore traces of blood. The woman had not even reacted to what had happened in that instant until Li Qing found another trembling waiter to replace the dim sum on the table. Only then did she seem to come to her senses, relaxing her body slightly, but found that her back was already soaked with cold sweat. "It's a pity about that table of dim sum. My apologies, Miss Tang, for letting you see such a sight." Li Qing looked at Tang Xiaoming and continued speaking. He seemed as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't just faced an assassination attempt, but merely a troublesome fly. Tang Xiaoming forced a smile, watching the waiter nervously replace the new tablecloth and arrange the exquisite dim sum. But she had lost her appetite completely. These dim sum layers are fried in butter, forming the shape of an open lotus, which is why it's called lotus cake. Li Qing picked up a piece of pastry with the hand that had just nearly killed the assassin, speaking as he put it into his mouth, savoring it carefully. "Come, Miss Tang, you try some too." He motioned for Tang Xiaoming to also taste the dim sum. Tang Xiaoming reached out, but found her fingers trembling slightly. She tried hard to suppress it, only managing to calm down with great difficulty. This was an otherworlder. It was Tang Xiaoming's first time witnessing a transcendent being display their power so closely. It was a reaction speed far beyond ordinary people, absolute strength, and destructive impact. And she was supposed to assassinate such a Li Qing. If she failed, she would end up like this waiter, or even worse. She didn't know this waiter. Tang Xiaoming knew very well that there were countless people in Gu City trying to kill Li Qing, and she was one of them. And after multiple assassination attempts, this warlord still sat here, his cunning evident. Could such a person truly be resisted by her alone? The young woman's mind churned with thoughts. Beside them, Xiaomu's desserts finally arrived at his table. He took a bite, and it was indeed as good as its reputation. The sweet skin duck was crispy on the outside with a hint of sweetness, the lotus cake was layered and rich in texture. The water chestnut cake was refreshing and cut through the richness, and with a cup of hot tea, there was no better combination in this winter. It's as easy for him to kill a person as it is to crush an ant. Don't think about sneak attacking him unfairly, you won't escape his eyes. Poor little girl, she's so scared she can't even hold the dim sum steady. Boo-hoo-hoo, so pitiful. Crimson words streamed from the bitten lotus cake. With Tang Xiaoming, I definitely can't beat him. Xiaomu thought, who knows, maybe Li Qing isn't even afraid of bullets. What could Xiaomu, a weak man with no power to truss a chicken, use to fight him? And Tang Xiaoming, not to mention her, although she had weapons for a sneak attack, this little girl was just an ordinary person. Xiaomu estimated that Tang Xiaoming would be subdued by Li Qing before she even pulled out her knife. He had to run. He came to a conclusion. Xiaomu wasn't a fool. Li Qing ate for a while at the table, then his adjutant hurried over and whispered a few words. My apologies, Miss Tang, I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. He got up and left, leaving only Tang Xiaoming sitting at her original spot. Xiaomu observed from the side, secretly thinking this was a good thing, letting the little girl witness the extraordinary power of an otherworlder to calm down and run away obediently. Then some classmates might ask, if Tang Xiaoming ran away, what was Xiaomu doing staying here? Well, of course, I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of that warlord. Xiaomu thought, as a matter of course. This was not a phantom of the past, a god chosen could influence future developments. As a positive, good young person of the new era, he would not tolerate such a tyrannical and overbearing warlord ruling the people. At this moment, Xiaomu saw a man in a suit approach Tang Xiaoming. This person is very dangerous. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, betraying anyone. Be very careful. In his vision, words like red oil paint swirled around the man. Tang Xiaoming heard footsteps and looked up, seemingly still recovering from the brutal scene she had just witnessed. But when she saw the person's appearance, her previous fear immediately dissipated, replaced by a sense of confusion. Xiai? Tang Xiaoming called out the person's name. The man was similar in age to Tang Xiaoming, wore glasses, was meticulous, and his suit was clean and tidy without a single wrinkle. And his new leather shoes were spotless, which revealed his personality. Xiaoming. It's been 3 years since we last met, hasn't it? The man called Xia greeted her. Glancing at the silk cheongsam Tang Xiaoming was wearing, his eyes deepening. Tang Xiaoming bit her lower lip, stood up, and looked at Xia. I heard about you, mister. Xia, the famous playwright, it seems you're doing very well. Her attitude became tougher. Xia did not answer but glanced at the soldier standing at the door before whispering. You shouldn't be here tonight, this is General Li's New Year's banquet, not a place for children to play around. I was invited by the general. Tang Xiaoming did not back down, instead, she became a little agitated. It's you though, there was no news of you after graduation, and I didn't expect you to become an imperial scribe, I've seen those plays you wrote. She wanted to say more, but quickly remembered her identity, glanced at Xiaomu, who was feasting, and prepared to leave. Xia suddenly grabbed Tang Xiaoming's wrist. This isn't where you should be, I'll explain the situation to the general, pack your things and go home. Tang Xiaoming frowned. then shook off Xiaoyi's hand, her high heels clacking crisply on the tiled floor as she strode away. Xiaoyi gazed deeply at Tang Xiaoming's retreating figure. Someone came over and spoke to him, and after a brief exchange, Xiaoyi departed with him. Xiaomu was unsure what animosity existed between the two, but the text prompt in his vision indicated that the man Xiaoyi was very dangerous. He had to keep Tang Xiaoming away from danger. Of course, the immediate priority was to eat the food on the table. In a flash, Xiaomu finished all the food and then asked the waiter to pack 2 more lotus cakes. He hadn't forgotten the request from Miss Scarlet Sakura in the Human World Guide. Having dealt with the food, Xiaomu inquired with the adjutant and found Tang Xiaoming rehearsing in the banquet hall. She was a singer. Miss Tang has been a hot commodity in Goose City this past year. Her song Autumn in Goose City truly earned a full house of applause. The adjutant couldn't help but say. The arrangements here today were personally designated by the general. It's quite a spectacle. On the stage, Tang Xiaoming, dressed in a cheongsam, was singing softly in front of the microphone. Even without accompaniment, just in a cappella performance, one could feel the melancholy and parting sorrow in her voice. Listening to just a few lines, one felt as if consumed by autumnal melancholy, becoming melancholic. Ha, this is not a play for ordinary people. If you don't want to become part of the story, it's still not too late to leave now. Only blood-red text hovered amidst the yellowish, viscous liquid. Xiaomu felt the viscous liquid spreading from his legs, as if it was about to engulf him the next moment. The golden threads were about to fall from an infinitely high place, but the sound of high heels suddenly brought all the anomalies to a halt. The next moment, Xiaomu saw those paper-like actors turn back into ordinary humans, busy with their own affairs. As if what had just happened was merely Xiaomu's illusion. Dr. Xiao, what are you doing here? Tang Xiaoming's voice came from behind him. Xiaomu didn't turn around. He saw Xiaoyi standing in front of him, gently adjusting his glasses, his eyes full of amusement. It was as if that had merely been a warning. Xiaoming, why are you here? Xiaoyi looked over Xiaomu's shoulder at Tang Xiaoming, his voice unconsciously softening a little. Don't call me that. Tang Xiaoming walked over to Xiaomu's side and scoffed at Xiaoyi. You're now the great screenwriter Xia, General Li's capable subordinate. I wouldn't dare to be your classmate. Xiaoyi's expression remained unchanged as he simply stared at the two of them. His attitude towards this woman is complex, or perhaps this is this man's only weakness. Seize the opportunity. Crimson text surrounded Xiaoyi, particularly conspicuous in the dimly lit backstage area. Dr. Xiao, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you come to my room and check on me? Then, Tang Xiaoming called out to Xiaomu. Oh. Xiaomu, also curious to see what had happened between the two, followed Tang Xiaoming. He even turned back, stuck out his tongue at Xiaoyi, and made a face. He saw Xiaoyi standing in the shadows of the stage, his expression unreadable. As soon as they entered Tang Xiaoming's room and closed the door, Xiaomu scanned the surroundings before speaking. You need to rein it in. Tang Xiaoming was somewhat confused. Your attitude towards Xiaoyi is too unfriendly. It's easy to notice something is off. Xiaomu explained. Tang Xiaoming realized it belatedly. Her expression changed, and she fell into a long silence. So, these young people, without any experience, just want to make big news. They're truly too naive. But it's okay, he probably won't specifically target you. Xiaomu recalled the text he had seen earlier and gossiped a bit more. Did you two know each other before? He pretended not to have heard their conversation in the restaurant. After a moment, Tang Xiaoming, lost in thought, slowly began to speak. We both studied Chinese literature at Goose City University. We used to be close friends who talked about everything, but after graduation, he disappeared. When I saw him again, Xiaoyi had become like this. Xiaomu listened quietly. At the same time, golden threads descended from an infinitely high place, wrapping around Tang Xiaoming's limbs. A hazy mist spread and rose from Tang Xiaoming's body, captured, drawn, and absorbed by the golden threads. Then Xiaomu closed his eyes. He saw a naive Tang Xiaoming and a cheerful Xiaoyi holding books, walking beside the track in a campus filled with wutong trees. Leaves fell, and the two exchanged poems and songs, sharing a profound understanding. He saw the fastidious Xiaoyi accept a grimy flatbread from Tang Xiaoming. On the streets, they witnessed the suffering of the common people and the chaos of the world. He saw young men and women under the bright moonlight, confiding their aspirations to each other, their eyes shining brighter than stars. He saw a devastated land, ravaged by war, with people struggling to survive, internal and external troubles, warlord conflicts, and corrupt rule. He saw students filled with righteous indignation, wanting to contribute to saving the common people. He saw that at graduation, classmates went their separate ways, acquaintances scattered, and they traveled the world. How can he face Teacher Wen, who died? He was clearly Teacher Wen's favorite student, Tang Xiaoming sniffled. Was Teacher Wen your university teacher? Xiaomu opened his eyes and handed her a tissue. Yes. Tang Xiaoming took the tissue, blew her nose, and continued. Teacher Wen was our Chinese literature teacher. He later gave a speech protesting Li Qing's brutal massacre of the rebel army and was assassinated during the speech. Many of our classmates have already sacrificed themselves on the front lines, but Xia Yi betrayed us and became a warlord's lackey. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, clenching her fists. Compared to a cruel villain like Li Qing, a treacherous traitor like Xia Yi made Tang Xiaoming even more resentful. Xia Yi might have become an otherworlder, Xiao Mu said. He didn't know why Xia Yi had changed from an ambitious young man to his current state. But he knew very well that Xia Yi possessed extraordinary power and couldn't be easily dismissed. He? An otherworlder? Tang Xiaoming was startled, countless thoughts swirling in her mind. Did Li Qing give him benefits, which is why he joined the warlord? I did hear them mention when they were drinking that Li Qing obtained some relics from an ancient tomb last year. Perhaps there was a treasure among them that granted extraordinary power. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Xiao Mu nodded. According to what Zhou Minka said before, the extraordinary power systems of different foreign realms might vary. But the fundamental principle remained the same: knowledge is pollution, and pollution is power. The relics Li Qing found might have contained a certain degree of pollution, and by enduring that pollution, one could become an otherworlder. As for where Xia Yi's power came from, that was unknown. Xiaomu inquired about the ancient tomb and the relics, but it was just casual talk over drinks. And the conversation had abruptly stopped halfway, with no further information. So, now besides Li Qing, there's also Xia Yi. Your assassination is basically impossible to succeed, which is why we need to abandon the mission, he said, following the train of thought. If all else failed, he would just have to knock Tang Xiaoming out and take her away. I understand. Tang Xiaoming clenched her fists, then released them. But I still have a performance tonight. If I leave suddenly, it will make Li Qing suspicious, so I can't leave here. Xiao Mu thought for a moment. He had previously acted like a fortune-teller and warned Li Qing not to harm Tang Xiaoming. If Tang Xiaoming now gave up the assassination, it should essentially be a peaceful night. No big deal. After all, besides the main quest, Xiaomu also had two side quests: to hear the New Year's bell, which probably meant surviving until midnight on New Year's Eve, and to witness the story's ending, which likely meant killing Li Qing. These quests should be interconnected and could be completed using different methods. The degree of freedom was very high. Then, here's what we'll do: you go straight back to your room after your performance. Don't linger outside. As for Li Qing, I'll handle him. Xiao Mu reassured Tang Xiaoming. Tang Xiaoming nodded silently, indicating she would follow Xiao Mu's arrangements. Having resolved one issue, Xiao Mu decided to go meet Xia Yi again. After all, if he were to assassinate Li Qing in Tang Xiaoming's place tonight, he would most likely encounter obstruction from Xia Yi. So he needed to be prepared. Casually befriending a waiter, Xiao Mu learned that Xia Yi was no longer in the banquet hall but had left the hotel and gone to a bookstore on the street. Xiao Mu immediately left the hotel and walked onto the streets of Gu City. The streets outside the hotel were not clean, one could see sewage frozen in the ruts from the severe cold. On the roadside, there was a stark contrast between the ragged, numb beggars and the well-dressed, swaying wealthy people in rickshaws. Although it was New Year's Eve, Xiaomu didn't feel much of a festive atmosphere. In these turbulent times, many people lived day by day, with no guarantee of tomorrow, so they had no mood to celebrate the new year. A commotion came from ahead. Xiaomu saw a young man running, followed by several men. In a flash, the young man was caught and subjected to a beating. The steamed bun he was clutching fell to the ground. It seemed he had stolen food because he was too hungry. When those people left, the beggars around didn't even glance at the dying young man and began to snatch the dirty buns on the ground, clamoring loudly. Xiaomu arrived at the entrance of the bookstore and saw Xiaoyi browsing in front of a bookshelf. He didn't reach out to touch the books, only watched from a distance. Beside him, a young student accidentally bumped into Xiaoyi. The screenwriter immediately took half a step back, disdainfully patting the spot where he had just touched the other person, as if he had come into contact with something filthy. Severe misophobia, quite ill. As a psychologist, Xiaomu dared to make a professional judgment. He walked into the store, deliberately avoiding Xiaoyi's gaze, and quietly observed him. Xiaoyi's gaze swept across the bookshelf, and after a moment, he seemed to find what he was looking for. He didn't rush to grab it, but instead called over the bookstore owner, asking him to take it down and wrap it. Only then did he pick up the package with 2 fingers and leave. Xiaomu watched Xiaoyi walk in the direction of the Gucheng Grand Hotel. He went over to the bookshelf, glanced at it, and found that all the books on it were by the same author. The Madhouse, author, Wu Shan. Call of the Dark Knight, author, Wu Shan. Wildcat, author, Wu Shan. These works all appeared to be novels, leaning towards horror, thriller, and eerie styles. In Xiaomu's opinion, they seemed somewhat out of place with the backdrop of Gu City. Xiaomu casually pulled out a novel called Guest from a Foreign Land. Just as he opened it and only glimpsed the boss, "If you like any of them, just tell me. I'll wrap it up for you. We don't do charity work here." He meant that Xiaomu shouldn't just stand there reading for free. Xiaomu closed the book. "Aren't we friends? Don't be so formal." Soon, the bookstore owner's eyes became hazy. He looked at Xiaomu, then sat back down and didn't ask any more questions. A novel that depicts the real world. Be careful, this work is so realistic that it can easily make readers unable to distinguish reality. In his vision, red text was imprinted on the flyleaf. Xiaomu simply flipped through it and was quickly drawn in by the content, reading immersively for over 10 minutes. Almost forgetting what he had originally come for. The descriptions in here are very realistic, almost as good as mine. Xiaomu couldn't help but exclaim. Like his own novels, which were based on real events, this book also gave a similar feeling. At the same time, the writing style was even better, reading very smoothly. It was a work that could easily become a bestseller even in Xiaomu's world. It just didn't have the blessing of the ghoul like Xiaomu's works, so there wasn't that eerie magic between the words that could immerse people. Even so, the bizarre, wonderful, and terrifying scenes depicted within were still deeply impressive, making one wonder when the author was discharged from the hospital. "Boss, is this author very famous?" Xiaomu casually asked the boss, who was sitting behind the counter staring at him with a lovesick gaze. "Of course. Teacher Wu Shan is a hot best-selling author right now. You can tell by how his works are all displayed together as a signboard. He's truly a genius, able to create so many excellent works in just 2 short years. Among them, I most recommend Call of the Dark Knight. As long as you read this book, you'll understand why he's so beloved by so many people." The boss chattered on and on, blabbering a long string of words. Xiaomu picked out the main points to remember and then looked at the empty space on the bookshelf. Which one did that person just buy? Oh, it was The King in Yellow. The boss answered without hesitation. Xiaomu pulled out an identical copy of The King in Yellow from the empty spot, waved it at the boss, and then, under the boss's ambiguous gaze, left with the book. Since he wasn't allowed to stand there and read, Xiaomu could only borrow it to read back home. some students might ask, isn't Xiaomu stealing books? How can a scholar's business be considered stealing? Stealing books doesn't count as stealing. Xiaomu saw that the person who had been stealing earlier was already gone, leaving only a puddle of blood on the ground, which had melted some of the frozen mud and water. He returned to the Guchang Grand Hotel and saw that it was already very lively. Many guests dressed in formal attire were gathered in the lobby. Even though Xiaomu didn't recognize any of them, just by listening to snippets of their conversations, he could deduce that these people were the dignitaries of Gu City, the mayor, the police chief, local gentry, newly rich merchants, and well-to-do socialites. They were basically all the influential people in Gu City. This was quite understandable. Li Qing was spending New Year's Eve here tonight, so those who wanted to curry favor with him would naturally flock over. It could be said that tonight, the rulers and masters of this city were seated in the Gucheng Grand Hotel. In Xiaomu's vision, crimson text kept jumping out. Be careful, this guy is skilled in making various poisons, and even his own blood is highly toxic. You wouldn't want to die bleeding from all 7 orifices, would you? He has a gun in his arms. Within 7 steps, he's fast and accurate. Be more vigilant, or you'll have eyes all over your body. Pay attention, this person has very thick skin. Don't try to harm him with ordinary knives or swords. The moment your neck is twisted off, you will regret it. Among them, there were not a few otherworlders with extraordinary abilities. Trying to cause trouble at this banquet was tantamount to seeking death. Xiaomu also roughly came to some conclusions. That is, the otherworlders' extraordinary abilities mostly came from acquired pollution, which allowed the wealthy and rulers to scour the entire world, enhance their extraordinary abilities, and thus further solidify their positions. An extraordinary person like Li Qing could easily defeat dozens or even hundreds of people without breaking a sweat. Even firearms might not be able to break his defense. Under such an absolute disparity in combat power, the vast ocean of people's war was nothing but a pipe dream. It was precisely because of this that this world looked like the modern era as Xiaomu understood it. But the actual power structure was very different, and the role of assassination was far greater than he had originally imagined. After all, if an extraordinary person could be killed, it could truly change the political landscape within a certain area. Of course, not today. Xiaomu wasn't sure how much his ghoul could affect these otherworlders. He walked through the hall and saw Li Qing surrounded by many people, all vying to curry favor with him, creating a noisy scene. Li Qing naturally noticed Xiaomu and nodded in greeting, which made many people pay attention to them. After all, anyone whom Li Qing would actively greet must have an extraordinary identity. As soon as those fawning gazes landed on Xiaomu, he got goosebumps all over. Flattery, desire, speculation, it was as if everyone had become his good friend. As someone with severe social anxiety, Xiaomu was naturally unsuited for such occasions. He went to one side of the hall, next to a gramophone with a brass-colored horn. This gramophone, for unknown reasons, was either broken or not turned on, standing silently there. Xiaomu leaned his ear close to the horn, seemingly listening to something. Several people on the outer circle of the crowd around Li Qing noticed this scene. They figured since they couldn't talk to the general, they should at least greet Xiaomu, whom Li Qing had just actively greeted. So, they cautiously approached Xiaomu, not daring to speak directly. They just watched as Xiaomu nodded very solemnly and earnestly, as if he had heard something very important. But this gramophone wasn't even operating, so what did Xiaomu hear? "Excuse me, what are you listening to?" Beside him, a man in a suit mustered up the courage to lean over and ask. "Listen." Xiaomu put his finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture, and also made room. The man leaned his head in, but heard no sound. "It's quite wonderful, isn't it?" Xiaomu suddenly said to the man, with an air of those who know, "No, if you don't, I can't explain it to you." The man was startled, his eyes darted, and he seemed to think of something. Soon, he also showed a subtle expression and nodded. "Yes, it's so wonderful," he echoed. The people nearby looked at each other, not knowing what was so wonderful about it. Several people came over, imitating Xiao Mu and listening to the empty gramophone horn. After a while, they looked thoughtful, and one by one, they showed expressions of sudden realization. Yes, it truly is wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. It's too wonderful. Several people spoke one after another, enthusiastically discussing the sounds they had heard. At this moment, the first man suddenly turned his head, looking for Xiao Mu. But he found that Xiao Mu had already disappeared. Xiao Mu, having done his part and hidden his achievements, returned to the room General Li had arranged for him. The room was spacious, and opening the window, he could see the bustling street below, full of life. Xiao Mu glanced at the book he had just borrowed from the bookseller. A wonderfully exquisite play, so captivating that one more look will make it explode. Scarlet letters flowed across the cover of the thread-bound book. Opening the pages, Xiao Mu had barely read 2 sentences when he noticed the words wriggling like ants, trying to climb onto his hand and burrow into his skin. Somewhat similar to the crowd? He gently brushed away the ants, focusing on the text. Whispers tangled in his ears, as if luring him into an abyss. This book told a series of conspiracies and disputes centered around a great being called the King in Yellow. In the story, most of the characters who appeared were neither entirely good nor evil, seeking the favor of the King in Yellow for their own desires and goals. But in the end, no one achieved victory, because in the final scene, when that great being cast his gaze upon them and everyone got their wish, they all descended into madness. With just a fleeting glance across time and space, those humans transformed into masses of wriggling, blurred flesh. Everyone was happy. Xiao Mu closed the book, feeling that its content was somewhat strange, as if the author had witnessed these events firsthand. In short, it wasn't something an ordinary person could write. As for why Mr. Xia wanted this book, Xiao Mu didn't understand. He decided to ask. Soon after leaving his room, Xiao Mu saw Mr. Xia, impeccably dressed in a suit, talking to General Li by the corridor sofa. Xiao Mu immediately started eavesdropping. General, Tang Xiaoming's abrupt approach to you must have a hidden motive. Tonight is a very important banquet, and I believe she should be imprisoned to prevent further incidents. Mr. Xia's voice was steady. Good heavens, he's starting to throw mud. Xiao Mu thought to himself. After hearing Mr. Xia's words, General Li waved his hand. Mr. Xia, you don't need to worry. Of course, I know Tang Xiaoming isn't as simple as she appears, but what does that matter? She can't harm me at all. Haha, I'm rather curious to see what a high and mighty flower looks like after her hopes are shattered. Will she be like other women? General Li's lips curled up, as if he was greatly anticipating it. If the general insists, then I will say no more. Mr. Xia sighed. However, Mr. Xia, I am very much looking forward to the new play you are preparing. I was very satisfied with the last one, and I hope this one will not disappoint me either. General Li patted Mr. Xia's shoulder and said with a laugh. I will certainly not fail my mission. Mr. Xia responded, then prepared to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at the decorative vase in the corner of the corridor, frowning slightly. Who? He seemed to have sensed Xiao Mu's presence and questioned aloud. Xiao Mu felt that since he was already here, there was no need to hide anymore. He stepped out. Mr. Xia immediately became alert, but General Li stopped him. Dr. Xiao, are you comfortable? General Li asked with a smile on his face. Mr. Xia looked at Xiao Mu, then at General Li, seemingly deep in thought, remaining silent. The bed here is very soft, and the food is delicious. Living here feels like being at home. Xiao Mu replied, then glanced at Mr. Xia. I heard some of your conversation just now. General Li was a little surprised by Xiao Mu's bluntness. Although he guessed Xiao Mu had probably heard a lot, shouldn't the normal course of action be for both sides to pretend not to know and part ways? General Lee wasn't worried about leaking information or anything. He held absolute power in Goose City and didn't need schemes or tricks. Simply taking what he wanted was enough. Meanwhile, Mr. Xia stared at Xiao Mu, wondering what this doctor was planning. I think Mr. Xia makes a lot of sense. Based on my observations, Tang Xiaoming has ill intentions towards General Li and should be taken away and confined. Xiao Mu ignored their reactions and spoke to himself. Mr. Xia was about to say something but held back, seemingly wanting to hear what Xiao Mu was truly up to. General Li pondered for a moment, not answering immediately. General Li, do you remember what I told you before? Xiao Mu reminded him. Upon hearing this, General Li's expression changed. Xiao Mu bringing this up now was undoubtedly a warning to him. As a soldier who had risen through the ranks, General Li naturally knew how to restrain himself. I just remembered I have something else to attend to. Mr. Xia, Tang Xiaoming will be troublesome for you in DR. Xiao. He didn't insist, leaving in a hurry, leaving only Xiao Mu and Mr. Xia, who exchanged glances. Theoretically speaking, we are teammates. As someone with social anxiety, Xiao Mu couldn't bear the silence and spoke up. Mr. Xia looked at Xiao Mu suspiciously, not knowing how Xiao Mu had managed to get a hold of General Li. This was the first time he had seen General Li in such a hurry. Look, you want Tang Xiaoming to leave so she doesn't bother you and General Li. I also want her not to get involved here. Roughly speaking, we're good friends from different parents. Xiao Mu made a gesture. Mr. Xia had a moment of bewilderment, but quickly, he seriously took half a step back. I don't know what your plans are, but Tang Xiaoming shouldn't be here. I will send someone to ask her to leave. Is your step back serious? Xiao Mu felt a little troubled. It seemed the friendship handbook had little to no effect on this guy. Of course, this also indirectly confirmed the fact that Mr. Xia had indeed been polluted. Xiao Mu estimated that the friendship handbook used some mild pollution to erode others, causing their perceptions to deviate and make them consider him a good friend. Due to the uncontrollability of pollution, the affected individuals would continuously deepen the erosion, eventually developing some strange ideas. Therefore, facing Mr. Xia, who had already become an otherworlder and was highly wary of him, the mortal-level friendship handbook naturally couldn't have much effect. I heard you and she were classmates before, and your teacher was assassinated by warlords. And some classmates also sacrificed themselves on the front lines. Xiao Mu then said. Mr. Xia's expression didn't change at all, he merely glanced at Xiao Mu. In this era, simply living is already very difficult. There is nothing that cannot be given up. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange buzzing sound, like an alarm, came from the corridor. Precisely at this moment? Mr. Xia went to the window, where the curtains were tied up, and looked out. Xiao Mu was a little puzzled and also leaned out. He saw people on the street clutching their heads and scurrying for shelter, as if knives were about to fall from the sky. Bombing? Xiao Mu thought of things that might happen in such a historical context and looked up at the sky. But he quickly realized something was wrong. The original blue sky and white clouds had disappeared, replaced by dark red ominous clouds. The entire sky looked as if it had been infused with blood. Then, something descended from the sky. Xiao Mu then remembered that in the Human World Guide, Madame Scarlet Sakura had mentioned that there was a special weather phenomenon in Goose City called falling mist. Once this weather appeared, one should hide indoors. Is this falling mist? Red mist quickly enveloped the street, and a faint smell of blood seemed to be discernible. Xiao Mu saw that outside the window, everything quickly became blurry. It looks like we won't be able to go out for a while. Xiao Mu sighed, then looked at Mr. Xia. He found that the man's expression had become even more profound, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Please vote for monthly tickets. The sounds of windows and doors closing rose and fell, and the entire street suddenly became noisy. Shouts, cries, and news being spread continuously echoed. Then, everything fell silent. The red mist outside slowly expanded and contracted like a living creature, swallowing all sounds outside the window, leaving not a single trace of noise. Xiaomu felt like opening the window to see what was happening, but Xiaoyi's gaze beside him made him abandon the idea. He'd open it secretly later when no one was around. Xiaomu made up his mind. Within his sight, the blood-red mist outside the glass quickly twisted, forming several large characters. The deepest filth of this alien realm lurks within. Unless you feel 2 hands are no longer enough, do not attempt to walk into this mist. These words quickly faded. Xiaomu seemed to see some colossal object swiftly disappearing in the sky, swallowed by the mist, silently sweeping over Gu City. In the depths of the red mist, dense murmurs continued incessantly, indistinct, yet luring people to enter. Xiaomu seemed to hear sharp shouts, the sound of things being knocked over, but everything was swallowed by the pervasive great fog. Returning to calm. Are those people from the Weather Bureau useless? They didn't even predict this fog. Xiaoyi looked like his plans had been disrupted by an obsessive-compulsive disorder. He muttered to himself, then looked at Xiaomu. I'll handle Tang Xiaoming. Don't interfere. Without waiting for Xiaomu to reply, Xiaoyi prepared to leave. At this moment, Xiaomu suddenly spoke. What are you doing with that book, The King in Yellow? With just one sentence, Xiaoyi stopped. He turned back and looked deeply at Xiaomu, seemingly pondering how to answer. A moment later, Xiaoyi sighed. Almost simultaneously, Xiaomu saw countless deep yellow viscous liquids seeping from the cracks in the wall, like mud, threatening to block all his escape routes. Suddenly, although the distance between the two seemed unchanged, in Xiaomu's vision, Xiaoyi continuously receded, and the corridor itself deformed, as if a Hitchcockian zoom was happening in reality. Xiaomu's mind stirred, and golden threads descended from the sky, wrapping around Xiaoyi's limbs, but his speed of receding was clearly faster. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a door closing, Xiaomu found himself on a stage. The curtain had not yet been drawn, and there were some decorations, backgrounds, and puppets on the stage. Everything here was still, like the underworld. Xiaomu was curious whether this was an illusion like the ghoul, or if Xiaoyi had truly managed to get him onto a stage. In an instant, text like a red ink print of an announcement appeared on the curtain. You are already within the drama. Run. The next act will leave no one alive. The next moment, a huge guillotine blade cut through the curtain and flew towards Xiaomu. Xiaomu immediately utilized the night watchman's physical prowess and the ability to see in darkness that he had gained from the funeral home rules. Dodging the guillotine blade, he picked up a prop sword stuck in a fake rock, using it as a crowbar for self-defense. Creak! The puppets slowly began to move, holding prop axes, spears, and wooden sticks, gathering towards Xiaomu. He looked around. Red text gushed out. There is a small path here, though it is full of thorns, it is still a way out. Just make do and go. Xiaomu saw that it was the path to the backstage. Without hesitation, he took off running. Fortunately, the puppets themselves were not fast. Xiaomu kicked two away and quickly darted into the door. The corridor was entirely a bleak red. Xiaomu ran forward and saw a wooden door ahead. He kicked it open. Bang! After Xiaomu crashed into the room, he felt as if he had entered an extremely narrow space. He felt around and realized it seemed to be a nailed-shut coffin. With a push of his knee, Xiaomu pushed open the coffin lid and saw himself standing before a funeral hall lit with red candles. It felt a little familiar, like coming home. A gust of wind blew, and Xiaomu looked back. The white shrouds drifted slowly, as if there were layers of ghostly figures. He looked carefully, found no abnormalities, and when he turned his head, he saw a withered, decaying skull staring back at him. Almost by reflex, he grabbed the prop sword in his hand and knocked the dirty white-clothed thing flying. Xiaomu took 2 steps back, and the ground behind him seemed to turn into a water surface. He lost his balance and fell down. Plop! Xiaomu struggled to climb out of the water, only then realizing he had just crawled out of a manhole cover in the sewer. And here, it was the street near the Gucheng Grand Hotel, and Xiaomu even remembered the bloodstained ice left in the tire tracks. The red mist permeated all directions, swallowing all sounds. Xiaomu stood up, not a drop of water on him. But he was now in the red mist of Gu City. Xiaomu heard countless fragmented murmurs in his ears, each one tensing his nerves, tormenting his will, trying to turn Xiaomu into a walking corpse. He looked up and saw a giant dragon circling in the red mist. Upon closer inspection, he would find that the giant dragon was composed of countless corpses. Most of these corpses were decayed, oozing pus and foul blood, with incomplete muscles controlling their arms to wave outwards. The corpses twisted and intertwined, forming the main body of the giant dragon. This dragon let out a low roar, but strangely, all sounds were absorbed by the red mist, and the entire scene became silent, like a silent film, giving it an even more eerie and terrifying feeling. Xiaomu saw a team of figures appear in front. This time, they were of normal human size. Those people wore ragged clothes, some wore cloth shirts, some military uniforms, and there were also cheongsams and vests. They were all already dead, underweight, and decayed, yet they still marched forward in formation. Some had small drums tied to their waists, some held swanas in their hands, and there were various other musical instruments. Just like a wedding procession. Only, all sounds were swallowed by the red mist, and the procession just moved silently forward. Xiaomu felt the murmurs in his ears become increasingly noisy, seemingly coaxing him to join the procession. But he just stood still. The smell of blood grew thicker and thicker. Xiaomu watched the procession depart and found that their direction of travel seemed to be precisely towards the Gucheng Grand Hotel. Xiaomu had a sudden idea that he could follow them. Once the procession continued forward, Xiaomu followed, walking at the very end, snatching the instrument from one of the people, and pretending to play the swana. The team of corpses didn't notice Xiaomu and continued straight ahead, deeper into the red mist. Tang Xiaoming sat at her desk in her room, flipping through a music score. Although she had promised Xiaomu she wouldn't attend the banquet tonight, Tang Xiaoming was still very concerned about Xiaoyi. She unconsciously turned the pages of the music score, but her mind was completely elsewhere. Past memories, cruel reality, and her own powerlessness made her feel incredibly lost. In this chaotic era, ordinary people like them were powerless to resist. Outside the window, the red mist permeated. She shifted her gaze from the music score and, as she passed the mirror, suddenly noticed that someone seemed to be standing behind her. She quickly turned her head. She saw a tall figure standing there. The person's face was flat and lacked curvature, just like a paper figure. Thanks to Tian Dian for the 1800 coin reward, thanks to Fish Soup and Bear Paw Elusis, for the 500 coin reward. Thanks to Bookfriend 201903242123059007 for the 200 coin reward. Thanks to Bookfriend 202201212022LFY, I don't wear XXL, for the 100 coin reward. At night, Gucheng Grand Hotel was enveloped in red mist. Inside the banquet hall, glasses clinked, and laughter filled the air. Naturally, Li Qing's table was at the very center. He was seated beside the mayor, the chief of police, and other heads of Gu City's government departments. The table was laden with a dazzling array of food, but everyone's attention was focused on Li Qing, observing his expressions and fearing any slight. Li Qing toyed with the bone china wineglass in his hand. It was said to be a 30-year-old vintage, but to him, it was just ordinary wine. Li Qing drank casually, clearly having ulterior motives beyond just the drink. The performance on stage continued, nothing more than some acrobatics, singing, and dancing, cliched, mediocre, and uninspired. I heard Tang Xiaoming will be performing a new song tonight. Is that true? They say her singing truly echoes for 3 days, with an endless aftertaste. She's also very pretty. No wonder Officer Li is smitten. It's said to be the grand finale before the new year, and the song is newly written. Low whispers came from other tables, with many people eagerly anticipating Tang Xiaoming's arrival. However, before that, Xiaoyi's play was to be staged first. Everyone wasn't particularly interested in this play. After all, Xiaoyi's previous productions were always the same old praises and glorifications, and most people would simply follow along, flattering Li Qing as they watched. Xiaoyi sat beside Li Qing, watching the show with a calm expression. He wasn't drinking or eating. Mr. Xia, what kind of play have you prepared this time? Could you give us a little hint in advance? Someone asked, but Xiaoyi just shook his head. You'll know when you see it. Some things lose their meaning if you know them beforehand. The people nearby just smiled and said nothing, taking it as Xiaoyi being deliberately mysterious. But when the host finished the introduction and the dark curtain was drawn, the venue instantly fell silent. The actors appeared one by one, beginning to perform the story. Anyone with a slight understanding of Gu City's popular culture knew that this was an adaptation of Wu Shan's famous work, The King in Yellow. The book itself was quite brilliant, and Xiaoyi's adaptation of the story was also vivid and engaging. Everyone quickly became immersed. There was just some confusion as to why Xiaoyi would choose to stage an adapted, and tragically ending, work on this occasion. Li Qing glanced at Xiaoyi. Mr. Xia, your play is quite interesting. Xiaoyi remained silent. As the play continued, all the audience members became deeply engrossed. They seemed to become the characters in the play, acting on their desires, step by step encountering the unspeakable, sanity-destroying things, gradually breaking free from human shackles, and moving towards a non-human state. This was no longer just limited to imagination. A wealthy merchant suddenly stood up. He grinned broadly, then reached into his mouth and began to pull, and in a moment, he actually tore off his own tongue, excited like a child. A woman screamed, picked up the chopsticks from the table, and plunged them into her fingernails, tearing open the flesh, constantly twisting them, while her shoulders trembled, emitting a chilling laugh. The soldiers standing by the banquet hall sensed something was wrong, but when they tried to stop these people, they found themselves unable to move. Bang! A soldier pulled out his gun and fired 3 shots at his own legs, then tried to commit suicide by raising the gun. But the bullet only passed through his jaw, exiting from his eye socket. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall was as if a mental plague had spread, and everyone began to go mad, attacking each other, harming themselves and those around them in inconceivable ways. On the stage, the performance continued. All the actors were immersed in the plot, completely unaffected by the scene. When the story progressed to a point where a character was pierced through the heart by a friend's sword in a struggle for treasure, the actor actually used a long sword to penetrate the other's heart. Blood splattered, landing on the guests in the front row, but they continued to harm each other with relish, as if this were a grand banquet. And the only theme was to turn the entire banquet hall into a sea of blood. Madness, grotesqueness, strangeness, and an atmosphere filled with unspeakable horror spread throughout the venue. A few otherworlders sensed that something was wrong, but at most, they could only control themselves from falling into the madness, unable to move, their eyes fixed on the stage. Li Qing felt a wave of dizziness, as if someone was constantly stirring with a red-hot iron tongue. He looked to the side. Xiaoyi, however, was composed, even picking up the tea he hadn't drunk before. When this play is over, Goose City's New Year will arrive, he said. You betrayed me? Li Qing's expression changed slightly, and he clenched his fists. Do you remember Teacher 1 from Jiancheng University? Xiaoyi said in a deep voice. Veins bulged on the back of his hand, and something like insects seemed to be wriggling in the blood vessels within. He gently pressed down, calming the agitation within. Do you remember Jia Zixian, Xiang Jingqi, Peng Qianming, Zhang Manli? He recited the names one by one, but Li Qing looked bewildered. He couldn't recall where he had heard those names before. You don't even remember the names of those you executed. Xiaoyi's voice sounded calm, not filled with the intense emotion his words conveyed. They were my classmates, teachers, good friends, people who ran around to resist you. Your army captured them, executed them, and their bodies were left uncollected. You want revenge? Li Qing finally understood Xiaoyi's intentions. You don't understand our ideals. Xiaoyi sighed. For a warlord like Li Qing, hatred, wealth, and desire were the fundamental driving forces behind a person's actions. He would never be able to comprehend those brilliant ideals. For this, Xia Yi did not hesitate to dirty his own hands, climb in the darkest places, deceive those closest to him, and not gain everyone's understanding. You are too arrogant, believing you can control everything, even daring to keep your enemy by your side. Is there a possibility that I truly can control everything? Li Qing suddenly curled the corners of his mouth. He said in a deep voice, "You could have killed me right now instead of saying those useless judgment lines. The reason you haven't acted isn't that you don't want to, but that you can't. I guess all the killing moves are this play. Only when the performance ends will everyone sitting here die, right? After all, this is The King in Yellow. A play where all characters die only at the very end." Hearing Li Qing's words, Xia Yi frowned slightly. On his neck, his skin writhed, and the solidified blood, like tree branches, continuously devoured his body. Clearly, even Xia Yi himself was greatly affected in this banquet hall. He saw that the trembling and struggle on Li Qing's body suddenly stopped, as if he were completely unaffected. He saw Li Qing stand up. "This month has had more typhoons, so I've been a bit busy. For now, it's 2 updates. Please give monthly votes. Thank you to Boss, Sansho Lanjong, for the 10,000 coin reward, and thank you to Boss, who isn't afraid of Nico now, for the 5,000 coin reward." In the banquet hall, Li Qing stood up. To his right, the mayor of Gu City was on the verge of death. The hot blood splattered onto the plates and tablecloth, staining Li Qing's clothes, but he didn't care. Instead, he patted Xia Yi's shoulder. Through his clothes, he could feel Xia Yi's body already beginning to wither. As previously stated, at the conclusion of this play, all those affected would die, including Xia Yi himself. Li Qing didn't know what kind of supernatural ability this was. He was only somewhat relieved that he had gained a fortuitous encounter earlier and was well prepared, otherwise he would now be facing the same fate. "Do you really think I could sit in this position if I were just a debauched good-for-nothing?" A subtle sound rang out. Clear and continuous, like a music box. At the same time, the scattered blood throughout the banquet hall began to converge and condense, outlining a bizarre and unique shape. It was like some kind of rune, inscribed within the vast banquet hall. "I knew about your and Tang Xiaoming's affair long ago. Not only that, I know exactly what everyone present here is thinking. He's just a profiteering scoundrel, always thinking of selling me out, and he's even started contacting other forces. Aren't you curious why I would host a banquet here?" Li Qing glanced at the stage, where the play was nearing its end, with actors dead or injured. Xia Yi's thoughts had become sluggish, and he would soon be completely overwhelmed by the murmurs filling his mind. Even so, he could still tell. The power of all the otherworlders in this banquet hall was being extracted and condensed, forming a tangible object. Most of Gu City's otherworlders' supernatural abilities came from the knowledge contained within ancient relics. When an otherworlder died, this knowledge could converge into a part of their bodily remains or objects near them, forming relics with wondrous power. Therefore, powerful otherworlders would collect all kinds of relics, some used them to strengthen themselves, others as trump cards, and still others for trade. At this moment, Li Qing was refining all the humans and otherworlders present into a single relic. The pollution contained within this object would far exceed anything commonly seen, and it would become Li Qing's possession. From the very beginning, he had intended to kill everyone present. So Li Qing tacitly allowed Xia Yi and Tang Xiaoming's actions, letting them jump around under his nose. It didn't matter, it was all the same. Li Qing came to the central table, overturned the bloodstained table, revealing the trapdoor beneath. Opening the door, he pulled a person out from inside. When Xia Yi saw that person, even though his body was difficult to move, he immediately widened his eyes. It was Tang Xiaoming. You might not know it yet, but she has unconsciously inherited the power of an otherworlder, and a very special kind. Do you think I would truly fall for a singer? Li Qing placed Tang Xiaoming in the very center of the rune. The continuously condensing and twisting blood gradually flowed into her body, tearing her skin, drilling into her blood vessels, and soaking her internal organs. Even from Xia Yi's perspective, Tang Xiaomeng was gradually undergoing irreversible and severe pollution, constantly alienating from a human into a monster. Li Qing's eyes deepened, and the piercing whispers flowed in his mind. He seemed to see distant stars, that lonely, dark yellow planet, the magnificent and grand architectural complexes upon it, and the twisted, ugly extraterrestrial inhabitants. The sound of the music box was continuous, as if it had become the background music for the king in yellow on the stage. Xia Yi's entire body tensed. The murmurs in his ears grew chaotic, causing blood to flow from his ear canals. Bloody tears welled from his eyes, blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, and his nostrils were already filled with hot, thick blood. With Xia Yi's difficult movements, the blood vessels on his body also burst open, splattering blood and staining his clean and tidy suit. Li Qing. Xia Yi's voice was hoarse, his vocal cords were actually almost torn, but he used all his strength to make a sound. He walked towards Li Qing and Tang Xiaomeng. Thump, losing his balance due to his bodily injuries, Xia Yi fell to the ground. He reached out, crawling forward on the ground, his eyes fixed on Tang Xiaomeng, who was constantly being alienated. Li Qing was unhurried, even somewhat enjoying himself. He casually picked up a nearby wine bottle and poured himself a glass. The wine-red liquid, like blood, swirled in the stemmed glass. Holding up the glass, just as Li Qing was about to drink it all, he heard a subtle sound coming from outside. The sound was sometimes high, sometimes low, indistinct, seeming to come from the street. Li Qing's expression froze slightly. Outside was currently shrouded in red mist, no sound should be able to pass through. How could there be any noise? He heard the sound growing clearer and louder. High-pitched and mournful, like a crying bird. Only then did Li Qing hear clearly that it was the sound of a swana. In addition, there was the clamor of gongs and drums, and the simultaneous firing of salute cannons, all lively and boisterous. As if a wedding procession was passing by on the street outside. When the sound of the swana reached its climax, everything suddenly stopped. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the banquet hall's main door. The next moment, thump, a heavy knock sounded from the mahogany door. Xia Yi could no longer hear the sound, he only crawled towards Tang Xiaomeng, leaving a long trail of blood. Thump, the knocking sound rang out again, but this time it was louder, almost like a ramming. Li Qing didn't know what was outside the door. He had originally dispatched a team of people outside, but now he couldn't hear any other sounds. Thump, the third knock echoed throughout the entire banquet hall, making the windows shake and the tables and chairs tremble. Li Qing could feel a dangerous aura, but even more apparent than this dangerous premonition was a sense of strangeness, terror, indescribability, and unknowable horror. But he also knew that soon, Tang Xiaomeng would absorb all the knowledge and pollution, and then Li Qing, using her as a guide, could extract the pure knowledge from it, filtering out the extra madness. This was Tang Xiaomeng's special quality. By then, Li Qing would be able to cross the threshold and become an otherworlder who transcended the mundane world. He seemed to see himself bestowing grace like a god, ascending to the pinnacle of the world, seeing prosperity, longevity, all desires fulfilled. Far beyond imagination. A moment later, Li Qing realized that he seemed to have just fallen into a fleeting illusion. Bang, however, the banquet hall's main door was kicked open in that interim. A man holding a swana, seemingly leading a procession, strode into the room. Ha 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 ha, the chicken soup is here. Xiaomu shouted excitedly, bringing the procession of walking dead behind him, along with the surging red mist, into the banquet hall. Some time ago, Xiaomu followed behind the procession, pretending to play the swana. He didn't actually understand musical instruments at all, he just blew into it, and that was that. But very quickly, the part of the swana that was in contact with his mouth began to squirm. And countless tentacles tried to take the opportunity to drill into Xiaomu's mouth. A living instrument, severely polluted, only used by people with special fetishes. Crimson words, deeper than the red mist, flowed from the swana. Pa, 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 my first kiss is still intact. Xiao Mu couldn't help but exclaim. He quickly took the swana away, seeing that it was like a living thing, subtly wriggling. We're friends, you can't do anything excessive, he said to the swana seriously. The swana immediately quieted down. Xiao Mu felt like he had discovered a new continent. He immediately patted the shoulder of the person in front of him. Hello, out here, can we be friends? The other person's lower jaw was gone, and a rotten tongue hung down, trembling with the shaking of their head. His jaw was definitely not laughed off, but precisely cut off by a cannonball. Boo-hoo-hoo, so pitiful. The person immediately moved aside, signaling Xiao Mu to go forward. Xiao Mu was overjoyed and, following suit, continued to make friends with the corpses in front of him. After more than half an hour, Xiao Mu had already reached the front of the procession. These corpses were all his friends now. In the sky, the wriggling skeletal giant dragon floated by leisurely. Xiao Mu looked up and called out. Friend, please stop for a moment. This voice did not travel far through the mist. The giant dragon seemed not to hear Xiao Mu's call and continued to float towards a higher, more distant place. What a pity. It seemed the other party had rejected Xiao Mu's friendship. However, Xiao Mu already had enough friends now. He stopped, and the procession stopped with him. Xiao Mu casually found a stone platform by the street, stood on it, and looked at the entire procession through the thick red mist. Everyone, listen to me. General Li absolutely does not wish for the common people to suffer like this. It is the treacherous officials by his side who conceal the people's suffering and the true military situation from him. Now we are going to clear out the bad people around him and restore Gu City to a bright and clear sky. He shouted. His voice quickly swallowed by the red mist. The procession remained still, all the corpses looking at Xiao Mu. Splat, one of the corpse's eyes fell out of its socket, hit the ground, and turned into a puddle of mush. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Xiao Mu turned around again, picked up the swana, and blew into it. Although he was just blowing randomly, the swana seemed to have grown up. It started making sounds on its own, playing a high-pitched melody, like the leader of a funeral procession. Seeing this, Xiao Mu walked forward with great joy. Within the red mist, there seemed to be other presences. Those enormous and gigantic shadows loomed over the buildings, silently gazing at Xiao Mu's procession. As he walked, countless whispers simultaneously echoed in Xiao Mu's mind. He listened carefully and found that some of them seemed to be telling their own stories. As the leader, it was Xiao Mu's inescapable duty to understand the other members. He saw some people who were just ordinary laborers, living peacefully, yet were caught in the war, their entire families killed. He saw some people who were originally just scholars but picked up guns and went to the battlefield to fight foreign enemies, dying in the trenches. He saw some people who were harmed by their own compatriots, dying with resentment, unable to rest in peace. He also saw Xia Yi and Tang Xiaoming, and their experiences after they separated. These scenes seemed to come from their deceased comrades. These deceased were swallowed by the red mist, given a second life. Pollution became their blood, erosion made them walk again. Within the vast will, the individual was the whole, and the whole was the individual. This was a grand and never-ending procession, with countless people joining it, spreading across this scarred land. The red mist flowed into Xiao Mu's nostrils, mouth, and ears, attempting to give life to his internal organs. Not long after, Xiao Mu discovered that his liver was protesting, trying to discuss philosophical problems with the kidney next door. The large intestine, not to be outdone, began to fight with the small intestine. And the lungs were yelling from the side, "Good fight, good fight." The heart wanted to go on strike. But this action was unanimously resisted by the other internal organs, so it had to give up. Countless tiny, wriggling tentacles appeared on his skin. The originally inanimate objects began to take root and sprout under the nourishment of the red mist, gaining their own will. This was a hymn to life, making one want to prostrate oneself and praise loudly. Don't fight anymore. Fighting like this won't get you anywhere. You better behave, or I'll stay up late like crazy and exhaust you to death. And you, do you want me to not poop for 3 days and make you burst? Although I don't smoke, if you keep making trouble, then I'll definitely have to light up a couple. While making friends with his internal organs, he continued forward. Soon, Xiaomu's internal organs all settled down. Everyone liked Xiaomu very much. It was very difficult to distinguish directions within the red mist, but Xiaomu somehow felt where to go. He led this group of people forward, and soon, they saw a magnificent building. This was the Gucheng Grand Hotel. With the red mist pervasive, the main entrance was naturally tightly shut. Xiaomu first made everyone stop, then he himself went to the main entrance. Thump, thump, thump. Xiaomu politely knocked on the door. In the lobby of the Gucheng Grand Hotel, the soldiers on guard suddenly shivered when they heard the knocking. Outside, the red mist was pervasive, and it was so quiet that not even a chicken could be heard. How could there be someone knocking? The soldier looked at his companion, thinking it was just his imagination. Thump, 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 but the next second, the knocking sound rang out again. It was real. The two soldiers inside quickly recalled some legends about the red mist. Some said there was a grand parade in the red mist that would lure children out and abduct them. Some said the red mist was full of wandering dead people, their faces hideous and terrifying. Others said that the red mist could bring people back to life and was the creation of some evil gods. In short, when the mist descended, never go out. This was a maxim that people living in Gu City had heard since childhood. But now, who was outside the door? Other station soldiers also rushed over, but they were just ordinary people. Who knew what was truly in that red mist? Thump, thump, thump. After the knocking sound rang for the third time, silence fell outside. All the soldiers stood with their guns aimed at the door, unsure what to do. Suddenly, music began to play outside the door. Gongs, drums, swana, joyful yet sorrowful. Immediately, green sprouts spread across the large door, just like mushrooms in the corners of walls during humid weather. These tender sprouts swayed like wheat ears in the wind, and soon, the entire wall began to grow and multiply, like a fertile bed of abundance. Bang, the large door was kicked open, and the red mist drifted in, surging into the magnificent hall of the Grand Hotel. Any soldier who came into contact with the red mist let out piercing screams and cries of pain. The military uniforms on their bodies began to grow roots, their flesh rapidly swelled, and even the guns in their hands started to grow limbs, breaking free to the ground and happily bouncing around. The gramophone in the hall played joyful and pleasant songs, vases began to dance, tables and chairs started to tango. And with the spread of the red mist, the entire hall began to become wild and grand. At this moment, Xiaomu jumped into the doorway with a thud. Ha, your grandpa worker is here. Red mist? Li Qing stared at Xiaomu, his eyes fixed on him as the red mist continuously spread. That person was completely unaffected within the red mist? Even with enough confidence in his own strength, Li Qing dared not rashly enter the red mist. He knew that although the red mist contained powerful forces, endless treasures, and countless knowledge, it was also full of pollution and danger. A mortal could only last a few seconds in the red mist before suffering irreversible erosion. An ordinary otherworlder could endure for a few minutes, but it would leave indelible trauma. As for Li Qing, he prided himself on being able to walk in it for only a quarter of an hour, any longer was not guaranteed. It was said that when an otherworlder reached a certain strength, he could ignore most of the pollution in the red mist and move freely within it. Li Qing had never seen such an existence before. Now, he had witnessed it. However, Xiaomu's current state didn't seem normal either. The swana he held was constantly wriggling, like a restless snake. Around him, the decayed, festering, fragmented corpses were playing their instruments, like a grand carnival procession. Keep the music playing, keep the dance going. Xiaomu excitedly waved his hands. He immediately saw the corpses scattered across the vast banquet hall, saw Li Qing standing in the center of the hall. Saw the actors performing diligently and sacrificing their lives, saw Xia Yi crawling on the ground, and Tang Xiaoming, suspended in mid-air. No longer recognizable as human. The mission objective is to rescue Tang Xiaoming. As long as she's alive, even if she's a lump of flesh, it should be fine? He pondered. But no matter what, Xiaomu had to act now. She will soon absorb all the pollution. her petite body will become a bloated fat person in no time. This hotel may not even be able to accommodate her, she's too fat. Those words, redder than blood, emerged from Tang Xiaoming's body. Xiaomu took a step towards Tang Xiaoming and ran over. The red mist was a step slower than him. Wherever it went, the corpses stood up one after another, beginning to blossom from within, with flesh and blood flowers blooming one after another. Li Qing saw Xiao Mu's purpose. He also walked towards Xiao Mu. At this point, no matter Xiao Mu's identity, he had to stop Xiao Mu from completing this ritual, otherwise he would suffer severe backlash. A dead end either way. The warlord raised his fist, intending to strike Xiao Mu down. But before he could throw the punch, he felt himself lose strength. No. It wasn't simply a loss of strength, but rather his arm had its own will and refused to obey Li Qing's command. Instantly, countless fine white fuzz grew on Li Qing's body, covering him like mold. Immediately after, life began to grow within the warlord's abdomen. His liver grew legs, his heart flapped its wings and soared, his intestines burst out like long snakes, his 2 lungs also sprouted fine, dense segmented feet, and his brain trembled, beginning to talk to itself. Even a powerful otherworlder would suddenly undergo alienation in this red mist, transforming into a wriggling monster. The red mist surrounded Tang Xiaoming but did not continue to spread deeper. The next moment, Xiao Mu felt a gust of wind. It was like a warm, gentle spring breeze. Spring breeze turning into rain. In an instant, the surging red mist rapidly receded, as if it had been sucked in by some massive entity from somewhere. All the corpses, along with the no longer human Li Qing, dissipated with the red mist. The mist cleared. Xiao Mu heard the sound of gongs and drums. It seemed to be coming from other parts of the street. It was the sound announcing the end of the red mist. This bizarre phenomenon appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly, without any discernible pattern. Unobservable, unpredictable, uncontrollable. Like a riddle left by a god in this world. The restlessness in Xiao Mu's body subsided slightly. He then focused his attention on Tang Xiaoming. After all, she was his mission objective. At this moment, Tang Xiaoming could no longer be called a human. The bloated mass of flesh floated in midair, opening countless eyes, with tentacles waving in all directions, like a jellyfish catching plankton. Alienation. Just as Joe Minka had mentioned before. When a human endures pollution erosion beyond their limit, they will degenerate into a monster. This process is alienation. At this moment, from a common person's perspective, Tang Xiaoming might still just be that ordinary woman. But in the eyes of a god-chosen or extraordinary person with a depth, she had already become that ugly monster. Xiao Mu didn't know Tang Xiaoming's current depth, but he knew that the girl was probably beyond saving. She's beyond saving. After falling into the abyss, she will never see the light of day again, unless someone pulls her out, but who would be so foolish? In his vision, crimson characters were arranged and combined. Yes. Tang Xiaoming was now in the abyss. To surface, she could only pull others. But besides Xiao Mu, there was no one else here. Only then did Xiao Mu realize that Xia Yi was still alive. The play on stage was nearing its end, and the last person left alive was delivering a monologue. But his physical disfigurement seemed to no longer support his recitation. His voice was intermittent and unclear. Xia Yi dragged a long trail of blood, crawling to Tang Xiaoming's side. You're still alive. Xiao Mu knelt beside him. He is dying, beyond saving, just wait for death, no need to find a doctor. While there's still consciousness, you can leave a will, remember to write my name as the heir. Those words flowed out with Xia Yi's blood, covering the ground. Listen. Xia Yi grabbed Xiao Mu, his voice was barely audible even in the silent banquet hall. Xiao Meng became the core part of a ritual. This ritual can concentrate all the pollution onto the core, extracting its power. He used his last strength to tell Xiao Mu the mystery within. What do you want to do? Xiao Mu had already seen this man's experiences over the years in the red mist. He walked in the darkness, bearing infamy, enduring misunderstanding, only to deliver a crucial blow to the warlord at the critical moment. From then on, no one would know what Xia had truly done. People would only remember him as the warlord's personal scholar, praising his virtues, twisting black and white, and being eroded by the red mist at the New Year's banquet with those insect-like rulers, dying without a complete corpse. Was it all worth it? Xia looked at Xiao Mu, nodding slightly. I want to replace Xiao Meng with myself. Then I want to ask you to take her away. Take her to a safe place. The man said softly, and at that moment, he didn't resemble a dying person on the verge of death, but rather a spirited youth. To exchange my life for her survival, this price is insignificant. Xia Yi's idea was simple. The ritual was still ongoing, and he had an opportunity to take Tang Xiaomeng's place, transferring all of the pollution onto himself. Then, he would infuse power into Tang Xiaomeng. This way, Tang Xiaomeng would be pulled up from the abyss by Xia Yi. In exchange, Xia Yi would completely fall into the abyss. And since he was already on the verge of death, the scriptwriter might not even have time to undergo alienation into a monster before his life was taken by the king in yellow on the stage. Xiao Mu was silent. He didn't know what kind of feelings Xia Yi had for Tang Xiaomeng. It was a bond that was too profound to be simply called love between a man and a woman. He just nodded. The next moment, Xia Yi used all his strength to plunge his hand into the writhing mass of flesh. In the endless dark abyss, Xia Yi accurately and surely grasped that hand. Instantly, countless whispers echoed in his ears, and his decaying body was nearly shattered by the onslaught. But Xia Yi gritted his teeth. He pulled her, holding on tightly without letting go. Suddenly, countless black streams of light erupted from his hand submerged in the flesh. Those streams of light poured into his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Pollution beyond human imagination almost instantly engulfed him, his consciousness disintegrating, tottering in that storm of pollution. At the same time, the mass of flesh gradually withered, peeled away, and decayed. Within it, a ragged Tang Xiaomeng fell onto the skeletal remains on the ground, her hand still firmly held by Xia Yi, though Xia Yi had almost become a withered corpse. Go! Xia Yi waved his hand. Almost simultaneously, the performance on the stage reached the end, silent. Xiao Mu picked up Tang Xiaomeng, walked through the messy banquet hall, and arrived at the hotel lobby. The bodies of the big soldiers here were nowhere to be found, likely taken away by the red mist. He wondered if, when the red mist descended next time, he would see them arrayed and walking within that thin mist. He thought for a moment, then took 2 lotus cakes from the shelves in the hotel lobby where food was provided, and then walked out onto the street. With the red mist dispersed, people who had been forced to hide indoors came out one after another. On the streets nearing midnight, people bustled, even more lively than during the day. The new year was approaching soon. Xiao Mu took Tang Xiaomeng to the bookstore where Xia Yi had previously bought The King in Yellow. The bookstore owner looked curiously at the woman in Xiao Mu's arms but said nothing, merely placing the somewhat disheveled books back in their original positions. In his vision, mad and restrained text gradually appeared. Save the singer, January 1st, listen to the New Year's chimes, 0/1, witness the story's end, January 1st, 2 of the tasks were already completed. As for the New Year's chimes, it seemed he only needed to wait. He checked the time, it was only a few minutes until midnight. With the red mist dispersed, the New Year's atmosphere was a bit strange, but it didn't stop people from joining in the fun. Xiao Mu stood at the bookstore entrance, looking at Tang Xiaomeng, whose eyes were tightly closed. Suddenly, a loud bang exploded in the sky. He turned his head and saw large red fireworks blooming in midair. He didn't know if they had been prepared long ago or if they were to celebrate the dispersal of another red mist. Xiao Mu gazed at the fireworks. In the higher, more distant starry sky, there seemed to be an even more bizarre and unpredictable existence peering here, but at least for now. Goose City was about to welcome a new year. As he pondered, time passed minute by minute, quickly reaching midnight. Bang! In the silent banquet hall, the turbid blood reflected the brilliant and pure fireworks. Through their reflection, Xia Yi, leaning against the table leg, caught a glimpse of that splendid beauty from the corner of his eye. So beautiful, just like that time, he murmured softly, recalling his graduation. Bang, another firework bloomed outside the window. In that dazzling flash, Xiaoyi slightly raised his head. For a moment, he seemed to return from this turbid, filthy, dark banquet hall to the university classroom, in front of a desk. Students. The teacher, whose face was unclear, stood on the podium. On the blackboard were written words about scholarly integrity and national spirit. At that time, these words were still very distant for Xiaoyi and his classmates. No one knew that they would become the subjects described by these words in the future. But Xiaoyi knew. He knew that this teacher would be publicly assassinated by a warlord 3 months later during a speech aimed at the working class. His last words were, "Stand up, no one is worth kneeling for." This is the last lesson. Next, everyone will go their separate ways. Do you have anything you want to do after graduation, any wishes you want to fulfill? The teacher asked with a smile. The class monitor, with braided hair, sitting in the front, was the first to stand up. I want to help more people, I want everyone to be able to do what they want, I want the war to cease, and the people to live in peace. Who would have thought that a year later, this always serious, earnest, and cheerful girl would be shot to death in a protest against warlord oppression, her body left uncollected? The boy sitting on the other side of the classroom shifted his gaze from the class monitor. He raised his hand, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "I hope the motherland can be unified, I hope the common people no longer suffer. I want to use my own hands to put into practice everything I have learned." Xiaoyi knew him. This seemingly gentle boy later joined the battlefield, fighting enemies several times his number, closing his eyes with the city he defended, never retreating a single step until his death. The boy sitting next to Xiaoyi saw this and also stood up. He was slightly shy, silent for a moment, then softly murmured, "I want to do my best to protect the workers, farmers, and the poor. I also hope everyone can be healthy and reunite next year." This was a rich young master, yet after graduation, he worked for the poorest people, providing disaster relief, donations, and assistance, eventually being targeted and harmed by his peers. Xiaoyi was present when he died. Xiaoyi would never forget his last look, resolute, decisive, and without regret. Outside the window, branches were stark, and flowers were in bud, not knowing when they would bloom. "Xiaoyi, what about you? What do you want to do after graduation?" A light voice suddenly sounded. Xiaoyi turned his head. Everything around him dissipated, leaving only the stark and desolate banquet hall. Bang, another firework soared into the sky. At the same time, continuous cheers came from outside the window. These cheers grew louder and louder, nearing their peak. In those cheers, Xiaoyi seemed to feel the call of some distant existence. He knew it was time. Using his last bit of strength, he softly left his final, unheard words like a sigh. "I wish to become a torch, to bring a glimmer of light to this long, dark night." As soon as he finished speaking, dawn, the chime signaling the arrival of the new year rang from the banquet hall's wall clock, echoing through the hall where no one survived. Xiaoyi sat in the center of the corpses, falling into a deep sleep, just like the protagonist in the card. Dancing on that grotesque and bloody stage, an existence solely for bringing joy to the masses. A fool. Bang, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, fireworks resplended, countless cheers intertwined, forming the only warmth in this cold winter night. When Xiaomu returned to reality, it was already close to dusk. He closed his eyes, and everything he experienced in Gu City replayed like a movie. Sighing, Xiaomu heard some movement from next door. He went to the window and opened the somewhat dilapidated window. The sound suddenly grew louder. It turned out to be the choir training class next door practicing. The song was a melody Xiaomu was quite familiar with. Even if he didn't understand music, he could hum along. For some reason, he felt the song was very fitting, so he rested his chin on his hand and sat by the windowsill, listening quietly. Under the golden sunset, the melody flowed. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, the fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. Evening breeze brushes the willow, flute sound lingers. mountains beyond the sunset mountains. The edge of the sky, the corner of the sea, old friends scattered. A pot of turbid wine for lingering joy. Tonight's farewell dream is cold. The next day. The front page of the Gu City Evening News carried a groundbreaking report. Last night, at the Guchang Grand Hotel, the New Year's banquet hosted by warlord Li Qing was invaded by the Red Mist. Including Li Qing himself, all the guests present and the hotel staff met with misfortune, with no one surviving. According to the report, when people entered the banquet hall afterward, they could only see a horrific scene of piled corpses and rivers of blood. It was impossible to distinguish who each body specifically belonged to, as all the victims were intermingled, making it difficult to separate them. Since all the authorities of the Gu city government had attended the banquet, the city was temporarily leaderless. And the upper echelons of the entire city fell into chaos, with many harboring ulterior motives and seeking to seize power. However, at 4 a.m, the rebel army, as if long prepared, swiftly took control of Gu City's police station, army headquarters, administrative agencies, and vital transportation routes. After intense negotiations, by 8 a.m, the rebel army had effectively occupied Gu City. As for the rebel army prisoners who were originally scheduled to be executed this morning, they had naturally been rescued. Newspaper for sale, newspaper for sale. Big news. Li Qing, the dog thief, is dead. The righteous officials are here. The newsboy shouted loudly. Just the day before, Li Qing was General Li Qing, but today he had already become a dog thief. It was truly a case of turning on someone faster than flipping a book. Let me tell you, yesterday I was just running my shop here, and suddenly it got foggy. Then I seemed to hear some commotion, and when the fog cleared, I found a lot of noise over at the Grand Hotel. Oh my, guess what? That dog thiefly actually died. At the entrance of the bookshop, several nearby shopkeepers were sitting together chatting. Soldiers in rebel army uniforms occasionally walked by on the street, seemingly apprehending any remaining resistance forces who still supported the warlord. Of course, Gu City's main army had already surrendered, and the change of flags was not as violent or bloody. For most of Gu City's common people, it was merely an evening of firecrackers. It could also be considered bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. The bookshop owner, however, was quite pleased. Many people were buying newspapers today, and his business was good. As he was working his abacus, he heard a somewhat languid voice. "Boss, do you still have The King in Yellow?" Looking up, the bookshop owner saw a tall, thin man. He was wearing a simple suit vest, like an ordinary small employee working in a patent office. The man's eyes were somewhat dull and unfocused, as if he hadn't rested well, and his whole demeanor exuded a gloomy, decadent aura. Hearing the other party's words, the bookshop owner's eyes lit up. He cleared his throat and spoke with great seriousness. "The ones on the shelf are sold out, but there should be some in the storeroom. Would you like to come with me to check, customer?" "Okay." The man nodded, gently following the bookshop owner to the storeroom behind the bookstore. Upon opening the storeroom, a woman was seen covered by a quilt, lying in a corner on a bedroll. Startled by the sound of the door opening, she, half awake, opened her eyes, sat up, and pulled the quilt to cover her body. This was Tang Xiaoming. "Who are you?" Tang Xiaoming's memory only went as far as looking in the mirror in her room. She tried to recall, but the next moment, countless noisy murmurs sounded in her ears. And knowledge she had never encountered before washed over her brain like a tsunami, making her dizzy. Immediately after, she saw what appeared to be a gigantic, monstrous spider made of flesh crawling on the storeroom ceiling. A low, dragon-like roar echoed from afar, and a massive shadow swept past the window, obscuring the sunlight. Even the strange man before her seemed to have a dark, eerie, and terrifying shadow lurking around him. "It's all right now. Those are merely glimpses from distant stars. You will gradually adapt to them." The man placed his hand on Tang Xiaoming's shoulder. Soon, Tang Xiaoming felt the noise in her ears subside considerably, and the knowledge, like insects fearing sunlight, hid within the crevices of her brain. Whether it was her imagination or not, the storeroom seemed to have become much brighter.
Xia Yi entrusted you to me.
The man continued. Hearing Xia Yi's name, Tang Xiaomeng's eyes showed confusion and bewilderment. But soon, some flowing memories surged into her mind. Unlike the previous overwhelming torrent of knowledge that seemed to completely reshape her consciousness, these were soft, warm,
and flowed like a babbling brook sparkling in the sunlight.
These were Xia Yi's memories.
Tang Xiaomeng was first bewildered, then surprised, and finally, her emotions turned to confusion and sadness.
The memories were too profound, as if she had experienced them herself.
She saw Xia Yi's descent and struggle, felt his pain and persistence.
In the end, everything transformed into that gaze, a gaze Tang Xiaomeng had seen before. The gaze of Xia Yi in his student days when he spoke of his ideals. Years had passed, but that gaze remained unchanged.
Just like the first time they met. A person's character is their destiny. The man sighed softly.
He looked at Tang Xiaomeng again, knowing she had understood everything.
Get ready.
I'm going to send you somewhere where you can completely control the power within your body without losing control and becoming one of those monsters, he said, hinting at something.
Tang Xiaomeng instinctively looked up.
The flesh spider was drawing closer, its head tilted, scrutinizing the three of them.
Who are you? The knowledge in her mind told Tang Xiaomeng not to pay attention to these monsters.
She swallowed, then asked the man.
You can call me Wu Shan. The man said blandly. Just a passing novelist, that's all.
Congratulations on completing the quest. Now initiating settlement quest exploration progress, 70% quest completion status, passable. The red mist has
dissipated, and Goose City welcomes a new dawn. Some sacrifices go unnoticed, while some achievements endure through the ages. You experienced a feast of crows, changing the landscape of a chaotic era.
With the new year, everything will be filled with hope. Nevertheless, some things, once missed, will never return.
But at least, she is still alive, isn't she?
Reward, 12,600 God-chosen points. Please await the call of destiny to complete the quest. Next quest time, 719:59:59. The end is with you in the future. In Xiaomu's vision, the melody flowing in the twilight setting sun outlined the system's oppressive and frantic text.
Raked in the cash? He looked at the God-chosen points he had received with some disbelief.
After buying the Human World Guide earlier, his points had plummeted to single digits, but now, he had suddenly struck it rich. As expected, it was the erosion difficulty that even elementary school students would decisively choose.
As expected of me. Xiaomu couldn't help but boast. Yay! A voice responded.
Xiaomu immediately looked around but found no one, not even the fellow who had been squatting in the corner earlier was nowhere to be seen. The science exploration editorial department was empty, with only the green grass and the pot on the windowsill, fresh as new.
Hey, are you there?
Xiaomu leaned closer and politely asked. No, F******Q.
Another voice sounded again.
Xiaomu frowned, because this time he heard it clearly. The voice wasn't coming from elsewhere, but from inside his own body.
What are you looking at? Look again and I'll drink you. A voice came from Xiaomu's chest. Xiaomu thought for a moment.
He reached out, opened his chest, pulled out his heart, and examined it carefully.
Say that again?
He said to his heart.
What are you looking at?
Xiaomu's heart retorted.
TSK, restless, aren't we? Xiaomu commented. Exactly.
He always bullies others by relying on his power. From Xiaomu's open body, his left lung agreed.
No choice, who told us we can't live without him? His stomach below sighed. Indeed. Xiaomu's brain also responded.
His internal organs began to clamor.
The editorial office was immediately filled with cheerful sounds. All right, stop arguing. Xiaomu finally said.
He looked at his heart, lungs, stomach, kidneys, and other organs placed on the desk.
We are all family, we should be harmonious, understand?
He made good friends with his own internal organs. Putting them back into his body one by one, Xiaomu put on his clothes and went to the computer that was still on, typing words into the search bar. What to do if your heart talks to you? Enter. He looked at the top search result. If you really heard your heart talking with your ears, then it is still recommended that you go to a psychiatric hospital. Because auditory hallucinations may be a manifestation of severe mental disorder. If you feel that your heart is talking, then you might as well go to a quiet, private space and talk to your heart, ask it what it wants to say, try to communicate. Try to understand your heart. Since it is a part of you, its wishes may also be your own wishes. So that's how it is. Xiaomu nodded repeatedly. Firstly, he was a normal person, ruling out the possibility of a mental disorder. So there was only one answer: his heart had grown up and learned to speak on its own. Fortunately, he had the friendship handbook, which allowed him to befriend his internal organs and make them listen to him. Otherwise, what would he do if they all ran away? He thought for a moment, and to confirm his guess, with a thought, the gray-covered notebook reappeared on the desk. The Human World Guide. Opening the notebook, Xiaomu materialized the pen that came with the book and wrote on it. Dusk, I'm back from Goose City. Almost the instant he finished writing, the delicate text jumped out, as if it had been waiting for Xiaomu's message. Scarlet Sakura, I knew you'd come back safely. So, how was it? Was Goose City fun? Dusk, it was alright. The food was indeed very delicious. I also encountered the red mist and made quite a few friends inside. Scarlet Sakura, wow, that's really amazing. I heard it's very difficult for people who enter the red mist to come back alive. It seems like, Dusk, you are truly gifted. Dusk, but there's a problem. Now my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all have their own thoughts and have started talking. Do you have any ideas? Scarlet Sakura, I don't have a pig. For your question, I think you can ask the friend I mentioned before. Scarlet Sakura, did you bring back any lotus cake? Seeing this, Xiaomu took out the 2 lotus cakes. He wasn't sure if it was because they had been soaked in the red mist, but the lotus cakes looked a bit strange. However, they should still be within their shelf life and edible, right? Dusk, I did. What should I do now? Xiaomu put down his pen and looked around, wondering if he should break the lotus cakes and place them in the 4 corners of the room. Then walk 4 steps backward while chanting some heavenly venerable name. Scarlet Sakura, brew a cup of hot tea, then enjoy these 2 lotus cakes. Remember to take a bite of the pastry with a sip of tea. Don't rush, be careful not to burn your tongue. Question marks popped up above Xiaomu's head. This summoning ritual seemed a bit odd. He didn't ask further. He secretly took some tea leaves that Su Hong was reluctant to drink from the cabinet, brewed a cup. And after finishing it according to the other party's instructions, he picked up the pen to write. Dusk, finished eating. Scarlet Sakura, was it delicious? Dusk, it was alright, except it bit my tongue when I was eating it. But my tongue was quite strong and bit back. Scarlet Sakura? Scarlet Sakura, it's a bit different from what I know, but it's okay, as long as it's delicious. Dusk, so what kind of ritual was this? Scarlet Sakura, a ritual? No, it's not. I just thought you must be very tired after adventuring in a strange place and coming back. So I wanted you to prepare some small pastries to comfort your weary soul. Dusk, Miss Scarlet Sakura, you are so gentle. Xiaomu almost cried. He didn't expect Miss Scarlet Sakura to be so gentle. She really was. Xiaomu was moved to tears. Scarlet Sakura, I really love sweets. My childhood dream was once to taste all the sweets in the entire foreign land. She wrote as if very proud. Dusk, I want to eat too. Xiaomu was very envious. Scarlet Sakura, alright, you finished eating. I'll help you find him. Actually, while you were away, I already secretly talked to him. Scarlet Sakura, Shanlan, I'm here. Scarlet Sakura, when did you come? Why didn't you say so earlier? Shanlan, it should be clue. Scarlet Sakura, what? Shanlan, what? Dusk, just said, any pig, should be clue. Scarlet Sakura, oh dear, you're still so serious. Relax a bit. Shanlan, also, the problem, Dusk, encountered should be caused by the red mist. The red mist in Ghoul City has the power to give life to inanimate objects, but this power is highly polluting. It's very difficult to control those activated objects from attacking you. Therefore, since you entered the red mist before, your body has suffered considerable pollution and erosion. And various parts have undergone severe alienation. To be honest, it's already a miracle that you came back alive. I'm very curious how you managed to do it. Dusk, it's very simple. I made friends with all of them. We're all family now. Xiaomu told the truth. Shanlan? Clearly, the other party did not expect Xiaomu to give such an answer. The proper and meticulous text hesitated for a moment before being rewritten. Shanlan, your situation is very rare. Dusk, so there's a precedent? Shanlan, perhaps you can try to communicate with your body and see what they can do. If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to control them to a certain extent. Seeing this, Xiaomu put down his pen. He went downstairs, and with a thought, he started running. In almost an instant, he ran 10 laps around the compound, and his WeChat steps ranked first, a full 8,000 steps. His heart rate reached 500. However, he quickly made his heart settle down and return to normal, feeling no fatigue at all. Dusk, I'm truly amazing. Xiaomu couldn't help but share this good news with his two friends in the Human World Guide. Scarlet Sakura, wow, that's really amazing. It seems like you can participate in a marathon race now. The playful and lively delicate font immediately wrote. As for the other one, the proper and meticulous text slowly emerged from the paper after a while. Shanlan, as long as you're happy.